Chapter 141. The next day, before dawn, and Jean was already waiting outside alone. She paused, staring at the two keys on the table that were constantly flashing. A muttered murmur escaped her lips. Looks like Tong Tong and Xiaoyu won't wake up. The door behind her was suddenly flung open, and a panicked Fenger rushed to her side, calling Jin's name in a low, hoarse voice. Jean hugged her tightly, whispering, "What's wrong? Had a nightmare? Did I scare you when I came back?" "I'm sorry." Fenger's voice was muffled. "Shortly after I returned, I received a message from the demonic sacrifice tower, prophesying that a major upheaval was about to occur on the continent, urging everyone to minimize going out and be careful. You looked unwell when you came back, and I was a little uneasy," she said in a hoarse voice. "I just dreamt that you didn't like me, that you didn't want me anymore." And Jean chuckled. "How could I not like you? You haven't done anything to wrong me." Fenger's heart trembled at this. Although she had acknowledged her relationship with Shi Huang to Jean, she still kept many things from her lover: her identity as the demon lord of the northern continent, her ulterior motives in entering the demonic sacrifice tower, and deceiving her teachers and classmates about the true information regarding Mo Xuanqi. She had never told Jean any of these things. And Jean interrupted her before she could finish speaking. And Jin's eyes crinkled into a smile. "While I'm gone, please take care of Tong Tong and Yue for me." Fenger was filled with even more doubt, her words tinged with panic. "What do you mean, you?" Daylight broke. Fenger was instantly blinded by the light. In that instant, it felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The entire continent began to tremble violently. The response was so swift that even Fenger, a god-level being, couldn't react immediately. But soon, a vast amount of energy surged forth from all directions, with several pillars of light standing out prominently. Two white pillars of light appeared in the north, closest to the boundless sea. One purple and one blue pillar appeared in the east and west, and further south, two parallel red and green pillars of light appeared. The energy was so powerful that even Fenger, thousands of miles away, could sense it. These must be some of the most powerful beings among the divine descent. Using several pillars of light as turning points, the overwhelming energy outlined a transparent barrier, seemingly enveloping the entire continent of Zeleusis. In that instant, Fenger witnessed a scene she would never forget. Towering waves, almost crashing ashore, were stopped by the barrier. Even from the inland, she could still see waves tens of meters high being held back outside the light curtain, but the relentless, layer-by-layer surge of seawater was still a terrifying sight. At that moment, a crystal tear suddenly rolled down Jin's cheek. Her black hair was whipped about by the hurricane, and her eyes were overflowing with emotion. 3,000 years have passed, and humanity is still so united. They become stronger, and can protect themselves. It's wonderful. And then, I never regret helping humanity. Only when she heard Jin's voice did Fenger come back to her senses. She turned her head sharply, but the embrace was fleeting. All she saw was Jin's departing figure. She wanted to chase after her, but she noticed that the ground beneath her feet was beginning to crack. Startled, she quickly gathered her magic to protect the uneasy earth. Awakened by the deafening noise, Yue only had time to throw on a thin coat before heading out. The two exchanged a quick glance, and Yue, understanding perfectly, went to protect the others in Haoyue Township. In an instant, the mages on the continent, after a brief moment of panic, regained their composure and began doing everything in their power to protect the land. The powerful divine demigods blocked the most powerful tsunami, and the continent itself did not suffer a strong attack. Therefore, in subsequent statistics, the human mages and magical beasts suffered minimal losses in this cataclysmic event. Confirming that the trembling of the earth had gradually subsided to almost stop, Fenger was still worried about Jean. She looked at the waves that continued to crash against the light barrier, and a suspicion began to form in her mind. The continent buried beneath that boundless sea for nearly 3,000 years. Atlantis. Fenger gritted her teeth, her red wings flashing, and she vanished from the courtyard in the blink of an eye. After calming Shi, Bai Shi, and the others, Yue rushed to the courtyard, her voice anxious. Jean is missing." Her voice trailed off as she saw the nearly vanished red dot. It took her a long time to mutter to herself, What happened?" "They all disappeared." Yue frowned slightly and sent inquiries to Wu Ma Yi Ting and Gui Yujiu in the palace. Only after receiving replies did she feel relieved. She remained in the courtyard, touching the slightly warm mark on the back of her hand, feeling a little uneasy, but she dared not disturb them rashly, and could only pray silently. The Dragon King had told her earlier what he had been busy with these past few years. Besides helping the Dragon Girl recover and adapt to her body, and diligently cultivating to return to divine descent, there was another major matter, Lan Xing's prophecy, the imminent resurgence of Atlantis. According to Lan Xing, there is no way to prevent Atlantis from regaining its former glory. However, with the rise of Atlantis, the boundless sea will inevitably be churned with enormous waves, and the deep sea will also experience massive storms. The northern continent of Yuechi is protected by a barrier, and need not worry, but the coastal cities of the western continent of Luxus will certainly be attacked by tsunamis. Therefore, Lan Xing had previously sought out powerful mages, entrusting them with guarding 8 locations on the continent to work together to protect it from disaster. The north is guarded by the human mages Wunianluo and Jia Yinsheng. The south is guarded by the 2 red-robed priests of the demonic sacrifice tower, Enai Qingjiu and Ringui Liui. The east and west are guarded by 2 powerful dragons, the Dragon King and Dongning. Since they can draw upon the power of the shallow sea, only one of each is needed. The southeast, northwest, and other 4 directions are guarded by divine demigods from the 4 great empires and organizations such as the Magic Association. Besides the 14 powerful divine descent masters, dozens of spirit venerables remain vigilant in all directions, providing a continuous supply of energy to the light barrier to ensure its security. Fomer, wings outstretched, searched for Njin's figure, following the scent of phoenix blood. Her wings flapped incessantly, but the world was vast, and for some reason, the phoenix blood scent she left on the earring was extremely faint, seemingly blocked by a more powerful energy. She hovered in the air, somewhat bewildered. But soon, her gaze was drawn to the points of light gradually emerging from the sea. A light red barrier surrounded the city, slowly breaking through the surface to reveal half of its magnificent and awe-inspiring appearance, a sight almost indescribable. The moment Fomer saw Atlantis, her heart pounded. What was sending such a powerful signal, drawing her in? Chapter 142. Fomer remained suspended in the air, gazing at Atlantean gradually emerging from the sea. She was captivated and couldn't resist approaching it, but only when she got close did she realize that Atlantean had merely surfaced and then remained still. The sea, however, was far from calm, still restlessly pounding against the barrier between the 2 continents. A wave of surprise washed over her. Before she could investigate further, she suddenly sensed a powerful energy emanating from afar. She quickly pinpointed the source of the magic, discovering it was from Dan Chen in the distance. Looking closely, she saw 2 renowned figures parallel to each other at the center of the magic, Li and Lin Lang. Upon closer inspection, she could see Lin Lang holding Li's waist, the 2 of them flying through the air. Fengwa felt a surge of curiosity. She had only heard that Li of Dan Chen was an ordinary person without any magic power. She assumed his ability to fly was entirely due to external force. Lin Lang found this strange. His powerful magic didn't seem as harmonious as that of an ordinary mage. Before she could ponder it further, her attention was drawn to the actions of the 2 men. They both looked at each other with smiles, a calm before the storm, and in the next instant, various musical instruments appeared behind them. Fomer was shocked. This is a wooden, ingenious drum, an ice-thorn pipa, a fiery bell. These were the 11 musical instruments that, along with Li, had once made a name for themselves throughout the world. Could it be that she intended to recreate the carnage of 3,000 years ago? No one knew how this woman, devoid of magic, had wielded these 11 instruments 3,000 years ago, or who she had fought in that fierce battle. The mass funeral song resounded throughout Danchen for 3 whole days, and after that, she firmly ascended to the throne of supreme power in Danchen. No, something's not right. Fengwei explained in shock, for there were 12 musical instruments beside them. And a new divine weapon. What was she trying to do? Each instrument, manipulated by magic, emitted a melodious resonance, almost intoxicating. When Fengwei came to her senses, she realized she had been disturbed by a tremendous roar. Atlantis, not far from her, was slowly rising again. Fengwei was astonished to discover that the 12 instruments controlled by Li were actually slowly transmitting energy to Atlantis. In other words, Li and Lin Lang were assisting in the re-arrival of Atlantis. Fengwei keenly noticed that besides the 2 of them, a powerful energy was also assisting from the sidelines. Fengwei flapped her phoenix wings, temporarily leaving the vicinity of Atlantis. Cautiously scanning her surroundings, she spotted the person she had been longing for in the previous blind spot, Njin. Njin stood majestically in the air, a magnificent scepter in her hand. Her dress was stained with unusual gold and black patterns, her face serene and composed, like a goddess descending to earth. The hurricane rattled her earrings, yet she remained calm, showing no sign of emotion. Previously, after using the Eye of Flame, she needed at least half a month to recover her eyes. But with Njin's help, That very night her eyes felt no burning pain. In fact, in the days that followed, her vision felt even better than before. Fulmer squinted slightly in the storm, gazing absently at her lover, who had changed her attire in just half an hour. Who exactly is her lover? Fulmer looked at the magnificent scepter and felt it looked familiar. Upon recollection, she realized that it was the same scepter that Jean had used against her in the Chaos Land that day. However, the scepter's head was intact now, and its power was even greater than before. And Jin's actions were also a transfer of energy to Atlantis. As the three channeled their magic, Atlantis rose slowly but relentlessly. The entire world was enveloped in an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. No one spoke, only the ceaseless flow of magic surged through the world. The churning sea relentlessly crashed against the reefs and the light barrier, creating a deafening roar. Fulmer's heart was stirred. She couldn't resist the urge to approach Jean, but only when she was close did Jean notice her. Jean exclaimed in surprise, Didn't I tell you to stay home?" Hearing that place was called home, Fulmer felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She smiled and said, "I left a phoenix barrier in Haua village. Only those who have left can enter. Without the aura of a phoenix, they are safe." And Jean was relieved to hear this. "You?" Fulmer looked curiously at the scepter in Jin's hand. "Are you transferring magic to Atlantis? Let me help you." And Jean shook her head. "He only accepts the power of Chun." Fulmer became even more curious upon hearing this. "But I just saw that woman namely over in Shan Chen's area also transferring magic to Atlantis. Although I haven't used those weapons, I heard of them. They were all forged after Atlantis sank into the sea. As for the Chun you mentioned, it's probably not a species from the continent of Zeliosis." And Jean said, "That's because Lin Lang is the medium. He and I both came from Atlantis, so we can borrow the energy of Chun. With the aura of Chun, it naturally won't refuse. Chun is located within the inner city of Atlantis. We need to fully awaken her, and then we need to inject a large amount of magic from the outside to raise the entire city from the seabed." Fulmer pondered, "Then I transfer magic to you to maintain your functions, and you can then use that so-called Chun's aura to transmit it. Isn't that the same thing?" And Jean, seemingly lost in thought, blushed slightly, her words becoming somewhat incoherent. This is different. Li herself has no magic. Although those forged weapons possess attributes, they were also imbued with Chun's aura during forging, so even if it's the weapon's magic, she won't reject it. Li also lived in Atlantis before, so it's not surprising that she recognizes Li's aura. And Li and Lin Lang have been together for so long." Her words paused strangely, making Fulmer even more puzzled. Fulmer curiously transmitted energy to Atlantis City, and was surprised to find that it did not reject Fulmer's magic. And Jean was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. "So, you can still sense this child?" Fulmer was a little confused. "Why can't I understand what Xiao Jean is saying?" And Jean shook her head. She felt that the barrier was gradually opening towards them. She said to Fulmer, "Let's go back. I come back to find you soon after I dealt with things here." Fulmer wanted to say something more, but she sensed someone rapidly approaching. The change came too quickly. The uninvited guest appeared silently. Fulmer stared at the newcomer for a moment, then burst into anger, shouting, "Miss Hien!" She had only heard of Miss Hien's unpredictable nature, that she appeared with a different face each time, but those familiar with Grey Chi could recognize her from her power. Fulmer had fought Grey Chi many times in the north, and because Miss Hien had once raided the Northern Spirit Pavilion, she knew Miss Hien better than most magicians. Chapter 143. Suddenly appearing was none other than the girl Hien, who had injured Zhou Yu, and taken most of Imo Xuanqi's blood on the Elmos grassland that day. Girl Hien had never directly clashed with Fulmer. A flicker of curiosity crossed her eyes as she looked at Fulmer, then she suddenly realized, "It's you. I remember now, Shang Jia mentioned it to me." Fulmer was on high alert. With a flick of her wrist, her spear appeared before her. She looked at Girl Hien with deep hatred. This was the girl who had caused Imo Xuanqi such severe injury, and even earlier, she had caused Wan Chiga to cut off his own arm. Girl Hien and the North were sworn enemies. Girl Hien waved her hand dismissively. "I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill you. As for you," she spoke while glancing at Jean beside Fulmer, her smile chilling, "I want to enter Atlantis." And Jin's face darkened. "Atlantis doesn't welcome you." Although she had never met Hien, she confirmed this person's identity through their conversation. Moreover, this person possessed the same repulsive aura as Sui Yin, though much fainter than Sui Yan's. However, due to her special status, she could still sense the undeniable scent. Hien shrugged indifferently. "Fine, I knew it would be like this. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before she finished speaking, she struck first. Her fingertips swept towards Fenger, and a wisp of gray energy silently passed through her waist and abdomen. Fenger didn't even have time to defend herself. In an instant, she lost consciousness, the flames around her vanished, and she plummeted downwards. And Jean tried to withdraw the energy without thinking, but was still firmly absorbed, and the entire city continued to rise at an extremely slow pace. And Jean shouted incredulously, "Are you crazy? That's your child. I have to save her." The barrier hummed, emitting a very low sound. And Jin's face remained grim. "Or has Shishi's consciousness already been swallowed by you?" A few wisps of gray energy still lingered on Yin Gunyang's fingertips. She said with a smile, "I don't mind using some unconventional methods to get in. Have you thought it through? Will you be next?" She had barely finished speaking when she sensed the abnormality beside her. Seeing the person who had suddenly appeared, her smile faded slightly. And Jean exclaimed in surprise when she saw the person suddenly appear before her. "Ying Tong?" The person who had suddenly appeared was Zhu Ying Tong. Fiery wings burned on her back, and she held Fenger, who had just fallen, in her arms. Fenger didn't look well. She was unconscious, blood still trickling from the wound on her waist and abdomen, and a considerable amount of gray energy swirled around it. Flames burned around the wound, fighting against the gray energy, but with little effect. In contrast, the yin-yang fire emanating from Zhu Yingtong had an absolute deterrent effect on the gray energy trying to cling to it. And Jean was slightly surprised. "Tong broke through? How long has it been? How old is she? Her Tong is truly amazing." Zhu Yingtong nodded. "I received Yu Wei's message as soon as I came out, and sensed the energy waves here, so I rushed over." After speaking, she looked at the gray energy surrounding Fenger again, and made up her mind. She placed her palm on the wound, and the yin-yang fire immediately began to fight against the gray energy. In a short while, the gray energy vanished completely. Zhu Yingtong handed the still unconscious Fenger to Jean. Seeing Jin's slightly furrowed brows, she didn't ask what Fenger was doing, but simply gave her storage container, comforting her. "There are some medicines inside. See if you can use any?" And Jean nodded, "Thank you." Zhu Yingtong smiled. "Between us, there's no need for such formalities." After speaking, Zhu Yingtong stepped in front of the two, facing the Yin girl directly. The Yin girl had defeated Fenger, who was already a divine descent cultivator, with a single blow. Her strength was unfathomable. Even if she herself had broken through to the divine descent level, her magic attribute was the yin-yang fire, which naturally countered gray energy. She still needed to be cautious. The young woman gazed at the slowly rising city before her, its features almost indistinguishable, then at the few people blocking her path. Her expression was inscrutable. Fine. If everyone in this world tries to stop me, then I will kill you all." Her voice was extremely soft, yet a murderous intent surged within. Kunshan Jade, who is still alive, will surely be recognized by the Phoenix Barrier. And Jin's eyes darkened upon hearing the young woman's words. Combining this with the fragmented information Sui Yin had mentioned in the Chaos Land, and recalling the events surrounding Lanxing, a chill ran down her spine. That eye of the future. It actually allowed her to know so much. The Lancer family had many taboos regarding prophecy, yet this young woman seemed completely unconcerned. If the eye of the future remained in her hands, it would likely be even more difficult to eliminate her. Yin girl leaped forward, and in an instant she approached Zhu Yingtong. Her figure flashed, and she rushed directly in front of Jean. She attacked mercilessly, each move aimed straight for vital points, but every move was blocked by the Phoenix Barrier behind Jean. And Jin's heart stirred, and she quickly brought Fenger a few steps closer to Atlantis. Yin, still unwilling to give up, wanted to continue pursuing Jin's figure, but she keenly sensed a near-scorching heat emanating from behind her. She abruptly retreated, her expression towards Zhu Yingtong revealing a complex mix of emotions. Her voice was soft and tender. "Yin-yang fire, perhaps my lifelong enemy. How can I let you go?" Zhu Yingtong coldly snorted, "Then let me see your skills." With that, she mercilessly thrust her long sword at Yin. The Sanchio sword, burning with yin-yang fire, was invincible. Every wisp of gray energy Yin unleashed vanished the moment it touched the fire. Yin frowned. Looking at the city, almost invisible, she felt uneasy. She wondered if, having missed this day, she would ever again be so close to Atlantis, if she would ever have another chance to find that person. After several exchanges, both bore some wounds. The difference was that Zhu Yingtong's wounds bled bright red blood, while Yin's wounds emitted swirling gray smoke. Yin's face was grim. She summoned a large amount of gray smoke to attack Zhu Yingtong, who raised his broken autumn sword to defend. Yin chuckled softly, This was the moment she had been waiting for. In an instant, the gray smoke enveloped the broken autumn sword. She suddenly stretched out her arm, and the gray smoke exploded in Zhu Yingtong's hand holding the hilt. Distracted by the sudden invasion of gray smoke, Zhu Yingtong cried out in pain and had to release his grip. The broken autumn sword hovered in midair. Yin, controlling the gray energy, kept the remnant autumn sword away from Zhu Yingtong. She laughed. You even lost your sword. How can you fight me now? Zhu Yingtong rekindled her yin-yang fire, scraping away the gray energy. Looking at her bloodied hands, she showed no panic, but rather a confident smile. Controlling the remnant autumn sword required most of Yin's energy. Wasn't this moment also her opportunity? I never rely solely on external forces. Zhu Yingtong rushed to Yin's side, her bloodied hand gripping her shoulder. Zhu Yingtong smiled, unconcerned about the gray energy staining her arm. Her hand, gripping Yin's shoulder, instantly burst into flames. She shouted, "Explode!" Chapter 144. Flames erupted from Zhu Yingtong's arm, blossoming into an inexhaustible blaze on Yin Gunyang's shoulder. The wound ceased to heal on its own. Every wisp of ash that touched the yin-yang fire vanished into thin air. At that moment, Yin Gunyang suffered an unprecedented shock, both physically and mentally. Since her birth, no one had ever been able to injure her to such an extent. She stared at Zhu Yingtong for a long time before finally speaking, truly impressive, worthy of being a person destined by heaven. Before she finished speaking, the two of them keenly sensed the changes in Atlantis, not far away. They both looked up and found that the entire city had been submerged in a sea of clouds. Even from midair, they could barely see its shadow, and they could no longer sense Jin and Fenger's presence nearby. The two exchanged a glance and immediately soared into the sky. Yin, still reeling from the previous powerful attack, felt her gray aura weaken, and the remnant autumn sword returned to Zhu Yingtong's hand. The magic of Zhu Yingtong and the remnant autumn sword resonated, flames erupted, and the gray aura surrounding the sword was quickly burned away. Zhu Yingtong took a half step back, closely following, continuously unleashing attacks on Yin, scattering the gray aura around her. As they drew closer, the light from the barrier outside Atlantis intensified. Yin tried to approach even slightly, but was repelled several meters by the barrier's power. She tried again, but this time, she only managed a single step before being driven back by the phoenix flames within. Yin's face turned icy. Fine, you can all stop me. Her eyes flashed with rage, almost blinded by fury. Gray aura surged in her palm, and she launched a desperate attack on the barrier outside Atlantis. Seeing the overwhelming gray aura, Zhu Yingtong knew something was wrong and quickly swung her sword. The massive gray aura was severed by the blade, but some still scattered in all directions. Immediately afterward, flames ignited in Zhu Yingtong's palm, setting the surrounding gray ablaze. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Zhu Yingtong's face paled from the drain of her magic, while Yin's already fair skin became almost translucent. As they fought, they drew closer to the city of Atlantis. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation emanated from the barrier behind them, and Jin's shouts grew louder as they approached Yingtong. The barrier gate seemed to crack open, sucking Zhu Yingtong in before she could react. Yin could only watch helplessly, as the gate to the new world she so longed for slammed shut before her eyes. She was furious but powerless, lingering outside, unwilling to leave. Perhaps it was the aura emanating from Miss Yin that angered the gods of Atlantis. A golden light shot out from the barrier, mercilessly piercing her body, just as it had when she injured Fenger earlier. Miss Yin sensed the strangely familiar aura, and for a moment, she gave up resisting, letting her body fall. Little Chaogage, I missed you so much. In an instant, her body turned into black smoke and dissipated into the air. Chaoyang Manor. Xiangjie saw Miss Yin gradually regaining her senses, and said mockingly, "Oh dear. Looks like you didn't manage to get in." Miss Yin looked at her coldly, her words utterly impolite. "What are you doing here?" Xiangjie leaned back lazily in her chair. "I came to see the little dessert I left here with you last time." The young woman pointed to a hidden door beside her. "You rescued them just to eat them?" Xiangjie stood up, smiling to reveal her gleaming white teeth. "What else? I went to so much trouble to retrieve and nurture Xiao Yuanban and Xiao Suiyan's last bit of energy. Do you think I have such a big heart? We're just Ash Qi." With that, she walked towards the hidden door. The young woman watched Xiangjie stand up, her gaze icy. "You've gone the wrong way." Xiangjie immediately turned a corner, grinning sheepishly. "Oh sorry, I misread it." She smiled innocently, her face bearing Luolai's features. "I knew that guy was the most important to you." The young woman ignored the mockery in Xiangjie's words, and walked straight into the door. Xiangjie, had been trying to enter. The room was extremely dark, with only a pair of round beads emitting a faint glow from the golden liquid. She gazed at the light of Lancer in deep thought, then hesitantly reached out to touch the golden liquid. She was quickly and unbearably burned. Looking at her fingertips, where a layer of skin had been burned away but no black smoke rose, she pondered for a long time before finally taking out the feathered robe that Shang Jia had used in exchange for her. Enduring the excruciating pain, she guided the light of Lancer into the robe. Only when nearly half of the golden blood had been used did the maiden stop. Her hand, gripping the golden feathered robe, trembled slightly from the pain, but she continued to dress herself. Only after she had draped the robe over her body did she seem to deflate, collapsing weakly beside the bed. Her hands trembled, yet she still managed to grasp the hand of the person on the bed. "Wait for me a little longer." "Soon." Without a sound, Shang Jia appeared in the space. Leaning against the door, her tone still full of mockery, "Oh dear, it seems I come at the wrong time." Girl looked at Shang Jia, who looked satiated, her strength enhanced after devouring her own kind, and coldly asked, "What are you doing here again?" Shang Jia smiled and said, "Of course, I came to see you before I left." Saying this, she walked to Girl's side, avoiding the golden feathered robe, and grasped Girl's hand. As energy gathered, the gray energy began to heal the wounds on Girl's hand, and in a short while, Girl's hand was completely healed. Shang Jia smiled sweetly, her tone cheerful. "Do you want to eat me? Or let me eat you? We definitely become the most powerful beings in the world, and then you can achieve whatever you want." Her tone was drawn out, full of seduction. Gunyang stared at her silently for a few moments, then forcefully slapped Shang Jia's hand away. "Get out." Shang Jia wasn't discouraged by Gunyang's cold rejection. Instead, she continued to entice her. Her voice was melodious and sweet, and coupled with Luo Lai's adorable face, from a distance, one might mistake her for a spoiled girl. She said with undiminished malice, "Don't you want to try me? I'm sure I taste better than all of them. Or, let me devour you." Before she could finish, Gunyang interrupted her, "I don't want to repeat myself." Shang Jia smiled charmingly, raising her hands in surrender. "All right, but if you change your mind, you can come find me anytime." With that, she vanished into black smoke. Gunyang rested for a while before standing up. She stared at the man's lifeless face for a long time without speaking, finally letting out a soft sigh before leaving the room. Chapter 145. With the combined efforts of Jin, Li, Lin Lang, and Huang Ju, Atlantis finally rose to its original position, a horizon invisible even to those on the continent of Zeleusis. And with the help of the Dragon King and Wunianluo, the continent of Zeleusis was not severely damaged. With the assistance of various mages, the support operation proceeded smoothly. Li, upon re-entering Atlantis, was extremely emotional. Coupled with her already severely weakened state, she was ultimately carried back by Lin Lang. After Jin brought the unconscious Fonger into the inner city of Atlantis, she placed her before the camellia tree for treatment. Without delay, she took the reactivated barrier key and opened the gate for Zhu Yingtong. She waited anxiously inside the barrier. When she saw the unharmed Zhu Yingtong standing before her, she finally couldn't contain herself and ran to embrace him tightly. After their tender moment, Zhu Yingtong looked at Jin's tear-stained face, her fingertips brushing against the corner of her eye. "Don't cry, I'm not hurt. You have so much blood on your hands and body, and you say you're not injured." And Jin tightly grasped Zhu Yingtong's hands, quickly treating her superficial wounds, then carefully examining her several times before finally feeling relieved. Zhu Yingtong, intending to get away with it, scratched her head somewhat awkwardly. She had clearly applied medicine to the more serious injuries, only some minor areas hadn't been treated yet. How could this girl be so observant? "You?" They both spoke at the same time, then simultaneously fell silent. Finally, Zhu Yingtong said, "Shall Jin, you go first." And Jin looked at Zhu Yingtong's bright expression, her eyes slightly evasive, but she still spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "I'm sorry." Before Zhu Yingtong could speak, she continued, "I've been keeping my true identity a secret from you all. Actually, I'm not human." Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened upon hearing this. She had roughly guessed that Jin's recent unease stemmed from her past, but she hadn't expected such an answer. "My memories started returning gradually after the competition, when the four of us were unconscious. During that time, I had many dreams, but they were so vivid, so clear that I could barely distinguish between reality and illusion. Upon waking up, I realized they weren't dreams, but my past memories. The time has come, it's time for me to wake up too." And Jin looked at the lush, ancient tree behind her, pulled Zhu Yingtong to sit beside it, and then glanced at Fulmer's gradually healing wounds before continuing, "Let me tell you about Atlantis. A long, long time ago, there was a city called Atlantis. It followed the will of heaven, rising from the seabed into the sky. At that time, the continent of Zeleusis wasn't called that yet, and there were hardly any living beings on that continent. Atlantis had 13 attached floating islands, inhabited not only by humans, but also by many other races, named after information about the races that lived there. For example, there's the Sparrow City inhabited by the Sparrow clan, Tiling Island where Typhi resides, Flame City where the Fire Attribute race led by the Phoenix resides, and the Shadow of the Sea where the Deep Sea Aquatic race resides. These floating islands are relatively small compared to Atlantis, and they also have their own barriers to better protect themselves. The Shadow of the Sea, also known as the Water City, lies perpetually in the deep sea, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. And Tiffy's sister's Tiling Island is accessible only to those possessing her aura. Across the river from Zeleusis lies the northern Niueki continent. This continent had life long before Zeleusis, and has long been connected to Atlantis. Of the 13 islands of Atlantis, many were created by the inhabitants of that continent, such as the Riftwind Valley inhabited by the Wind Spirits, and Dream Island inhabited by the Dream Demons. Zhu Tong asked curiously, "Then who lived on the northern continent back then?" And Jean replied, "The 13 islands existed before I was born. As far as I know, the people living on those islands have inhabited them since ancient times. The magical beasts living on 13 islands almost never intermarry with other races. They retain their original magical beast forms and abilities to the greatest extent possible, but they seem to prefer the appearance of humans, so they often interact with other races in human form. At that time, in the northern continent, because the distribution of tribes was not clearly defined, various magical beasts often interbred and gave birth to offspring. Over time, most of the resulting magical beasts did not have appealing appearances. However, later, Atlantis and the northern continent had frequent interactions, and they gradually came to like the appearance of humans, thus transforming into human form. As time went on, magical beast hybrids in the northern continent also intermarried with humans, and their offspring were mostly hybrids born with human appearances, thus possessing extremely high magical talent." Zhu Tong suddenly thought of something and asked somewhat confusedly, "So, Xiao Jin is the high priest of Atlantis?" And Jean was somewhat surprised. "You heard of it?" Zhu Tong spoke softly, "I met some aquatic children in the Zhengrong Empire. They said that Atlantis, at the request of the prophet, taught magic to the people of the 2 northwestern continents." She laughed heartily. "Ahem, they also said, the high priest is the most beautiful and powerful person in the world. I think only Xiao Jin truly deserves such praise." And Jean blushed. "Even you're teasing me." They must have said something else. Zhu Tong subconsciously shook her head. "No." Her voice trailed off. She had indeed remembered something. "The high priest is the most beautiful and powerful person in the world, created by the tree of camellias." Created? Zhu Tong suddenly turned to look at the giant tree behind her, speechless with shock for a long time. And Jean followed her gaze, her voice barely audible. "I know, that's what they always said. This isn't bad talk, it's the truth. I was indeed created." She looked at the tree before her, her voice melodious. "Many beings live on Atlantis, but in the very heart of this main city, only this one divine tree is worshipped, the source of life for Atlantis, the camellia." At this point, and Jean tapped the trunk of the camellia tree behind her, took out an ancient book, and casually tossed it into the air. The past unfolded before their eyes, like a river of time. Even in the vast, free Atlantis, there are those who can make decisions. The camellia tree possesses the most powerful force in the world. The twins it created from the finest qualities of time are the decision makers for all things in Atlantis. Under their leadership, Atlantis flourished for many years, and the various magical beast races lived in peace. In the year 39800 of the Atlantean era, the tree of camellias created another pair of twins, named An and Ning, and was a deity with a female appearance. She loved everything in this world, but she had more ideas than the previous twins. She believed she should also create something for this world. The most famous of these were the weapons recorded in the Weapon Compendium, which have survived to this day. Later, An was unwilling to create only inanimate objects. Decades later, someone discovered a piece of Kunshan jade in Jade City, containing extremely abundant energy. After much deliberation and numerous days of carving, and Jean finally used this Kunshan jade to carve the 3 people most perfect in his heart. He used a small leaf from the Chinese tun tree as their hearts, and gave them new names, Jin Yu, Lin Lang, and Huang Ju. He bestowed divine power upon Jin Yu and Lin Lang, and unparalleled wisdom upon Huang Ju, enabling the three of them to protect Atlantis. And Jean smiled and said, as for what is said by outsiders, the High Priestess is the most powerful and beautiful person. Perhaps it was due to N's personal bias. Zhu Yingtong exclaimed in surprise, Lin Lang. And Senior Huang Ju? What about Li? And Jean nodded. The Zhou Li we met on Earth was just an avatar of Shanshan Li. She and Lin Lang came to that world because they discovered the signs of the gray energy earlier. Meeting us at school and becoming friends with us was both a plan and an accident. Xiao Jin and Zhou Li met in Atlantis. Zhu Yingtong asked, her tone quite certain. And Jean seemed to be recalling the past, relaxing slightly as she leaned on Zhu Yingtong's shoulder. Yes, I known her for a long time. Back then, Shanshan was facing a power transition, the whole country was in turmoil, and Li, as a member of a collateral branch, was stranded abroad, where she was found by N, who was traveling, and brought her back to Atlantis, and taught her many things. Those 10 years, though a very short existence in my endless life, were the happiest time of my life. The tone shifted, and Jean closed her eyes tightly, her voice low. Until the demons arrived, humanity went into civil war, and Atlantis sank into the sea. Zhu Yingtong keenly sensed in Jin's dislike for this period of history, and changed the subject. So when we returned to Mayu, you were able to save Xiaoyan, actually. Is it because of Huang Ju? So that cold flower belonged to Mr. Huang Ju. How did it end up on Xiaoyan? Zhu Yingtong recalled her initial guess, covering her mouth and almost screaming, could it be, could it be? It's just what you think. Speaking of this, and Jean was also curious. Logically speaking, none of the three of us are complete humans, so it's impossible for us to have offspring with humans. Zhu Yingtong thought of the prematurely deceased imperial consort, and couldn't help but wonder, what about that third young master Feng? And Jean said, I later asked Huang Ju, and he didn't know why he could have a child with Xiaoyan. He only said that one day Xiaoyan got him drunk with wine. Speaking of that wine, and Jean was somewhat astonished, wine that could get Kunshan Jade drunk was indeed powerful. Zhu Yingtong was dumbfounded, incredible. And Jean continued, that third young master Feng actually didn't die. Chapter 146. And Jean smiled as she looked at Zhu Yingtong's wide-eyed expression and continued, that third young master had a lover among the common people, but unfortunately, according to the rules of the Mayu royal family, no eligible man from the Feng family could marry before the empress married her consort. Xiaoyan accidentally learned about the third young master's situation, and went to him to plot his succession as the consort. After the ceremony, Xiaoyan gave them enough wealth to live comfortably for the rest of their lives, and a new identity, then sent them away from the capital. Zhu Yingtong clicked her tongue in amazement. Xiaoyan is truly bold. And Jean nodded. And even more audacious, Xiaoyan not only gave birth to a child alone, but also made Yiting a student of Huangjue. A portion of the cold flower remained on Yiting's body. Huangjue sensed it the first time he saw her, but he never questioned her. He was afraid, and he dared not. The two of them continued as before, playing the roles of emperor and loyal subject. Zhu Yingtong sighed. This matter, even more so than Wu Mafu's background, was probably the most intriguing secret of the end of the reign. Every family has its own troubles. As for the affairs of the royal family, who is the biological father of the heir, and what is his connection to her? And Jean smiled, Tong, what else do you want to know? She looked up at the camellia tree before her, then placed her hand on its branches, looking at Zhu Yingtong with an inviting gesture. Perhaps the camellia tree, born with this world, can give you the answer. It can let you see what happened in the past. Zhu Yingtong subconsciously touched the slightly warm mark on the back of her hand, swallowing nervously. I want to know, what happened on the day the empire collapsed and the empress died? As she spoke, she mimicked Jin's movements, preparing to approach the camellia tree. However, the instant Zhu Yingtong touched the trunk, the tree inexplicably stirred. Its ability to rewind resonated with the spiritual imprint Qi Xian had left on Zhu Yingtong, instantly pulling her into the river of time. And Jean cried out in alarm, Yingtong? Yingtong. The vast space remained unresponsive. She pressed her palm against the camellia tree, trying to reopen the gates of the river of time, but the tree remained unresponsive. And Jean stared at the silent camellia tree, muttering, how could this be? What happened? Suddenly, a thought struck her, recalling the spiritual mark on Zhu Yingtong's hand. It's Qi Xian, it's mental magic. But the camellia's ability is merely to recreate past events. To pull Tong into the river of time requires extremely powerful time magic and mental magic. Back at the Golden Spring, it was Consort T who helped. Where did this time magic come from? A teleportation array lit up, and a man's figure emerged. Lin Lang. he said in a deep voice. It's the time magic on the Devourer. And Jean exclaimed in surprise, what? You're saying Chi Xian is a Devourer? How come I didn't know? Lin Lang helplessly spread his hands. Back then, you left Atlantis and went straight to another world without a word. You probably don't know what happened afterward. And Jean snorted defiantly. Speaking of which, you ran faster than me, didn't you? When you saw Shaoli at the 16 Kingdoms conference, your soul practically flew away. Lin Lang scratched his head awkwardly. Speaking of which, during those chaotic days, Atlantis was only kept in order thanks to Huang Ju. And Jean asked again, you said Chi Xian is a Devourer, then who is the other soul? Lin Lang smiled mysteriously. Han Lung, the lover of Empress Di Fuyan, who was just one step away from becoming the imperial consort. And Jean was immediately shocked. She had gone to another world at the beginning of the imperial era, and only returned after Atlantis crashed into the sea. She knew nothing of what had happened on the western continent during that time, nor did she know of Han Lung. She had only heard the name Han Lung mentioned once by Zhu Yingtong. Later, she came to the western continent with Zhu Yingtong and others. Not long after, Zhu Yingtong experienced a strange encounter in the Mayu Empire, where she met the person who called himself Han Lung. After Zhu Yingtong learned about the Empress's life, she also heard Zhu Yingtong mention Di Fuyan's fragmented past due to amnesia. Di Fuyan had heard of Wan Chiga's reputation as a genius, but had never seen Wan Chiga's face, and therefore never connected him with Chi Xian, whom Zhu Yingtong later met. Di Fuyan had lost most of his memories of the cold man, who had almost become the Empress consort, only remembering the deep-seated hatred between them. And Jean murmured, he killed Di Fuyan. Lin Lang nodded. That's what the outside world was saying back then. Hearing Lin Lang say this, and Jean realized there must be something fishy going on. What do you mean? She searched her memory for words, asking curiously, and I read so many books since I came back, but I haven't seen the name Han Lung anywhere. Lin Lang said, because Wan Chiga almost completely erased all traces of the person Han Lung, probably to pave the way for Chi Xian today, so that his younger brother wouldn't be affected by the past. Wan Chiga, Chi Xian, and Han Lung, these three shared the same face. If they were to appear together, who knows what trouble they would cause. As far as I know, Wan Chiga rarely comes to the western continent, and even when he does, he wears a mask. No one has ever seen his face. But at that time, no one mentioned that Han Lung had any brothers with similar faces, meaning they couldn't appear together. Han Lung hadn't yet developed his own body. Even Di Fuyan didn't know, so it's likely Han Lung hadn't revealed much about his identity as a mage. Lin Lang changed the subject, his gaze fixed intently on Jean. Do you remember why Devourers were listed as forbidden beings? And Jean was taken aback, her voice slightly hoarse as she spoke. Because 10,000 years ago, humans weren't entirely without magic. But there was one person who used this world-destroying power to create a massive catastrophe for the world, almost severing the continuation of human magic from then on. Lin Lang nodded. After Di Fuyan took over the empire, she conspired with Shan Chen to deal with the Grey Aura on behalf of the empire. I met her several times, and the Grey Aura within her increased each time. At that time, neither country had developed a way to cure the Grey Aura in the human body. She survived entirely because of her formidable strength. Di Fuyan was the first human to break through level 100 in magic power, the strongest human in history. At that time, Han Lung hadn't fully possessed his own body, meaning he hadn't gathered all the magical attributes. Even a devourer couldn't possibly kill Di Fuyan. But even Di Fuyan believed Han Lung killed her. There must be some irreconcilable conflict between them. And Jean listened to Lin Lang's words, slightly lost in thought. That naive boy, how am I going to explain this to Yingtong? As the most talented heir of the northern continent, he hadn't participated in his brother's schemes, yet he'd been dragged into this vortex for 1,000 years. After Di Fuyan awoke, he didn't sense Han Lung's presence, meaning they had never seen the real Han Lung. She wondered what Wan Chiga truly wanted, that Han Lung had used Chi Xian's body for 1,000 years. Now, thinking back, the Han Lung of that cold place was almost identical to Chi Xian's later attitude, confirming that the person was the real Han Lung. Chi Xian's later words were a deception to Zhu Yingtong. Although Yingtong was carefree, and Jean couldn't help but look at the Chun tree. What had happened between Han Lung and Di Fuyan? Why did Wan Chiga invade the empire, and launch a surprise attack on the 8 great families? Perhaps today, Zhu Yingtong could unravel all the mysteries. Before Jean could react, she suddenly lost her strength. She clutched her forehead, her brows furrowed. It hurt so much. Her abilities, her memories, hadn't fully returned. And Jean forced herself to stand, and asked her old friend, how is Xiao Li's health now? Lin Lang nodded, his expression not bright, but not bitter either. Xiao Li's wish has been fulfilled, so she won't have such heavy thoughts anymore. Now I can better help her recover. He glanced at Fenger, who was still asleep beside him. I take her to the inner city. You should also merge with your true form as soon as possible. And Jean let out a sigh of relief, casually agreed, glanced at Fenger again, and then turned and walked into another magic array. Lin Lang raised his hand, intending to send Fenger into the magic array beside him, but sensed a disturbance in the barrier outside the city. Within half a breath, a familiar yet silent aura arrived beside them. Lin Lang was slightly taken aback, feeling the energy unconsciously surrounding him. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, so it's Shishi's child. His gaze softened as he looked at Fenger, but then, as if remembering something, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. It's just a pity that Xiao Li's body is too weak. If only he could. Lin Lang paused, then shook his head helplessly. What was he thinking? He wasn't a phoenix. Since Shishi's remaining divine soul wanted to keep Fenger, he didn't need to take her away. With the protection of the phoenix god, the defenses here were undoubtedly impenetrable. So Lin Lang left only a wisp of consciousness behind and hurriedly returned to Li's side. The silent camellia tree swayed its branches, rustling softly. As for Zhu Yingtong, who had suddenly vanished, she was initially panicked when pulled into the river of time by the camellia tree, but quickly recovered. Looking at the distorted scene before her, Zhu Yingtong knew she had once again entered the river of time. Just as she was about to search for fragments related to Di Fuyan, she noticed the brand on the back of her hand was unusually hot. Zhu Yingtong looked at the brand and wondered why it had never been like this before when she communicated with Qi Xian through this brand. What was wrong today? She hurriedly poured magic into it as usual, attempting to contact Qi Xian through the spiritual brand, but found that after several bursts of energy, she received no response. Before Zhu Yingtong could continue wondering, she noticed the scenery around her constantly shifting. Looking closer, she realized the surroundings were becoming more concrete and real. As if realizing something, her red wings flashed, and she used magic to control her descent. When she landed on flat ground, she found herself beside a bustling market street, exactly the same place where Consort T had taken them to the River of Time. A strange feeling stirred within her. And Jean had said the power of the camellia tree allowed her to see the past. Being taken to the River of Time was likely due to Qi Xian's mental magic, but she still sensed another magical force. Time magic. Chapter 147. Tai-Fi herself was a possessor of time magic, so it was normal for her to be able to travel to the River of Time under her control. But now, with only her ability at the Tree of Camellias, how could such a detailed scene appear before her? The city before her eyes was clearly in the style of the imperial capital. She didn't know Tai-Fi's abilities, but if she were to say, the time magic that created this River of Time she encountered today was probably even more powerful than Tai-Fi's. As her abilities broke through to the divine descent level, Di Fuyan's soul received more energy nourishment, and she had been more lucid lately. However, for some reason, since entering this place, she hadn't been able to detect Di Fuyan's presence in her sea of consciousness. Just as Zhu Yingtong was about to carefully observe her surroundings, she noticed the brand on her hand starting to heat up. Sensing something was wrong, she quickly found an inn to stay in. She had barely stepped into her room when she sensed Qi Xian's weak voice coming from the brand. Ing Tong! Zhu Yingtong was shocked and quickly called out, Qi Xian? What's wrong? Where are you? Is it convenient now? I might need you to come back for me. Qi Xian's voice was intermittent, sounding as if he was struggling with exhaustion. Zhu Yingtong said anxiously, What happened to you? I can come back for you anytime. Qi Xian almost stopped making noise. Zhu Yingtong felt the mental imprint growing increasingly hot. She had just used magic to isolate the room, and a huge surge of magical energy erupted within the space. Before she could react, Qi Xian appeared in her arms, but he looked terrible. His face was deathly pale, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he had countless wounds on his body, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Zhu Yingtong cried out in alarm and urgency, Qi Xian. Blood streaming down Qi Xian's forehead blinded him, his lips were cracked, yet he still struggled to grasp Zhu Yingtong's hand, trying to say something. She didn't have time to ask further questions. She could only hurriedly retrieve various medicines from her storage container, administering both external and internal remedies, along with replenishing his magic power, before Qi Xian's injuries were finally stabilized. Zhu Yingtong looked at him with heartache. Rest first. We can talk about it when you recovered. Although she had never asked Qi Xian about his exact strength, she could sense that among the people she had met, Qi Xian was second only to Wu Nianlu in strength. Who could have injured him so badly? She suddenly realized something and quickly examined the less noticeable parts of Chi Xion's body. Sure enough, Chi Xion's face was still deathly pale, yet he still stubbornly tried to speak. "Yin Chaoyang, the master of Chaoyang Manor, is gray aura missing." Zhu Yingtong coldly cleansed the gray aura clinging to Chi Xion's body. Suddenly, she thought of a certain friend and urgently asked, "What about Xiao Su? And how are Zhu Songmu and the others? You went to Chaoyang Manor alone? How could you have guessed that Miss Yin and Yin Chaoyang had some kind of relationship? What did you discover?" She recalled Miss Yin, whom she had fought not long ago, and she simply couldn't accept that person being related to Yin Su. Yin Su was the first peer she met after arriving on the western continent, besides the Xiaoyan sisters and her senior brother. She didn't want that woman, who practiced medicine and was devoted to helping others, to have anything to do with the gray aura. Chi Xion shook his head. "Zhu Songmu and the others are alright for now. Chaoyang Manor has always been a suspect in my eyes, so I've been keeping a close eye on their activities. This time, it was only after I sensed unusual energy within the manor and fought Yin Chaoyang that I was able to confirm the gray aura she carried. As expected of the most famous gray aura in the world, she could almost perfectly conceal its presence. If I weren't exceptionally familiar with gray aura, I might not have been able to confirm it." "Yin Su." Chi Xion paused, noticing Zhu Yingtong's sudden tension, and carefully chose his words, concluding at the outset, "I think Yin Su has nothing to do with the gray aura. Zhu Songmu is the heir to the Jinrong Empire, and Yin Su's background was thoroughly investigated by the royal family after their second meeting. Gray aura cannot produce offspring. She is merely the adopted daughter of the Chaoyang Manor Lord. Besides, she has lived in the royal family for a long time, and I haven't detected any gray aura on her." Zhu Yingtong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then asked, "Chaoyang Manor is located within Jinrong territory. Haven't the other mages in the empire ever suspected Chaoyang Manor? What is the Jinrong Empire planning to do? Will they go to war?" Only after uttering the word did she realize how heavy it was. War, what a cruel word. Chi Xion shook his head. "Although my meeting with them wasn't very friendly, Chaoyang Manor cannot be touched right now." He paused. "This organization is renowned for its medical practice within the Jinrong Empire. Every month, Chaoyang Manor opens its gates, and many of the healers affiliated with the manor come to the towns outside to treat the local people. With their medical skills and scale, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become famous throughout the continent, yet they willingly remain on the very border of the Jinrong Empire. Therefore, the royal family has had its eye on Chaoyang Manor for a long time." "What did they discover?" Chi Xion sighed. Nothing unusual. Those physicians are like ordinary guest retainers, occasionally visiting the manor to discuss medicine with Yin Su. In return, they can obtain high-quality medicinal herbs from the manor at below-market prices and exchange medical knowledge. Therefore, they agreed to make monthly house calls outside the manor. Over time, Chaoyang Manor has gained an excellent reputation within the Zhengrong Empire." Zhu Yingtong asked curiously, "Then how did you notice anything unusual about Chaoyang Manor?" "Since I came to Zhengrong 200 years ago. The Empire, having heard of this, also became somewhat curious, so I observed them during each of their free clinics. I discovered that everything within the manor was handled by the manor steward. No outsider had ever seen the manor lord. Even when the healers entered the manor, they only met with Yin Su in the outermost reception hall. No one from outside the manor ever set foot on Half-Step Cliff, the core of Chaoyang Manor. Entrusted by the royal family, I have been investigating this matter for years. Until half an hour ago, when Atlantis rose, I noticed Yin Chaoyang was not in the manor, so I infiltrated to investigate further. In the guest room at Half-Step Cliff, besides detecting a trace of gray mist, I also discovered a strange aura." Chi Xion's words suddenly choked. He didn't know how to explain that familiar aura, that aura from Atlantis. Zhu Yingtong gazed quietly into Chi Xion's eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, and asked, "Are you from Atlantis?" Chi Xion's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice trembled slightly. "Yingtong." Zhu Yingtong's fingertips lightly touched Chi Xion's lips. "I guess. You can say yes or no." Chapter 148. Zhu Yingtong began to ponder recent events, recalling fragments of the past. "Before coming here, I was in the main city of Atlantis, where I met Jean, who told me some things. Before entering Atlantis, I met Miss Yin, and we even fought. She seemed very eager to enter Atlantis, but she was rejected by Atlantis's barrier. According to historical records, Miss Yin first appeared on the continent of Ziliosis in the 600th year of the continental calendar. Her first act was to seize Senior Lan Xing's eyes. Before this incident, Senior Lan Xing was hailed as the most outstanding prophet of the Lancer family. It's likely Miss Yin was also after that prophetic power. Her presence outside Atlantis today might be because she has discovered something. Her intentions today are clear. She wants to enter Atlantis. What does she want to do in Atlantis? Zhu Yitong paused, looking directly into Qi Xian's eyes. Is she looking for someone? Or something? What does she want to obtain? She asked in a questioning tone, but she already had a general idea in her mind. Zhu Yitong then asked, what was that Atlantic aura you sensed at Chaoyang Manor? Qi Xian was silent for a moment before saying, it was a trace of the aura of the camellia tree. Zhu Yitong was somewhat surprised. The camellia tree? How is that possible? Both the camellia tree and the phoenix barrier outside Atlantis are rich in sacred energy, and they also strongly dislike the smell of gray. When faced with gray, they automatically release powerful energy to resist it. If Yin Chaoyang, the master of Chaoyang Manor, is truly gray, how could she place an object with the aura of the camellia tree near her? Qi Xian was also somewhat puzzled, but he had indeed sensed that familiar, extremely sacred aura in that secret chamber of Chaoyang Manor. Though extremely faint, he couldn't be mistaken. Zhu Yitong paused even longer. So you know Atlantis, and you also know the Tree of Bamboo. This city, never recorded in history books. Since the Empire's collapse and the Imperial City's self-destruction, records of the Empire have been forgotten in the long river of history. Even the surviving rare copies show no trace of this city's existence. She paused, adding, on the continent of Zeliosis. She was about to dig up old grievances. Zhu Yitong first heard the name of this city from Shanshan through Zhou Yu. She learned about it through her senior brother from the Lancer family. At that time, the Dragon King also mentioned it somewhat. After all, he was from that era. But before Atlantis sank into the sea, he had secluded himself for many years to break through his cultivation level and failed to prevent this tragedy. After emerging from seclusion, Zhu Yitong briefly met Wu Nianluo and learned from Lan Xing about the events surrounding Zhou Yu and Mo Xuanqi, discovering that her senior brother's true identity was connected to the mysterious North. The second time was after encountering the three aquatic sisters in the Zhengrong Empire, where she learned more. The third time was when she met Ti Fei at the Golden Spring outside Huilun Academy. According to Ti Fei, she had been in the Golden Spring for thousands of years, never leaving. But what did Qi Xian say when they met Ti Fei again in the River of Time? She is my brother's contracted magical beast. Qi Xian had mentioned many of his family members, but had never elaborated on them. Even her twin brother, Qi Xian, rarely mentioned him. To form a contract with Ti Fei, who hadn't set foot outside the Golden Spring for thousands of years. If it was that her brother had ventured into the Golden Spring himself to form a once-in-a-lifetime magical beast contract with a beast trapped there, it would seem like a case of penny-wise and pound-foolish. But what if they had known each other for a long time, already contractual partners? Zhu Yitong felt somewhat apprehensive. Everything she knew about this mysterious city came from others. She had never truly understood this overly mysterious, millennial-old paradise. You heard of Atlantis? Her speech quickened, tinged with a hint of aggressiveness. You know this city very well? But it sank into the sea 3,000 years ago, and it's said that outsiders can't approach it. The records of the Zhengrong Empire show you were born in the continental era, meaning either you have a close connection to Atlantis, allowing you free access, or you visited the city before it sank. You hidden too much from me, you have too many secrets, and even Xiahua, with whom you formed a pact, once lived. In Atlantis, there's also your brother who made a pact with Tiffy. Zhu Yitong's voice deepened. She pinched Qi Xian's chin, staring into his bright, yet now slightly watery, and extremely beautiful eyes. You lied to me. Ignoring his wounds, Qi Xian struggled to sit up, trying to explain. Zhu Yitong frowned slightly as she looked at his wounds, which had reopened and were bleeding again from his sudden movement. She reached out and pressed him back onto the bed, rebandaging him. She said calmly, I thought I didn't care too much about these things. I always told myself that everyone has secrets, and no one can truly confide everything to anyone but themselves. Therefore, I never questioned those vague things you mentioned in the past. But what's happened recently has truly made me realize that many things are beyond my expectations and control. There are too many people I want to protect, and I need to know the whole story before I have the right to do anything. Since we discussed this today, and you're so eager to express yourself, I give you that chance. About Atlantis, about Bei Nu Yuqi, about your brother, about you. Qi Xian grasped Zhu Yitong's hand desperately, his voice tinged with panic. I tell you everything. Zhu Yitong lowered her eyelids, her sore eyes finally able to rest. She thought she made the right bet, But she couldn't let herself be bewitched by that face. Zhu Tong cleared her throat. Should you speak, or should I ask? Qi Xian held Zhu Tong's hand tightly, refusing to let go. I tell you. I come from the north, the Bei Nu Yuqi continent. I was born in the year 40086 of the Atlantean era, the year after the High Priest of Atlantis announced the secret of magic to the world. I have a twin brother, his name is Wan Qige. Qi Xian paused, looking cautiously at Zhu Tong. He knew how much his brother had done, and he was powerless to stop him. But he also didn't know how much Zhu Tong knew, nor whether those things would affect their relationship. Wankage. Zhu Tong repeated the name slowly and deliberately, her face expressionless. She nodded and said, "And then you went to Atlantis to study magic?" Qi Xian, unable to discern Zhu Tong's thoughts, could only nod and continue. In the year 40092 of the Atlantean era, when we were 6 years old, my brother and I, as descendants of the northern Nuyueki royal family, went to Atlantis to study along with several other exceptionally talented peers. The wise men and elders of Atlantis consulted and selected teachers for us. My teacher was Ji Majuan, the foremost scholar of Atlantis, while my brother's teacher was Jin Yu, the high priest of Atlantis. Zhu Tong was taken aback, and Jin? Qi Xian was also somewhat surprised. You know? She remembers everything? Zhu Tong caught the key phrase, you mean everything? She just said that she recalled some fragmented memories from before. You two met before? We met once, 8 years ago. This contained many secrets of the Northern Spirit Pavilion, but he only remained silent for a moment before. He blurted it all out. After our studies in Atlantis ended, the continent of Zeliosis had already been unified by the Empire, and soon after, it began discharging pollutants. Later, apart from the Imperial City, there was almost no land in Beinuyuki suitable for human habitation. It was then that my brother established the Biling Pavilion, recruiting many exceptionally talented mages. My meeting with my little master was to help a mage in the pavilion overcome a cultivation hurdle. The next time I saw her was at the Golden Spring, but she didn't seem to remember that incident, so I didn't speak to her again. Zhu Tong suddenly understood. So those brothers and sisters you mentioned back then were from the Biling Pavilion? Qi Xian nodded. My brother always hoped to restore the northern continent to its former state. This was not only his wish, but also the wish of every person in the northern continent. So every 100 years, everyone infuses the northern continent with magic. My brother traveled everywhere, searching for many ancient texts, but unfortunately, all to little avail. Zhu Tong nodded thoughtfully. So, his attack on the 8 great families was for the key to the Imperial Treasure Pavilion, wasn't it? Did he succeed in the end? Qi Xian sighed with some distress. His Tong knew too much. He also knew that Zhu Tong's 2 close friends were descendants of the Yu and Zhou families. Their families were forced to relocate, and Wankage could be considered their #1 enemy. The grudges and grievances between them were probably difficult to resolve peacefully. He failed to collect all the keys. Later, he forced his way in, gaining some things, but not completely resolving the issue. Zhu Tong remained silent for a long while after hearing this, then carefully recalled the past. She remembered that in the Zhengrong Empire, Di Fuyan had mentioned that her enemy was a devourer. Later, she learned of Zhou Yu's devourer identity from Yu Wei and others who had returned to the western continent. Zhou Yu had also introduced them to his older sister Zhou Yoxin. Later still, she learned from Qiongqi about the traditional characteristics of devourers: 2 souls in 1 body, and a sibling. Zhou Yu Zhou and Zhou Yoxin were in this situation. But if we were to make a bold assumption, Qi Xian, Hanlong Wanqiga? Zhu Tong said in a deep voice. So, Hanlong, does he really exist? Qi Xian was startled, his voice slightly hoarse as he smiled bitterly. Yes, the person you saw in the cold land was him. At that time, he was fusing with the last magical attribute and could only remain in the ice. Although my consciousness coexisted with his, the one you spoke to that day was indeed him. He had cared about this for a long time. He looked earnestly at Zhu Tong, his voice choked with emotion. I just hope you won't just remember that one meeting, but look more closely at the real me. Zhu Tong looked into those tear-filled eyes, and could only silently scream in her heart, cheating. This is cheating. How could she look at that face, those eyes, and say anything cruel? Chapter 149. Zhu Tong pinched Qi Xian's cheek, then carefully examined the wrinkles around his eyes, and other areas prone to wrinkles. Looking at his exceptionally handsome face, she couldn't help but sigh. This face hasn't changed in over 4,000 years? Because his cheek was being pinched, Qi Xian's tone was a little strange, yet also somewhat endearing. In the second 100 years of the Imperial era, I encountered danger while on a mission to eradicate Ash energy, and my second soul unexpectedly awakened. After that, I fell into a long slumber, rarely waking up. It wasn't until the 300 years of the Imperial Era that I began to regain consciousness. During my 100 years of slumber, Han Lung and my elder brother, Wan Chiga, reached a secret agreement. My brother would help him acquire other magical attributes until he successfully gathered 13 magical attributes, at which point he could truly possess a body of his own. As the host of the Devourer, I can also use the magic possessed by the Devourer. Just like today, the Camellia Tree only wanted you to see the past, but because of the spiritual imprint I left on you, the spiritual magic and time magic within me resonated with it, which is why we entered this river of time. Zhu Weitong nodded in response. No wonder I sensed time magic as soon as I arrived. Suddenly, she thought of the girl with the same face as Zhou Yu who could already roam freely in the world, and asked, then how does one acquire magical attributes? Chi Xian was silent for a moment before saying, when a person dies and their essence perishes, everything about that person will be captured by the Devourer in that instant, and the Devourer will then obtain more complete and powerful magic. He looked at Zhu Weitong's slightly furrowed brows and added, but this is only the method recorded in ancient books, the actual operation is different, and the people my brothers killed were all vicious and wicked, not indiscriminate killing. Zhu Weitong nodded. You mean, some people who had their magic absorbed by the cold didn't die? Chi Xian was surprised by Zhu Weitong's quick reaction. After a long pause he nodded and said, I only heard about it later when I got home. There was only one exception. He paused, then continued, that person's name was Ji Liang, an extremely outstanding magician from the northern continent. Zhu Weitong said, according to what you said before, the northern continent is desperately short of talent. Why would they sacrifice such an excellent magician just to allow the Devourers to acquire magical attributes? As far as I know, although the Devourers prefer powerful magicians, they can cultivate once they possess a new magical attribute. A powerful magician is a bonus, but certainly not the only option. Chi Xian shook his head. There are too many issues involved in this matter. There are still some doubts I haven't been able to figure out. Although I rarely met Ji Liang, I can still sense the aura of Atlantis emanating from him. I suspect he's also made a secret agreement with my brother. Zhu Weitong murmured, Atlantis again. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, and she asked, how does his aura compare to the aura of the Camellia Tree that you sensed at Chaoyang Manor today? Chi Xian was also taken aback by her bold hypothesis. After thinking carefully, he shook his head. Too much time has passed. I can't be sure. Zhu Weitong continued, if he's not dead, where is he now? Where did you go later? I don't know either. Ji Liang seems to have only been close to my brother. He's a loner in Biling Pavilion, and very few people can speak to him. Later, I remained in a deep slumber for most of the time, until the birth of Di Fuyan 500 years later. By then, Han Lang had collected 6 magical attributes, and his progress in acquiring his own body was nearing completion. You said Han Lang only acquired his own body after that encounter, Zhu Weitong said after a moment of silence. You said Han Lang only acquired his own body after that encounter. And when he was with his sister before. She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. After the tournament, the 4 of them fell into a deep sleep, their bodies beginning to align with the western continent. Later, on the snowy mountain, she and Chi Xian confirmed their relationship. Chi Xian unexpectedly noticed Zhu Weitong's unusually rapid growth, and Zhu Weitong then revealed her complete background. Although Chi Xian already knew about the sisterly relationship between Zhu Weitong and Di Fuyan, the complex entanglements of over 100 years only became clear then. Fearing Zhu Weitong would misunderstand, Chi Xian hurriedly explained the situation. No! Although Han Lang didn't have a truly original body at that time, with his strength, condensing a physical form in 10 days or half a month wouldn't have been difficult, so he almost bit his tongue in his haste, his handsome face burning red. Seeing Chi Xian's flustered explanation, Zhu Weitong finally couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I understand. She lightly stroked Chi Xian's lips, her tone light and cheerful. I'm very satisfied that you managed to maintain your purity for thousands of years. Her words were direct and blunt, and Chi Xian blushed instantly, speechless for a long time. Looking at her lover's flushed face, Zhu Weitong suppressed her immediate urge for intimacy and continued, and then? Later. After encountering Di Fuyan in the cold, he stopped absorbing magic. Because each fusion with magic takes an extremely long time, and even if he successfully absorbs it, he becomes extremely weak, needing at least a month to recover. Since falling in love with Di Fuyan, he has stayed by Di Fuyan's side for a long time, naturally not wanting Di Fuyan to notice anything amiss. Therefore, during those times, he controlled his body while I was in a long period of recuperation, rarely interacting with outsiders. It wasn't until the continental calendar that he began absorbing other magical attributes again, and I began traveling the continent. The fusion of the last few magical powers was extremely difficult, and he needed my help. So in the 2700th year of the continental calendar, in those years, I went to the Zhongrong Empire to become the imperial advisor and settled down. Zhu Weitong frowned and said, "What kind of injury did you suffer? It took hundreds of years to recover? That gray energy was so powerful. Was it Miss Yin?" Miss Yin was the most powerful gray energy they had ever seen. Zhu Weitong subconsciously thought of her, but quickly dismissed her guess. No. Miss Yin first appeared in the continental calendar. She looked uncertainly at Qi Xian. The world only knew of Miss Yin's whereabouts from the battle 600 years into the continental calendar to today. But what if she had hidden tracks? With her ghostly movements, it wasn't impossible for her to attack a lone mage undetected and then absorb energy. Qi Xian shook his head. The injury has healed considerably by now. I think it shouldn't be missing. That gray energy, in its initial human form, was violent and cruel. No one survived its attacks. Although he severely injured me that day, I also killed him. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, our understanding of the gray qi is still only superficial. We don't know anything about the life and death of those gray qi that have taken human form. There have been examples in the past where gray qi that had been killed by the divine summoners reappeared in a different form. Zhu Weitong nodded, but her brows remained furrowed. After a long silence, she finally asked the question, one that might not have a definitive answer, a question that could become a thorn in her side and Qi Xian's heart, but one she needed to know. Her voice was low as she spoke. Then do you know whether my sister, Di Fuyan, was killed by Han Lung? She had heard different answers from many people, and she wanted to hear a more accurate answer from her lover, who was perhaps also a witness to what happened. Qi Xian knew this had finally come to pass. He looked at Zhu Weitong's expression and carefully considered his answer. Although Han Lung used my body to stay by Di Fuyan's side for over 700 years, I was rarely conscious. My understanding of this matter is limited to what I learned later from conversations with my brother. As for Han Lung, he paused for a moment, then continued, besides admitting that he killed Di Fuyan, he doesn't discuss anything else that happened during those 700 years. Upon hearing Qi Xian's words, Zhu Weitong did not erupt in anger as Qi Xian had expected. She remained calm. I heard other versions. Zhu Weitong didn't delve further into the matter. This answer was exactly what she had imagined. Qi Xian hadn't lied to her. Perhaps the truth requires me to search for it over the course of time. Qi Xian asked, if you discover that the murderer of Di Fuyan is indeed Han Lung, would you kill him to avenge your sister? For a moment, he didn't know what he should do if things really came to that. The recovery of the northern continent still requires Han Lung's power. Han Lung cannot die until Wan Chiga finds a way to heal the northern continent. In Wan Chiga's initial plan, the fall of Di Fuyan was not included. What he wanted was always only a way to save the northern continent. Although the pollution of the northern continent was caused by the empire, after Di Fuyan took over the empire, the pollution was significantly controlled. Everyone with discerning eyes knew Di Fuyan's attitude towards that project. However, the involvement of the north led to a series of counterattacks from neighboring countries and the empire's demise. This is an undeniable fact. Although Zhu Weitong's innate yang fire was excessive, hindering her growth, she had a loving and caring family. If it weren't for the schemes orchestrated by the north, perhaps Zhu Weitong could have grown up healthy and happy. If the conflict between Di Fuyan and Han Lung hadn't escalated to an uncontrollable point, perhaps the world would still belong to the Di family. Zhu Weitong remained silent for a long time before speaking. Since she woke up, she hasn't remembered the love between Han Lung and her, but she deeply remembers the hatred after their breakup. I think many things must have happened between them. But she still doesn't remember Han Lung. If she kills him without remembering anything, I'm afraid she regret it. After my sister recovers all her memories, I will respect her decision. Qi Xian sighed softly. Now, all they could do was take it one step at a time. Lying on the bed, Qi Xian carefully reached out a hand and grasped Zhu Weitong's fingertips, her eyes moist, looking pitiful. Are you still angry? Zhu Weitong lowered her eyes, somewhat boredly stroking Qi Xian's hand. Angry? I'm not angry. Qi Xian followed her evasive gaze. Indeed, my Weitong is always so calm and composed, as if she won't be disturbed by anything. Without waiting for Zhu Weitong's reply, he slowly sat up straight, feeling the magic flowing smoothly through his body, and smiled. I'm recovered. Let's go. Zhu Weitong carefully examined Qi Xian's face, confirming again, really? Huh? I heard that being injured by the gray aura can be quite serious, often requiring years of recovery. There's no way around it. I'm an old hand at this. I naturally know how to minimize the damage from the gray aura. Qi Xian, seeing Zhu Weitong's still uneasy gaze, smiled and shrugged. Really, I'm fine now. Zhu Weitong only felt relieved after confirming several times. All right, let's go. Before setting off, Qi Xian pulled Zhu Weitong back and used the same method as before to slightly modify their faces, making Zhu Weitong's appearance less similar to Di Fuyan. This time, the River of Time doesn't know which period it will take them to, so it's best to be cautious. The two had barely stepped out of the inn when they were drawn to the lively atmosphere on the street. Zhu Weitong stopped a passerby and asked, "Young man, what's going on? Why is it so lively all of a sudden?" "Oh dear, you don't know yet? The Empire is overjoyed. The Empire is overjoyed. His Majesty has been blessed with a son. The Empire now has 2 princesses. His Majesty has decreed tax reductions and a general amnesty. The whole world rejoices." Zhu Weitong, stunned, released her hand. Qi Xian thanked the passerby, and the two continued walking. After a long while, Zhu Weitong came to her senses. This time, she had returned to the day she was born. This feeling was too magical. She gazed blankly at the most magnificent palace in the capital, feeling a strange call coming from afar. Qi Xian immediately noticed the unusual behavior of the person beside him. He grasped Zhu Weitong's hand tightly and asked anxiously, "Weitong?" Zhu Weitong quickly snapped out of her reverie upon hearing the call. She let out a long breath. "I'm all right." She recalled the last time in the River of Time, when Ti Fei and Qi Xian used time magic and mental magic to time jump, allowing them to know so much in such a short time. However, due to Di Fuyan's missing memories, the presence of Leng Han was absent from those memories, and even the man named Xian rarely appeared. This time, when they entered the River of Time again, Di Fuyan's soul immediately lost contact with Zhu Weitong. She vaguely felt it was related to the River of Time. Perhaps under the more powerful force of the camellia tree, Di Fuyan's soul found some familiar comfort here, which was why she received no response no matter how she called out. Finding her sister was the most important thing now. Chapter 150. Thinking of this, Zhu Weitong turned to Qi Xian and asked, "Do you have a way to time jump within this River of Time?" Last time, they used Ti Fei's ability, time magic, to time jump in the Golden Spring. Now, without Ti Fei's help, but with the Devourer Qi Xian, according to her understanding, the Devourer's host can also use the magic possessed by the Devourer, just like the time magic she sensed when she first arrived. Qi Xian replied, "Although I'm not very skilled, I can try." Zhu Weitong asked again, "Can you pinpoint a specific time? I want to go back to the time when my sister and Han Leng first met." "As long as there's an accurate time, it should be possible." Zhu Weitong nodded, murmuring softly, "My sister met Han Leng when she was 16, that was the year 832 of the Imperial Era." Qi Xian grasped Zhu Weitong's hand and smiled at her. "In that case, let's set off." Zhu Weitong had a vague feeling that this trip wouldn't go smoothly. She was constantly anxious about Di Fuyan, with whom she had lost contact. Their clasped hands emitted a white light, and in a short while, they disappeared into the bustling streets. Everything within the flow of time began to slow down, become silent, and finally vanish into nothingness. The year 832 of the Imperial Era, the 16-year-old crown princess of the Empire began her 8th year of traveling the continent. She found everything outside far more interesting than the palace. It wasn't that her parents suppressed her nature, it was simply that the world outside the palace was indeed fascinating. However, she had very little time left, and needed to find a nearby auction house to replenish it. Countless scenes she wanted to record for the child to see. As dusk approached, Di Fuyan checked the auction house's recent schedule, and then found a nearby inn to stay in. The next day, Di Fuyan packed her bags and headed to the auction house. Just like the commonplace yet fascinating stories in picture books, chivalrous young men rescued a mistress who was being bullied, and it was at this moment that the discerning crown prince fell in love at first sight with a handsome man who had joined her. Powerful, handsome, and of impeccable character, coupled with the title of imperial consort, it was simply perfect. Zhu Weitong's ominous feeling about this leap in the River of Time immediately surfaced. They had indeed arrived at the time she desired, but who could tell her why they had become two speechless sparrows? Zhu Weitong fluttered her wings, casually brushing against Di Fuyan's shoulder. She gazed intently at the face opposite her, identical to her lover's, trying to discern something else in his eyes, perhaps calculation. But she miscalculated. It was indeed the passionate shyness in the eyes of someone in love. She dared not linger. Although Di Fuyan had not yet awakened his magic, Han Lang already possessed 6 magical attributes, his strength at least reaching the spirit venerable realm. Even if this was merely a river of time, according to Ti Fei, powerful mages would still leave traces in the past. Fearing trouble, she fluttered her wings and went to Chi Xian, who was also a sparrow. Fortunately, the spiritual imprint was still on her body, and the two could barely communicate in their minds. Zhu Yingtong, this time, the river of time seems a little different. Chi Xian asked, is something wrong? Zhu Yingtong shook her head. I lost contact with my sister after entering here from Atlantis, but just now. I seem to sense her presence. Although this is also a trace left by my sister in the past, I still feel that something is off. It was as if the person she just saw was her sister, the elder sister who had recognized her, and spent more than 10 years with her. Chi Xian pondered, this is also my first time officially using time magic. When mental magic resonates with time magic, it can create a visible path to the past. According to ancient texts, if one disrupts the predetermined path of events in the river of time, the person who travels back in time cannot return to their original world, and may even become lost within it, never to awaken again. However, the records my teacher kept mention a special case. In the Atlantean era, a magician from a small country wanted to find his lover's soul, so he burned all his own time magic to send himself back to the past. Zhu Weitong asked in surprise, and in the end? The magician's soul possessed different people, staying in that world for a long time, and finally successfully found his lover. Both of them eventually returned to their original world. In the records, everything she experienced seemed like a dreamlike journey, yet incredibly real. She spent several years as a participant before returning to the present world, but only a few months had passed in the present. She had prepared herself to lose all her magic, but unexpectedly, she gained a magical boost, even overcoming a long-standing obstacle. Such an opportunity is rare and hard to come by. Few others possess her courage to fearlessly immerse themselves in the river of time and seize their own chance amidst the chaos. Zhu Weitong nodded with admiration, a double blessing in both career and love. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked urgently, did you feel any discomfort? You're not like that magician. Although that magician ultimately achieved a miraculous encounter, the hardships and suffering he endured are difficult for outsiders to understand. With Chi Xian's current strength, there's no need to risk everything in such an uncontrollable situation. Moreover, such precedents are rare, and the consequences are unpredictable. They should be even more cautious. To be greedy for that elusive opportunity and inadvertently lose oneself in the river of time would be a greater loss than a greater gain. Chi Xian shook his head, no abnormal magical fluctuations. As the two chicks huddled together, conversing, they suddenly noticed a slight distortion in the scene before them. A burst of scorching energy appeared around them, followed by a girl's clear voice ringing in their ears. Cold, look! There are 2 wolf cubs here. The man's voice was deep and memorable. Those aren't wolves, they're foxes. Not wolves? I was hoping to raise them together when that night wolf egg hatched. If it weren't for me, they would have been eaten by that giant spider. I rescued them, so they be my little pets. But how can you tell they're foxes when they're so small? A red-tipped tail, bloodstains around the eyes. It's a typical wolf fox descendant inheriting the characteristics of a fire fox. Its forelimbs are half an inch longer than those of ordinary wolves, indicating at least 3 generations of fire fox blood. Fire fox? What's a fire fox? I only heard of red foxes. The man paused for a moment before slowly speaking, it's a red fox. I must have misremembered. Hearing Han Ling's words, Chi Xian's heart stirred slightly. It turned out Han Ling had already awakened. That spirit fox was once a unique magical beast of Atlantis. As Atlantis spread magic to the 2 continents, many magical beasts from Atlantis' affiliated islands also went to the western continent, choosing a more suitable living environment based on their own habits after comparison. At that time, Atlantis' teaching was rushed and superficial. Most humans only learned how to use magic, with very little exploration of the world's related magic. After the empire stabilized, many explorers traversed the remote and uninhabited parts of the western continent, and humanity gained a better understanding of the once extremely rare magical beasts. However, due to the long period of change, the records left by these explorers were difficult to preserve completely, leading to discrepancies between later accounts and reality. The fact that Cold instinctively mentioned a fire fox instead of a red fox proves that Cold already possessed consciousness back when he was studying in Atlantis. Yet he had never noticed Cold's existence. This man's thoughts were truly unfathomable. Red fox. If I keep them together, Will the night wolf eat them? I heard that night wolves eat everything. Cold chuckled. Are you sure that egg is a night wolf egg? Di Fuyan exclaimed. I did the night wolf clan elder such a huge favor back then. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Even though I was the one who found the night wolf eggs they had left behind first. You knocked over the candlestick that day, almost burning down their family ancestral hall. Does that count as helping? If the candlelight hadn't burned down the altar table, revealing the entrance to the cellar, and we hadn't accidentally captured the Cloud Phoenix cubs who had been hiding in night wolf territory borrowing spirits, they still wouldn't have been able to find the source of their magic depletion. Di Fuyan stroked the fur of the fire fox possessed by Zhu Yingtong, making a face, and said, Grandpa just confirmed again that this egg is indeed of their night wolf clan's bloodline, and this time he could sense his such talent. It hatched at least at the 7th rank. For years have passed since you found that egg, and it still hasn't hatched. Although we confirmed its identity, and brought the night wolf clan sacred gifts, the elders said they don't know when it will hatch successfully. Are you just going to arrange a childhood sweetheart relationship with it like this? Di Fuyan rubbed the young fox's cheek. It's all about nurturing from a young age, you know. Besides, they look similar and have similar habits, so they should have common topics, right? I just don't know when my little wolf cub will hatch. Don't make me wait too long otherwise. I drag you to guard the gate for the children. Chi Xian sensed the magical aura in the space and made up his mind. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly called out, Yingtong, you said you couldn't sense Di Fuyan's aura in your sea of consciousness. I think she was attracted by the energy of time reversal, and her soul went to the place she was most familiar with. The person in front of us is probably Di Fuyan. Chapter 151. The person before them was both the past and the future Di Fuyan. It was just unknown whether she possessed the memories of her future life. Di Fuyan, intently watching the two adorable fox cubs before them, had a strange expression. She poked the little fox's cheek. Hanling, do you think I didn't sleep well last night? I actually saw a warning expression on a fox's face. Chi Xian received no response from Zhu Yingtong. He nervously looked at the little fox in Di Fuyan's hands, only to see that the fox's wet eyes were completely captivated by Di Fuyan, staring intently at the girl before it, even subconsciously reaching out its front paws to get closer to her. Chi Xian also quickly tried to approach Zhu Yingtong, but found himself suddenly lifted into the air, now even further away from her. Chi Xian, I've been lifted by the back of my neck. Hanling held the little fox by the scruff of its neck, examining it closely. It looks like it was just born, not even a year old. Should we take it back? This isn't the red fox's usual habitat. I wonder how these two little guys got here. That expression, are they hungry? He gently pried open the red fox's mouth. It's got teeth now, it should be able to eat. Will it like this? Hanling took out a piece of raw meat from his storage container. It was a bait base he always prepared, not much, but enough to have on hand. He conjured magic at his fingertips, cut off a small piece, and offered it to the red fox's mouth. Chi Xian watched as the red fox's front paws rested on Hanling's hand for support, and then it began to devour the meat. He knew this had happened before. His mental power was enough to interfere with the red fox's actions, but it would undoubtedly be detected as abnormal. Coldness stayed by Di Fuyan's side, using only ice magic to avoid revealing her identity as a devourer. The scorching energy just now was fire-based. Di Fuyan must have awakened her yin-yang fire by now. The current time is at least 834 years into the Imperial Era. Zhu Yingtong's voice came. It's exactly 834 years into the Imperial Era. My sister just said she found the night wolf egg 4 years ago. That happened when she was 14. She recalled what Wei Shengyin had told her. Calculating the timeline, my sister can already use magic and isn't in the monster's lair, so it's almost the end of 834 now. She's going back to the capital. The major event that followed was that Wei Shengyin fell seriously ill, and the Tao I ate Wei Shengyin, completely merging them into one. Zhu Yingtong was still pondering when she heard Di Fuyan and Coldness's voices again. Take them back. They have a hard time surviving if left unattended. Hanling nodded. Mine's a little brother. What about yours? It's a little sister. I just don't know who's older, Di Fuyan laughed, speaking first. I saw mine first, so it's the older sister. Hanling chuckled. Okay. What should we call her? Di Fuyan thought for a second. How about Linger? Look how much she likes me. She tapped the red fox's nose with her fingertip, and the fox's front paws pounced on her palm. The two played happily. Hanling deliberately said sarcastically, Oh dear, your mother only likes your older sister. She won't even name you. Di Fuyan laughed and scolded, you're asking for it. Don't try to sow discord between us. Let me think. With such a round face, you be called Chiochio, ball. Chiochio. Chiochio let out a soft chirping, perhaps not quite satisfied with the name. Unfortunately, he encountered the rather unreasonable Di Fuyan. Chiochio, what a cute name. Han Ling covered his mouth and chuckled, alright, let's go. Zhu Yingtong, watching this heartwarming scene, couldn't understand how these two seemingly compatible individuals had reached such an irreversible point. During the Imperial era, the contracts between humans and magical beasts weren't fully established until the end of the Empire. Furthermore, the two red foxes were too young at this time, requiring Di Fuyan and Zhu Yingtong to hold them in their arms. Perhaps it was fate, but the red fox named Linger was very fond of Di Fuyan, clinging to her almost constantly. Zhu Yingtong was happy to have this, her eyes fixed on her slightly immature older sister, who was not yet 19. Sisters of the same age share at least 7/10 of a resemblance. It wasn't hard to imagine that her mother, whom she had never met, must also resemble her greatly. Her mother? What kind of person is she? December in the Empire hadn't yet seen its first snow, but it was cold enough. Linger always snuggled into Di Fuyan's arms. Chiochio, perhaps thick-skinned, was also somewhat lazy, usually preferring to rest on her cold shoulder, occasionally looking up at the surrounding scenery before drifting off to sleep again in the cold wind. A recent adventure had kept Di Fuyan occupied in the monster cave for half a year, causing her to miss her coming-of-age ceremony with her mother. After resolving the issue of the unusually abnormal night wolf egg, she decided to return to the capital before her 19th birthday. A month of continuous travel had left both of them somewhat exhausted, but the thought of soon seeing her mother's smiling face filled Di Fuyan with renewed energy. The cold seemed to hold a hint of anticipation for this gathering, yet it also made Zhu Yingtong and Di Fuyan somewhat uneasy. Zhu Yingtong thought of someone. Could anyone be more uncomfortable? Di Fuyan didn't want to make a big fuss, so only one person greeted them outside the side hall that day. That person stood tall and elegant like the most upright bamboo, with a handsome face and a smile playing on his lips. His eyes shone with a bright and fervent expectation, but what was most striking was his long, lustrous, and exceptionally beautiful silver-white hair, like the brightest galaxy in the night, dazzling and captivating. Di Fuyan exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Xian." Xian had been waiting there since Di Fuyan entered the capital. The moment Di Fuyan came into his sight, his eyes were glued to his beloved woman. He naturally didn't miss the handsome man who had been following Di Fuyan. The Empire had entered an era of rapid development. Although it hadn't yet developed the highly sophisticated equipment of later generations, its communication capabilities were not lagging behind. They had even invented devices like the time machine, capable of recording images. Therefore, even though Di Fuyan had been away from home for 10 years, Xian was able to recognize her immediately. As a high-ranking official of the Empire, and Di Fuyan's childhood sweetheart, Xian was Di Fuyan's primary contact for reporting her safety home. He was naturally aware of Han Ling's presence. He thought he was prepared, but when he saw their hands clasped tightly together, his chest tightened, and his breathing became rapid. Realizing this, he quickly composed himself to avoid disturbing Di Fuyan's enjoyment. Di Fuyan had been traveling for 10 years, unaware of his growing feelings. He had considered telling her after Di Fuyan's return, but he never expected that someone else would be by her side. Xian's life revolved solely around the Empire and Di Fuyan. In his spare time, he eagerly awaited letters and messages from Di Fuyan returning home. Love had quietly blossomed within him. He could no longer simply see this woman as the younger sister he had followed since childhood. He had wanted to stand by her side, but ultimately, he was too late. Xian concealed the bitterness in his heart and greeted his princess with a flawless smile. Yenner. At this moment, Di Fuyan still only saw Xian as her childhood sweetheart and brother, never imagining that their feelings would transcend that of lovers. Therefore, she disregarded the boundaries between men and women, embracing him affectionately. "I'm back. How's mother? How's father? Is brother Xian alright too?" After the initial intimacy, a restrained politeness followed. Xian took a half step back, placing his palm on Di Fuyan's shoulder, his face still beaming. "Everything's fine. And you? After receiving your letter last month saying you were returning, I haven't heard from you again. Was your journey smooth?" Di Fuyan recalled that letter and chuckled. Smooth. She had been troubled by the contents of that letter for days, mainly because it concerned her relationship with Lung Han. Her child had left home at 8, completely shaking off the royal guards in just 6 months, traveling alone for 11 years before returning home for the first time, then silently bringing a man back. Although she had mentioned Ling Han in her letters home after their first encounter, judging from the replies, her parents only considered him a friend she had made abroad, not taking those youthful feelings seriously. Di Fuyan had also been troubled by this for some time. Although Di Fuyan knew from the first moment she saw Han Ling that she would spend her life with him, judging from her parents' past attitudes, she perhaps needed to seriously discuss this matter with them, express her stance, and obtain the blessings of her parents and relatives. It was something she absolutely had to do. The matter was solemn and complex, not something that could be explained in a few words. She planned to tell them her thoughts in person and earnestly when she returned this time. Xian quietly looked at Di Fuyan, then slightly turned his head to Han Ling behind her and said, "This must be the Lord Han Ling that Yenner mentioned in her letter. It's a pleasure to meet you." Han Ling had sensed an incompatibility between the two from the first moment she saw Xian, and after returning the greeting out of politeness, she remained silent. Sensing the undercurrent between them, Di Fuyan tugged at Xian's sleeve. "Brother Xian, what's wrong?" Xian turned to look at Di Fuyan, his voice soft. "Nothing. His Majesty should have finished his morning court by now. We can have lunch with him then." Di Fuyan felt a little strange and tilted her head, asking, "Where's mother?" After a noticeable pause, Xian finally spoke. "Aunt Xian, something happened there. She said she won't be coming out for the next few days." Di Fuyan immediately tensed up. "Then I go see mother first. Brother Xian, please tell father I go to him later." With that, she pulled Han Ling towards the palace, leaving Xian standing alone in the snow. A soft sigh lingered in the air, and then no one remained. Earlier, Di Fuyan stepped forward to greet Xian and placed the two cubs in Han Ling's arms. Before heading to the palace, she had intended to ask Xian to look after them, but when she turned around, she saw the two bright red little foxes clinging to Han Ling's chest and refusing to let go. Looking at Han Ling's almost expressionless and stern face, she almost burst out laughing if the timing hadn't been inappropriate. Di Fuyan quickly composed herself and pulled Han Ling away. Zhu Weitong recalled the handsome man's words. "Aunt Xian. Wei Sheng Xian? That must be her mother's name. Yan heir." Han Ling repeated the words slowly and deliberately. "Brother Xian." He raised an eyebrow, waiting for Di Fuyan to speak. Di Fuyan smiled dreamily. "Brother Xian watched me grow up. It's normal for him to call me by my nickname. Are you jealous?" Han Ling silently straightened her back, leaning slightly forward to get closer to Di Fuyan, her blue hair brushing against her cheek, her thin lips parting slightly. "Is it not allowed?" The glistening blue hair was exceptionally soft, though it only brushed against her cheek. It seemed to brush against her heart as well. Di Fuyan cleared his throat. "I never seen you like this before. Can I take a few more glances?" Han Ling lowered her raven feather-like eyelashes. "Of course, whatever you say." Di Fuyan laughed so hard he could barely stand. "Weren't you always so outgoing? That time we met in Almacy, the team that fought the sea monster with us, I was the only girl. I lived at 8 with you for almost half a year. Why didn't you look like this then?" Han Ling recalled that experience, and then the dozen or so tall, muscular men who stood before her like a mountain. She closed her eyes heavily, then opened them again, looking at Di Fuyan's brightly smiling face. He touched her cheek, his voice deep and tender. "Because they can't compare to me." Di Fuyan almost succumbed to his charm again at the man's handsome face. Just as their lips were about to touch, a series of rapid chirp sounds suddenly rang out between them. The two women snapped out of their daze, and simultaneously looked at the two shrieking foxes nestled in Han Ling's arms. These red foxes had grown incredibly fast. In just over a month, they were already half an arm's length long. They didn't feel heavy in their arms, but once they got closer, they realized these furry creatures took up quite a bit of space. The two little ones, still whimpering from being squeezed, were now glaring at the two with their wide eyes, seemingly accusing them. Di Fuyan chuckled at Han Ling's slightly disgruntled expression. She bent down and touched Linger's nose, then pulled Han Ling towards the palace. The deeper they went into the palace, the faster Zhu Yingtong's heart pounded. She would soon, very soon, see her mother. Di Fuyan led Han Ling deeper into the palace walls for an unknown amount of time. This path differed slightly from the rest of the palace. Countless exotic pear blossoms lined the roadside, filling the entire street with a faint, comforting fragrance. Finally, as they stepped out of this fragrant land, they saw the magnificent palace, resembling a celestial palace. Even Chi Xian, who had traveled across the two northwestern continents and witnessed the wonders of Atlantis, was utterly astonished by the beauty before him. The celestial terraces, the cloud-covered steps, and the moonlit grounds inspired countless imaginings of what kind of celestial beings resided within these jade palaces. Chapter 152. To Di Fuyan's surprise, Upon arriving at the palace, she found no one serving her. Only after entering the palace did a simply dressed female official approach to greet her. Di Fuyan asked curiously Shanggong-sun, "Why is no one here in or around the palace today?" Shanggong-sun was practically family to Wei Xingxin. After Wei Xingxin and Di Tianqing's marriage, she accompanied Wei Xingxin to the imperial palace, managing all affairs within the palace. Most of the palace servants in Fuxing Palace were orphans Wei Xingxin had taken in. She preferred quiet, and aside from a few cleaning servants, there were no other attendants. Even so, Fuxing Palace shouldn't be so empty today. Shanggong-sun respectfully replied, "Her Majesty has been treating His Highness Wei Xing's injuries recently, so she allowed them to rest for a few more days." Their quarters were located at the back of Fuxing Palace. They were probably all out sightseeing in the imperial city at this moment. Although Di Fuyan had never met Prince Wei Sheng, she remembered her mother mentioning several times in her letters that a cousin, who had been missing for many years, had been found. Perhaps to avoid mentioning the bad news, Wei Xian never spoke of this cousin's illness, except for Di Tian, who had let it slip in one letter. Later, Di Fuyan also inquired with Di Tian, who only said that the illness was difficult to treat, and that the person's condition had only improved somewhat with Wei Xian's help. However, this continued day after day, and Wei Xian's spirits were indeed quite low. Di Fuyan inquired about the person's symptoms, and also sought out someone who could treat the illness along the way. If it could alleviate her mother's worries, what did it matter if it took more effort? However, she had never met Prince Wei Sheng, and could not accurately diagnose the specific illness. She also didn't know if the prepared medicine would be useful. "Mother hasn't left her room these past few days. It must be that my cousin's condition has worsened again." Di Fuyan asked, "Does mother have any free time to see me now?" Her Majesty instructed earlier that if Her Highness the Princess arrives, she should be invited into the inner palace. After saying this, Lady Sun glanced at Han Lung. "This young master, please come with me to the side hall to rest for a while." Di Fuyan was somewhat confused. "Huh? All right, then I go in alone." She squeezed Han Lung's hand. "Wait for me to come out." Han Lung nodded in agreement, and was about to turn back when Lady Sun swiftly grabbed Di Fuyan and carried her. Linger, still dazed, was tossed into his arms. "Your Majesty prefers quiet. This noisy little thing should wait outside." Having experienced the thrill of flying, Zhu Yitong couldn't help but think to herself, "It wasn't me who made the noise. This little one had been screaming the whole way since seeing the beautiful pavilion. How can you blame her?" Although Sun Shanggong's words weren't exactly polite, she knew her limits. Linga landed steadily beside Qiuqiu after taking flight. She was a little confused, but with one sharp paw gripping Qiuqiu and the other clutching her cold sleeve, she was relatively safe. Di Fuyan glanced again at Linger, who was soaring through the air with stars in her eyes, before entering the inner palace. Following Han Lung and Lady Sun into the side hall, Zhu Yingtong asked Qi Xian with a hint of anxiety, "What do we do now? Can't we see anything anymore? Should we switch?" Qi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pursed his lips, saying, "Wait a little longer. I sense something strange about Han Lung's aura. Perhaps I can use magic to see what's happening over there." Lady Sun led Han Lung to the side hall, and then left, leaving Han Lung alone. With no one else around, Han Lung's breathing, which he had been struggling to maintain, began to become erratic. He quickly placed the two fire foxes aside, and began to regulate the turbulent magic within his body. He raised his hand, gathering magic power to surround his entire body, preventing the rampant magic from leaking out. During their earlier interaction, Han Lung had also realized that the Lady Sun did not possess any magic. She was merely a strong, ordinary human with some martial arts skills, so he hadn't paid much attention to her presence. Zhu Yintong asked curiously, "What happened to him?" "If I'm not mistaken, this is the backlash of necromancy, a consequence of his sixth absorption of magic. He was a violent mage who took pleasure in torturing others. After slaughtering an entire village, he was hunted down by his two brothers, who finally joined forces to kill him. That necromancer was incredibly powerful. Even after being devoured by the devourer, his influence on Leng Han lasted almost until Leng Han's power reached the divine descent level. He must have been deeply troubled by it by then." Qi Xian pondered. His relationship with Di Fuyan gradually deteriorated. Could it be related to his identity as a devourer? Zhu Yingtong gave a vague reply, thinking of the sleeping Zhou Yu and the missing Zhou. She wondered when Zhou Yu would awaken, and whether Zhou's journey had been smooth. Time was of the essence, and she couldn't wait to see that person. She called out, "You said you can see what's happening over there. How do you do it?" Qi Xian grasped Zhu Yingtong's hand, blinked, and smiled. "Naturally, it's mental magic." Zhu Yingtong's eyes practically lit up with stars. "Ah, The little fox is so cute. After being mesmerized for 2 seconds, Zhu Tong snapped back to reality, quickly tapped the fox's head twice, and clasped her 2 red paws together. A calm and gentle mental magic spread out, and suddenly Di Fuyan's figure appeared before them. The image was quite large, they could almost see her entire back, and naturally, they wouldn't miss the woman in front of her. Zhu Tong's gaze was immediately drawn to the woman. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old. Her simple attire did not diminish her beauty. The hem of her white skirt flowed to her ankles like a blooming flower. Her long, black hair was simply tied up in a bun with a silver hairpin, a few strands occasionally slipping down her cheeks to reveal the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Di Fuyan was slightly startled. She rushed to Wei Xingxin's side, exclaiming, "Mother?" Human mages had already progressed to the point of preserving their youth, let alone one of the Empire's strongest. How could Wei Xingxin, who had long since broken through to the divine descent realm, appear so tired? Wei Xingxin stopped channeling energy when she saw Di Fuyan enter. Only then did Di Fuyan notice that the hand Wei Xingxin was holding was like withered wood, resembling that of an old woman on the verge of death. "You're back." Wei Xingxin lowered the bed curtains, placed the severed arm back on the bedside, and stroked her cheek. After a surge of energy, the fine lines around her eyes disappeared. In the side hall, Zhu Tong's fox ears twitched uneasily. She frowned at the scene before her. Why did she feel a sense of familiarity with the energy emanating from the main hall? As if she had seen it somewhere before. Before she could recall, her attention was drawn back to the commotion. Wei Xingxin seemed to relax for a moment. She turned her head and leaned against Di Fuyan's chest. "It's good that you're back." She stopped Di Fuyan from speaking. "Don't apologize. Apologize all the time. I don't like hearing it. Children should be out there exploring. What's the point of staying in this small world all day?" Di Fuyan sighed softly and joked, "Thank you for your understanding, mother." Wei Xingxin seemed to become a child in front of her daughter. "It's a pity you don't come home to see us often. This is the first time you come back in so long." Di Fuyan, who hadn't felt her mother's warm embrace in a long time, also began to whine. "We magicians have such long lifespans. There are still many days ahead." Something Di Fuyan said touched a chord in Wei Xingxin's heart, and her entire demeanor sombered. "Yes, we have a long time. I wonder when my little Tong will be able to grow up normally like other children." Hearing this, Di Fuyan felt a pang of sadness. Her sister. She hadn't even heard her sister call her sister before being sealed in ice. Thinking of this, she quickly took out the medicinal herbs she had been keeping an eye out for, herbs that might be able to solve Di Lintong's heart meridian problem, from her storage container. Wei Xingxin couldn't bear to disappoint her, so he reluctantly picked out a few extremely cold items, then put them back in her hands after a moment's thought. "I'll be going out for a while, maybe 2 or 3 years. During this time, I need your help to assist your father in helping the child absorb these things. I start teaching you how to inject these things into the child's body tomorrow." Di Fuyan nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze to the woman behind the curtain. With her eyesight, she could clearly see that the woman, who was barely breathing, had a pale face. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mother?" "Her illness." Di Fuyan paused for a moment, then continued, "Father mentioned something in his reply. On my way back, I specifically visited Brother Xiao. He said that he needed to see the patient in person to confirm her condition and perhaps offer an effective solution. I discussed the timing with him. Brother Xiao should arrive in the capital by the end of the month at the latest. Why not let him see this aunt's condition? Since she's her mother's cousin, it's only right that she address her as aunt." Seeing Di Fuyan mention the woman in the bed, Wei Xingxin sighed softly. "Xiaoyin's illness isn't something an ordinary person can cure. Without my energy to sustain her life, she might leave at any moment. But, she's the only member of my clan I found after searching for so long. I can't abandon her, I can't." She began to sob softly at the end, and an energy more powerful than ordinary magic emanated outwards. Di Fuyan was startled and quickly grasped Wei Xingxin's hand, calling her name. A warm energy washed over her, and Wei Xingxin came to her senses. She wiped away her tears. "I was just too emotional." Meanwhile, Zhu Tong fell into deep thought. Her mother's clan? From beginning to end, the historical records never mentioned the Wei Sheng family. Where did her mother come from? Besides Wei Shengyin, were there any other family members she was searching for? Before she could dredge up anything useful from her memories, a peculiar yet familiar aura came from not far away. She turned sharply to look in the mirror, where the surface seemed shrouded in a hazy black mist, from which came a somewhat familiar voice. I can save her." Chapter 153. Whether it was the two people outside the mirror or Di Fuyan and Wei Xingxin inside the main hall, They all stared intently at the ball of black mist, watching it gradually solidify into a human shape. Its gender and features were indistinguishable, like an unfinished wooden puppet. Di Fuyan was stunned for a long time before speaking. Tao Wu. That demonic beast with a human face, tiger feet, and pig's teeth from the ancient texts, arrogant and untamed, was the first demonic beast in the demon cave to approach and willingly submit to Di Fuyan. Tao Wu bowed to Di Fuyan, then turned to Wei Xingxin, seemingly knowing that this person was the decision-maker in this matter. Wei Xingxin's voice trembled slightly. She asked softly, with disbelief, "You say you can save her? How will you save her?" The Taotai reached out its hand through the gray curtain and placed it on Wei Xingxin's arm. It spoke, and the moment the voice appeared, Wei Xingxin's expression changed drastically. She recognized it. It was Wei Xingxin's own voice. "My ability, immortality. I will share her past memories, possess the same temperament. After merging, she will be me, and I will be her." Wei Xingxin exclaimed in surprise. "But why are you doing this? What benefit will it bring you?" And she paused noticeably, her mind racing. She had just heard Di Fuyan call this creature's name Tao Tai. She knew it was an ancient magical beast. Although she had never encountered it, she was still worried about whether the ability belonging to their Wei Sheng family could successfully merge with the Tao Tai. Wei Xingxin's voice was somewhat childish, but her tone was very firm. "Because I also want a new life." Wei Xingxin's heart skipped a beat, and she was speechless for a moment. After a while, she asked, "How confident are you?" "At least 70%. Di Fuyan, standing to the side, felt it inappropriate to interrupt, and simply rolled her round eyes back and forth between the people in front of her. After a long while, Wei Xingxin's slightly trembling voice finally rang out in the room. "Okay." In that instant, Di Fuyan seemed to feel that she could sense Taotia's intense emotions. So excited, so joyful. The black shadow transformed into a beam of light that pierced through the curtains, and the entire hall was instantly illuminated. Wei Xingxin was somewhat lost in thought, sensing the complex, vast, and familiar energy aura within the space, until the halo gradually dissipated, and she snapped out of her reverie. Wei Xingxin stared blankly at the curtains fluttering in the morning breeze. She raised her hand to lift the curtain, but stopped herself. Fear gripped her heart. The success Tao Tai spoke of wasn't absolute. She was terrified of the remaining 30% chance. What would happen if she failed? What would she do? Would she still be able to find her way home? While Wei Xingxin was still in a daze, a pair of slender hands reached out from behind the curtains and grasped her trembling hand. A beautiful face appeared, smiling gently, her voice soft, "Sister." Seeing the face before her, so similar to her own, Wei Xingxin burst into tears. She covered her mouth, her voice trembling uncontrollably, shouting. This person was not only her sister, but also her hope for returning home. Di Fuyan, seeing this, knew the two sisters had much to say, and tactfully left quietly. As Di Fuyan emerged from the main hall, she let out a long breath. The somewhat oppressive scene from earlier brought back countless images of Di Lintong's small figure in her mind. She hadn't seen her sister for nearly 10 years since this trip, and she wondered how she was doing. Qi Xian, in the side hall, withdrew his magic upon seeing Di Fuyan emerge. The two then turned to look at Han Ling, who had almost recovered, and quietly huddled in the corner of the table like quails, waiting for the story to unfold. Just before Di Fuyan pushed open the door, Han Ling completely concealed his aura. When the door opened, he was grooming the two little foxes. Perhaps because Di Fuyan was preoccupied with his younger sister, he seemed oblivious to the magical fluctuations in the room. Linger, sitting on the table, rushed towards Di Fuyan as soon as she saw her enter, leaping and bounding around her several times before settling down. Her somewhat suppressed mood eased at that moment. Han Ling looked up at Di Fuyan, his clear, blue crystal eyes glistening with a watery light. He opened his mouth several times before finally speaking. "Auntie, does she not like me?" Di Fuyan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "How could that be? Mother just has some personal matters to attend to. She's usually very gentle with everyone. I bring you to see her when she has some free time." Han Ling nodded, pursing his lips, seemingly a little flustered. Di Fuyan loved seeing him like this. To outsiders, Han Ling was arrogant and aloof, radiating an aura that kept strangers at bay. Only in front of her did he show this vulnerable side, which she adored. Di Fuyan leaned closer and gently touched his cheek, softly saying, "Let me take you to see my father now." Han Ling agreed, and the two of them, carrying the two little foxes, bid farewell to Lady Sunday. Di Fuyan gave Lady Sun some instructions before leaving. The meeting between the two and Di Tian went smoothly, but they weren't alone at dinner. Di Fuyan's childhood sweetheart, Xian, was also present. Di Fuyan paid little attention to the subtle power struggle between the two men beside him, focusing instead on telling his father about the strange and wonderful things he had experienced on the journey, the friends he had made, and his exaggerated and quirky stories, which amused his father so much that he couldn't stop laughing. The meal was supposed to be the most filling for Hanlung. If it weren't for the minimal, simple responses he needed to give, he wouldn't have even bothered to lift his head. After all, sitting opposite him was his love rival, someone whose strength and appearance were no less than his own, and who even had the added advantage of childhood friendship. Naturally, Hanlung didn't give Xian a friendly look. While being fed by a servant, Zhu Yingtong, whose mind was constantly on Di Fuyan, asked curiously, "Sister's personality seems different from when she met me later." Then she realized, after all, thousands of years have passed. How could people not change? This time, the time jump wasn't triggered by her own will, nor did Zhu Yingtong allow Qi Xian to jump. If she could, she wanted to watch her sister's life unfold. If she hadn't fallen ill, then she should have been the one growing up alongside Di Fuyan. She watched Di Fuyan's first half of life. After spending half a year in the capital, Di Fuyan set off again. Everything was as Di Fuyan had said before. 2 months later, Wei Xingxin disappeared. With Qi Xian's help, they also kept track of Wei Xingxin's whereabouts, but they only saw Wei Xingxin heading to the sacred mountain, Homer Snow Mountain, for Di Lintong's sake. Lacking a medium, Qi Xian's abilities were unable to explore what happened on the snow mountain at that time. After Wei Xingxin's disappearance, Di Tian was greatly affected. Under Hao Rushi's careful manipulation, Di Tian gradually became unwell, and power quickly shifted to Regent Hao Rushi. The empire entered a period of even faster development. At the same time, the northern continent was powerless to resist the transfer of pollutants from the western continent, and was forced to accept those extremely foul-smelling, corrosive waste products. Upon witnessing this scene again, Qi Xian was consumed by rage. Zhu Yingtong, unable to offer words of comfort, could only hold his hand tightly, sharing his anguish. Zhu Yingtong asked, "I remember the Northern Spirit Pavilion was founded in the 300th year of the Imperial Era. Did the Northern Continent lack the ability to resist at that time?" Qi Xian explained, "The Northern Spirit Pavilion was originally called the Northern Niyueki Imperial City Spirit Power Pavilion. My brother used the former Spirit Power Pavilion in the Imperial City as its center, opening the entire city and surrounding it with magic to protect it from the gray mist, solely to shelter the homeless people. Later, discovering that Hao Rushi showed no sign of restraint and instead intensified his actions, my brother decided to recruit capable individuals to first resolve the local gray mist. Unfortunately, even today, the gray mist on the northern continent has not been completely resolved." "I see." The two once again followed in Di Fuyan's footsteps, traversing the western continent. Over the course of 9 years, Di Fuyan and Zhu Yingtong traveled to almost every part of the western continent, their relationship steadily developing. During that time, Zhu Yingtong also met some acquaintances, such as Xiao Xian, Zhou Lingwei, and Yu Qiuyan. They had fought side by side for a long time, just like she had with Yu Ji and Jin and Shouyu. She even met someone unexpected among them, Xiao Ruo. Zhu Yingtong exclaimed in surprise, "You said that person is called Xiao Ruo? He's Xiao Xian's cousin? But why did he go to the northern continent?" Qi Xian pondered. The Xiao family has a long tradition of medicine, a family of physicians. Xiao Ruo is fond of traveling the continent, seeking medical treatment wherever he can. When he reached the border of western continent, he met his brother by chance. Xiao Ruo learned about the situation on the northern continent, and has since frequently traveled there to provide medical care. Zhu Yingtong suddenly remembered something. It's now the 839th year of the Imperial Era, and Sister Dragon Girl is already 14 years old. In a little over 30 years, Yu Qinfang and the Dragon King will also be born. The people she knew appeared one after another in this dreamlike river of history. She became even more curious. Will we see Anjin? What would Anjin be like then? Qi Xian thought for a moment. As far as I know, after that person named and passed away, Little Master left Atlantis. She should have stayed briefly on the continent of Ziliusis, and then, taking the 2 keys of Atlantis, the medium through which she obtained power, she went to another world, the world you live in. Zhu Yingtong was very surprised, but at that time, the time flow between there and the continent of Ziliusis was 10 times faster. By the time we met, tens of thousands of years had passed in that world. With her outstanding appearance, staying in one place for too long would cause her a lot of trouble. Perhaps only Little Master herself knows everything she has experienced. After Qi Xian left Atlantis, this body had been controlled by coldness for a long time, so he didn't know Jin Yu's whereabouts. He recalled things related to Jin Yu and records in ancient books, saying, the original forms of the two keys were the Yuan Bai Yin Yu Bao and the Feng He Qi Yang Bao. My little master accidentally lost the original forms of the two divine bows on her journey. The Yuan Bai Yin Yu Bao changed hands several times before going to another world, where she eventually obtained it. The Feng He Yin Yu Bao was subdued by the dragon girl, but the Feng He Qi Yang Bao lacked a soul, which led to the dragon girl's later loss of control over her dark magic. When the Phoenix Black Qi Yang Bao was forged, the spirit of a black falcon was used. However, unexpectedly, even 100 years after its death, the falcon's spirit remained, causing a backlash during the forging process. Therefore, Qi Yu of the Spirit Clan was tasked with guarding it. But later, Qi Yu's soul left the Phoenix Black Qi Yang Bao, and the falcon's evil spirit attacked the dragon girl, causing her dark magic to spiral out of control. He paused, then continued, dark magic is extremely rare, the rarest of all elemental magics, because it is more difficult to control than other elemental magics. A single misstep can lead to being corrupted by dark magic and losing one's true nature. Therefore, the dragon girl, whose magic had spiraled out of control, was sealed in the Dragon Palace by the former Dragon King and Xiao Rua. Zhu Weitong looked up at Qi Xian at this point. Qi Xian interjected, after the dragon girl left, Xiao Rua settled permanently outside the Northern Spirit Pavilion, treating the people there. This happened over 1,300 years ago, he smiled. Why don't we continue with the story we can see now? Zhu Weitong nodded, rolling around in Di Fuyan's arms. Linger had grown a bit, but the red fox was still only a little over 10 pounds at its largest, so Di Fuyan only occasionally carried her in his arms when traveling. The story that followed was just as recorded in the history books. 9 years later, Di Fuyan returned to the empire and immediately killed his enemies, reclaiming what was rightfully his. Under the influence of drugs, Di Tian's body was on the verge of collapse. He only lived until the day after Di Fuyan's ascension to the throne before passing away. That day, Di Fuyan officially became the emperor of the empire. She had lost her father, and still hadn't received any news of her mother. The only thing that comforted her was the still-burning soul lamp belonging to her mother. The empire had just changed rulers, and there were many things to hand over. If it weren't for Wei Shengyin and Xian's help, she probably wouldn't have had a moment's rest. However, an even more troubling problem was the frequent plagues in the villages, causing countless deaths, injuries, and displacement. Initially, in the empire's northern border, Emperor Fuyan decisively sent Xiao Xian with a group to investigate. After several days of investigation, they concluded that it was the plague that had appeared 500 years ago in the imperial era. Under Xiao Xian's superb medical skills, the spread of the plague was brought under control, and the death toll gradually decreased. However, Xiao Xian dared not let his guard down, fearing the plague might return. After staying in the northern border for several months, and confirming that the situation had been properly resolved, Xiao Xian led his team back. The Xiao family had also lost many talented individuals on this trip. Emperor Fuyan, still haunted by the plague, sent cartloads of rare treasures and priceless medicines to the Xiao family as compensation. Afterwards, no more plagues appeared within the empire, but something began to spread that tormented people's minds and eroded their bones. Later generations called it Great Qi. In a certain month of the year 875 in the imperial era, Emperor Fu Yin received 2 invitations in succession, one from the Yu family, and the other from the Shallow Sea Dragon Palace, both announcing the birth of their sons. Yu Qifeng, the Dragon King. The two were born only 1 day apart. Due to racial differences, the Dragon King grew slower. Yu Qifeng had already grown into a graceful young woman, while the Dragon King remained a small, round figure, only gradually developing into a boy as he neared adulthood. In the year 962 in the imperial era, an old friend familiar to Zhu Yingtang arrived in the north, the renowned daughter of thunder and fire, Luo Lai. When Luo Lai was born, a thunderstorm raged, and the dark lightning lingered for days. A lifeless grove of trees outside the Biling Pavilion burned for 3 days, and 3 nights in a raging fire. The baby's breathing was extremely weak. Xiao Ruo predicted she wouldn't live past 20, but Wan Qiga never gave up on the child. In the days that followed, Di Fuyan and Lang Han traveled tirelessly to resolve the ash energy issue. They fought side by side countless times, escaping death countless times. They should have been the best partners, the perfect lovers, but unfortunately, Lang Han always refused to become the emperor's consort, to be Emperor Di Fuyan's husband, and to have a legally legitimate relationship with her. Di Fuyan had been troubled for a long time. If Han Ling's first rejection of her was because she was only 19, she was now over 200 years old. What did that mean? Upon learning the truth, Zhu Yingtong and Qi Xian couldn't help but shake their heads. What a tragedy. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but complain, ungrateful. There's a waiting for husband stone in the palace. He still lacks a sense of crisis. What surprised them both was that after meeting Di Fuyan, Han Lang didn't give up absorbing other magical attributes. However, he didn't want to be away from Di Fuyan for long, so he chose a different path in absorbing magical attributes. Chapter 154. As their mental magic was guided by Di Fuyan, the timeline jumped almost continuously. Everything they saw was guided by Di Fuyan, and most of the events they experienced were related to cold. Zhu Yingtong and her companion often observed through the eyes of the two red foxes, while further afield, such as the departed cold, was explored by Qi Xian through the concealed use of his mental magic. Guided by Qi Xian's mental magic, Zhu Yingtong and her companion could also subtly sense the inner thoughts of the people here, thus learning many things that had not yet surfaced. Everything was as Qi Xian had predicted. Di Fuyan in this river of time resonated with the soul of the Empress, who had once resided within Zhu Yingtong's body. The Di Fuyan before them was not only the Empress, who had passed away in the river of time, but also possessed a soul from 3,000 years in the future. However, it seemed that she had not yet remembered her reunited sister, and the current Di Fuyan was merely repeating past events. Zhu Yingtong was surprised. This was different from the time-traveling experiences they had encountered before. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that everything happening before her eyes felt more real. To find out if her sister had memories of 3,000 years in the future, Zhu Yingtong would occasionally use the body of a red fox to attract Di Fuyan's attention. At first, Di Fuyan still teased Linger as he had when they first met, but later, under the heavy pressure, only Linger could stay by her side at all times, listening to the Emperor's innermost thoughts. Her weary expression made it impossible for Zhu Yingtong to discern the emotions within, and it made her even more uneasy, unable to relieve her worries. She could only manipulate Linger's body, mechanically repeating the comforting actions. In Di Fuyan's memory, Zhu Yingtong finally saw the mask she had worn on her elder sister's face when they first met. To her surprise, it was a pair with the one held by Han Lang. When used together, the two masks formed a perfectly fitting mask that covered the entire face. When separated, they were a complete pair, one upper and one lower, completely new masks. Flame and Frost were the names Di Fuyan and Han Lang left for the world over the years. Di Fuyan transformed into flame, dispelling the gloom from countless cities. People revered her as the goddess of fire, respecting her sacrifices. The goddess of flame left behind relief supplies and taught those people that everyone could become flame. There were no gods in the world. It was Di Fuyan who, through her heart and soul, became a goddess in the hearts of countless people. In the year 1101 of the imperial era, the mountain spring plague broke out. This disaster lasted for over a year. Di Fuyan led the Zhou, Yu, and Xiao families in resistance, suffering heavy casualties. In the year 1108 of the imperial era, Di Fuyan and Han Lang engaged in their first Cold War. That was also when Han Lang revisited the continent of Zeleusis alone once again. During the 2 years he was gone, no one knew what had happened to him, but Zhu Yingtong, through Qi Xian's abilities, witnessed it. At that time, Han Lang, despite his still unhealed soul, once again underwent a devouring process. At this point, Han Lang possessed 7 magical attributes, and the time he could maintain his own body had also increased. Zhu Yingtong was puzzled. In the River of Time, they hadn't seen Han Lang and Wan Chiga make any contact. Did this mean that Wan Chiga didn't rely on Han Lang's devouring abilities? Was Han Lang's elaborate and urgent desire to obtain a body truly his own solely to please Di Fuyan? But she suppressed her strange feelings and returned to Linger's body to stay with Di Fuyan. When the cold returned to the Empire, something had subtly changed. Seemingly eyeing the vacancy beside the Emperor, both powerful families and vassal states rushed to offer beautiful women to Di Fuyan, hoping to alleviate his worries, as if any sacrifice was worthwhile to win even a sliver of the Emperor's favor. Initially, Di Fuyan would keep these women in the capital out of past relationships, but some, unwilling to give up and increasingly reckless, were reprimanded and sent back to their hometowns. Wei Shungying commented, "After handling state affairs, I still have to deal with my children's private matters. What a busy life it is to be a human." People also talked about the Emperor's affairs over drinks and tea. People came and went around Di Fuyan, yet she never seemed to choose anyone to be her consort, her partner. Leng Han knew that none of those people were worthy of Di Fuyan's attention, so he didn't care about the rumors. In his eyes, the most conspicuous person beside her was still the man named Xian. The 2 years he was away were extremely short for a mage, but in matters of the heart, they seemed to be ever-changing. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but he only knew that the person beside Di Fuyan was becoming increasingly obtrusive. In the river of time that Zhu Yingtong had witnessed, during Leng Han's absence, their communication was merely ordinary, a letter every 10 days or so to exchange greetings. 2 years passed uneventfully like this. On the day Leng Han returned to the imperial palace, he only communicated with Di Fuyan, and only Di Fuyan came to pick him up. He seemed to have made thorough preparations, changing his body before even stepping into the capital. The coldness of that moment, like the boat they first encountered, was capable of completely separating itself from the devourer's body. It was only a matter of time. 2 identical bodies appeared before Zhu Yingtong. The newly appeared body was clearly identical to Qi Xian's, yet Zhu Yingtong could still immediately detect the subtle differences. The body that coldness had originally used, Qi Xian's body, was now deeply closed. Coldness's palm was close to Qi Xian's brow, and under the unique magic of the devourer, Qi Xian's body was concealed. Never had she seen a devourer transform like this. It was too amazing. She wondered what had happened to Qi Xian back then, that he had been asleep the whole time. Seeing Di Fuyan's expectant look, Zhu Yingtong also put aside her thoughts. That day, Di Fuyan postponed all the backlog of memorials. Even late into the night, she barely slept, lying in bed with her eyes closed until dawn. As soon as it was light, she hurriedly washed up and went to the place she had arranged to meet Han Leng, the place where she had first brought Han Leng to the imperial capital, Wei Xingxin's Fusheng Palace. Spring turned to autumn, and the pear blossoms in Fusheng Palace remained as boundless and pure white as when Di Tian had planted them himself. Those once small pear trees had now grown tall and graceful. Di Fuyan walked to the pear tree in its most magnificent bloom, reaching out to touch the fallen petals on the stone table, as if recalling childhood memories of playing with her mother in the vast sea of flowers. As she was lost in her memories, a slight fluctuation of magical energy attracted her attention, and she abruptly turned around. Since Wei Xingxin left, Fusheng Palace has become almost a taboo in the palace. Apart from Di Fuyan, Wei Shengyin and Xian, no one has been able to step into it in recent years. Now, the only person who can enter is the coldness that Di Fuyan promised to meet. Di Fuyan sighed softly. It's good that you're back. Her voice was slightly hoarse. If you're willing, let's get married. She was willing to give Han Leng another chance. The emperor's wedding came as a complete surprise to everyone. Even more unexpectedly, Han Leng was not in the palace on the wedding day. Attendants knocked on the door, calling Han Leng's name. The already deserted palace was now deathly silent. Feeling the hostile gaze behind them, even the well-trained attendants felt their legs go weak. The attendant stammered, Your Highness Regent. It seems His Highness Han Leng isn't in his room. Wei Shengyin stared at the closed door, her expression unchanged, but a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. Her voice remained gentle, soothing the group. I have other arrangements elsewhere. You continue to guard this place. Report back to me if you have any news. The group responded, watching Wei Xingyin's departing figure, whispering among themselves, What's wrong with that prince? It's one thing if he's nowhere to be seen normally, but today is His Majesty's joyous occasion. Yes, why isn't he in the palace on such an important day? It's made the regent search quite a bit. If we break the rules, won't His Majesty blame us? Won't he say we haven't taken good care of him? Honored guest. Don't talk nonsense. His Majesty isn't that unreasonable. His Highness the Regent also said that we don't need to keep track of his whereabouts. This man isn't often in the palace anyway. What does he have to do with us? I heard that when His Majesty was still the crown prince, he and this man fell in love, and he wanted to marry him when he was just over 20. Oh dear, I heard that too, but what happened later? The man suddenly fell silent, looked around, and then lowered his voice, saying, I heard that this man refused. Heavens, could it be a repeat of the past? That man is so ungrateful. Leaving the cold palace, Wei Shengyin went to another courtyard without lingering. Xianjun, have you rested? I have something to discuss. Wei Shengyin knocked on the door, and after a few moments, the door opened. Chapter 155. Wei Shengyin carried the wine into Di Fuyan's palace. She had barely taken half a step when flames scorched her. The flames paused for a moment, almost reaching Wei Xingyin's hair, before being forcibly withdrawn. Wei Shengyin frowned slightly. Even Di Fuyan, with her current strength, couldn't control her energy. That gray aura was truly terrifying. Wei Shengyin approached Di Fuyan's side. Her gaze fell upon the bright red wedding dress behind her, and the untouched box of jewelry, still as it had been when it was first delivered. Wei Shengyin picked up the memorial lying on the table, and began to read it. She sighed. Riverbank repairs, refugee management, floods, border plagues. This year hasn't been easy either. Di Fuyan flipped through the policy documents in her hand. Aunt Yin, today is my wedding day. Was she implying she wanted to send her away? Wei Shengyin covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh really? Where is that person? Di Fuyan's breath hitched for 2 seconds, then she didn't speak. Wei Shengyin came behind Di Fuyan, her fingertips touching her forehead, a gentle magic spreading out and surrounding Di Fuyan. She asked, can you still suppress the gray energy now? Di Fuyan closed her eyes, feeling the vast and gentle energy soothing her anxiety. Barely. If my strength improves further, I should be able to completely eliminate it. Why don't you let Xian try? He's one of the Empire's top mental-type spirit mediums. Di Fuyan tapped her forehead, looking somewhat tired. It's always been like this. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I have even more trouble suppressing it. Wei Shengyin looked at Di Fuyan's tired and dazed expression, snatched the memorial from her hand, and put it aside, raising the wine pot in her hand. How about some wine? The freshly unearthed pear blossoms. Didn't you keep pestering me to taste them before the new year? A sweet aroma of wine wafted through the air, and Di Fuyan felt her mind drifting deeper into a haze. She stared at the wine in silence for a long while, finally nodding. When the full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light bathed the blue bricks. It was the quietest time in the entire palace. Wei Shengyin helped the half-drunk Di Fuyan to bed. A man's figure silently appeared in the palace. Wei Shengyin patted the man's shoulder. You know what to do, right? Rather than the slow, daily progress of dealing with the ash, a more potent remedy would be better. As for the intricate and complicated matters involved, if Di Fuyan wanted to refuse, could Xian force her? That little bit of wine was nothing to Di Fuyan. She'd probably sober up the moment she stepped out of the palace. The man pulled down his robe, revealing a handsome face. He slowly approached Di Fuyan and knelt beside her, involuntarily placing her hand on his face. I know, he said, tears suddenly streaming down his face. Wei Shengyin left the room and closed the door. A gentle breeze wafted in, and she strolled towards the floating life palace, following the fragrance of flowers. Unconsciously, she leaned against a table and chair and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed peacefully, and the sun rose briefly. When Di Fuyan awoke, she rubbed her forehead, recalling the events of the previous night. She wasn't entirely without memory. She remembered it all, remembered it perfectly clearly. She had many opportunities to refuse, many chances to call it off, but she let it all happen. She knew it wasn't a matter of half-hearted resistance. Looking at Xian Jun's handsome face, she thought of many things from the past. She suddenly realized that this man had never been absent from her life, and she realized how attracted she was to him. Her heart seemed to be in turmoil. What was she thinking? What did she want? And what was Han Lung thinking? Not long after, Xian beside her woke up, simply looking at Di Fuyan silently. Di Fuyan got up and dressed. I'm sorry, I give you an answer in a few days. Zhu Yingtong and Qi Xian, who had witnessed the turmoil of the past few days, were extremely surprised. Although Zhu Yingtong knew that her older sister hadn't married Han Lung and had a child with Xian, she hadn't expected such a thing to happen back then. Han Lung's rise and fall were both due to her identity as a devourer. The restless necromancy, the desperate desire to possess her own body, and the unwillingness to lose to her rival in any way, all of this was like a time bomb, trapping Han Lung in a life of confinement. And the wedding dress that had only been touched, and which she hadn't even worn on her wedding day, represented Di Fuyan's attitude. This was only a little over 100 years ago. How would they get along for the next 1,000 years? Many things remained unsaid, as if to maintain the peace and tranquility of the past. Countless arguments and reconciliations further strained the already precarious peace. After that day, Di Fuyan clearly felt the gray energy within her body being suppressed, and her abilities made further breakthroughs, often no longer requiring external mental assistance. However, she still often craved the relaxed feeling of being with Xian, yet, her heart still yearned for Lung Han. Both were extremely proud individuals, and no one had taught her how to handle such a relationship, which truly troubled her. Not long after, turmoil erupted again within the imperial palace. Their first irreconcilable conflict occurred when news broke that Di Fuyan was pregnant. The people of the empire were celebrating. They didn't care who the crown prince's father was. In their hearts, being chosen by Di Fuyan was the luckiest person. Lan Han, allowed to remain in the palace, was consumed by jealousy. They had argued countless times over this. Di Fuyan knew what Lan Han was planning, and she, too, had been blinded by rage, failing to stop him immediately, which led to so much trouble later. That day, Lan Han seemed to have shed all pretense. Her former calm and rationality were gone. He has the Crimson Lotus restriction you placed on him. No one, but you can kill him. You don't want him to die at all. The sword in Lan Han's hand trembled violently, a hint of bloodlust appearing in his lake blue eyes. He seemed to use all his remaining strength to control the sword, but in the end, with a clang, the sword sank halfway into the palace floor. Di Fuyan's mind went blank. Only when she heard the sound of the sword did she snap back to reality. She realized what Lan Han meant by the Crimson Lotus restriction. It was a protective array she had created with her own blood essence after her travels. Back then, all she thought was, that's my Xiangage. How could I let anyone bully him? I protect him forever. That's her Xiangage. How could she possibly want him dead? Di Fuyan's temperament had changed. She had become restless, impulsive, and her words had taken on a harsh edge. Di Fuyan tightly closed her eyes, trying to suppress her inner turmoil, but finally, unable to bear it any longer, she slapped Lan Han's face. She said coldly, yes, I don't want him to die. Are you satisfied now? I value him, he can't die. I will always protect him. Are you satisfied now? If you don't want to accept this, you can leave any time. Hanling remained silent, but his eyes were bloodshot, as if they could drip blood. Di Fuyan, seeing the bright red handprint on Hanling's pale face, calmed down. My mind is made up, you. She hesitated for a moment, ultimately unable to utter any more harsh words. Hanling ultimately didn't leave. He remained in the empire, but moved out of the palace. After that day, Di Fuyan went to see Xian. Protected by the Red Lotus barrier, he was unharmed. Xian, too, acted as a dutiful and caring person, concerned for Di Fuyan's condition. However, Di Fuyan was troubled and left after a short while, unaware of Xian's subsequent plans. Beneath the eyes, two figures stood. You are going to die, Wei Shengyin said calmly. Even without this farce, Xian wouldn't have lived long. I cough. Blood stained Xian's sleeves, his face deathly pale. I know. I'm afraid. I'm the shortest-lived divine summoner in the world. Wei Shengyin glanced disdainfully at the small flower in the pot in front of him. Knowing your life is nearing its end, you still tirelessly heal Yenner every day, and even use your heart's blood to feed these highly poisonous things. Xian smiled faintly. The most poisonous things are purified. How could I give something bad to Yenner? Wei Shengyin was silent for a moment, then asked, how do you use these little things? Floating and flame life. Just plant them on the mage. Floating will increase the mage's cultivation speed, and apart from causing drowsiness, it has no other harm. If improving the floating substance would affect the medicinal properties, an auxiliary method would suffice. As for Yin Sheng, I have someone else in mind. Wei Shengyin sighed. Are you really going to plant this on Hanlong? Xian's expression was icy, unlike his usual gentle demeanor. This is what he owes Yenner. Wei Shengyin stopped looking at the delicate flowers and gazed up at the enormous blue ice pillar, saying softly, you scheming fellow, don't corrupt my little servant. She sighed. No wonder. So many people want to obtain you Lancer people. Unfortunately, that meager bloodline did not grant him the power of prophecy. He could not help his emperor. Chapter 156. Zhu Weitong was startled by their conversation. So the floating flower was cultivated by Xian for her sister? How did it end up on her? Could it be? She recognized the underground palace and scratched Qi Xian's palm with her paw. Qi Xian understood and widened his field of vision. What came into view was a giant ice pillar, inside which a small child was curled up. Zhu Weitong's heart pounded violently. She knew! It was her! She had spent many unconscious years in this dimly lit underground palace. Suddenly, Wei Shengyin on the ground sharpened his gaze, scanning the things within the underground palace. Qi Xian, sensing a powerful magical force approaching, quickly withdrew his energy, and their gazes returned to Di Fuyan's side. Meanwhile, Xian was focused on tending to the flowers in front of him, unaware of anything amiss. Qi Xian, abruptly withdrawing his energy, was still shaken. He thought to himself, truly worthy of an ancient magical beast, that momentary pressure almost made me lose control of spying. Zhu Weitong, regaining her senses, sighed softly, I finally understand why I couldn't sense Buju's aura. She recalled the dusty night wolf egg she inadvertently glimpsed in the corner earlier, and said with a headache, it's probably like my sister, fused with the past, and its manifestation is slumber. Extra training. I must train extra when I get back. Not long after, Wei Shengyin came to discuss a very important matter with Di Fuyan. Wei Shengyin's expression was somewhat grim. Most of the imperial city's mechanisms were set up by Hao Rushi. The last of the remaining workers passed away yesterday, and none of them had ever touched the most intricate parts. Our people still haven't cracked it. The Empire has been in contact with Shanshan, but their leader is difficult to deal with. After much haggling, they finally replied that they were willing to cooperate. I will have them negotiate the specifics, but I don't know when it will be resolved, Di Fuyan said expressionlessly. In this imperial city, Hao Rushi had planted explosives under every paving stone she walked on, and in the most confidential research room of the imperial city, the explosive content exceeded the highest level their machines could detect. She said coldly, he also knows what he has done. He tried to cover up his crimes, using the entire imperial city to pay for his crimes. How despicable, how utterly despicable. Wei Shengyin, seeing Di Fuyan's furrowed brows, felt a pang of displeasure. She put her arm around Di Fuyan's shoulder and comforted her. You're going to be a mother soon. Why don't you go out and relax for a while? Di Fuyan glanced at her lazily. What does that have to do with anything? You've done so much for the Empire all these years. Haven't you thought about taking a break? I remember when you were little, you loved going out to play. Such a small child, going out alone for 3 or 4 days, sometimes half a month, before returning home. And you always managed to shake off the royal guards. I heard they even had bets, from who could bring you back at the beginning, to who would stay with you the longest. Di Fuyan's thoughts were almost pulled back to the past. She murmured softly, when I was little? Wei Shengyin paused for a moment, then said, yes, my sister told me. I wonder where Chaos and the others went. I haven't seen them in so long. Di Fuyan leaned lazily against Wei Shengyin's chest, closing his eyes wearily. Tell me more about Mother. Wei Shengyin chuckled softly, you sent them all to deal with the ash, haven't you? I haven't seen them for almost half a year. As she spoke, she began to recount the past that Wei Shengyin had told her from my memory. Time flew by, and the crown prince of the empire was born. Di Fuyan named her child Di Xian. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that it was the emperor's child with someone else, but recalling the fruitless wedding, no one ever mentioned it to Di Fuyan's face. Moreover, whenever the cold weather arrived, the atmosphere in the palace became even more eerie. Everyone doted on the newborn crown prince. The child was quiet and well-behaved. He awakened his magical powers at the age of 2. Although he didn't inherit his mother's ultimate yin-yang fire, he still burned with the flame of hope. He was extremely talented and cultivated diligently, never disappointing his parents' expectations, and always the most powerful among his peers. Han Ling had seen the child a few times from afar, in his childhood, in his adolescence. He looked remarkably like his father, a face that filled Han Ling with disgust, yet his passionate expression was strikingly similar to his mother's. But he was, after all, Di Fuyan's child, so he never revealed anything to Di Fuyan. During those years, Di Fuyan often went out to exterminate the Ash Chi, occasionally encountering the like-minded Dragon King and many other companions. She often had a strange illusion, as if she had rediscovered her former joy and freedom. At those times, Di Fuyan was truly happy. But things didn't go as planned. Zhu Weitong saw the boy collapse in Di Fuyan's arms in agony, calling out mother again and again, his voice growing weaker and weaker until finally he could no longer call out to his mother. It took Di Fuyan a long time to confirm that her child had died in the year she was most full of vigor. In the year 1126 of the imperial era, Di Xian died of illness. Later, the man who deeply loved Di Fuyan quietly looked at her in her arms, silently shedding tears, and finally left the one he loved most. In the year 1276 of the imperial era, Xian died of illness. And then? Zhu Weitong remembered that day when the sky was dark and gloomy, and Di Fuyan's closest friends couldn't even leave her a final word. In the year 1314 of the imperial era, the plague struck Pingshuang, and Zhou Lingwei, Yu Qiuyin, and Xiao Xian perished. All evil stemmed from the gray aura. Just when everyone speculated that Di Fuyan's temperament would become even more uncontrollable, she chose to go into seclusion, entrusting all affairs of the empire to Wei Shengyin. In just a few years, Di Fuyan's magic power broke through the final barrier. She became the first human in the history of the entire continent to break through level 100 in magic power, and the empire seemed poised to reach new heights. An unknown amount of time passed, and just when the people of the empire thought their peaceful life would continue indefinitely, the north made its move. Although Wan Chiga had consistently urged Han Ling to seize Di Fuyan's yin-yang fire to bolster his own abilities, he wasn't truly prepared for an attack. There were still too many matters in the north he hadn't resolved. However, things developed too quickly, exceeding his expectations. Di Fuyan and Han Ling erupted into the most intense argument in their history. That day, the two seemed determined to dredge up every trivial detail of the past, arguing to their heart's content, until they finally came to blows. But at the crucial moment, something stopped Di Fuyan's actions. Han Lang's sword pierced her old wound. Wan Shiga realized this was the perfect opportunity to uncover the Empire's secrets. Across the river of time, Zhu Weitong clearly saw that the almost invisible gray-black gas surrounding Di Fuyan, the moment he froze, was the culprit that had been affecting him all along. This was the gray gas that Aunt Yin had mentioned. Suddenly, a man and a woman crossed the entire boundless sea and arrived at the Imperial City. The man's expression was inscrutable. He watched Di Fuyan's departing figure, thinking to himself, now that she's gone, and tainted with gray gas, it seems we can't obtain the yin-yang fire. The man spoke, Xuanji, take him away. A beautiful woman in a tight-fitting outfit nodded, then grabbed the distraught Han Lang and left. This sword strike was too profound. Di Fuyan remembered it for 3,000 years. Di Fuyan dragged his injured body back to his palace, where he encountered Linger and Qiuqiu running frantically towards him on the palace path. Di Fuyan stopped and slowly approached Linger, murmuring in a very low voice, Linger, do me one last favor. Go to the underground palace and find my sister. She tied a small gold bead around Linger's neck. This is the key to the underground palace. Then take her to find Aunt Yin. She can take you away. She looked at Linger's moist eyes with longing. I know. You are? Tong. Right? You always been by my side. With me. Watching me. Letting you see such a shameful side. It's really wrong of me as your older sister. Zhu Weitong's heart trembled violently, and a sob gradually came from Linger's throat. Di Fuyan gently touched the tip of Linger's nose. Go. Stumbling into the palace, Di Fuyan unexpectedly encountered Wei Shengyin first. Wei Shengyin's expression changed drastically when she caught sight of the bloody hole in her waist and abdomen, and then she also saw the gray surrounding her. Di Fuyan smiled bitterly. I can't suppress it anymore. A flame still burned in her hand, desperately trying to hold back the ashen energy. Wei Shengyin's face was grim. She sensed the energy gradually leaking from Di Fuyan's body and still tried to transfer her magic power, until she realized that the energy was flowing through a sieve, with almost none reaching Di Fuyan's body. Only then did she realize that it was too late to save her. Hearing Di Fuyan's words again, she knew that if even Di Fuyan couldn't resolve the gray energy, no one else could. She whispered, Qiongqi, teleport the fused flower here. A clamor echoed in the space, and a beautiful flower exuding a strange fragrance appeared beside them. Wei Shengyin's voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face. Eat it. Xian prepared this for you. He can save you. He definitely can save you. The deafening roar of explosions gradually reached their ears. Di Fuyan, powerless to stop it, murmured Haoru. This time I lost. He hadn't expected to use the Di family bloodline as a detonator for the explosion. This man was both cunning and vicious. That night, the Empire was engulfed in flames. Di Fuyan used his last strength to control the blast radius, buying time for Wei Shengyin and the palace servants to escape the palace. In the end, she and the magnificent palace were buried under the ruins. The Empire was peaceful when Emperor Fuyan was in power, but the Empire without Emperor Fuyan was divided into various kingdoms, and endless wars were another story. Chapter 157. Suddenly, Zhu Weitong's vision went black. When she regained her sight, she found herself alone in a clear, bright sky. She couldn't sense Qi Xian and Yi Buju's presence. She even felt herself floating, like a fledgling bird adrift. She looked around carefully, and spotted a familiar figure in her line of sight. The person's back was straight, but their head was slightly lowered, as if they were looking at something. Zhu Weitong ran towards that person with all her might, excitedly shouting, Sister. Di Fuyan, who had been standing in front of her, seemed to hear the call after a long time. She stopped, and in the instant she turned around, she embraced Zhu Weitong. At the moment their bodies touched, the entire space seemed to shatter with a very faint sound. Zhu Weitong then realized that they were no longer in the pure white space she had just seen, but in a more unfamiliar place, somewhat like an abandoned post-war wasteland, withered grass swaying in the wind, exuding a putrid smell. After Zhu Weitong stopped, she looked in the direction Di Fuyan had been standing, and saw an ancient stone tablet. It was a stone wall covering more than 10 cubic meters, extremely long, requiring considerable time to read from beginning to end. Some text was imprinted on the stone wall. Zhu Weitong examined it closely and found that it described Di Fuyan's life and an evaluation of her. Di Fuyan, eldest daughter of Di Tian, the founding emperor of the empire, born to Wei Shengyin, intelligent from a young age, but suffered hardship in her childhood, only attaining enlightenment at a young age, unfortunately warlike, engaging in years of fierce battles, her harem, her character. The stone wall had been buried underground for many years, and the dust accumulated on it was difficult to wipe away, making the writing unclear. Before Zhu Yingtong could finish reading, Di Fuyan pulled her into his arms, then covered her ears with one hand. With a roar, the stone wall shattered. She floated in the air, looking down with disdain, her expression indifferent. No one can judge me. The violent explosion left Zhu Yingtong stunned for a long time. After a while, she finally looked up and asked blankly, "Sister, have you remembered everything?" Di Fuyan nodded coldly, a forced smile appearing on her face as she looked at the expectant expression in her arms. She then replied with a soft yes. Seeing Di Fuyan's relaxed smile, Zhu Yingtong finally felt relieved. Looking at the scene before her, she asked, "Where are we?" Hearing Zhu Yingtong's voice, Di Fuyan replied kindly, "This is the former site of the imperial capital." Zhu Yingtong asked in surprise, "Weren't we in Atlantis before? If the River of Time had ended, shouldn't they have returned directly to Atlantis? Besides, where are Chi Xian and Yi Buju?" Seeing her looking around in a panic, Di Fuyan magically produced a small object from somewhere. Zhu Yingtong stared intently, exclaiming in surprise, Yi Buju? How did he become so small?" Sleeping soundly in Di Fuyan's palm was Yi Buju. At this moment, Yi Buju was only the size of an adult's fist. Sensing their gazes, he unconsciously rolled over, revealing his soft, light gray belly, looking completely harmless. "Yi Buju, is that his name?" Seeing Zhu Yingtong nod, Di Fuyan continued, "I was only able to bring you here temporarily by borrowing his power, and the spiritual power of your little boyfriend. His shrinking size is also a self-preservation mechanism of the Night Wolf clan. The Night Wolf egg was originally intended as an aid for future generations, but it never hatched. Later, I placed it in the underground palace, where the temperature is extremely low, a temperature the Night Wolf clan prefers, hoping it would hatch faster. I never saw him before my death." Hearing Di Fuyan's words, Zhu Yingtong tensed up again. What would Di Fuyan's attitude be towards Han Lung now that he had regained all his memories? What would his feelings be towards Chi Xian, who was also a devourer and shared the same face as Han Lung? Di Fuyan, amused by Zhu Yingtong's nervous expression, patted her head. "I brought you here to retrieve something. Right now, I don't have my own body, and my abilities are limited. We need to finish this quickly." In an instant, she shouted, "Yao Ri, return." A phantom suddenly materialized in the air, a figure with a high, flowing ponytail and a striking red hair crown. She knelt on one knee, her right hand resting on her left shoulder, looking up at Di Fuyan, her face filled with admiration and respect. "Yao Ri, I am willing to serve you for life." Di Fuyan asked, "Yao Ri, can you still sense the location of that twin stone?" Yao Ri nodded, then closed her eyes, searching for familiar energy fluctuations. Soon, Zhu Yingtong sensed a tremendous energy rushing towards them. Zhu Yingtong looked at the seemingly ordinary stone that Yao Ri had handed to Di Fuyan, yet she could feel the immense energy within it. This is the twin stone I obtained years ago. Yao Ri was only one half. If it is not yet fully formed, it will only resonate with the sun when it is near. Others cannot perceive its energy. If the remaining half recognizes you as its master, you will obtain a weapon that truly belongs to you. It can take any form, and its first transformation will become the weapon you are most familiar with. Zhu Yingtong's expression also became somewhat excited upon hearing this. Although she hadn't relied entirely on divine weapons along the way, no one could resist them, especially since Di Fuyan was right. What truly belonged to her? The temptation was too great. Neither the flame demon scythe nor the remnant autumn sword were particularly suitable for her. They weren't exactly a perfect match. Zhu Yingtong composed herself and placed her palm on the strange stone. To her surprise, the moment their energies met, the stone unleashed a vast power, transforming in a few breaths into a crystal-clear sword radiating red light. The next instant, a voice emanated from within. "I've been waiting for you." The voice sounded somewhat childish. "I waited for you for so long, and now I've finally waited. I want a name. My companions all have names." Zhu Yingtong's heart stirred slightly. She stroked the sword with her palm, and the sword emitted a melodious hum. "In that case, you shall be called Sui Lin." It's about following, it's about accompanying. I hope we can always be together. Di Fuyan, standing beside Zhu Yingtong, wore a relieved smile. Her figure drew closer to Zhu Yingtong, but her body gradually became transparent. I'm a little tired." Zhu Yingtong sheathed the Sui Lin sword, turning around in alarm to look at Di Fuyan, only to see specks of light. Zhu Yingtong felt her heart burning, her palms involuntarily pressed against her chest. She murmured softly, "Sister." The entire space, no longer sustained by the power of the Emperor's flame, gradually began to dissipate. Zhu Weitong felt a dizzying sensation, and then she was back in her starting point, beside the camellia tree in Atlantis. Before Zhu Weitong could even see her surroundings clearly, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace, and a familiar voice rang in her ears. "Tong Tong, you're finally back." Sensing the familiar presence, she instinctively hugged the person, softly calling her name, and Jean. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhu Weitong noticed Chi Xian a few steps behind, a beat behind. Looking at Chi Xian's aggrieved expression, hesitant to approach, she barely managed to suppress a smile. Zhu Weitong patted Jean on the back. After they separated, she carefully examined Jin's appearance. Our Jean has become even more beautiful. She suddenly recalled the words she had heard before, and couldn't help but sigh. So this is what Jean was originally like. Jean was always beautiful and kind-hearted. Whether in school or at Huilun Academy, countless people had expressed their affection for her, and she had reciprocated their feelings. Such a cheerful, carefree, and independent person had once shouldered such a heavy burden. Even though they hadn't been separated for very long in the mortal world, she felt Jean had changed drastically. Zhu Weitong's heart stirred, and she reached out to curiously sense the magic within Jin's body, unexpectedly discovering that the form of her power was different from before. Jean smiled and said, "My abilities all come from Chun, so after merging with the power I left in Atlantis, I'm different from ordinary magicians. My appearance is also somewhat different. This is my original appearance." Zhu Weitong nodded in sudden understanding, but still couldn't help staring curiously at Jin's face. The two looked at each other like they were meeting for the first time, then burst into laughter and playful banter, until Chi Xian's soft voice came from behind Zhu Weitong. "Yingtong." Zhu Weitong coughed lightly, then turned to face Chi Xian, opening her arms wide. In just a moment, she was tightly embraced by Chi Xian. Chi Xian's voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke. "I was so worried about you." Zhu Weitong patted Chi Xian reassuringly. "We're back safely." Chi Xian buried his face in Zhu Weitong's neck, letting out a soft hum through his nose. The warm, moist breath sent a tingling sensation through Zhu Weitong's body. Jean coughed heavily before speaking. "How is Di Fuyan?" Zhu Weitong shook her head. "I'm not sure. I might need to go back and ask Aunt Yin." In the long river of time, could the two herbs Wei Shengyin mentioned to Xian in the underground palace truly revive Di Fuyan? Wei Shengyin fed the fused flower to Di Fuyan, and it seems a portion of it remained on her? The flame flower should be on Han Lung. The implications of this are probably only known to Wei Shengyin. Jean nodded thoughtfully. Chi Xian briefly explained some things when he returned. "I also have some things to do." Lin Lang, hearing this, grabbed her hand. "You're leaving again? You?" Jean interrupted him. "I need to find Ning's power. The Chun tree has lost much power over the years. I need to know why, and who did it. You know, the power of you, me, and Huang Ju alone is insufficient to support Atlantis. Besides, Xiaoli, all along." Her voice trailed off, almost inaudible. She gripped Lin Lang's hand tightly, her trembling fingers nearly digging into his skin, her eyes filled with unbearable pain. "Xiaoli is just a human without magic power. Prolonged use of magic crystals will place a severe burden on her body. In the long run, the consequences will be unimaginable. Besides, she didn't have to suffer like this. This suffering is ours." Lin Lang's expression changed upon hearing Jean mention Zhou Li's condition. "I understand. Go ahead. Huang Ju and I will guard this place." Lin Lang knew what she meant. Since Atlantis sank into the sea, the three of them had left Atlantis one after another, and had been using the power of the tree of bamboo. They shouldn't have done this. For them, staying in Atlantis, merging and interacting with the energy of the tree of bamboo, endlessly regenerating, that was Anne's original intention in creating them. That was the best way for everyone. But now it had become like this. The best way to make amends was to bring back the power Ning, and he had lost over the years, and then let them nourish the tree of bamboo. Over time, perhaps the tree of bamboo could regain its original abundant state. Being able to return to Atlantis with Zhou Li was already the most satisfying result for Lin Lang. But based on Lin Lang's understanding of his two old friends, he probably didn't think so. Jean then asked Chi Xian, "What are your plans next? As for Chaoyang Manor, will the Zhengrong Empire take any action?" Chapter 158. Chi Xian shook his head. "We have too little intelligence about Chaoyang Manor right now. A rash attack would only alert them. I disguised myself when I was surveying Chaoyang Manor that day, even altering my magical attributes. Yin Chaoyang shouldn't have been able to recognize me. Things will remain stable for a while." Lin Lang said, speaking of intelligence. "I passed the message to Wu Yanling. He's the head of the Hidden Zero Pavilion. They have information about the gray energy collected over the years. After he's organized it, I have him bring it directly to you. He then looked at Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong pointed to herself, me? But I don't know this pavilion master. Then she remembered something from a long time ago. Lin Lang said calmly, it's enough that he knows you. He's Wu Nianluo's older brother. Both siblings were adopted by Xiaoli, and later learned a lot from her. Zhu Yingtong was surprised to recall this. Yes. Xiaoli was her master's master, then she was Xiaoli's grand disciple. And what were she and Jean then? And Jean had clearly also thought of this relationship and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Zhu Yingtong's resentful look, she quickly stopped laughing. After embracing Zhu Yingtong, and Jean whispered, the tree of the camellia will take you to Haoyue Township later. Take care. I will come to find you soon. After using the tree of the camellia's power to safely deliver Zhu Yingtong and Jean to the western continent, and Jean approached the tree of the camellia to search for news of Ning. After a long while, she ended her meditation with an inscrutable expression. Lin Lang asked, how was it? In the north. And Jean sneered, looks like I have to go meet my unfilial disciple. After checking on Fonger, and Jean headed directly for the northern continent. This was her first time on the northern continent. The pervasive stench of decay made her wrinkle her nose uncomfortably. So this is what the areas outside the northern continent, unprotected by the Northern Spirit Pavilion, are like? Desolate, rotten, decaying. It seemed as if every word describing death could be used to describe this land. She raised her hand to brush away the scattered ash trying to cling to her. The ash, upon contact with the energy-rich and sacred energy, emitted a low, piercing sound before dissipating. And Jean walked along the dilapidated streets, sensing the direction from which the barrier's energy originated, advancing relentlessly. After about half an incense stick's time, she sensed a familiar presence not far away, a human mage. A glint of light flashed in Jin's eyes. How could there still be humans in this place? Could it be, thinking this, and Jean made a guess. She locked onto the person's general direction, and with a flick of her wrist, a scepter appeared. She then charged straight at the person. The person screamed as if startled by the wind, their emotions running high. Sister Bai. She's here. The sound of clashing weapons filled the air. As the smoke cleared, only the sharp hissing sound of two golden scepters rubbing together could be heard. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. The man hiding behind the slightly taller woman muttered, this, how is this possible? How can a weapon of this design compare to Sister Bai's suppressing staff? His strength was slightly inferior. He could only sense that both of them were stronger than him. An ordinary duel might be difficult to decide, but the suppressing staff in Sister Bai's hand was the third-ranked weapon in the entire world. It was a divine artifact that allowed Sister Bai to fight her second brother, amidst the swirling dust, and Jin's sharp eyes caught sight of the terrifying, intricate patterns etched on Bai Xuanji's face, beneath her veil, a face that should have been pristine white. For a moment, she was distracted and lost half her attack. Sister Bai is mighty. The man shouted before retreating behind Bai Xuanji. Bai Xuanji opened her mouth, as if to ask something after seeing Jin's face clearly, but ultimately remained silent. And Jean brushed the dust off her sleeve, and said coldly, the fourth demon lord of the Northern Spirit Pavilion, Light Lord Bai Jie. Lancer Bai Xuanji, I long admired your name. The name she called out was the one Bai Xuanji used when she accompanied her younger brother to study at Huiluan Academy. Bai Jie was already well known in the northern continent, and Bai Xuanji's name was naturally not as resounding, but it was still the name used by the closest people in Lancer. Rong Sun, hiding behind Bai Xuanji, poked his head out again. You know my name, Sister Bai, and you still dare to provoke me? Bai Xuanji silently pushed him back down. And Jean ignored this man, who looked like he hadn't fully developed his cerebellum. She said to Bai Xuanji, do you know what the lines on your face are? Bai Xuanji retorted, you know? And Jean smiled. You already sensed it, haven't you? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Xuanji's face turned extremely ugly. The noisy Rongsun wanted to speak again, but everyone present felt a powerful aura approaching them. Rongsun quickly changed his words. Second brother, help. To Rongsun's surprise, his second brother actually ran to the woman opposite him first. After recognizing her face, his second brother called out teacher. He was even more surprised that the woman's expression turned extremely ugly upon hearing this, and then she slapped his second brother twice, once on the left and once on the right. Rongsun screamed silently in his heart. His second brother had been a powerful figure for years, who dared to treat him like this? Who was this teacher who had appeared out of nowhere? He never heard of him before. Bai Xuanji's reaction was completely different. After hearing Wanchiga call out teacher, She immediately recognized him. Jin Yu, the only female among the three gods of Atlantis, and the High Priestess granted immense power. Thousands of years ago, after Wanchiga ascended to Atlantis, as one of the most talented mages in the northern continent, he possessed the power to choose his teacher. His only choice was the most powerful mage. Suddenly, Bai Xuanji seemed to hear her heart pounding. Was it that Ji Liang would soon be back by her side? Wanchiga, such a tall man, now stood before Anjin with his head bowed, like a child who had done wrong. Two bright red handprints marred his handsome, fair face as he looked into Anjin's eyes and whispered, "Teacher." Anjin looked at his face, feeling irritated and annoyed. Back then, she and GMO had each chosen one of these two brothers. Why was GMO so well behaved with Chi Xian, while this boy she was raising was like this? He was so smart when he was young, making cultivation so easy for her, yet he did such a thing after growing up. Anjin had no time or inclination to reminisce about the past. She coldly said, "I'm here today to ask you about Ning." Seeing that Wanchiga was about to speak almost without thinking, she said, "Think carefully before you speak." Wanchiga, Wanchiga's voice was extremely low. The twin Nings of Atlantis no longer exist in this world. Before Anjin could ask again, he continued, "There is only a magician named Ji Liang." Wanchiga looked up at Anjin, his expression complex, almost unreadable to Anjin. "Everything about Ning has vanished. Teacher, how will you bring him back to the tree of bamboo?" Anjin's expression was icy. She pulled Wanchiga's collar and whispered in his ear, "Since I can sense his presence, I have my own methods." She looked at Bai Xuanji, who was lost in thought. He wouldn't want his beloved woman to continue suffering, would he? Wanchiga was silent for a moment, then laughed. "Teacher, don't you want to know what happened to Ning?" Seeing Anjin's unfriendly expression, he added, "Ning is more than teacher. First, do what Seniorin said, love all people." Anjin released Wanchiga's collar upon hearing this, shoving him away. Her expression seemed to soften. "What do you want me to see?" Wanchiga quickly straightened his disheveled collar, and gestured towards the direction of the Northern Spirit Pavilion. "I take my teacher to see it." He then turned and nodded to Bai Xuanji, signaling her to follow. "Rong Sun, continue." Rong Sun called out, "Second brother." Wanchiga, "I have Binji accompany you." Rong Sun, "That's more like it." Wanchiga, "If she's willing." Rong Sun. Anjin ignored the noise behind her, and walked straight ahead. As she moved forward, the mist barrier began to dissipate, and the Northern Spirit Pavilion, suspended in midair, gradually appeared before her eyes. Looking at Anjin's unreadable expression, Wanchiga cautiously said, "Wuji is a space mage I found later. Even with his current abilities, he couldn't have protected the northern continent back then." Anjin's expression remained unchanged. "Instead of explaining this to me, go apologize to the people of the 16 islands. Their lives have been forced to change because of your actions. How can you face them? They loved you so much back then." Wanchiga lowered his head, silent. He knew that his choice would inevitably offend some people, inevitably incur their rejection. Even Ti Fei, who had watched him grow up, had left him. His choice back then was to save the people of the northern continent. He didn't regret it. "I don't regret it, just a little regretful. If only I had been stronger back then." His voice was so low, it was almost devoid of emotion. "But if time could turn back, I would still do the same. I could only do this. I wanted to save the lives of my people. What did they do wrong? If I hadn't made that choice back then, even more people on the northern continent would have lost their lives. A peerless genius wasn't born in his era. That was the only way he could find. I'm sorry. For the sake of the northern continent, I killed many people. My hands are covered in blood. I'm not worthy to be your student." He lowered his eyes. "If the seniors are still willing to let me ascend to Atlantis, I will do my best to make amends to them." Anjin didn't speak again, but continued walking forward. Bai Xuanji followed closely behind Wanchiga, asking softly, "Second brother, Ji Liang he?" Wanchiga reassured her by squeezing her palm, "He be alright." Hearing Wanchiga say this, Bai Xuanji's heart finally calmed down. Not long after they walked, a spatial portal appeared before them, and Anjin stepped into it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they arrived inside the Northern Spirit Pavilion. Anjin sensed the spatial power within and made a decision. Wanchiga was right. This person was indeed powerful, but the spatial barrier he created was far inferior to the innate barrier of Atlantis. However, she could also sense that this person's talent was not to be underestimated. Given enough time to grow, he could become a master of spatial arts. Waiting for them in the North Spirit Pavilion's conference room was only Wuji. "Wuji, brother Wanchiga, Sister Binjia went outside the barrier to clean up the ash with Rong Sun. Wanchiga nodded. This is my teacher who taught me when I was studying in Atlantis. Upon hearing this, Wuji's eyes immediately filled with admiration as he looked at Njin. And Njin coldly looked at Wuji, spatial magic. She then glanced at Wankich, time magic, and the Devourer's abilities. Finally, she said indifferently, you want me to go into the river of time and see for myself? Wankich chuckled. Even if you don't see it with your own eyes, teacher won't believe it. And Njin silently acquiesced. Seeing Njin's tacit agreement, Wankich raised her eyes and gestured to Wuji beside her. Everything related to the northern continent will be revealed today. Chapter 159. Atlantis Era 40092. The city gates of Atlantis are open today for the rare occasion of welcoming exceptionally talented children selected from the two northwestern continents. Outside the city, it's bustling with activity, but the closer one gets to the city center, the quieter it becomes. A beautiful woman, graceful and alluring, languidly asked from beneath the tree, me? Going too? Lin Lang, standing nearby, chuckled. This was your decision. You were going to teach those humans magic techniques, so why don't you want to go now that the day's here? Jin Yu yawned and stretched, her jade-like arms gleaming brightly in the soft sunlight. I just feel sorry for them. When the demons invaded earlier, even with just a few magicians leading the way, they suffered terribly. And it is right, these children are their future. But I'm not good at taking care of children. Lin Lang smiled. Didn't you raise Shaoli? Jin Yu waved her hand. Nonsense, Shaoli was clearly raised by Anan. She propped her chin on her hand and gazed into the distance. I was just playing with her. I wonder how Shaoli is doing. Lin Lang's lips moved slightly, but before he could speak, a phoenix-shaped flame flew to his fingertip. He listened to the news coming from the other end, then smiled and said to Jin Yu, she said that GMO met a promising talent, and she was so happy she was practically dizzy. She took the child and left without even saying goodbye. She said GMO isn't allowed in her bed today. Jin Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A human child that even GMO approves of. I have to go see her, and maybe see if there's anyone I like. Having said that, she stood up, placed her palm near the ailanthus tree, and vanished from the inner city in an instant, leaving Lin Lang alone, her thoughts adrift. Upon arriving at the outer city, Jin Yu headed straight for the council hall. Along the way, people encountered her, respectfully calling her high priestess, to which she responded with a smile. Upon arriving at the bustling council hall, she saw people coming and going, but not the children. Jin Yu wondered, am I late? Suddenly, she felt a warm glow emanating from beside her. Turning her head, she saw Cece. Cece asked, why are you here? I heard from Lin Lang that GMO has taken on a disciple, and I wanted to join in the fun. Cece gestured towards the crowd. Look, there's another one over there. Jin Yu followed his gaze, and saw a well-behaved and adorable boy surrounded by a group of people. No wonder she hadn't seen him before. The people around him were chattering, but the boy simply listened quietly and politely shook his head in refusal. This repeated itself, and the number of people coming and going around him didn't decrease. Jin Yu became interested. This little guy is quite popular. She shrugged. Maybe it's his talent? His name is Wanchiga, from the royal family of the northern continent. He's skilled in time magic, and the test showed he has the highest talent, the first-class level. Although time magic is rare, we at Atlantis have plenty of talent too. Many have come from outer islands. Even that one from Tiling Island has come to join the fun. Tiling Island's concubine? That's quite rare. Jin Yu put her hand on Shishi's shoulder. How are the other children? Shishi recalled, there were 23 children in total. He and his brother are the two with the highest talent. The other children have already chosen their teachers, leaving only him. His younger brother? Could it be the one who went with GMO? Jin Yu laughed. GMO's book is finished? How come you have time to take care of the child? Shishi nodded, then rolled her eyes at Jin Yu's next words. Who knows him? Just then, a small figure emerged from the crowd. The person walked up to Jin Yu. Sister, can I choose you as my teacher? Jin Yu was somewhat surprised. Me? You don't even know me. How do you know if I can teach you well? Aren't you worried I'm just an empty-headed pretty face? Young Wanchiga blinked, looking very obedient, but her words were quite certain. I can sense that you are a very capable person, sister. Jin Yu covered her mouth and laughed. You called me sister? Do you know how much older I am than you? Did you hear them calling me high priest? I'm very, very old. But my sister looks just like the older sister at home. Wanchiga's focused gaze never left Jin Yu. If you can't call me sister, can you call me teacher? Jin Yu was amused and scooped up little Wanchiga, running towards the inner city with a proud expression. I never taken care of such a young child before. This is my first time taking care of a little apprentice, so please guide me. Juan Chica smiled too, resting his head on Jin Yu's shoulder and softly humming in agreement. Teacher, please guide me. Jin Yu, Lycan, was close to humans, but she understood nothing about them. 21 years later, a human war broke out on the continent of Zeliosis. In the year 40199 of the Atlantean era, Dtion founded the empire, and a new era began on the continent of Zeliosis. In the 40th year of the Shitty era, Wankij and Chishin left Atlantis and traveled to the northern continent, unaware that Haoru had begun secretly discharging pollutants into the northern continent via the Ming River. And Jean frowned at the scene before her. I remember that before you left Atlantis, Anne's consciousness had already returned to the tree of bamboo. What about Ning? And Jean thought for a moment, and then understood. So Ning had already considered leaving Atlantis back then. I didn't know you already knew him at that time. But where could he go without the tree of bamboo noticing? Bei Niuchi? You used other tricks? Juan Chica smiled and replied, yes. And Jean took a deep breath. I underestimated you. You managed to hide it from me, the tree of bamboo, and everyone in Atlantis, taking Ning away without anyone noticing. She was somewhat puzzled. Why did he want to leave? Actually, the question had barely formed in her mind when she found it laughable. Why couldn't Ning leave? It was just that there had never been a precedent, and she found it somewhat unexpected. Does teacher know what Senior and Ning are? And Jean nodded calmly upon hearing this. In truth, they all knew that An and Ning were not human, nor were they descendants of any race on Atlantis. They were a manifestation of the consciousness of the tree of bamboo, who endowed them with the finest qualities in the world, making them powerful and intelligent, and ensuring that their decisions in leading Atlantis forward were never wrong. Juan Chica watched the past flow by bit in the river of time, seemingly recalling his own one-spirited past. He was not content to merely come to this world for a short time. He was also unwilling to live according to the wishes of others. He wanted to see more of the world, and so, he developed a consciousness called Ji Liang. You're really something. The reason she said this is because she understood Ning. Ning wasn't naturally drawn to humans like An, nor was she enthusiastic about creating new things. On the contrary, Ning disliked humans entirely. At the time, Ning completely failed to understand An and Jin Yu's idea of teaching magic to humans. Ning thought humans were naive, fragile, and ignorant, yet it was this very race that had endured for tens of thousands of years. Juan Chica, having lived in Atlantis for only a little over 100 years, changed his mind. Ning made ample preparations for her wish. She perused all the ancient texts of Atlantis, and finally found a method suitable for her. So she peeled away the layers of power bestowed upon her by the tree of bamboo, enduring immense pain, and ultimately relinquished most of her hidden abilities, returning them to the tree of bamboo, becoming an ordinary person, but this was only part of her plan. Before I left Atlantis, I sent him to Bei Niuchi. For decades, he recuperated on the northern continent, but even then, he still carried the aura of the tree of bamboo. And Jean pondered, his plan isn't finished yet. What's next? Is it related to Bai Xuanji? She recalled the overlapping marks on Bai Xuanji's face, and had some guesses. Juan Chica raised his head, his face also showing complex emotions. The book that Ji Liang found is called Growing White Bones. In the 300th year of the Imperial Era, Juan Chica discovered the scars on the northern continent. He carved out a part of the former Northern Spirit Imperial Palace to create the Northern Spirit Pavilion. At the same time, Han Lang fully awakened and left the Northern Spirit Pavilion. In the long river of time, and Jean inadvertently glimpsed Juan Chica wiping a tombstone, inscribed only with the words Moonlight. Juan Chica looked at the tombstone, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. It was a royal cousin, and also a former official of Bailing. And Jean, seeing the words Moonlight, suddenly remembered the first demon lord of Bailing Pavilion? The Lord of the Dead, Moonlight. Juan Chica nodded. Not long after I established Bailing Pavilion, she passed away. According to her last wishes, I formed a line of demon lords headed by Moonlight. And Jean pondered, so the third demon lord is Ji Liang? Juan Chica replied, yes. And Jean, next, you will meet Bai Xuanji, but so early. Much earlier than she expected. And Jean recalled her hasty farewell with Zhu Yingtong, and the background of Mo Xuanqi that Zhu Yingtong had mentioned, which aroused even more doubts. Bai Xuanji and Mo Xuanqi are twin siblings, so why aren't they ranked next to each other among the demon lords of the Northern Spirit Pavilion? The Lord of Light is ranked 4th, while the Lord of Darkness is ranked 6th. With Mo Xuanqi's talent, he should have distinguished himself much earlier. What happened? Wan Chiga sighed. It was an accident. Emperor's Era 330 far north of the western continent of Ziliosis, on the Elmos grassland, at the old residence of the Lancer family. The kind-faced Lan Mu clan chief smiled and said, "We apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality. May I ask what brings you here today that I can help you with?" Wan Chiga cupped his hands and said, "Clan Chief Lan, you are too kind. We have been very presumptuous." The group chatted amiably, from what they had seen along the way to everyday matters. Suddenly, a man rushed in from outside, his voice filled with astonishment. "Chieftain, Chieftain. The sacred tree. The sacred tree is reacting." Lan Mu was also surprised upon hearing this. Leaning on her cane, she hurried towards the sacred tree, but a thought lingered in her mind. The sacred tree shouldn't be reacting at this time. How could this be? She turned to look at the two people in the hall, pondered for a moment, and said, "Would you two be willing to accompany me?" The Lancer tribesman asked in surprise, "Chieftain, that's the sacred tree. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to send outsiders?" The chieftain shook his head. "No, perhaps this is fate." Chapter 160. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. After a moment's thought, they nodded in agreement. The group followed the patriarch to the location of the Lancer family's sacred tree. The giant tree's branches swayed in the wind, its leaves rustling, its immense energy almost enveloping them, yet showing no signs of aggression. A clansman asked in confusion, "Patriarch, what's going on?" The patriarch gazed at the flourishing sacred tree, a mixture of relief and astonishment on his face. The sacred tree is about to bear fruit. He was relieved that the Lancer bloodline, though thin, was finally about to have a new life born. He was astonished that this was clearly not the time foretold in the prophecy. Lan Mu turned to look at Wan Chiga and the other person who had come with her. Before she could speak, she noticed that the two of them were slightly stunned and were walking straight towards the sacred tree. The clansmen nearby tried to stop them, but the patriarch gently stopped them. Wan Chiga and Ji Liang slowly approached the sacred tree. When they were only a few steps away, the light emanating from the verdant tree intensified, quickly gathering before them. Both were startled and looked up to see the white light already before them. Instinctively, Wan Chiga and Ji Liang reached out to touch it, and in an instant, they each grasped a soft hand. The moment they touched, the white light vanished, revealing a naked woman before them. Long, jet-black hair draped over her body, her exposed skin as white as snow. The interplay of black and white was like the descent of a holy child, breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes were clear and bright, like those of a newborn child. Even in her nakedness, she possessed a purity that prevented any thought of desecration. Suddenly, she looked up at the world. The moment Wan Chiga and Ji Liang met her gaze, their hearts trembled. The feeling wasn't about love or romance, but rather a resonance of souls. The magical power of the collision wasn't as turbulent as usual, but rather felt like a gentle breeze, immersing everyone in it. The old woman's eyes widened slightly. She murmured to herself, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." The exquisite spiritual magic colliding and intertwining with the sacred tree had given birth to such a wondrous sight, but why only one? This wasn't what the prophecy said. She leaned forward somewhat inappropriately, and a nearby clansman asked curiously in a low voice, "What is the clan leader looking at?" Lan Mu returned to her dignified demeanor, shook her head, and remained silent. The woman before them smiled warmly, her voice gentle. "My name is Bai Jia. You can also call me Lancer by Xuanji." Both men were taken aback, but Ji Liang reacted faster, taking a long cloak from his storage device and draping it over Bai Xuanji. Bai Xuanji withdrew her hands from their touch, using the soft cloak to cover her rosy nose. "Thank you." Despite the chilly spring air, her jade-like face flushed crimson. Beside them, and Jean, resting her chin on her hand, remarked, "They already hit it off? Is Bai Xuanji even born yet?" Such a mature appearance and mind at birth. The Lancer people are truly amazing. Wan Chiga, hearing Jin's blunt words, covered her face and said, "As far as I know, they've been spending a long time together." And Jean nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed romantic, and it was also Ji Liang's love of the world. After all, they had traveled to so many places together. And Jean glanced at the group that had already embarked on their journey. "Then what's the deal with her and Mo Xuanqi?" Wan Chiga explained. "Before leaving the Lancer family, I visited the old patriarch. She said that according to the prophecy, the sacred tree should have given birth to twins with extremely pure bloodlines 2,000 years later, but because of Ji Liang's unexpected visit, the ultimate spiritual power resonated with the sacred tree. So..." And Jean interjected, "So Bai Jia was born early because she liked the spiritual power in Ji Liang?" That's truly a match made in heaven. And Mo Xuanqi will still be born in the continental calendar according to the sacred tree's plan. In the days that followed, Bai Xuanji traveled the continent with Wan Qiga and Ji Liang. They were the pioneers of the Northern Spirit Pavilion. At this time, Wan Qiga had already discovered the tragedy of the Northern Continent. Besides dividing the Northern Spirit Pavilion, he was also investigating the cause of the incident. Initially, he thought it was because the demon clan had returned, but after careful investigation, he learned that it was pollutants smuggled in by Zeleusis. Over the years, the creatures of the Northern Continent suffered severe damage, rendering them incapable of waging war. Wankage conceived a method for restoration and resurrection, but despite scouring ancient texts of the Northern Continent and Atlantis, he found no complete cure. He was forced to travel alone to the Western Continent to find the method of creating a barrier for all things. However, even after 1,000 years, he found nothing. In the year 690 of the Imperial Era, the three pioneers of the Northern Continent encountered Dong Xuanger, a descendant of the Dragon Clan, and traveled with her. In the year 1008 of the Imperial Era, Wankage and Xiao Ruo became fast friends. In the year 1304 of the Imperial Era, the land of the Northern Continent was further eroded. Dozens of earthquakes occurred that year alone, and the numerous aftershocks caused widespread suffering. Finally, Dong Xuanger, with the most resilient body in the world, that of the Dragon Clan, stabilized the collapsing Northern Continent. The following year, Xiao Ruo left the Northern Spirit Pavilion's barrier and traveled to various parts of the Northern Continent to treat patients. Luo Lai, who had been healed by Xiao Ruo to the point of being as healthy as a normal person, was possessed by Shang Jia when she left the Northern Spirit Pavilion to visit Xiao Ruo. Shang Jia then parasitized Luo Lai's body until the year 1550 of the Imperial Era, when Shang Jia manipulated Luo Lai's body to slaughter the dragon race at sea. Luo Lai stood on the beach, her hands covered in blood, looking dazed. Seeing the Dragon King's furious expression, she almost decided to die. It was Wan Qiga who lied, claiming he was in charge, and single-handedly bore the dragon's wrath, saving her naive younger sister. Only 15 years later, Xiao Ruo died, severely affected by the gray energy. Besides this incident, what prompted Wan Qiga to pull down the Atlantis barrier was the growing white bones on Ji Liang's body. The time had come. Growing white bones was an ancient secret technique that corroded the old body inch by inch, shattering everything and forging a new life. The stripping of magical attributes, only briefly mentioned in the secret technique, was handled by Han Lung. Before this, no one even knew if it would succeed. It was a gamble. The magical attributes were successfully stripped away, but Ji Liang fell unconscious. Just when everyone thought it had failed, Bai Xuanji resolutely stepped in. Bai Xuanji didn't know if this would save her lover, yet she still rushed forward without hesitation, her face resolute, to withstand all the surging energy, ultimately leaving countless patterns on herself. In the end, Ning still disappeared from their side. Everything about Ning vanished, leaving only an empty shell. Bai Xuanji was devastated by the sudden loss of her beloved. Only many years later did she sense a trace of her lover's presence in those patterns. It was the aura of Ji Liang. And Jean stared at the scene before her in silence for a long time, finally muttering to herself, What is this? A switcheroo? Ha! You guys are really... The Ji Liang, after growing white bones, had no connection to Ning anymore. No one knew the pain he endured. He only sought rebirth. She naturally couldn't bring Ning back. Before leaving, and Jean asked curiously, given Ji Liang's current condition, how long will it take for him to succeed? Wan Qiga replied, it should be in the near future. I can sometimes sense his aura. And Jean nodded thoughtfully, and the two fell silent, slowly leaving the river of time. Back at the Northern Spirit Pavilion, and Jean looked at Bai Jia, who was immersed in a dream, and sighed softly. Ning had long since returned everything to the camellia tree, but why, after so many years, has the camellia tree still lost some indispensable power? That power is what has always constituted the twins. If not Ning, then who else could it be? Where did the lost power of the camellia tree go? Could it be related to the Chaoyang manor that Qi Xian mentioned? Lost in thought, and Jean noticed a strange smell in the air, realizing she had left the Northern Spirit Pavilion's barrier. Looking up, she saw a familiar figure standing on a hillside not far away, silently guarding an old tombstone beside him. Wan Qiga, following behind, and Jean whispered, "That's Xiao Ruo's tombstone." And Jean understood. She hadn't been mistaken. "How long has the dragon girl been here?" Wan Qiga nodded. "She's been in the Northern Continent for almost a year. Xuanger told her some things about Xiao Ruo, and she's stayed there for a long time, not letting anyone near." And Jean raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing the name Schwanger. She recalled scenes from the past. Dong Schwanger, the younger sister of the North Sea Dragon King Dongming? Seeing Wanchiga nod, and Jean continued, Dongming hates you to death, doesn't he? Wanchiga smiled bitterly. That was Schwanger's own choice. And Jean had no interest in understanding their past choices, and simply nodded indifferently. She hadn't been able to find out the whereabouts of the Tree of Bamboo's energy on this trip, so she planned to return to the Zhengrong Empire again. And Jin's sharp eyes noticed the nude-colored conch shell on the tombstone. She remembered that the dragon girl had carried that conch shell with her for a long time, and she asked curiously. Wanchiga recalled, that was an item the dragon girl gave to Xiao Rui when they first met. Xiao Rui had studied music with the Yu clan, and during his time away treating patients, he used music to soothe their depressed moods. Perhaps he knew his choice, his fate, and he wanted to leave something behind. And Jean nodded thoughtfully, then glanced at Wanchiga's left hand behind his back. She stepped forward and grasped his wrist. For a fleeting moment, and Jin's eyes widened in a daze, as if she were communicating with someone telepathically. Then, a burst of golden light erupted, and Wanchiga, caught off guard, was struck by intense pain. He groaned, nearly falling, and it took him a long time to recover. He found that his seemingly empty hand bones were filled with something, and he was filled with power. Wanchiga stared at Jean in shock, speechless for a long time. And Jean took a step back, looking at Wanchiga's arm, which was faintly glowing. Her expression was indifferent. They have forgiven you. After speaking, she turned and left. Upon returning to the Zhengrong Empire, and Jean immediately sought out Zhu Yingtong. She wanted to tell Zhu Yingtong about something she had discovered long ago. 7 herbs? And Jean nodded. 7 herbs is a plant unique to Atlantis, extremely beneficial to the physical bodies of all living beings. Like Xiaoli. She paused, a hint of sadness in her voice, before continuing, even though Xiaoli was born without any magic, she can still live for thousands of years. And when I interacted with Yinsu before, I smelled the scent of 7 herbs on her. Zhu Weitong exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Jin, do you think someone from Chaoyang Manor went to Atlantis and brought back 7 herbs? She pondered, could it be? Qi Xian mentioned sensing the aura of the camellia tree at Half-Step Cliff? And Jean shook her head. I saw in the timeline created by Wanchiga and the others that the Northern Spirit Pavilion was robbed over 600 years into the Imperial era. After Wanchiga discovered it, a fierce struggle ensued. The mastermind behind that theft was Miss Yin, who must have obtained the 7 herbs, preserved using a unique method, during that incident. Zhu Weitong frowned slightly. You think Miss Yin, also known as Yin Chaoyang, used the 7 herbs on Yinsu? To preserve her body for longer? But I once felt her bone age. Yinsu is really only in her early 20s. And, moreover, her appearance has changed over the years. She had known Yinsu for 8 years, and was well aware of her changes. Yinsu's magical talent wasn't high, and even with the powerful background of Chaoyang Manor and the Zhengrong royal family, the changes in her body were more pronounced than those of ordinary magicians. She was clearly no different from an ordinary person. And Jin's tone was sharper than ever before. How many times have you touched her? Have you confirmed whether her bone age has changed over time? How well do you know her? If she truly grew to her early 20s, like a normal person, why would she need the 7 herbs to stabilize her body? Zhu Weitong was speechless. She had never doubted Yinsu. Touching Yinsu's bone age that time was an accident. And Jean was right, she had no idea what had happened to Yinsu. And Jean said seriously, do you know what this means? Chapter 161. Although somewhat flustered, Zhu Weitong still spoke with conviction. I am certain she is human. Not some terrible thing like gray energy. And Jean sighed, pausing for a long time before speaking. I also believe she was once human. But her current condition means that the body's owner may have died in her 20s, been revived, and then had her body stabilized using the 7 herbs. Otherwise, she wouldn't need the 7 herbs at all. For an ordinary person, using the 7 herbs would be useless, and might even cause unpredictable drawbacks. Zhu Yingtong and Qi Xian's expressions were extremely grim. Neither of them spoke, because being revived perfectly matched the abilities of gray energy, especially since Yinsu's mother was none other than the gray energy girl, Yin. Zhu Weitong was still persistent. Then how did she manage to change her appearance all these years? Leaving aside the changes in Zhu Yingtong's appearance over the 8 years since she met Yinsu, Yinsu had long since fallen in love with Zhu Sungmu. If she really had some problems, how come no one in the Zhengrong royal family noticed? Tong, have you forgotten our first meeting? Wasn't I the same then? These past years, I'd grown up alongside you all, from a child to this appearance, and Jean sighed, continuing, that's the magic of the 7 herbs. The most basic method of use is, like Xiao Li's, to maintain bodily functions. If supplemented with other medicines, rebirth isn't difficult. Zhu Yingtong bit her lip, her fingertips twitching slightly, but she still clenched her fist. And Jean saw her intention, so she reached out her arm, her jade-like forearm resting gracefully in Zhu Yingtong's palm. She smiled and said, want to squeeze mine? Zhu Yingtong's expression wasn't pleasant, it was even filled with doubt. She still held in Jin's hand, rubbing it for a moment. Her expression changed several times after that. She didn't speak, just waited for Jean to speak. Whatever she wanted to know, Jean would tell her. And Jean took her hand in return, squeezing her palm comfortingly. I'm an exception. How can Kunshan Jade have an age? If you felt Xiao Li's bone age, you know that Xiao Li's bone age increases with time, that's the norm. As for Yin Su, if her bone age has always been 20, then she's someone who has died once. If it has increased with time, then something must have happened to her, causing her body to be on the verge of collapse, forcing her to use the 7 herbs to maintain it. Zhu Yingtong was speechless. After a long silence, Qi Xian steered the conversation back to Wei Qi. Yin Xiaoyang is extremely cautious. No matter what my identity or reason for inviting her, she has never attended a banquet. Zhu Yingtong said, since she has concealed the scent of the camellia tree so well, and has repeatedly tried to enter Atlantis, could we invite her in the name of Atlantis? But she kept glancing at Jean as she spoke, since Jean herself had virtually no connection to Atlantis. Qi Xian said, if we directly mention Atlantis, our purpose would be too obvious. After all, on the surface, Hui Qi Yin had no relation to Yin Xiaoyang, the generous but reclusive owner of Chaoyang Manor. What did Atlantis have to do with her? Why bring it up in front of her? It would only alert her. And Jean looked at Zhu Yingtong and then at Qi Xian, her eyes darting around with ill intent. She chuckled, I do have an idea, though it's not really an idea. Zhu Yingtong and Zhu Yingtong both looked at Jean with curiosity. And Jean said casually, the Grand Princess of the Zhengrong Empire is getting married to the Imperial Preceptor of the Zhengrong Empire, and has invited all their relatives and friends to a gathering. Yin Su has no reason not to attend, so this is a good time to send the invitations to Chaoyang Manor. And the Grand Princess happens to have a friend who was once the High Priest of Atlantis. She will represent Atlantis to offer blessings. What do you think of this arrangement? Zhu Yingtong pondered, you fought with Miss Yin outside the Atlantis barrier before, so if you're worried that she might notice, then bring Lin Lang and Huangjue along. Let them participate openly. A short absence should be understandable for Xiao Chun. After Jean finished speaking, something suddenly occurred to her. Chaoyang Manor has the aura of the Chun tree. Perhaps she could bring the twins along as well, taking the opportunity to confirm her suspicions. Almost ignored by everyone else, Qi Xian, seeing the two deep in thought, finally seized the opportunity to speak tremblingly. What wedding? Zhu Yingtong also reacted, wedding? Who? And Jean, seeing their reactions, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course it's you two, not me, right? The divination had been completed. March 28th was an auspicious day. Although they were rushed, with only a dozen days to prepare, Zhu Jiadi confidently declared he would complete the mission. The next day, everyone went about their own business. And Jean returned to Atlantis, carrying only a verbal invitation to the wedding. Qi Xian went to the northern continent to discuss the matter, and Zhu Yingtong went alone to Chaoyang Manor to personally deliver the invitation to Yin Su. As for who would come, they would all welcome them. They only needed to inform the world that the Atlantean envoy would soon arrive at the wedding of the Grand Princess of the Zhengrong Empire. Those willing will take the bait. The plan was kept secret. Besides Zhu Yingtong and his two companions, only Wan Qiga, Wuji, and Ji Liang knew the specifics. The day after Jean left the northern continent, Ji Liang woke up. And Jean suspected Yin Su's health and planned to start with Yin Chaoyang's past, choosing the unalterable truth within the river of time. However, this time the protagonist was Yin Chaoyang, whom they couldn't control. Confirming his identity through this would provide a legitimate reason for their actions. The clearer their understanding, the more powerful time, spirit, and space mages they needed. Qi Xian, as the protagonist of the wedding, Wu Nianluo, Zhu Yingtong's teacher, and the Dragon King and Yi Buju, both Zhu Yingtong's friends, all needed to appear before everyone to avoid seeming deliberate. Ti Fei couldn't leave the Golden Spring either, or she would inevitably arouse Yin Chaoyang's suspicion. Therefore, Wan Qiga and his two companions from the northern continent became the best choice. This marked the first friendly cooperation between the two northwestern continents. Once Missing steps into the magic circle, they will know her whereabouts. The first choice is actually coldness. He has mastered all 12 types of magic. If he were to create a river of time, he would surely achieve the best effect. Unfortunately, currently only things related to Di Fuyan can trigger him, and they haven't been able to find his trace for the time being. The 10th day of the 3rd month is the day Chaoyang Manor opens its gates. Yin Su is staying at the manor during this period. Not long after news of Zhu Yingtong's visit was sent, Yin Su personally came to greet her. The two walked and talked, and soon arrived at Half-Step Cliff, a place never before entered by outsiders. While chatting with Yin Su about the interesting things that had happened on the mainland recently, Zhu Yingtong cautiously observed the unusual aspects of the manor, but found nothing amiss except for the lack of people and the silence. Yin Su listened quietly to Zhu Yingtong's words as always, until she slowly grew sleepy late into the night. Zhu Yingtong was also surprised at how quickly time had passed. She picked Yin Su up and carried her to the bed, and in the silence, she seemed to sense someone else's presence. Zhu Yingtong cautiously turned her head, and saw a slender woman standing alone by the open door. By the moonlight, Zhu Yingtong could barely make out the woman's face. She found this Chaoyang Manor master to be completely unfamiliar, and she did not resemble Yin Su, nor did she look like the Yin girl she had seen that day. She had absolutely no recollection of her appearance. But as far as they knew, the Yin girl's face was different each time she appeared. According to Wan Chiga and others who had the most dealings with Yin, unlike Shang Jia, Yuan Ban, and Sui Yin, Yin never possessed a magician. Each of Yin's transformations was a temporary patchwork, lacking a fixed appearance. Yin Qiang rarely appeared. Even the occasional open exchange at Chaoyang Manor was led by Yin Su. No true portrait of her circulated outside, and very few had seen her face. Only Wu Nianluo and Qi Xian, who had fought with her, had seen Yin Chaoyang. They hadn't formally met her, but they described her appearance to Zhu Yingtong. Yin Chaoyang's features were unremarkable, and she could only vaguely deduce that the three had seen the same person. Yin Chaoyang silently gazed at her from afar, nodding slightly in greeting, before quietly leaving after a long while. Yi Buju, perched on Zhu Yingtong's shoulder, asked, "What does this person mean?" Zhu Yingtong tucked the blanket around Yin Su and replied softly, "It should be me taking care of Xiao Su." This was her first meeting with Yin Chaoyang, yet why did it feel like they had known each other for a long time? And she didn't smell any trace of ash on Yin Chaoyang. Zhu Yingtong stared at Yin Su's half-exposed arm by the bedside, her eyes darkening. She thought she was probably a little out of it, actually wanting to test Yin Su at this moment. Just as she was about to touch Yin Su, the round bead around her neck emitted a faint glow, the arm trembled slightly, then she raised it and rubbed her eyes. Yin Su's voice was still a little sleepy. "At this hour, why would mother call me?" Then Yin Su greeted Zhu Yingtong and walked out of the hall. Zhu Yingtong remained silent for a long time. In that instant, she felt fortunate she wasn't ready. It wouldn't happen again. On March 11th, after arranging numerous matters in Atlantis, Jean hurriedly arrived with a few people. Besides Lin Lang and Huang Ju, she also brought a brother and sister. Outsiders, unaware of Atlantis' workings, assumed the siblings were protégés the high priest of Atlantis wanted to groom. Under Jin's deliberate guidance, the siblings, named Mi Jing, accompanied her to Chaoyang Manor on their first day in Ziliaxis to bring Zhu Yingtong back to the Zhengrong imperial capital. She didn't instruct Mi Jing and Huang Ju to conceal the aura of the camellia tree. To ordinary onlookers, they would simply appear as gifted mental magic users, but the person she intended to seduce would naturally recognize them. The moment Jean saw Yin Chaoyang, she knew she had made the right bet. Despite Yin Chaoyang's best efforts to conceal it, Jean still caught a fleeting glimpse of longing in her eyes. Since they were going to put on an act, Jean joked with Zhu Yingtong, Yingtong, I told you I'd help you find some apprentices. I just got back, and I'm already bringing them here for you to see. Aren't I generous enough? What do you think of their aptitude? If not, I find another one." A tense undercurrent was calmed by Jin's banter. Later, when Huang Ju learned of this, he strongly disapproved, saying, "How could you be so reckless? If that Yin Chaoyang truly harbored ill intentions, could you have stopped him? Besides, what could the child Zhu Yingtong teach Mi Jing and the others? They don't even possess magical attributes." And Jean scratched his head and thought for a moment. They could learn from Yingtong how to identify hidden gray energy, how to effectively deal with gray energy, how to conserve energy more efficiently when clearing gray energy. Don't underestimate our Tong Tong. Huang Ju silently facepalmed. How could he forget that this guy had been this unreliable for thousands of years? And Jean remained silent for a moment, then looked up in the direction of Atlantis. Huangju, do you know why I spent a whole day in Atlantis this time? She was only taking a few people away and giving some instructions. It wouldn't have taken that long. Huangju recalled, I heard from Lin Lang that you went to the inner city. You went to find the Tree of Camellias. And Jean sighed with her eyes closed. Ning returned the power to Little Camellia 1,000 years ago, but Little Camellia still couldn't be replenished through our energy cycle. That indescribable hole, I think I know what it is. She slowly opened her eyes, her tone icy. The turning point happened in the 20th year of the Imperial Era. The twins born from the Tree of Camellias that time were named Chao Yang. Huangju felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave upon hearing this. Chapter 162. Huangju's usually calm tone was tinged with emotion. What did you discover? And Jean shook her head. It's Chi Xian. He sensed Xiao Chun's aura at Half-Step Cliff. She sighed softly. You mean? Outside of Atlantis, what other place could possibly contain the energy of the Chun tree? I asked Xiao Chun. The twins she gave birth to over these thousands of years, their powers were extremely chaotic. Before Qiyang, everything was normal. From Chaoyan onwards, only a very small portion of the power returned, and then it disappeared completely. Later, she stopped letting the twins leave Atlantis. Before my power resonated with her, she could hardly stop it. Because of the sinking of Atlantis, news was kept secret, and the people of the 16 islands were unaware of this. She muttered to herself, something must have happened between Chaoyang and the other two and Missine. The Chun tree utterly detests the aura of gray energy. How could it willingly remain by gray energy's side? And Jean rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. What exactly is this known, earliest known being in human form, the gray mist? Plotting? What has she obtained? What else does she want? Could it be that she wants to assimilate Xiaochun, using the power of the gray mist to change the camellia tree for her own use? And then make this world become what she desires? If that were truly the case, what a hellish world it would be. She frowned, unable to come to a conclusion, then turned to Huangju. What about you? What do you think? When Huangju was created by An, besides being immersed in a large amount of golden spring water, countless precious substances were added, making his wisdom and decision-making abilities unmatched. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to help the Mayu Empire leap from the tail of the four great empires to become second only to the Zhengrong Empire. Before Huangju could answer, and Jean frowned again, but she still possesses the eye of the future of Lancer. With this arrangement, will she really come? Could she already know our plan? Huangju looked at the twilight and said calmly, she will come. And Jean turned to look at him in surprise. You figured it out again? Whether it's plundering the eye of the future or obtaining the light of Lancer, it's all for entering Atlantis, or rather, she wants to obtain information related to Chun. She failed in her last attempt to enter Atlantis, so she knows she can't enter Atlantis on her own. She's so eager, she can't wait any longer. This opportunity is before her, and she won't miss even a 1 in 10,000 chance. And Jean nodded thoughtfully. In that case, let's wait until the wedding day and see what kind of storm she stirs up. Under Zhu Jiadi's arrangement, many people in the palace were busy. Over the next few days, Zhu Yingtong and the others were also busy. As Jean had said, she first exchanged ideas with Jingni and the other two about dealing with the gray energy. Then she sent messages to her friends in various places, and had Yi Buju bring them over. Although the decision to marry was somewhat hasty, and the initial plan was even intended to lure the enemy out, spending her life with Chi Xian was, in any case, her own decision. With her family as witnesses and her friends' blessings, she would take it seriously. Most of the others were unaware of, or didn't understand the entire plan. Aside from catching up with friends, they spent the rest of their time cultivating. What was somewhat reassuring and gratifying was that Zhou Yu, who had been asleep for over 2 months, finally awoke. His strength had increased dramatically, making him the second person in the team to break through to the Divine Descent realm. After regaining consciousness, Zhou Yu initially intended to travel north, but stayed at Jin's urging. Time passed quickly, and March 28th arrived. The weather was mild and pleasant, the sky a clear, cloudless blue, the sunlight warm but not glaring. Everything was perfect, as if the world itself was blessing her. Zhu Yingtong couldn't describe her feelings. Having been on this continent for a long time, she had developed a sense of belonging. The scene before her reminded her of the hasty, unfinished wedding in her journey through the river of time. The man holding the wedding gown, silently weeping, shared the same face as her lover, yet in this matter, the outcome was drastically different. Her sister was certainly not wrong. She had never mistreated Han Leng. It was Han Leng who couldn't treat her wholeheartedly. Zhu Yingtong shook her head, putting those tangled thoughts aside, and walked towards her lover. The wedding proceeded smoothly. Since Chi Xian's relationship with the northern continent was unknown to outsiders, Zhu Jiadi temporarily acted as the head of both families. After completing the elaborate ceremony, the two were ushered into the bridal chamber amidst a noisy throng of people. For their plan, the location wasn't a secluded, high-altitude observatory, but rather the residence previously prepared for Zhu Yingtong. With a few close friends staying at the Grand Princess's residence, it didn't seem contrived. On this day, everyone felt relaxed and let their guard down. Once inside the room, Zhu Yingtong calmly removed all her ornaments, leaving Chi Xian standing there almost stunned, gazing at her with a wistful expression. Zhu Yingtong removed her formal dress, revealing a fitted outfit underneath, then turned to Chi Xian. She smiled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He parted his thin lips slightly, his eyes filled with deep meaning. "I like it." Then, seeing Zhu Yingtong chuckle and turn to remove her jewelry in front of the mirror, he watched her retreating figure and touched the sachet tied to his waist. Inside was a lock of hair they had cut before their wedding night. Bound by marriage, their love was unwavering. An undisguised smile played on his lips. He had finally achieved his wish. Just as Zhu Yingtong was about to remove her other earring, the message from the tattoo on her palm sent a jolt through her. She whirled around, exclaiming in a low voice, "Shang Jie is here." She exchanged a glance with Chi Xian. Without even removing the earring, she flipped her palm, and the Suidelin sword appeared in her hand. Chi Xian's eyes flickered slightly, then he reacted to the sound. Although the energy fluctuations outside the door were weak, they were strange. He could still sense them with his powerful spiritual energy. The two simultaneously lunged forward, but before they reached the door, it swung open with a bang. They both stopped abruptly, both assaulted by the nauseating, undisguised stench of ash and smoke. The black mist dissipated, revealing a heavily wounded Shang Jie, followed closely by Zhou Yu and the Dragon King. The usually composed Shang Jie was now panting heavily, looking utterly disheveled. "Oh dear! I chose the wrong room. Now this is going to be difficult." The Dragon King, who had entered first, had a cold expression. The blade of his long sword crackled with electricity, radiating a chilling aura. Zhou Yu, slightly behind, also approached, wielding his Wuxian sword. Neither responded. Just as the Dragon King was about to raise his sword, Shang Jie chuckled, "Did you think I came alone?" Zhu Yingtong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Without uttering a word, she exchanged a glance with Chi Xian and left the room. Immediately, Chi Xian extended his arm, and a scepter suddenly appeared in his hand. The scepter lightly tapped the ground, and a gentle yet undeniable aura instantly enveloped the entire room, gradually expanding throughout the mansion. Watching Zhu Yingtong leave, Shang Jie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without that annoying yin-yang fire, perhaps she still had a sliver of hope. As if sensing something, Zhu Yingtong quickly ran towards the room of the two quiet figures. However, as she passed Yinsu's room, she sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Her heart skipped a beat, and she cautiously opened the door, only to be startled by a soft cry from the woman inside. By the moonlight, Zhu Yingtong saw a slender figure curled up, like a frightened cub. Zhu Yingtong waved her hand, and the energy of the magic crystal flowed through the lamplight, illuminating the room faintly. She cautiously approached, saw the figure inside, and was about to speak when a pair of soft hands covered her mouth even faster. By the light, Zhu Yingtong saw that the person who had come was Yinsu. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but because she had jerked her feet up in the darkness and misjudged the distance, her upper body fell into Zhu Yingtong's arms. Then, with a thud, her knees slammed hard into the ground, and tears immediately welled up in Yinsu's eyes. Zhu Yingtong, seeing her like this, was both amused and exasperated. She whispered, "What are you doing?" She helped Yinsu to a low stool, and then took out medicine from her storage container to treat her wounds. Yinsu stammered, I found someone." She bit her lip, as if making a decision, and added, at half-step Cliff and Chaoyang manner, "I don't know him. He asked me to take him away." She held up a lamp, and went to the bedside. Lying on the bed was a young man, who looked to be in his early 20s. The light was dim, but his pale face was still visible, and it wasn't hard to imagine how bad his condition was. Zhu Yingtong was shocked upon hearing this. "Isn't that your house? How could an outsider be in there?" She had only stayed at Bamboo Cliff once, when she delivered an invitation to Yinsu, but she had mostly stayed in Yinsu's room and didn't know the overall layout of Bamboo Cliff. How could Yinsu have picked up someone she didn't even recognize? Suddenly, her eyes flashed, and she suddenly remembered something. Her gaze towards the man became scrutinizing. I don't know either. I found him in the room when I went out today. He was very weak. He begged me to take him away, and I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. In-Su stammered. I think his appearance at Chaoyang Manor and his subsequent attempt to leave must be related to my mother. Yes, I'm sorry. I move him as soon as possible. Seeing In-Su's anxious expression, Ju Yingtong sighed softly. Little Su probably didn't know what kind of person her adoptive mother was. If this person was indeed the Orochi Xi incensed. She stepped forward and carefully examined the man's face. Let's check his condition first. Is it easy to move him? In-Su also leaned closer and nodded. I treated him earlier and stabilized his breathing. He's breathing steadily now, and there's nothing wrong, but I don't know why he can't wake up. As they were talking, the door was flung open, and Qingwan's hoarse, pained voice came through, Young master. Let's go! At the same time, in a room not far away, and Jean suddenly opened her eyes. Gotcha. Chapter 163. Inside the room, Qingwan lay sprawled before the two, covered in blood. Ju Yingtong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. She swiftly moved in front of Qingwan, blocking the surging gray mist that was about to pounce. In-Su, his face filled with shock and anger, rushed to Qingwan's side and hurriedly began to heal her. Ju Yingtong's long sword blazed fiercely as she stared at the gray mist gradually solidifying into a human shape. She asked coldly, So you are Shang Jie's accomplice? As she spoke, she subtly extended her left arm behind her, the magical beast contract on her arm gleaming faintly. Yi Buju, who was telepathically connected to her, immediately cast a spatial spell around her. The early handsome man failed to notice Ju Yingtong's subtle movements. He let out a sinister and unpleasant laugh, just as she said, This flame is both terrifying and delicious. Before he finished speaking, he launched an attack on Ju Yingtong. His attacks were fierce and swift, seemingly even stronger than Shang Jie's, and his moves were unpredictable and ruthless. Ju Yingtong had never seen anything like it before, yet she calmly parried each attack. She wielded her long sword with her right hand, and with a flick of her left arm, the enormous Yi Buju appeared beside her. The human and the beast worked together perfectly, closing in on the man step by step. Ju Yingtong recalled the information Wu Yanling had given her. You are Su Feng. The compiled information stated that this person was extremely cunning and ruthless, and all the mages who fought him suffered heavy casualties. Su Feng's attack was a bit too slow, and he looked surprised. You're such a young guy. How do you know me? Ju Yingtong didn't answer. The slow move gave her an opportunity, and she swiftly cleaved off half of Su Feng's shoulder blade with her sword. Su Feng cried out in pain, trying to continue his attack, but finding his body bound by chains. He was forced to retreat rapidly towards the door. He turned to see a woman with a resolute expression, the other end of the chains binding him tightly gripped in her hand. Ju Yingtong flicked her wrist, and the Suilin sword twirled in her hand, the flames on its blade extinguishing the lingering ash. She looked up and saw Yue Wei standing in the courtyard. Su Feng cursed inwardly, so many people. Ju Yingtong coldly watched Su Feng. A silent undercurrent stirred, and the group moved simultaneously. A cacophony of sounds erupted from the courtyard, the sound of swords slicing through the air, chains snapping, whistling, wind, breathing, and panting, a cacophony of sounds. After a brief exchange, both Ju Yingtong and Yue Wei bore numerous wounds. Yi Buju's wounds were so raw that blood soaked his fur. Once he regained his footing, Yue Wei immediately began treating her own injuries. Ju Yingtong was in slightly better shape. Her gleaming armor shielded her from much of the gray aura. Yue Wei's condition was slightly worse, but not a major problem. Su Feng, however, hadn't fared any better. His wounds resembled exploding fireworks, emanating a dark gray aura. Su Feng's face was grim. He smoothed his blood-stained hair behind his head and licked the wounds on his arms, which healed in an instant. What troublesome humans. That woman was right. I hope tonight's trip wasn't for nothing. Damn, what a loss. Ju Yingtong and Yue Wei exchanged a glance, both puzzled by Su Feng's words. The person he mentioned twice, was it Shang Jie, or perhaps Missine? Ju Yingtong's expression darkened. She gave Yue Wei a wink and then swung her sword at Su Feng, who was attacking them. Yue Wei quickly rushed towards In-Su, unleashing the floating life lock before the gray energy reached In-Su and Qingwan, blocking most of it. The remaining gray energy was dispersed by her twin blades. Combined with Yi Buju's spatial magic, Ju Yingtong repeatedly caught Su Feng off guard. While fighting Su Feng, she recalled the information. Wu Yanling had warned her that a white light always followed Su Feng, rarely appearing, but far more troublesome than Su Feng himself. Its appearance always meant certain death. At this moment, besides dealing with Su Feng, Zhu Yingtong also needed to observe the surrounding anomalies. No news of Zhou Yu had come from the Wenxian seal, and Jean had only sent an unusual message when she first encountered Su Feng, then remained silent. This indicated that the situation there wasn't good either. She needed to resolve the crisis here quickly. Fortunately, Qi Xian had laid a trap beforehand, making this place a no-man's land. Neither Su Feng, who was retreating steadily before them, nor Shang Jia, surrounded by Zhou Yu and his men, had any way out. Only one person. Missing. They knew very little about her, and had no idea what she was capable of. Meanwhile, Zhu Yingtong, wielding a long sword and engulfed in flames, forced Su Feng to retreat, yet he showed no sign of unease. Thinking of this, Zhu Yingtong felt a strange unease rising within her. Meanwhile, Yin Su, standing to the side, had beads of sweat on her forehead, her face so pale she looked as if she might faint at any moment. Qing Wan, in Yin Su's arms, was ashen-faced and in pain. She gripped Yin Su's arm tightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but the dual pain in her body and soul had rendered her almost speechless. Even with Yu Wei's utmost effort, the amount of gray energy surrounding them didn't seem to decrease, and Yu Wei gradually began to feel overwhelmed. The change happened in an instant. A white shadow, seemingly appearing from nowhere, suddenly struck Yu Wei. Even with Zhu Yingtong's reminder during the hand seals, she couldn't detect the ghostly figure. Zhu Yingtong exclaimed, "Buju." Yi Buju gathered spatial magic within her body, but was still a fraction of a second too late. Instantly, Yu Wei felt a tightness in her chest, blood spilled from the corner of her lips, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. The white shadow didn't stop its attack, but continued to strike Yin Su and the other person not far away. Everything happened too fast for Zhu Yingtong to reach them. Sui Lin's sword almost severed the white shadow, but Zhu Yingtong only saw Qing Wan, a step away, blocking a fatal blow for Yin Su. The white figure nearly extinguished all of Qing Wan's life force. Countless tiny wounds all over her body gushed blood, and she could only utter muffled hoarse sounds. Her body went from soft to stiff, and finally, she collapsed into Yin Su's arms. Yin Su wept uncontrollably, crying out in heart-wrenching agony, "No, no." As she cried, Yin Su desperately tried to draw the gray energy from Qing Wan's body to herself. This disruptive treatment resulted in Qing Wan coughing up blood incessantly, her life rapidly fading away. Zhu Yingtong, standing nearby, was seeing for the first time how Yin Su was clearing away the gray energy. It was similar to the method they had encountered at Wangqiu, and seeing Yin Su's pained expression, it wasn't hard to imagine the torment she was enduring. Seeing the scene before her, Zhu Yingtong was instantly consumed by rage, her eyes flashing with a fiery red light that nearly startled Yin Su. Zhu Yingtong bit her tongue to regain her composure. Knowing it was likely hopeless, she still stubbornly covered the ashes with flames, only adding to their pain. No, it can't be. She and her sisters had learned it. This time she could do it. She could save her friends. She could save them. The tragedy of 4 years ago would never happen again. Zhu Yingtong composed herself, channeling her magic once more, controlling the flames to chase the ashes from their bodies. Yin Su had less ashes. Zhu Yingtong grasped her slender wrist, fire energy flowing through her meridians again and again, spreading throughout her body, temporarily halting the spread of the ashes. At the same time, Zhu Yingtong used her inextinguishable yin-yang fire to carefully remove the ashes from Qing Wan's body. Yin Su was surprised to find that the gray aura surrounding Qing Wan was gradually dissipating. She quickly wiped away her tears and began to treat Qing Wan. Yu Wei, who had already performed simple treatment on herself, quickly stepped in front of the group to shield them from the attacks. The white shadow, after revealing itself, no longer concealed itself, but surprisingly, it didn't attack again, giving her a brief respite. The white shadow was unrecognizable, clinging to Su Feng's side like a demon, seemingly glued to his wounds, presumably healing them. Su Feng also slowed his attacks, hissing intermittently, "Idiot, go easy on me. Damn, did I fall for that stupid woman's trick? There's no treasure here." Having said that, he attacked while carefully surveying the courtyard before him. His gaze locked onto a door, and he suddenly swooped down from the air. Caught off guard, Yu Wei could only throw out her life lock to slow Su Feng's advance. Due to the disparity in strength, she was pulled forward, stumbling miserably. Fortunately, Yi Buju arrived in time to grab half of the chain, thus restraining Su Feng's movements. Su Feng, suddenly halted, turned to Yu Wei with a ferocious expression, "Another fool trying to stop me." His body blazed with gray energy as he struggled to break free of the chains, about to attack Yu Wei, when he suddenly found his movements abnormally slow. Su Feng felt an unusual burning sensation in a certain part of his body. Confused, he looked down at the half-exposed blade protruding from his chest, his expression gradually turning ferocious. The white shadow beside him twisted strangely, seemingly trying to escape, but its struggles were futile. The flames on the sword intensified, engulfing Su Feng instantly. Soon after, a chilling scream echoed through the courtyard, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Yue Wei and Zhu Yingtong exchanged glances. She saw a rare ruthlessness and resolve flash in her best friend's eyes. The piercing screams gradually faded, Su Feng's body, along with the white figure, completely consumed by the flames. As the flames subsided, Zhu Yingtong, seemingly drained of all strength, collapsed weakly to the ground. Yue Wei quickly rushed to support Zhu Yingtong, tending to her wounds. More than 10 threads shot from her wrist, the heavenly mountain thread, wrapping around the unconscious Yin Su and Qing Wan, treating them. The floating life lock still surrounded them, while Yi Buju bared his teeth, dispersing the remaining ashes, preventing them from reaching them. After a long pause, Zhu Yingtong, finally able to speak, grasped Yue Wei's arm and stammered, "Qing Wan. How is she? And Xiaoxiu?" Her voice was unsteady, as if she were afraid of something. Brought back to her senses by Zhu Yingtong, Yue Wei turned to look at Qing Wan. Her eyes were still closed, presumably unconscious, but her chest was rising and falling slightly. The message from the Tianshan line indicated that she was at least still alive. Yin Su, on the other hand, had fainted from exhaustion. Yue Wei spoke softly, "It's all right, you saved them. You did it." She had done it. Only then did Zhu Yingtong breathe a sigh of relief and slowly close her aching eyes. Chapter 164. About half an instant sticks time ago. Compared to the battlefield on Zhu Yingtong's side, the group confronting Shang Jia wasn't having an easy time either. "Oh dear, you 3 grown men, making things difficult for a weak woman like me, aren't you ashamed if word gets out?" Shang Jia spoke with feigned weakness, but her actions were anything but gentle. The 3 men opposite her, including Qi Xian, already bore numerous wounds. However, although her words were light, her own injuries were not diminished, and half of her beautiful face was even shrouded in darkness. Shang Jia covered her injured cheek, uttering vicious words, "Huh. If this body weren't so fragile, I really wanted to kill you all. If I could eat you all, I'd definitely grow very strong. Maybe even surpass her power." Her mutterings ended with a sudden attack. The 3 were on high alert, ready to fight back. Soon, Shang Jia was exhausted and lost half her attack. She struggled to resist the mental magic attack from Qi Xian in front of her, but was caught off guard by a fierce onslaught of another mental magic attack from behind, leaving her defenseless. Just as Wu Nianluo was about to press her advantage, she sensed an unusual aura in the air. She raised her hand, restrained Shang Jia, and tossed him to Qi Xian and the others, then shouted, "Retreat." Without hesitation, she attacked. The clash of swords seemed to make the earth hum. Wu Nianluo and her attackers flew through the courtyard, exchanging blows that nearly tore the entire mansion apart. The temporary magical barrier Qi Xian had erected was also shattered by the sudden surge of powerful gray energy. The attackers sometimes transformed into human form to fight Wu Nianluo, and sometimes dispersed into gray energy to launch surprise attacks on Qi Xian and the others. The conflict was decided in mere moments. Wu Nianluo knew she had lost a move. The gray energy she thought she had suppressed seemed to be resurfacing. Was this person truly the most powerful gray energy? Alone, she forcefully clashed with all 4 of them, and single-handedly drew back the gray energy from Wu Nianluo, energy that wasn't hers, to attack her. Not only did they fail to capture her, but she also took Shang Jia with her. The newcomer was none other than the girl with a new face, but the powerful gray energy emanating from her made her instantly recognizable to everyone. It's such a disgrace. Yin, the maiden, wrapped one arm around Shang Jia's waist and pressed the other against her brow, breathing on her. "Is this what you meant by one person can manage?" Shang Jia accepted Yin's gift, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Her words were broken and barely audible. "Isn't this exactly the situation you hoped for?" Yin's lips twitched, but before she could say anything, Shang Jia, seemingly unwilling, grabbed her collar. "You appeared now. Not just to save me, but have you found what you wanted? Isn't this the best opportunity you mentioned before?" Yin remained silent. She enveloped Shang Jia in gray mist, and then flew towards the room behind the group. As her robes fluttered, Shang Jia heard a faint voice echo in her ear, "I found it. It's right here." Shang Jia struggled to open her eyes, as her body was about to dissipate, only vaguely seeing the departing figure. Wu Nianlu and the others tried to search for Shang Jia again, but found no trace of him. Missing could sense a faint, almost imperceptible aura emanating from this place. She was all too familiar with it, having hunted many such people before. She knew tonight might be a trap set for her, but she also understood that she had already been rejected by Atlantis, making it almost impossible for her to enter again. At this moment, she had no choice but to gamble. Wu Nianlu and the others were on high alert, not daring to relax for a moment. In an instant, they took turns attacking, the immense energy whipping up a howling wind and scattering leaves throughout the courtyard, like an impending storm. Just then, the door behind them suddenly burst open. The room inside was unlit, pitch black, and the situation was impossible to see. The young woman, seemingly having heard something, turned extremely pale. She tried to break through their defenses to continue, but found it futile. The newcomer's control over her was too strong. So she struggled, but gradually grew weaker. Got you. In an instant, the courtyard was turned upside down, light seemingly illuminating the earth, so bright that it was blinding. A moment later, Wu Nianlu's voice came from inside the courtyard. Ahem, they caught them? Little Jean didn't say she'd make such a big fuss. She wasn't prepared at all. She paused slightly, then added softly, oh dear, calling little Jean after hearing the story feels a little strange. After a while, the aftershocks of the energy dissipated, and everyone revealed themselves. Wu Nianlu stood with her arms crossed, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Yu and the Dragon King, finally tilting slightly to look at Qi Xian in front of her. You're Xiaodong's boyfriend? I heard you're older than me. Qi Xian was unusually embarrassed. Yes, my name is Qi Xian, from the northern continent. Wu Nianlu casually gathered her disheveled hair. How long have you two been together? Qi Xian paused for a moment, suddenly feeling the awkwardness of meeting the parents. It was back in the snowy mountains. Wu Nianlu frowned. It wasn't that long ago, only a few months. Qi Xian pursed his lips. We have known each other for a long time. Before Wu Nianlu could ask another question, the door behind them opened, and Huangju walked out from the inner room. He was as indifferent as ever, but behind him was a bottomless vortex, enough to make one's heart tremble at a single glance. Everyone fell silent instantly. Huangju slowly spoke. Currently, we only trapped Miss Yin. She definitely won't cooperate. As for whether we can let her enter the River of Time, and whether we can extract any useful information from it, that depends on Jin Yu and Lin Lang. At most, only one person needs to guard this place. Everyone discussed the arrangements. After speaking, he walked out of the courtyard. The four people present quickly agreed on the order of arrival. Wu Nianlu went first, while the other three returned to their lodgings. Coincidentally, Qi Xian and the Dragon King went to find their respective lovers first. At the other courtyard, Zhu Yingtong, after checking that Yu Wei's body was free of gray energy, hurriedly told her to go back to her room to rest, while she went to the next room to carefully take care of Qin Wan and Yin Su. When Qi Xian stepped into the room, he saw Zhu Yingtong squatting by the bed, holding Qin Wan's wrist in one hand, her expression not good. Beside Qin Wan lay Yin Su, who had fallen into a deep sleep after taking sedatives. Tears welled in her eyes, indicating that her dream was not peaceful. Qi Xian stepped forward, his palm lightly touching Zhu Yingtong's neck. A warm and gentle energy spread throughout her body, as if washing away the day's fatigue. Qi Xian asked in a low voice, "What happened? How are you now?" Zhu Yingtong's voice still sounded somewhat tired. "On my way to find Yin Su, I encountered a great Qi named Su Feng. We defeated him, but Qin Wan took the brunt of Su Feng's attack for Xiao Su, and her injuries are severe. Although I used Yin Yang fire to clear away a large portion of the gray Qi, saving her life, but..." She bit her lip. "I want to go find Xiao Jin. Perhaps she has a way to completely remove the remaining gray Qi from Qin Wan and the others." Qi Xian shook his head. "Little Master and the others are dealing with missing. I'm afraid they can't spare the time." Zhu Yingtong frowned. What about Lin Lang and Huangju? It wasn't unexpected that she mentioned these two. Before Qi Xian arrived, Yu Wei had also tried to clear the gray Qi from Qin Wan and Huangju, but for some reason, after all that effort, not a trace of that cunning gray Qi had been completely removed. Zhu Yingtong realized that Qin Wan's injuries, this time were probably different from the usual gray energy. Perhaps only, that place could completely save them. She couldn't just watch them suffer like this, half dead. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, she had to fight for it. Qi Xian frowned slightly, his tone seemingly disapproving. "You want to take them to Atlantis?" Zhu Yingtong had only been to Atlantis once, and she didn't know the rules there, but she still wanted to try. She released Qin Wan's hand and turned to walk towards the door. Since Xiao Jin isn't here, I go ask Lin Lang and Huang Ju. Qi Xian quickly grabbed Zhu Yingtong. Lin Lang and Little Master are dealing with Miss Yin together, and Huang Ju is nowhere to be found. They won't allow anyone connected to the gray energy to enter Atlantis. When Qi Xian said related to the gray aura, Zhu Yingtong knew he wasn't referring to the gray aura on the two of them, but something else entirely. She flung Qi Xian away, her expression somewhat displeased. If the person who came today really was Yin Xiaoyang, how could Xiao Su decide to have a gray aura as her foster mother? Xiao Su has never done anything wrong. She's dedicated to helping people. She's far more noble than her foster mother. Besides, how do you know Huang Ju and the others won't agree if you don't try? Seeing Zhu Yingtong's slightly furrowed brows, Qi Xian quickly stepped forward and took her hand. In the cold night, the warmth of his palm seemed to comfort her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, don't be angry. Feeling the sudden proximity of a faint tea-scented scent, Zhu Yingtong's ears burned, but she didn't pull her hand away again. She muttered a few words under her breath. They were all magicians. How could Qi Xian not hear her? Why is he always seducing her? Me? The romantic atmosphere was interrupted by two very soft knocks on the door. Both women turned to look, only to see Huang Ju standing outside, his face expressionless. Excuse me, just a moment. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just stopped when I heard my own name. Zhu Yingtong's eyes lit up at the sight of Huang Ju. She rushed to him, her voice soft and pleading, her words unusually hesitant. Mr. Huang Ju? Qin Wan and the others are badly injured. It's gray energy. I tried my best to clear it, but I still can't completely remove it. Xiao Wei also said their injuries this time are different from before. I think. You want me to take them to Atlantis? Huang Ju picked up where Zhu Yingtong left off. Zhu Yingtong stopped talking, blinked her big eyes, and her confidence seemed to be lacking for the first time. May I? She asked. Looking at Huang Ju's less than bright expression, she suddenly remembered something. Xiao Su said she found someone. At Chiyang Manor, that person's name is Chao. Chapter 165. Huang Ju's pupils constricted, his voice trembling with excitement as he spoke again. Where is he? Zhu Yingtong called softly, and Yi Buju, who was cleaning up the battlefield in the courtyard, rushed over. Under Yi Buju's manipulation, the spatial magic was dispelled, and a thin, still unconscious man appeared before them. Huang Ju quickly stepped forward. He hadn't seen the Chao and Yang mentioned by Anjin, but he could recognize the unique Atlantean aura on this man. Huang Ju examined Chao's physical condition, then frowned deeply. It was indeed as Anjin had said. Zhu Yingtong nudged Qi Xian beside her. Is this man's aura the same aura of the camellia tree that you sensed at Chaoyang Manor? This time, perhaps because they were closer, the previously faint aura had become more pronounced. Qi Xian nodded. It should be him. But how come he's here? This was also the question Huang Ju wanted to know. After transferring some of the tree of bamboo's energy to him, he turned to look at Zhu Yingtong, also waiting for an answer. Zhu Yingtong. Shang Jia's words after the attack made me uneasy. I was worried about Jingmi, so I planned to go find them. On the way, I noticed something strange in Xiao Su's room. When I went in, Xiao Su told me that she met this person at Bamboo Cliff in Chaoyang Manor. He asked Xiao Su to take him away, and in her haste, she hid him in the room I had reserved for her in the mansion. Zhu Yingtong's thoughts drifted to another matter as soon as she finished speaking. It was when Su Feng attacked Qin Wan, before she and Yin Su left the bed, that in a flash, she seemed to see Chao open his mouth, the kind of unconscious murmur someone makes while unconscious. But what did he say? She didn't seem to hear anything. Huang Ju's eyes flickered slightly. You mean Chao was ever lucid? When questioned by Huang Ju, Zhu Yingtong snapped out of her reverie and quickly replied, yes, Xiao Su said that Chao wasn't feeling well at the time. He fainted after saying those words to her. She treated him, but he never woke up again. Huang Ju pressed a hand to Chao's brow, looking thoughtful. Zhu Yingtong, standing to the side, felt a little nervous. So, Xiao Su had saved Chao once, and for Chao's Atlantis to save Xiao Su and the others again wasn't an unreasonable request, was it? Huang Ju's gaze turned to the distance, his mind seemingly lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke, all right, I take you to Atlantis. Zhu Yingtong looked relieved, sincerely thanking him. Thank you very much, Mr. Huang Ju. Huang Ju was stunned for a moment, his lips moving, but he only said with a somber expression, in that case, prepare yourself and set off as soon as possible. As soon as Huang Ju finished speaking, Zhu Yingtong turned and walked towards the inner courtyard without looking back. Wang Ju turned to Chi Xian. You stay. Seeing Chi Xian's bewildered expression, Wang Ju said indifferently, I will protect her when we get there. You stay here and handle the rest. Chi Xian looked at the faint light of dawn, and sighed inwardly. He understood Wang Ju's meaning, of course. Such a commotion had occurred at the princess's residence. Even though he had initially surrounded the area with a temporary barrier, it could only prevent the gray energy from spreading, and some of the disturbance. Even repairing the residence was a considerable undertaking, not to mention that as the Grand Preceptor of the Zhengrong Empire, he still had much to do. There was nothing much to pack for the trip to Atlantis. Zhu Yitong went to a side room, and saw Yue Wei still resting. She informed the Dragon King, and then hurriedly left. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhu Yitong saw Yi Buju transform back into his giant form, carrying the unconscious Yin Su, Qing Wan, and Chao on his wolf back, with Wang Ju beside him. Chi Xian stood further away, almost at the courtyard entrance. Zhu Yitong walked to his side, and the two whispered a few words in each other's ears. From a distance, only Chi Xian's slightly aggrieved face and Zhu Yitong's teasing expression could be seen. Wang Ju spoke calmly, everyone's here. Let's go! As he finished speaking, the energy around him suddenly changed, becoming an extremely pure and harmonious power. Zhu Yitong recalled feeling this energy in Consort T and in Jin Yu beside the Chun tree. The scenery around them shifted several times. Zhu Yitong clearly sensed that they had passed through Atlantis' Phoenix barrier, because at one moment, a very faint gray mist emanated from Yin Su and Qing Wan, instantly vanishing into nothingness. However, Zhu Yitong could also sense that the Phoenix barrier had only cleared the outermost layer of gray mist. His shallow divine sense was unable to track and eliminate the gray mist within those affected by it. The reason the gray mist was so difficult to eradicate was that if its source wasn't completely controlled, it would continuously multiply. A short while later, the group arrived at the camellia tree in the inner city. This was the second time Zhu Yitong had seen the camellia tree. It was still full of life. However, as they all landed, the branches of the camellia tree began to sway slightly, the leaves rustling, as if the entire tree had come alive. Zhu Yitong subconsciously felt that the camellia tree seemed to be trying to express something. Zhu Yitong turned to Wang Ju and asked, Is it trying to say something? Wang Ju's expression remained calm, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. You can hear me? Zhu Yitong hesitated for a while. No, but I feel like it wants to speak. Then she asked curiously, Mr. Wang Ju, can't you hear me? In Atlantis, only Jin Yu can communicate directly with the camellia tree. Wang Ju pondered, try getting closer to it. Zhu Yitong nodded, but as soon as she took a step forward, the branches of the camellia tree began to shake violently, and a great wind swept through the inner city. Yi Buju felt the three people on his body being pulled forward. He bared his teeth, straightened up, and let out a low growl, only to find his movements restrained by something invisible. He looked at the unmoved Wang Ju beside him in confusion, thought for a second, then withdrew his forelimbs and squatted cross-legged to the side. Before Zhu Yitong could react to what was happening, her body acted before her brain, grabbing Yin Su who was brushing past her. The camellia tree shone brightly, and Zhu Yitong, along with the unconscious Yin Su and Qing Wan, vanished from the inner city, leaving only Chao suspended before the camellia tree. At the same time, the branches of the camellia tree trembled, radiating countless powers, bathing the heavens and earth. Yi Buju stared dumbfounded at what was happening before him, his wolf paw trembling as he raised it, pointing at the camellia tree. He felt all of this, and he had never felt such a powerful energy rushing towards him before. This. Wang Ju's expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at Yi Buju indifferently. This is her destiny, and also your fortune. That place is formed from the energy of the camellia tree, and it can be said to be the place with the most abundant magic in the world. The sheer power emanating from him alone was enough to allow several mages to break through from the spirit venerable level to the divine descent level without any obstacles. If you concentrate on your cultivation now, perhaps you can also break through to the 9th rank when she emerges. Yi Buju's eyes widened even more. Breaking through from the spirit venerable level to the divine descent level. Even for extremely talented mages, it would take decades, or even centuries, to successfully break through, not to mention how many people simply couldn't break through or perished along the way. This place truly lived up to its reputation as the origin of magic. Yi Buju also smirked to himself. Wait until I break through to the 9th rank and see how that little girl Zhu Yitong will still nag me. Furthermore, he was conscientious enough to ask a question out of concern. Where did they go? Wang Ju remained silent for a long time before speaking. Yin Su's Sea of Spirit. Upon hearing this, Yi Buju was greatly shocked. The Sea of Spirit was the most important and fragile place for a human mage. A single misstep could result in the loss of all magical power, turning them into an ordinary person. How could Wang Ju scheme against such an ordinary girl? And sending 2 people in at once? Wasn't that a bit too crowded? Seeing Huang Ju's slightly cold gaze, Yi Buju realized he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. He quickly made a zipping motion to his lips and sat up straight, preparing to meditate, but his eyes still darted around, seeking an answer. Huang Ju coldly raised his eyes. You think it's easy to cleanse yourself of this level of ash? This time, the way the ash affects the body is different from before. To completely remove the ash from her body, the energy of the camellia tree must fully permeate her spiritual world. Entering her sea of spirit is the best solution. As for Zhu Yingtong, the abundant spiritual power of the Chun tree will bring her unparalleled enhancement. He then turned and quietly looked at the Chun tree, his voice extremely soft. However, how could she be an ordinary person? Huang Ju looked at Yi Buju, who was gradually entering meditation, and Chao Si, who was sleeping not far away, and suddenly summoned the communication talisman. Feng Shuang. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared before Huang Ju, and with a flash of light, a red figure appeared gracefully within it. The newcomer had clear eyes, curved eyebrows, and looked very lively, showing no trace of her previous injuries. Huang Ju asked, "How have you felt during your stay in Atlantis?" Feng Shuang smiled and said, "I feel very good. Everyone has been extremely friendly to me. I wonder if Senior Huang Ju has summoned me here because there is something you need me to do." Feng Shuang had traveled to many places in Atlantis during this time. He had heard his second brother mention it occasionally before and gleaned some information from books, but now that he was actually here, he realized that what he had learned was merely superficial. A few words could hardly capture its grandeur and magnificence. Feng Shuang had also visited the ancient Phoenix tomb, but the aura of Shi he sensed there was far less powerful than the Phoenix barrier before him. Huang Ju nodded. "I need to awaken Chao. There's no one guarding this place. You stay here. If it's not Zhu Yingtong who emerges first from the Chun tree, then..." As he spoke, his hand slowly swept across his body, and a golden arrow appeared in his hand. Feng Shuang immediately recognized the arrow as being imbued with the power of the Chun tree. He thought to himself, if such an arrow were to fly from his longbow, wouldn't it burn to ashes and cause everyone to cry out in agony? Kill that person. Chapter 166. As Huang Ju said, Yin Su, whether as the adopted daughter of the enigmatic Yin Chaoyang, the benevolent young master of Chaoyang Manor, or the renowned crown princess of the Zhengrong Empire, could not be considered an ordinary person. Yin Su possessed many magical artifacts, the most eye-catching being the round bead around her neck. Zhu Yingtong also found Yin Su in the chaotic crowd by recognizing the gleaming bead. Zhu Yingtong, blinded by concern, grabbed Yin Su's hand amidst the squabbling crowd, preventing her from being touched by the several burly men in front of her. "Shell." After a strange pause, she continued, "Are you all right?" Yin Su, still somewhat dazed, stumbled into Zhu Yingtong's arms. I'm fine. Thank you. Who are you?" Zhu Yingtong pursed her lips, belatedly realizing that she had changed the course of events. She realized this place was similar to the River of Time, but unlike any she had encountered before. She was astonished to see the magical beast contract mark on her arm. She was actually here in her true form? Zhu Yingtong was only grateful that she had reacted quickly enough. In the midst of her earlier attack, she had already taken out a mask from her storage device and covered her face. Xiao Su shouldn't have seen her face, right? Zhu Yingtong quickly regained her senses. She shouldn't have interfered, but seeing those people approaching Yin Su step by step, she couldn't stand idly by. Looking at Yin Su's still somewhat immature face, Zhu Yingtong said softly, "We met by chance, no need to take it to heart." At that time, Yin Su looked only 15 or 16 years old. Judging from her appearance, it was probably her first time coming down the mountain. Her methods of handling things were extremely naive. When evil people deliberately provoked her, she would only argue gently, which only made them more aggressive. The only way to deal with such people was to use a more forceful approach. A flash of light appeared in Zhu Yingtong's palm, revealing a crimson scythe. It was imposing yet terrifying, its blade almost touching the face of the burly troublemaker. Her voice was icy. "You think no one saw what you were up to? Get lost before I lose my temper." Seeing the woman's menacing demeanor, and glancing at the scythe burning like a deadly demon, the troublemakers could only spit twice and flee. Yin Su thanked her profusely, but before he could say anything else, he heard the man grunt and disappear from sight. Young master, are you all right?" A servant who had rushed back from the manor called out loudly. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair. Insu tucked a strand behind her ear, rubbing her still warm wrist, and gazed silently in the direction Zhu Yingtong had left. It's nothing. From then on, Zhu Yingtong often secretly followed Insu, but never intervened again, fearing that disrupting the course of events would cause further anomalies. Besides, she confirmed something else, something that had always troubled her. When she first met Insu in the Sea of Spirit, she held the girl's wrist. Her bone age still indicated she was in her early 20s. At that moment, her heart skipped a beat. She instantly thought of what Jean had mentioned. 7 herbs. Just as Jean had guessed, Insu was someone who had died once. When she was 23. Zhu Yingtong felt as if her heart had been clenched. She could barely breathe. Does Insu? Do she even know? Why did this happen? What exactly did Yin Chaoyang do to Insu? Why did Insu suffer such a fate? Did Insu know all this all these years? She probably didn't. She should be living a carefree life. What exactly does Yin Chaoyang want? Zhu Yingtong's wild thoughts stopped just before a torrential downpour. That day, as darkness fell, Insu, fighting for a rare medicinal herb, was forced to the edge of a cliff by her opponent, her slender figure teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but curse inwardly. How useless is Chaoyang Manor. They can't even protect their young master. She knew Insu wouldn't be fatally injured today, and she knew she shouldn't interfere, but she still couldn't resist. Having passed the critical period, Insu remained near the mountains, because there were many medicinal herbs she needed there. Previously, because of the danger, her mother had never allowed her to go there, even after she repeatedly promised to bring guards and never let herself get hurt. Today's opportunity was rare. She had to seize it. A fire suddenly blazed in the dark cave. Insu checked the supplies, then looked out several times before finally speaking after much hesitation. That girl? Sister? She paused, then added, it looks like the rain won't stop anytime soon. Sister, would you like to come in and warm yourself up? A sudden clap of thunder startled her, and the light flickered. Insu's sharp eyes caught sight of a lithe figure outside the cave swaying slightly. She recalled the aura of a demonic beast she had felt behind her earlier while fishing by the river, but it had quickly dissipated. Insu raised a delicate eyebrow, then let out a very soft laugh. Outside the cave, Zhu Yingtong, leaning against the stone eaves, was panting heavily. Her hot breath hit her mask and bounced back, making her face unbearably hot. She lifted her mask slightly to catch her breath, repeating between breaths, sister. This role reversal was unexpectedly pleasant. After Zhu Yingtong recovered, she was about to turn around and continue observing the situation in the cave, when she suddenly sensed something amiss beside her. Before she could draw her sword, she threw a punch to the side. Only when she saw the person's face did she realize something was wrong. She quickly raised her left hand to stop, her fist stopping less than half an inch from Insu's nose. A strong whirlwind whipped Insu's hair, the ends brushing against Zhu Yingtong's fist, causing a slight tickle. The strong impact caused an uncomfortable numbness in Zhu Yingtong's muscles, and she quickly shook her arm. Insu wasn't startled by Zhu Yingtong's actions. With a bright smile, she held up the grilled fish as if presenting a treasure. Sister, would you like to try my cooking? Zhu Yingtong didn't know how things had gotten to this point. They had clearly agreed not to interfere. How could she be so easily persuaded? I have nothing to repay you with. She didn't mention a word about driving away the monster for Insu earlier. Sitting by the fire with the grilled fish, Zhu Yingtong reflected on her behavior. She only said this to decline, but Insu picked up the conversation again. Insu pressed on then. I like to entrust you with my safety, sister, until you take me home. Zhu Yingtong's eyes darted around. Chaoyang Manor from 10 years ago. She really wanted to go see it. After taking Insu home, she could take the opportunity to wander around and see if she could discover anything unusual. Thinking of this, she nodded in agreement. As night deepened, the rain continued to drizzle outside. Insu had already fallen asleep beside him. At her repeated requests, Zhu Yingtong had no choice but to move very close to her. A faint firelight flickered on the girl's delicate face. Zhu Yingtong looked closely, and suddenly noticed something unusual. She instinctively leaned closer to see more clearly. On Insu's left eyelid, there was an irregularly shaped scar extending to the corner of her eye. The scar was extremely faint. If she hadn't been so close, she probably wouldn't have noticed it. Zhu Yingtong pondered silently. The scar didn't look like a burn mark. What could it be? The thunderstorm had just passed, and a cold wind still filled the cave. While Zhu Yingtong was lost in thought, she heard a rustling sound. When she came back to her senses, there was someone in her arms. Insu murmured, beside you. It's so warm. Zhu Yingtong chuckled at this, placing her palm on Insu's lower back, slowly releasing her energy. Perhaps sensing the warmth, Yin Su's voice grew even softer. Thank you, sister, you saved me again. Zhu Yitong was slightly startled. What did that mean? Was she referring to the last time? But Yin Su shouldn't have any memory of it. She wanted to ask for clarification, but saw that Yin Su's breathing was extremely even. She had clearly fallen into a deep sleep. Zhu Yitong frowned and sighed heavily. Where exactly had she entered? How did she come to have any connection with a teenage Yin Su? Then, nothing more was said that night. The next day, when Yin Su got up, she found clean water for washing beside her, while the woman from the previous day was guarding outside the cave. After washing up, Yin Su went to Zhu Yitong's side and saw her seriously studying a map. Yin Su leaned closer to Zhu Yitong, her warm breath brushing against her neck. It's not far from the manor. Zhu Yitong nodded. Are you ready? Let's go! Along the way, Yin Su chattered incessantly, telling Zhu Yitong many amusing stories. Zhu Yitong listened attentively, trying to glean information, but realized she still knew very little about Yin Chaoyang. The guards, whom Yin Su had contacted beforehand, were waiting at the mountain gate. Upon seeing Yin Su, they quickly rushed forward, with a young-looking Qingwan leading the way. Zhu Yitong looked closely, and saw that Qingwan, like Yin Su, was no longer surrounded by the lingering gray aura, indicating that the energy here was plentiful and had already met their needs for this trip. Zhu Yitong watched them leave noisily. Suddenly, Yin Su turned around, took her hand, and led her into the manor. Zhu Yitong was somewhat confused but followed anyway. Only when Yin Su stopped did Zhu Yitong realize that the two of them had arrived at the highest point of the entire manor. The villa was built by the sea. Standing at its highest point, one could see a vast, boundless ocean. Waves crashed against the distant reefs, and a moist sea breeze greeted her. Zhu Yitong felt her thoughts drifting away. Yin Su gazed at the surging sea, her voice a suppressed calm, if only it were earlier. Zhu Yitong snapped out of her reverie, looking at Yin Su in surprise. Before she could voice her question, her entire mental landscape began to swirl, and the stone bricks beneath her feet started to crumble. Yin Su stumbled, almost falling down the mountain, but she simply turned her head and smiled faintly. Goodbye, sister. In that instant, Zhu Yitong felt a deep meaning in Yin Su's eyes. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. She instinctively wanted to ask for clarification, but just as she touched Yin Su's fingertips, the world spun before her eyes. She endured a splitting headache and forcefully grasped Yin Su's hand. Zhu Yitong felt a swirling mist before her eyes, but she resolutely stepped forward, carrying Yin Su. Outside the camellia tree, Feng Shuang stood motionless, bow in hand, watching as the giant tree suddenly began to shake violently, gradually revealing a vortex. Powerful magical energy surged in the air. Feng Shuang firmly pressed down on the affected arrowhead, and the next second, several overlapping figures emerged from the center of the vortex. Zhu Yitong's figure was steady, the afterglow illuminating her towering figure like a mountain, giving an indescribable sense of security. Her expression was normal. If one didn't carefully observe the way she held Yin Su, even the tension in her fingertips, it would be difficult to discern her inner thoughts. Only when they drew closer did Feng Shuang vaguely sense that Zhu Yitong's aura was somewhat unstable. Looking at the scene before her, Feng Shuang hesitated, and after some thought, finally lowered her longbow. Yi Buju, who had already finished his cultivation, rushed off, only to be stopped by Zhu Yitong in a low voice. She placed Yin Su against Yi Buju's side, then turned and reached into the vortex, managing to pull Qingwan out as well. Qingwan was also unconscious, but it was clear that neither of them was affected by the gray energy. Zhu Yitong turned to look at Feng Shuang, seemingly wanting to say something, but before she could speak, she collapsed, completely exhausted. Feng Shuang rushed over in terror, only to find Zhu Yitong unconscious. Feng Shuang could only use her rudimentary skills to check her pulse, confirming that there was no magical outburst or anything like that. She was simply too tired, causing her body to enter a dormant state. Feng Shuang looked up at the sky speechlessly. What to do? How to get back? Chapter 167. Before Feng Shuang could devise a solution, her gaze was drawn to a sudden disturbance beside her. The jade pendant around Zhu Yitong's neck emitted strange energy fluctuations. Feng Shuang even felt she could see the energy transform into a pale, thread-like object drifting outwards. Feng Shuang's gaze followed the thread, only to see it steadily pass through the phoenix barrier and disappear without a trace. Before Feng Shuang could react, Zhu Yitong in front of her suddenly began to flicker strangely, and then she vanished before the camellia tree. Feng Shuang was stunned by the scene before her, standing upright, speechless for a long time. Yi Buju, standing beside her, was also astonished for a while, running back and forth between the camellia tree and the barrier, trying to discover the secrets of the spatial magic within. Feng Shuang's gaze hesitated before shifting to the unconscious Yin Su and Qing Wan beside her, her face filled with alarm. What to do? Wang Ju hadn't mentioned this situation. Suddenly, a significant energy fluctuation occurred at the edge of the inner city. Feng Shuang's eyes sharpened, and she instantly moved to stand before Yin Su and Qing Wan. The thin mist dissipated, revealing a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. The newcomer smiled slightly. My name is Yun Shuilan, the patriarch of the Water Clan. My presence here is at Lord Huang Ju's arrangement. Feng Shuang looked at Yun Shuilan's faint smile, her heart skipping a beat. Why did she have a bad feeling? After busying herself for a while, Feng Shuang finally couldn't help but speak. Isn't this inappropriate? Could this really be okay? Feng Shuang looked at the scene before her, and couldn't help but cover her face. Aren't they Juingtong's friends? And from Chaoyang Manor, doing this? Yun Shuilan, huh? Didn't anyone tell you? Feng Shuang, ? Yun Shuilan, Lord Huangjue and the others suspect these two have a significant connection to the gray energy, so they decided to keep them under special surveillance until the truth is revealed. Feng Shuang, ? How long have I been asleep? What's happening outside? Holmer Snow Mountain. Juingtong? Wake up! Juingtong regained consciousness in the freezing snow. She struggled to open her eyes and see what was in front of her. Her hand was still tightly gripping the restless jade pendant around her neck, Sister Dantong. Before she could finish speaking, she lost consciousness. Dantong clicked her tongue softly. What happened? She then carried Juingtong on her back and headed towards their residence. Half an hour later, Juingtong jolted awake from a nightmare. She looked at the white weasel, Jinuo, clinging to her, and heard the crackling of sparks from inside the room. It took her a long while to realize what had happened. Awake? Come and drink your medicine. Dantong casually placed a few sugar pills into the medicine bowl, put it on the table, and got up to leave. Juingtong thanked her and quickly pinched her nose to drink the bitter medicine, then asked, Sister Dantong, why are you going out in this weather? Dantong was a hunter from Holmer Snow Mountain, and this wasn't their hunting season. Dantong rolled her eyes. If I didn't go out today, you could freeze to death somewhere, and no one would know. Then she added seriously, recently, the energy fluctuations in the Snow Mountain have been abnormal, affecting human settlements. I've been searching everywhere for the cause. Do you know why? Dantong shook her head. Except for the forbidden area of the Snow Mountain, I explored almost everywhere, and found nothing unusual. The forbidden area of the Snow Mountain is the residence of the priests. Without the priest's permission, the Snow Mountain people cannot approach. Juingtong was shocked. A bad thought arose in her mind. Something happened to Senior Snow Maiden? She quickly took off the jade pendant around her neck and examined it carefully. She noticed that the dark patterns on the pendant were different from usual. They had begun to slowly move, and the direction it pointed was. She staggered to the outside of the house, and in an instant, the jade pendant suddenly shone brightly, its light becoming increasingly dazzling, seemingly guiding her forward. Juingtong felt her heart pounding. She urgently called out, Sister Dantong, I need to go to the Divine Palace, and rushed out the door. A blizzard lashed at her face, and she shivered uncontrollably. She quickly composed herself and headed towards the summit of the Snow Mountain. Although Juingtong had spent 3 years honing her skills on the snow-capped mountain, she wasn't very familiar with the entire mountain. She had never even set foot in the Snow Palace, and could only proceed through the snowstorm guided by the jade pendant. After an unknown amount of time, she finally caught a glimpse of the majestic palace. She quickened her pace again and, almost without hesitation, pushed open the door. Juingtong felt as if the door weighed a ton. She used almost all her strength to push it open, and she didn't know when the palace door had last been opened. The wind and snow, carrying the harsh sound of the door being pushed open, flooded the hall. Everything was covered in a blanket of white, and she almost couldn't find the person in front of her. Juingtong ran forward until she reached the foot of the throne, where she finally saw the Snow Maiden. Juingtong exclaimed, Senior Snow Maiden. The once high and mighty priestess lay sprawled on the ground, her head slightly raised, staring at the shattered skeleton of the three-sided mirror before her. For a fleeting moment, Juingtong felt a sense of disorientation. She thought she could see the Snow Maiden's resentful expression through the torn veil. Scraps of glass littered the ground, many embedded in the Snow Maiden's body, but surprisingly, no bright red blood flowed from the wounds. Instead, a pure liquid, as white as snow, seeped out. Zhu Yingtong quickly helped the weakened Snow Maiden to her feet. She carefully used her magic to remove the small fragments and then tended to her wounds. Zhu Yingtong felt the Snow Maiden leaning against her neck, breathing softly through the veil, but the breath was unlike any other. It was icy cold, sending a shiver down Zhu Yingtong's spine. Zhu Yingtong carefully checked that she had finished cleaning the Snow Maiden's wounds. She cleared away the debris before speaking. "Senior Snow Maiden, are you feeling better now?" The Snow Maiden, who hadn't spoken since Zhu Yingtong arrived at the palace, finally whispered yes. Before Zhu Yingtong could say anything more, she added, "You help me take off my veil." Zhu Yingtong, without hesitation, reached out and removed the veil, only to be stunned for a moment. She could hardly believe her eyes. Homer Snow, the high priest of the mountain, the first person of the temple, the Snow Maiden. Beneath the veil lay a faceless one. Zhu Yingtong felt as if she hadn't woken up yet. The scene before her was truly horrifying. She swallowed nervously, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Senior." The next moment, Zhu Yingtong felt a slight energy fluctuation. Eyes, mouth, and nose appeared one by one on that unrefined face, and in no time, it created a face exactly like her own. Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened in shock. The next instant, her face changed again, this time revealing an unfamiliar one. The Snow Maiden wearily closed her eyes. "If I wanted, I could have countless different faces." Zhu Yingtong felt an unbearable dryness in her throat, but still forced herself to speak. "Senior, you." She remembered what the Snow Maiden had told her before leaving the Snow Mountain. "How can I help you?" Didn't the Snow Maiden say she still needed Chi Xian's help? Why hadn't she seen him? There was no response from the spiritual imprint either. Where had he gone? Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly. This was the first time she hadn't been able to contact Chi Xian since acquiring the spiritual imprint. The Snow Maiden opened her mouth several times, but remained silent. Finally, she slowly stood up, supported by Zhu Yingtong's palm, the icy touch occasionally stimulating Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong felt her unease almost reach its peak. Zhu Yingtong asked, "Senior, before we left the mountain, you said you needed Chi Xian and me to help you. Now I've been summoned to the Snow Mountain, but I can't contact Chi Xian. Do you have any news of him?" The Snow Goddess remained calm. With a flick of her sleeve, the three mirrors in front of them returned to normal. Zhu Yingtong looked intently. The majestic mountains were perpetually covered in snow, and in the vast expanse, Chi Xian was trapped in a small, immobile space. Zhu Yingtong turned and glared angrily. "You." Before she could finish speaking, she felt herself being pushed by an external force, and almost unexpectedly, she fell into the mirror world. She only heard a very soft voice in her ear, "Please help me regain my memories." At the same time, flames blazed brightly in the palace, and a very light figure floated out from Zhu Yingtong's body. She took a step forward and grabbed Zhu Yingtong's wrist, but was violently thrown back just as she was about to reach the mirror. Di Fuyan could only watch helplessly as Zhu Yingtong disappeared before her eyes. The palace fell silent instantly. Suddenly, Di Fuyan erupted in flames, her attacks merciless, which Xuanyu calmly parried. The clash of ice and fire was fierce and ruthless. A single misstep could leave one at a disadvantage. In the end, Di Fuyan gained a slight advantage. She gripped Xuanyu's neck with 3 fingers, forcing her to speak while maintaining overwhelming pressure. As she drew closer, her voice was icy as she asked, "Where did you take my sister?" Before Xuanyu could speak, at the moment of contact with Di Fuyan, a small object seemed to fly out of thin air from her collar. Xuanyu stared at the chain-like object, her expression instantly filled with confusion. When Di Fuyan saw the object clearly, her expression changed drastically. She released her grip on the Snow Maiden, raised the golden lock from the Snow Maiden's chest, and demanded sharply, "How did you get this?" The Snow Maiden looked at the golden lock with a bewildered expression. "This is..." She tried to recall something, but only felt a splitting headache, and for a moment, the ice magic throughout the palace began to surge uncontrollably. Di Fuyan's eyes were still filled with shock. Her brows furrowed slightly, and the unstable energy within the palace was instantly suppressed. However, before she could ask any more questions, she saw the Snow Maiden suddenly lose consciousness and fall to the side. She rushed forward to catch the Snow Maiden, but her hands, holding the Snow Maiden's cold body, trembled uncontrollably. Di Fuyan's expression was unreadable, her eyes churning with various emotions. She murmured, "Could it be?" From the 3 mirrors that had been repaired nearby came Zhu Yingtong's voice. Chi Xian. Chapter 168. Zhu Yingtong, who had just plunged headfirst into a snowdrift, was practically going mad. This man's capricious manner, his tendency to attack at the slightest provocation, reminded her of the days she spent cultivating with Wu Nianluo. However, looking at the vast expanse of white before her, and thinking of her beloved, who was nowhere to be found. She tried to calm herself, and once again activated the spiritual imprint to contact Chi Xian. Fortunately, this time the imprint responded. Zhu Weitong followed the direction indicated by the imprint, and soon found Chi Xian in the snow-covered mountains. Chi Xian stood amidst the white snow, fine snowflakes drifting in the sky, quickly turning into tiny water droplets on his jade-like face, making his beautiful features appear even more crystalline. His crimson lips slowly released white mist, his long neck hidden beneath a furry collar. In this icy world, he stood there like a celestial being, detached from the world. Zhu Weitong quickly stepped forward, and cupped Chi Xian's icy face in her hands. The temperature was so low that even she shivered from the cold. Seeing the snowflakes still clinging to Chi Xian's eyelashes, she felt even more annoyed. Chi Xian felt the warmth on his cheek, and gently placed his palm on the back of her strong hand, offering a knowing smile. Zhu Weitong slowly channeled the energy of the flames around Chi Xian, watching his handsome face gradually regain its color before she felt relieved. Zhu Weitong asked, "How did things go over there?" Chi Xian, "Most of the arrangements at Zhengrong are done, but before I left, your friends all left Zhengrong, so I had to adjust the subsequent arrangements." Zhu Weitong, "Ah." Chi Xian recalled, "I heard Zhou Yu left with a dog in his arms, but he found Ni Qingqiu and Yu Xian from the demon sacrifice tower to guard his little master and the others. Yu Wei received a summons from the Yu family, and set off with the Dragon King." He changed the subject, mentioning something else. "Yin Su is still keeping the matter of Chaoyang Manor from Zhu Sungmu. I sent him to train in another place, but I don't know how long he can keep it a secret. When I left, I was investigating Chaoyang Manor. To my surprise, the entire manor was completely. The aura around Half-Step Cliff is thick with gray, strong, but without any intention to attack. I suspect it might be Shang Jie. It was Miss Yin who rescued her back then. If our guess is correct, Miss Yin is indeed Yin Chaoyang, then it makes sense for her to send her back to Chaoyang Manor." At this point, Zhu Weitong asked, "How's the matter I asked you to investigate?" Her voice trembled slightly at the end. She knew the answer wouldn't be pleasant, because she already had a guess. Before going to Atlantis, she had instructed Chi Xian to thoroughly investigate everything related to Yin Su, from the year Yin Su was born to the present, examining every detail meticulously. She needed more evidence to corroborate her guess. Chi Xian nodded. "Her experience is very clean, very impressive, and upon closer inspection, there are no flaws." Zhu Weitong nodded solemnly. Given this, based on all the information she knew so far, she could only deduce one conclusion. Yin Su had already died before Yin Su was born. The Crown Princess Yin Su of the Zhengrong Empire was born in 2895. Assuming she took the 7 herbs and other medicines during that period, then Yin Su's incident should have occurred around 2872. Zhu Weitong looked up, and Chi Xian, seemingly knowing her thoughts, comforted her. "I asked Zhu Jiadi to retrieve all the chronological scrolls from those years. It shouldn't be long before we have a clearer understanding." The two tacitly steered the conversation back to the snow mountain. Zhu Weitong's fingertips brushed against Chi Xian's snow-white eyelashes, feeling their trembling, and she asked, "How long have you been here? Have you been given any trouble?" Then she pouted and muttered softly, "I kindly helped her, and she teleported us to this god-forsaken place without explaining anything. The opportunity to cultivate in the snow mountain was secured for them by Wu Nianluo." Zhu Weitong had no vested interests with the Snow Maiden. Her agreement to the Snow Maiden's request was out of kindness, but she couldn't withstand the Snow Maiden's uncooperative attitude. Chi Xian replied, "I've been here for a long time." Seeing Zhu Weitong's puzzled look, he pondered for a moment before continuing, "I sensed the anomaly in the jade pendant earlier and was then teleported here. The moment I arrived, the energy of the Snow Mountain resonated with my mental magic, constructing the scene before us. This should be the overlap of the Snow Maiden's spiritual sea and her world of memories, but from my observation, her memories are incomplete. What I see is only the Snow Mountain, day after day, year after year." Chi Xian raised his arm, expanding the boundaries of his mental magic. Both looked up, and on the distant Snow Mountain, they could only see the Snow Maiden's back. She walked step by step to the summit, and then stayed there for a long time. Later, her figure grew taller, but she still never left the Snow Mountain. Zhu Weitong repeated, "The spiritual sea?" She then recounted her experiences within the camellia tree to Chi Xian. Chi Xian explained, "The Sea of Spirit is formed by the convergence of a mage's consciousness and spiritual power. It is extremely private, unless there is a need to heal hidden physical injuries. No one else is allowed to enter. During the healing process, The Sea of Spirit will recall the mage's past experiences to stabilize their spiritual power. Unlike the River of Time, its course can be altered by external forces, but it will not affect the mage's physical body. Zhu Yingtong recalled Yin Su's ambiguous words earlier and asked, then, during the recall within the Sea of Spirit, is there any memory confusion? She then recounted what had happened to Qi Xian. Qi Xian pondered, I never seen it before, but I did read about such cases in my teacher's notes. Zhu Yingtong pursed her lips, finding her thoughts too chaotic, and decided to stop thinking about it. She turned her gaze intently to the snow woman on the snow-capped mountain, thoughtfully considering Qi Xian's earlier words. So this is what Senior Snow Woman needs our help for? The memories aren't complete. Her eyes burned as she stared at the snow woman's figure, a few thoughts flashing through her mind. The snow-capped mountains I've seen have never been repeated. She must have spent many years there. Qi Xian sighed, it's a pity I've been trapped here since entering the Sea of Spirits, unable to delve any deeper. The magic here is strange and unpredictable. My spiritual magic is insufficient to break through it. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Zhu Yingtong speak. He looked up and saw Zhu Yingtong's confident smile. Then let's escape this cage. Qi Xian watched in astonishment as Zhu Yingtong raised her hand and covered the inconspicuous cage of ice and snow in front of him. With a few barely audible cracking sounds, the cage shattered, and in an instant, the snow-covered mountain they stood on began to change. Zhu Yingtong held Qi Xian tightly around the waist to prevent them from separating in this dangerous place, while her other hand gathered magic to resist the ever-increasing wind and snow. After the blizzard subsided, they could clearly feel the magic that had previously bound them weakening. Before them appeared the Snow Maiden again, only now she was much closer. They saw her stand atop the mountain, bow towards the shrine, and then turn and descend the mountain. For a split second, Zhu Yingtong and Qi Xian held their breath, waiting for the moment she turned around. Upon seeing her face, Zhu Yingtong was furious. Why is she using my face again? Hearing Zhu Yingtong's words, Qi Xian turned around curiously. Zhu Yingtong then told Qi Xian about her encounter with the Snow Maiden after entering the Snow Mountain Palace. A faceless person? Unheard of. Right, this is too strange. Zhu Yingtong nodded in agreement. Even Qi Xian, a student taught by the most learned man in the world, had never heard of such a precedent. It was truly bizarre. Before the two could discuss it further, the scene before them began to change, dreamlike and illusory, making it difficult to see clearly. Qi Xian sensed the abnormality of the place, and quickly released a large amount of mental magic to stabilize this sea of consciousness. Instantly, Qi Xian felt himself locked in place, and a chill ran down his spine. Upon seeing this, Qi Xian immediately said, because her memory is incomplete, what we see is not entirely real. Just like now, in the Sea of Spirit, influenced by the spiritual power of the outside world, she subconsciously used her face. The illusory scene before them indicated that her spiritual sea was extremely unstable. If we rashly intervene, it might backfire. The implication was that they should act cautiously. When they first met the Snow Maiden in the Snow Mountain, she hadn't clearly stated the matter she had asked Zhu Yingtong for, and Qi Xian was unaware of any abnormalities in the Snow Maiden's body. Only now did he realize that this matter was not so simple. In an instant, Zhu Yingtong felt her body being pulled by a powerful force into the snow-white vortex behind her. She noticed this, and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Qi Xian watched Zhu Yingtong's gradually dissipating figure, his eyes wide with fury. He wanted to reach out and grab her, but the pressure from the snow mountain and the drained magic power held him back. Zhu Yingtong reluctantly touched Qi Xian's face. You must wait for me to return. Although Zhu Yingtong still felt somewhat uneasy, after adjusting her breathing a few times, she accepted it calmly. She relaxed and immediately felt her entire body being sucked into a vortex. In the few breaths of her descent, Zhu Yingtong had already put on her mask, simply because she was used to it. The bizarre flow of time rendered Zhu Yingtong largely immobile. She could only struggle to control her descent and slow her fall until she could see the ground. Her thoughts momentarily drifted away. The time and place of this descent must be terrible. Zhu Yingtong thought despairingly, staring at the crimson expanse before her. Having just experienced her own wedding, now they're here to disrupt someone else's? Just as she finished screaming in her mind, Zhu Yingtong felt herself being caught. She stiffly turned her head, and the person who caught her was the Snow Maiden, who looked exactly like her in the Sea of Spirits. The Snow Maiden stared intently at the eyes that were the only part of her face visible beneath the mask. He remained silent for a long time. The clamor of gongs and drums, and the cheers paused briefly, then a few soft clattering sounds rang out. Zhu Yingtong knew it was the sound of swords being drawn. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhu Yingtong saw Xuan Nu wave her hand, and the music resumed. Zhu Yingtong looked at Xuan Nu before her, then slowly turned her head, and saw Xuan Nu's lover, who bore the same face as Qi Xian. Her only thought was to escape, but as she struggled, she found Xuan Nu's hands gripping her waist tightly. She managed to break free. No! The man with Qi Xian's face beside her cried out with a wronged expression, Shuer. Xuan Nu merely glanced at him, and the man fell silent. Xuan Nu turned halfway to the side, and a servant beside her whispered a few words in her ear. Zhu Yingtong felt the man look familiar and tried to crane her neck to get a closer look, but the next moment Xuan Nu grabbed her and carried her towards the palace behind the crowd, leaving no room for refusal. A man in wedding attire followed closely behind her. Chapter 169. Stay outside. The Snow Maiden left only these words before shutting the door on the pitiful-looking man. Zhu Yingtong looked at the same face as her lover, displaying the same expression, and her feelings were indescribably complex. Zhu Yingtong, unusually nervous after being settled in the room, was surprised that the Snow Maiden didn't do anything, only softly asking, "Have we met before?" As soon as she finished speaking, she released the restraints on Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong looked puzzled, and before she could speak, the Snow Maiden murmured, "I just feel. I've been trapped here for a long time." She gazed out the window, then sat down at the table, lost in thought. Only now did Zhu Yingtong realize that the Snow Maiden's previous cold demeanor, even with her striking resemblance to her, wasn't enough to lead to a mistake. Now, the Snow Maiden's relaxed expression, with a faint languor in her eyes, unexpectedly reminded her of her sister. Hearing the Snow Woman's words, Zhu Yingtong stood up in surprise. Could it be that the Snow Woman also possessed memories of the past? Had she recalled anything? She gave a bitter smile. "It's strange. I haven't even seen your face clearly, yet I feel inexplicably familiar with you." She continued gazing out the window. "I can sense that this isn't a real place. Perhaps, even the people around me, even myself, are things I imagined." Zhu Yingtong was horrified. She recalled the Snow Woman's last words before she fell into the mirror, and asked, word by word, "Do you know who you are? What's your name? Today is your wedding day. Is that your lover outside? Do you remember him? What's his name?" She remained silent, lost in thought, then suddenly burst into tears, trembling. "I don't know. I don't know. I just feel this is right. This is how I should have come." The door was kicked open with a bang, and the man with Qi Xian's face roared, "I won't allow you to bully Shuer." Snow Maiden, Zhu Yingtong, Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but facepalm. When will the Sea of Spirits restart its map? Perhaps hearing Zhu Yingtong's request, the Sea of Spirits began to reshape itself. This time, the change was exceptionally gentle compared to the last. She could even say goodbye to the Snow Maiden. See you next time. Zhu Yingtong gradually lost consciousness, only able to hear the voices fading into the distance. "Hey! What are you doing? Are you an assassin? Why did you run away? Stay and fight. Shut up. What? Shuer." How much time had passed since she regained consciousness? When Zhu Yingtong felt herself land again, she found herself face to face with the man in front of her. She jumped back nervously, staring at the man speechlessly for a long time. "You're awake? I said you're a strange person. Why do you always wear that ugly mask? Even when you fell from the sky, the mask didn't fall off. You remember me?" As soon as the words left her lips, Zhu Yingtong understood. This was the Snow Maiden's spiritual sea. Everything was intimately connected to her, so anything that happened here was normal. As things progressed, it seemed the Snow Maiden's memories had returned somewhat. Even the man's appearance had changed. The man sneered, "Of course I remember you. It was you who almost ruined my wedding with Shuer. Last time you escaped quickly, I didn't even have a chance to settle the score with you. Why are you looking at me so strangely? I warn you not to have any improper thoughts about me. Although I'm handsome and charming, loved by everyone, I'm a married man." Even through the mask that covered his entire face, the man could see Zhu Yingtong's scrutinizing gaze. Zhu Yingtong, however, ignored the man's playful words. She stared at his face, which bore only a 5/10 resemblance to Qi Xian, for a long time without speaking. She saw someone else's shadow in that face. "Who is it? Xiao Tian? Who are you talking to?" Zhu Yingtong turned her head, looking at Xuan Nu who emerged from a nearby house. Her face seemed slightly changed, but far less so than the man's. Hearing that, Zhu Yingtong froze. Before she could think further, Xuan Nu called out to her. "You're here? Come for a walk with me." "Okay." Xiao Tian looked at Xuan Nu with a dejected expression. "Wah. Shuer. Good boy, I brought you a present." Xuannu smoothed her hair expressionlessly. Zhu Weitong walked beside Xuannu, glancing at her every now and then, as if trying to find something on her face. Is there something on my face? Xuannu turned her head, speaking calmly. Zhu Weitong froze, barely daring to move, practically forcing out the words, no. Xuannu browsed the market, picking and choosing items, buying a few desserts before finally walking straight into a gold jewelry shop. Esteemed guest, is there anything you like? Xuannu handed a token to the shopkeeper. I come to collect something. The shopkeeper glanced at the delicate token and said knowingly, your treasure is ready, esteemed guest. Please follow me. Zhu Weitong followed Xuannu upstairs. The treasures on the second floor weren't as numerous as those on the first, but they brimmed with energy. The dazzling light emanating from the objects was breathtaking. Their value was immediately apparent. The shopkeeper walked to a table, picked up an unassuming box, about the size of an adult's palm, and placed the small token into a groove on its surface. The box made a soft clinking sound. After this little fuss, he handed the box to the Snow Maiden. The Snow Maiden took the wooden box, nodded slightly to the man, and left the shop. Zhu Weitong asked curiously, what is this? The Snow Maiden used magic on a key, and the brocade box was solemnly opened. This was the first time Zhu Weitong had seen such a cherished expression on the Snow Maiden's face. The Snow Maiden said earnestly, this is a birthday gift I prepared for my children. Zhu Weitong's eyes widened. Children, they? He then looked at the contents of the brocade box, speechless for a moment. There were 2 golden locks side by side, exquisitely crafted, with hollowed-out lock cores, from which floated a delicate red gemstone. Even from a distance, one could feel the powerful fire attribute magic within them. The Snow Woman smiled, a rare occurrence. I'm pregnant, so naturally I should prepare for them. Zhu Weitong stared in disbelief. But how do you know it's them? She looked at the Snow Woman's lower abdomen. The rise and fall were normal, making it impossible to tell the month of pregnancy, let alone whether it was twins. The magician's methods are so sophisticated? And how do you know it's definitely fire attribute? The Snow Woman murmured, I can sense, you've seen my past, haven't you? Although I don't know how you did it. Zhu Weitong paused for a moment, then stammered a nod. I'm not like ordinary humans. Although I possess magic power, I don't have any magical attributes. My child with Xiao Tian will only inherit his fire attribute magic. So the gift I prepared for my children is one of the most powerful fire attribute treasures in the world. Do you think they like it? The Snow Goddess's expression softened unusually at the end, as if she were imagining a bright future with her children. But Zhu Weitong was completely unable to respond. Fire magic. Fire. Snow Mountain. And that person. Xiao Tian. Tian. Damn it! How come she never thought of that? Zhu Weitong didn't know how she had followed the Snow Goddess back to where it all started. She only stared blankly as the Snow Goddess greeted Xiao Tian, placed the food in Xiao Tian's palm, and then prepared to go back to her room. What are you thinking about so absent-mindedly? You're going to bump into a tree. Xiao Tian's voice rang in Zhu Weitong's ears. Zhu Weitong snapped back to reality upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. She stiffly stopped, slowly turned around, and carefully examined Xiao Tian's face through the mask. Xiao Tian let out a soft eek, biting into a sugar cake and rubbing his arms together. Don't look at me with that disgusting expression. I'm loyal to Schwer. Zhu Weitong licked her dry lips and coughed softly, trying to make her tone sound as normal as possible. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. She always calls you Xiao Tian. I can't exactly call you Xiao Tian too, can I? The man's voice was clear and cheerful, but to Zhu Weitong, it was like a thunderclap. Me? My name is Di Tian. Isn't that a cool name? Zhu Weitong instantly felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she almost collapsed. She wanted to say something, but felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her throat, rendering her completely speechless. She struggled to her feet, barely managing to stay upright, when Di Tian's curious voice reached her ears again. It's strange, I never seen your face before, so why do I feel so familiar with you? Before Zhu Weitong could say anything more, unexpectedly time and space surged once more, and she knew she was about to leave again. Zhu Weitong grew even more agitated. She glanced at Di Tian one last time, then immediately turned and ran towards the Snow Maiden, who seemed to sense her presence and opened the door. The Snow Maiden looked somewhat lost, her hands trembling as she gripped the doorframe. The scenery around her shifted and receded, and Zhu Weitong ran frantically, shouting, You are cough cough. That invisible pressure returned. She knew it was the power of that snow mountain. So Zhu Yingtong stopped mentioning that name. She tried again, desperately asking, "Do you remember? What's your name? Your name?" The Snow Maiden's voice once more sank into the mists of time. I'm called. The suffocating feeling of being squeezed by a powerful force returned. Zhu Yingtong felt her emotions turbulent and remained silent for a long time. How much time had passed before time and space returned to normal? Zhu Yingtong hid behind a pear tree, hesitant to approach. From the nearby palace came the shouts of a man and a woman, noisy and piercing. Uncontrollable fire magic raged throughout the palace, the scene before her eyes clearly showing chaos within. How much time passed again? The palace doors opened, and a person emerged. The still unstable spacetime prevented her from seeing the person's face clearly, but familiar voices echoed through the chaotic space. She stood there, choked with sobs, almost unable to speak. Great joy for the Empire! Great joy for the Empire! His Majesty is overjoyed with the birth of a son. The Empire now has 2 more princesses. His Majesty has decreed tax reductions and a general amnesty. The whole world rejoices. Tears welled in her eyes. She could barely stand, and could only lean against the lush pear tree beside her. Zhu Yingtong took several deep breaths to calm herself. She was about to quietly go to check on the situation, when another exclamation came from inside the palace. "Madam, madam. The little princess's condition has become very strange." Zhu Yingtong was startled, and was about to run into the palace when the scene before her instantly shifted, and she found herself inside the magnificent palace, behind layers of snow-white curtains. Zhu Yingtong held her breath, listening intently to the voices not far away. An old man's voice echoed from within the bedchamber. "The little princess has a congenital condition. Her body frequently exhibits abnormalities. Over the past few years, she has grown up alongside the eldest princess, yet she often suffers from shortness of breath and her body temperature is higher than normal. Even stranger, her bone age is now a full 18 months younger than the eldest princesses. They are twins. In this situation, we will likely need to find the most suitable extreme ice to suppress the fire within her." Beside the curtain stood a boy who looked no more than 10 years old. The Snow Maiden held the boy's hand, her face filled with guilt and apology. "Xuanzi, could you please take care of Yenner for me? Make her laugh, comfort her when she cries, and let her grow up carefree and happy. As her mother, I am truly unworthy to be unable to stay by her side. But Tongtong's health cannot be delayed." Zhu Yingtong couldn't contain herself, and turned her head to look, immediately noticing the exquisite longevity lock on the Snow Maiden's snow-white neck. Chapter 170. Zhu Yingtong watched as Xuenu hurriedly set off after packing her belongings. Following beside her, Zhu Yingtong finally saw her face clearly, and remained speechless for a long time. Xuenu's appearance had subtly changed. According to Qi Xian's explanation of the Sea of Spirit, Xuenu had recalled more memories, and her appearance was gradually approaching her true self, though still bearing a 5 or 6 point resemblance to her appearance when they first met. This time, however, she couldn't utter the words "use my face." When Xuenu reached the foot of the mountain, her expression was solemn, a picture of readiness, completely different from her light-hearted mood upon descending. Zhu Yingtong was puzzled. Was she afraid of something? The snow mountain? Why? Didn't she come from the snow mountain? Zhu Yingtong couldn't figure it out, and could only continue watching Xuenu journey alone to the snow mountain. This time, the Snow Maiden brought back a wisp of essence with the ultimate ice attribute, which later became known as the heart of the snow mountain. Inside that small ice mountain, the child, whose body was burning hot, and whose heart was on the verge of collapse, finally stopped crying and fell into a deep sleep with steady breathing. More than 10 years passed like this. During these years, the Snow Maiden, Di Tian, and Di Fuyan often visited the underground palace to see the little princess, who was unable to grow up normally. Due to the conflict of magical attributes, Di Tian and Di Fuyan could only stand at the gate of the underground palace, watching from afar the small, speechless child, who was their closest relative. With the help of the heart of the snow mountain, and with the assistance of various rare treasures, the little princess's heart finally stabilized, and she did not suffer the fate of having all her meridians severed and her body exploding, as the itinerant doctor had diagnosed more than 10 years ago. But this was still a worry for the Snow Maiden. Her eldest daughter had grown into a teenager, but her twin sister looked only 2 or 3 years old. So the Snow Woman once again set foot on the snow-capped mountain. This time she returned quickly, bringing back not only the object to suppress the flames, but also a person. In the Snow Woman's spiritual sea, Zhu Yingtong witnessed the connection between the Snow Woman and that woman. In the vast expanse of white snow, the Snow Woman found the woman nearly unconscious, who was almost losing consciousness, murmuring, "Save me, take me away." The Snow Woman recognized the woman at a glance, and after much hesitation, still took her away from the snow-capped mountain. The Snow Maiden, carrying her on her back, asked, "What's your name?" The person spoke with difficulty. Yin. The Snow Maiden continued walking. "Then I call you Xiao Yin." Zhu Tong felt even more confused. Why was Xiao Yin alone in this snow mountain? Where were the other members of the Wei Sheng family? They had never met before the Snow Maiden descended the mountain. What shocked Zhu Tong even more was that, the moment they stepped out of the snow mountain, Xiao Yin aged at a visible rate, becoming a frail old woman in no time. The Snow Maiden, seeing this scene, didn't show much surprise or astonishment, only a deep worry lingering in her eyes. Seeing Xiao Yin in her arms about to lose all her life force, the Snow Maiden sighed softly, closed her eyes tightly, and slowly channeled her magic into Xiao Yin's body, instantly halting the aging process. At the same time, the Snow Maiden's body also underwent some subtle changes. Zhu Tong's eyes showed shock. She had seen this appearance in Difuyan's past. It was the inevitable loss of life. Even though the Snow Maiden had temporarily avoided showing signs of fatigue so as not to worry her daughter, her condition was not optimistic after she kept supplying energy to Xiao Yin. It wasn't until Difuyan's return that Xiao Yin's condition completely improved. 6 months later, the little princess's symptoms stabilized, and Xuannu finally felt at ease enough to embark on her long journey. This was Xuannu's third return to the Snow Mountain, and in the Empire's records, this time, she failed to return home. Zhu Tong was tempted, and still managed to grab Xuannu's hand, but she hesitated for a long time, unable to utter any words of dissuasion. Xuannu's cold hand gripped Zhu Tong's in return. She carefully examined Zhu Tong, and for some reason, even through the thick iron mask, she felt an extraordinary closeness to the person before her. The Snow Maiden sighed, then took a cloak from her storage container. "It's cold up here." Zhu Tong nearly burst into tears, but finally managed to stop, her voice hoarse as she asked, "Don't you like the Snow Mountain?" The Snow Maiden was somewhat surprised. "Why do you say that? When you came down the mountain, you were happy. But these 3 times you came up, you were very wary. You shouldn't go." The Snow Maiden gazed wistfully at the distant, boundless snow mountain. I deeply revere it, even fear it. But I must go." She released Zhu Tong's hand, and began walking towards the summit. Zhu Tong, overwhelmed by the mountain's pressure, walked even slower. She could only watch helplessly as the Snow Maiden, her back to her, waved goodbye and walked further away. The wind and snow behind the Snow Maiden never stopped, nor did she. Zhu Tong could only roar, "Do you remember? What's your name?" The Snow Maiden's figure paused for a moment, then silently continued on her way. Zhu Tong's voice gradually faded into the snow, and after the sudden snowfall, she could barely see the Snow Maiden's back. Zhu Tong, still dragging her wearied body, continued her ascent to the snow-capped peak. Centuries ago, Mount Holmer was far more frigid than it is today, uninhabitable for ordinary people. Yet, she saw traces of human habitation here. Incredulously, Zhu Tong followed the Snow Woman towards the houses. After questioning them, the Snow Woman revealed that these people had lived halfway down the mountain for a very long time, even longer than the Snow Woman herself had descended. The Snow Woman murmured, "He's still the same." Just as she was about to leave the snow hut, the entire mountain began to shake violently. The Snow Mountain people cried out in terror, "Avalanche! It's an avalanche! Run!" The Snow Woman's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Instantly, she erected a barrier on the spot, resisting the onrushing blizzard and buying time for those behind her to escape. Countless snowballs pelted the barrier, overwhelming any human strength, and blood instantly trickled from the Snow Woman's lips. She wiped the blood from her lips, facing the blizzard fearlessly. At this moment, Zhu Tong only hated that her power was not strong enough, her abilities were still suppressed by the Snow Mountain, and she could not help her at all. Afterwards, the Snow Woman continued to climb, walking even faster until she reached the summit. In an instant, a deep, genderless voice came from the towering peak. "Your first return, I shouldn't have let you leave." The Snow Woman's face returned to calm, but her eyes were deep. "Our agreed time was 300 years. This is far from enough." The booming sound seemed to surge from all directions, leaving everyone stunned by this spectacle. "You are the most talented. I should have kept you in a dignified manner." Zhu Tong was shocked. This was the Snow Mountain speaking? The Snow Maiden flipped her palm, immobilizing Zhu Tong. She turned to Zhu Tong and smiled, "This is the Snow Mountain, its territory. Don't try anything." The voice deepened, "You dare defy me?" The Snow Maiden turned around, gazing at the sun shrouded in snow mist. She sighed deeply. I remember now. What happens here? It was a once-in-a-millennium catastrophic avalanche. To save those children, she was buried forever beneath the snow mountain. Afterwards, she lost all her memories. Her soul was reformed by the will of the snow mountain, and she possessed even greater power, becoming the new high priestess of Holmer Snow Mountain, the nameless and faceless Snow Maiden. She had come down the mountain to find herself, but was trapped once more. The snow-capped mountain before her shattered with a deafening roar. Before being ejected from the sea of memories by the powerful force, Zhu Yingtong, enduring a sharp pain in her throat, shouted, "Do you remember? Your name. It's Wei Sheng." The fierce wind and rain ripped off the mask that had been binding Zhu Yingtong's face since she ascended the snow mountain. At this moment, the Snow Maiden saw her face clearly. The Snow Maiden closed her aching eyes heavily and sighed deeply. After their first meeting, Zhu Yingtong had curiously asked Wenyanluo, "What is Senior Snow Maiden's name?" After all, Snow Maiden didn't sound like an ordinary name. Wenyanluo took a long time to answer, "You have to wait for her." At that time, Zhu Yingtong pondered for a long time, but couldn't understand the meaning of that seemingly unrelated sentence. But now, Zhu Yingtong finally knew her name. Zhu Yingtong, who had been ejected from the sea of memories, was thrown hard onto the snow. She hurriedly got up and recalled the Snow Maiden's eyes before their parting. She immediately ran towards the place in her memory without stopping. Zhu Yingtong found the approximate location, but 3,000 years had passed since that avalanche, and she didn't know if she could still find it. Zhu Yingtong didn't know how long she walked through the boundless snowfield before finally finding the place that had flashed through her spiritual sea. The burial site. 3,000 years of wind and snow had preserved her body remarkably well. Even the blood that seeped from her body mingled with the white snow, leaving deep marks on her form. Zhu Yingtong trembled uncontrollably as she carefully dug the body out of the thick snow. She felt as if she had slept for a long time, a voice constantly asking her questions. What is the name of Tion's lover? What does it have to do with her? What is the name of the Empress of the Empire? What does it have to do with her? Then who are you? Me? I am? Where did you come from? I came from the snow mountains. Do you have family? My lover is called Tion. We also have 2 daughters, one named Fuyan, and the other named Lintong. Who are you? Who am I? Who are you? I. Who are you? My name is Wei Xingxin. I am Wei Xingxin. Outside the mirror, Wei Xingxin's consciousness abruptly returned to the Snow Maiden's body, interrupting the transmission of Fuyan's magic. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a torrent of emotions, but before they could utter a single word, Zhu Yingtong's figure suddenly flashed onto the grayish-white mirror. Both looked on in surprise. At the same time, several snow-white chains emerged from the mirror, instantly pulling the unsuspecting Fuyan into the mirror world. Wei Xingxin cried out in shock and anger, "Yenner!" Ignoring her still-recovering body, Wei Xingxin struggled to the mirror, repeatedly pounding its surface until it shattered once more. A rare fierceness appeared on her face. Snow Mountain. The voice she had heard for so many years reached Wei Xingxin's ears. "You're going? Once you go, you won't come back." The voice said softly, "Wei Xingxin's body can no longer contain your soul. Even if you forcibly merge, how long can you maintain it? If you abandon the Snow Maiden's body, you will soon vanish into nothingness." Wei Xingxin said coldly, "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. I can't let them stay on Snow Mountain as your puppets." The voice sighed softly, its tone even carrying a hint of grievance. "How can you call them puppets? It is clearly I who have been protecting you all along." Its voice accompanied Wei Xingxin's final punch to the mirror, shattering the prism in response. Chapter 171. Zhu Yingtong looked at Wei Xingxin, who was covered in snow, and choked up, unable to speak. Tears welled up in the icy snow, making her face almost numb. However, catching her completely off guard, the person in her arms moved. Zhu Yingtong stared in disbelief at the scene before her. You. The person in her arms smiled. "Now you know what you should call me." Without hesitation, Zhu Yingtong threw herself into her arms, crying out, "Mother, mother, mother!" Wei Xingxin gently patted Zhu Yingtong's back, her eyes weary, but she forced herself to speak. "We should leave." Zhu Yingtong was startled, her body trembling violently, as if seeing a snake in a cup, and she hugged her even tighter. Please, don't leave me." Wei Xingxin knew why she was like this, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. My child. I'm sorry. For not being able to be there for you as you grew up. For making you suffer so much." Zhu Yingtong choked out, I know everything. I saw it all, I saw it all. In the camellia tree, in the sea of spirit, she saw it all. During the century she was frozen in ice. Her sister, her mother, her father, and her Aunt Ian stayed by her side day and night, telling her interesting stories, and telling her everything about the outside world, even though she couldn't respond. Her family never gave up on her. Wei Xingxin held Zhu Yingtong's hand, walking step by step down the mountain. We have to leave here first. Zhu Yingtong knew she had returned to the real world, but the mental imprint remained unresponsive. She hesitated anxiously. Qi Xian. I haven't been able to contact him yet. Qi Xian? Is that your lover? He was a good boy. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual magic supporting my spiritual sea, I wouldn't have been able to break free from his bonds. It's just a pity. Wei Xingxin's voice trailed off at the end, and Zhu Yingtong couldn't hear him clearly amidst the howling wind and snow. He helped me regain my memories, and allowed me to see you one last time. It's just a pity. I probably won't have the chance to see him again. Zhu Yingtong looked around and said, and my sister? I saw my sister before I entered the Sea of Spirit. Based on her judgment, shouldn't her sister be with her mother in the Snow Mountain Palace? Her mother is already by her side, so where is her sister? Wei Xingxin frowned. Yen'er seems to have been passively entered her Sea of Spirit as well. I'm afraid we need to find Qi Xian first before we can break the Snow Mountain's confinement with our spiritual power. As they walked, Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but ask, Mother, you and the Snow Mountain. Wei Xingxin paused, then said indifferently, You're a big child now. There are some things you should know. Wei Xingxin told a story from a very, very long time ago, so long that she had almost forgotten it. Once, a man sought refuge in the Snow Mountain to survive. The will of the Snow Mountain protected him, and gave him a new name. Wei Sheng. It made a pact with Wei Sheng to protect the Snow Mountain until his death, and that his descendants would also be bound to do so. Day after day, year after year, the snow-capped mountains sheltered many people, who multiplied and gradually formed a large family. Until many years later, a member of the Weisheng tribe, disregarding the advice of his ancestors, insisted on leaving the snow-capped mountains. In those years, some members of the Weisheng tribe wanted to leave, but in their attempts, they discovered that leaving the snow mountain would cause their bodies to age irreversibly, just like Wei Shengjian had. They accepted the gifts of the sacred mountain, their bloodline changing with each generation. They were no longer ordinary humans. They had almost become a part of the snow mountain. The tribesmen who resolutely left the snow mountain attempted to take away a large amount of the essence of the sun and moon. Enraged, the will of the snow mountain punished them, and almost all the Weisheng tribe perished in the snow disaster. Only the young Wei Shengxin survived. The will of the snow mountain was surprised. It was too bored, so it decided to observe Wei Shengxin's growth. Wei Xingxin was eccentric from a young age, preferring solitude, yet she was always curious about the outside world. She traveled across the majestic snow-capped mountains and met the people living at their foot. She began to wonder, why don't I have any family? Why aren't my family with me? Why can't I leave the snow-capped mountains? Years passed, and this became a deep-seated anguish. She constantly yearned to find someone connected to her. The people at the foot of the mountain have heard the legends of the Weisheng clan. Regarding my lack of family, they only said I was born of heaven. But neither they nor he know that I actually remember things from my very childhood. I should have had a family. She remembered. She clearly had memories. But I never found any trace of their existence. Until Xiaoyin appeared, I confirmed that my memories were not wrong. Until one day, Wei Xingxin discovered a snow-capped mountain palace behind a barrier. That was her first conversation with the will of the snow mountain. She only said she wanted to go down the mountain to see the world, uttering no words to the Weisheng tribe. The will of the snow mountain learned its lesson, and set up numerous obstacles for Wei Xian. After she became the new snow mountain priestess, she was imprisoned on the snow mountain for 100 years, for the sake of the snow mountain. Afterwards, Wei Xian made a 300-year promise, with the will of the snow mountain, and then descended the mountain alone. Zhu Yingtong asked, why does the will of the snow mountain want those people left on the mountain? Wei Xingxin replied indifferently, the snow mountain's energy is exceptionally abundant. If no one can absorb the overflowing energy for a long time, the snow mountain will collapse. This would bring disaster to the continent, and be a calamity to the snow mountain itself, something it does not wish to see. If human mages cannot absorb enough energy, the snow mountain will experience avalanches of varying sizes. As the two were talking, the snow mountain emitted another deep rumble, a sound both of them recognized very well. An avalanche. Zhu Yingtong's face hardened with anticipation. In a flash, she appeared before Wei Xingxin, shielding her from the raging storm. Zhu Yingtong's armor gleamed, emitting a dazzling light. Compared to Zhu Yingtong's panic, Wei Xingxin was much calmer. Having served as a high priestess for thousands of years, she understood the Snow Mountain's condition better than anyone else, and naturally, she understood better than anyone how this avalanche, dormant for millennia, could be so powerful. Even if she exhausted all her remaining magic, she probably wouldn't be able to stop it. Wei Xingxin shoved Zhu Yingtong backward, then instantly erected a massive barrier behind her, as the first layer of cushioning. Go save those people down the mountain. Zhu Yingtong staggered to the barrier, kneeling and pounding on the seemingly indestructible barrier, tears streaming down her face. She understood Wei Xingxin's plan almost instantly. Mother! Don't do this, we must have another way, mother. Wei Xingxin stroked Zhu Yingtong through the transparent barrier. Before she could speak, her eyes were already red. She swallowed several times, swallowing the sobs in her throat, and finally managed to say, "It's so good to see you one more time. I can't accompany you on the rest of the journey. Take care, my child." As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Xingxin pushed the sobbing Zhu Yingtong dozens of meters away with a single blow. At the same time, a small, crystal-clear figure floated out from Zhu Yingtong's body. The figure quickly grew larger, becoming indistinguishable from a normal person in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yingtong looked on through tear-filled eyes. The sunlight shimmered through the snow, making it difficult to see clearly. "Mei Han?" Wei Xingxin whispered, "Go." The wind and snow obscured her vision, and she gradually lost sight of her mother's figure. Zhu Yingtong knew that rescue was imminent. She took one last deep look and turned to run down the mountain. Mei Han watched Zhu Yingtong's departing figure. She had lingered in that young man's heart for a long time. She knew what a sincere person he was. A brief reunion with her mother after so many years, followed by another separation, would be difficult for anyone to accept. Mei Han turned and bowed again to Wei Xingxin, high priest. Wei Xingxin looked at the guardian of the tomb she had chosen years ago, the next Snow Mountain priest she had selected. In that instant their eyes met, they both understood each other's thoughts. Wei Xingxin looked towards the mountaintop and whispered, "No one can control my life, not even a god." Zhu Yingtong first arrived halfway up the mountain, only to find Ji Nuo and her beast alone in Dan Tong's house. Ji Nuo screamed, "The Snow Mountain is about to collapse. Dan Tong has already gone to evacuate the people below. I was going to stay and wait for you, but if you hadn't come, I would have run away." "What's wrong? Your eyes and nose are red? Have you been crying?" Zhu Yingtong sniffed. "It's nothing, let's go. I check if anyone's been left behind." Ji Nuo shrieked again, "Why aren't you running? You're hopeless." Fine, I really owe you. My nose is sharp, you come with me." Zhu Yingtong smiled through his tears, and climbed onto Ji Nuo's back. Before the avalanche reached their location, Zhu Yingtong led Ji Nuo, searching as they went. They found several Snow Mountain people who hadn't been able to evacuate in time and brought them all away from the danger zone. Upon reaching the foot of the Snow Mountain, Zhu Yingtong discovered Qi Xian, whom he hadn't been able to contact for a long time, standing not far away. A scepter hovered beside him, and powerful spiritual magic emanated from him, as if he were fighting against some powerful force. Dan Tong rushed over, "Are you alright?" Zhu Yingtong nodded, "I'm fine." "What happened?" Dan Tong followed her gaze, "He was here when I came down the mountain. There's a very strong fire magic there." Zhu Yingtong immediately understood. It was undoubtedly Di Fuyan, who had entered the Sea of Spirit. Thanks to the power of Wei Xingxin and Mei Han, the energy overflow from Holmer Snow Mountain was effectively controlled within the mountain range, preventing it from endangering the foot of the mountain or areas further away. After the commotion subsided, everything seemed to return to calm. The people of the Snow Mountain were taking stock of the injured, but Zhu Yingtong seemed lost in thought, gazing at the Snow Mountain for a long time without moving forward. After an unknown amount of time, just as Zhu Yingtong decided to return to the Snow Mountain, a faint light emanated from the foot of the mountain, and a figure suddenly appeared before them. As if guided, the Snow Mountain people bowed respectfully to the newcomer and said, "Greetings, High Priest." Zhu Yingtong walked stiffly forward until she reached the person, at which point her voice trembled as she spoke, "Mei Han." The newcomer was dressed similarly to the Snow Maiden Zhu Yingtong had first met, but unlike the Snow Maiden, no ornaments concealed her face. She had seen this face not long ago, the being born from the heart of the iceberg, Mei Han. But what had they called her just now? Priest? Then, what about her mother? Zhu Yingtong broke down in tears. It was me who killed my mother. It was me. 3,000 years ago, if it weren't for her abnormal body, her mother wouldn't have had to return to the Snow Mountain so many times, ultimately losing her life in Holmer. If she hadn't accepted the Snow Maiden's request, her mother wouldn't have lost her life again today. Mahon spoke softly. No, this is liberation. This is what her heart desired. She has achieved everything she wanted. She has never resented anyone. She also hopes that you will not go on with hatred. This is what she asked me to give you. Mahon pointed, and a golden red object flew into Zhu Yingtong's hand. It was a longevity lock. It was the birthday gift that was 3,000 years too late. Zhu Yingtong silently looked at the red lock in her palm, then hung it around her neck. She stood at the foot of Mount Homer, gazing at the mountains. The mountains were covered in snow, the southern sky bright. Spring had come again. Homer remained unchanged. Chapter 172. Soon after, Di Fuyan emerged from the Sea of Spirit. She seemed to have learned something from it, and remained silent afterward. Qi Xian was exhausted from prolonged and intense use of magic, so Zhu Yingtong arranged for him to rest at a nearby inn. After meeting Di Fuyan, Zhu Yingtong spoke with her for a long time. Afterward, the two sisters went up the mountain together, clearing away various obstacles in the aftermath of the disaster. The two arrived at the rear of the palace and erected a cenotaph for Wei Xingxin, containing only a pair of white jade earrings that Di Fuyan had acquired at some point. Di Fuyan murmured softly, Mother didn't like many ornaments, but there were occasions she couldn't refuse. These earrings were her most frequently worn. Father gave them to her. The two stayed on the mountain for a long time before leaving. The wind and snow continued to drift across the world without ceasing. When Zhu Yingtong returned to her residence, Qi Xian had already awakened. He was sorting through the messages sent back from the Zhengrong Empire, messages he hadn't fully processed before leaving. Zhu Yingtong looked at the scrolls thoughtfully, her grip on them tightening. She was going to find Yin Su's true self. This investigation also yielded an unexpected piece of information. The predecessor of Chaoyang Manor. It was called Luoxua Manor. Luoxua Manor was established in the 13th year of the Imperial Era, gaining some fame for eradicating gray energy. One day, in the 573rd year of the Imperial Era, it suddenly disappeared from the annals of history. Before that, they discovered a trace of gray energy and went to eradicate it without authorization. Zhu Yingtong asked doubtfully, without authorization? Qi Xian nodded. According to the Empire's regulations at the time, upon discovering gray energy, one needed to report to the local personnel, investigate the area of the gray energy, and gather sufficient forces before proceeding. The leader of Falling Snow Manor, who was the first to discover the gray mist, was impatient for quick results and failed to report it as usual. It was precisely because of this unauthorized action that they did not bring enough manpower and lacked follow-up support. Not only did none of the personnel who went to the location of the gray mist survive, but the manor also seemed to be retaliated against by the gray mist. The records show that a thick gray mist remained within Falling Snow Manor, lingering for a long time. The gray mist swirled within the manor, but did not affect the outside world. Falling Snow Manor became a well-known ghost town in the area. The gray mist took a full month to dissipate. After that, the place was left unmanaged and gradually declined until 800 years into the Imperial Era, when it gradually regained its vitality. The manor changed managers several times and underwent several expansions, but it never regained its former glory until 700 years into the continental calendar, when it was officially renamed Chaoyang Manor. Zhu Yingtong remained silent, slowly gathering various clues in her mind. The Yin Maiden appeared for the first time in the 600 years of the continent's history, and soon after, Chaoyang Manor was established. The Yin Maiden possessed a 1,000-fold changing face. Shang Jie, who was rescued by the Yin Maiden after being seriously injured but returned to Chaoyang Manor to heal. All the evidence pointed to the Yin Maiden and Yin Chaoyang being the same person. But she was still waiting for an opportunity to completely expose Yin Chaoyang's disguise. She remembered Jin saying that Chaoyang was born in the 20th year of the Imperial Era, and that Chaoyang had a portion of his power returned to Atlantis in the 200th year of the Imperial Era. During this time, the Yin Maiden met Chaoyang during this period. So the Yin Maiden was born at least before this. It seems the Yin Maiden was born much earlier than anyone knew. She had hidden it for so long. Did you bring the records from the 20th to the 200th century of the Imperial Era that I asked you to find? Zhu Yingtong asked. Qi Xian noticed her pale face. He took a scroll from his storage device and gently placed it beside Zhu Yingtong. Then, he took her hand, frowning as he spoke. Yingtong, your body temperature is abnormal, higher than normal. This is a manifestation of uncontrollable magic overflowing. You need rest. Having repeatedly experienced the spiritual seas of others, Zhu Yingtong was already exhausted, not to mention the recent separation from her loved ones. Both her body and mind needed ample rest. Zhu Yingtong turned her head slowly, her eyes revealing undisguised exhaustion. She pressed her knuckles almost anxiously. I can still hold on. We need to find a way to completely eliminate the gray energy as soon as possible. And Xiao Su. Qi Xian still held her hand, but unconsciously released his mental magic to soothe Zhu Yingtong's emotions. He softly pleaded, I organized the data. Go and get some sleep, just a little while. Zhu Yingtong rapidly flipped through the scrolls. Why is there no trace of Yin Su? Why can't I find any evidence of Yin Su's existence? Her emotions grew increasingly agitated, causing her magic to surge. Under the combined influence of these stimuli, she directly lost consciousness. In an instant, Di Fuyan flew out from Zhu Yingtong's body, his flame-stained hand hovering over Qi Xian's arms as he held Zhu Yingtong. His voice was low and deep. Get out. I take care of things here. I'm not leaving. Di Fuyan raised an eyebrow slightly. You think you can take better care of her than I can? Qi Xian felt the almost scorching heat emanating from Zhu Yingtong, but he didn't let go. Yingtong's mental strength needs repairing, and only I can do that here. Upon hearing this, Di Fuyan's expression darkened. Seeing Zhu Yingtong's tense expression, she stopped arguing with Qi Xian, leaving only the words take good care of her before walking out of the room. The room fell silent, save for the slow flow of magic and the soft breathing of two people. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhu Yingtong slowly awoke. Cleansed by mental magic, she felt incredibly relaxed and refreshed. Zhu Yingtong turned her head and saw Qi Xian kneeling beside the bed. His eyes were closed, his brows slightly furrowed, and he looked extremely fragile. However, even though Qi Xian had fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive magic consumption, he still held Zhu Yingtong's hand, transferring mental magic power to her. Zhu Yingtong's subconsciously furrowed brows relaxed. Feeling the magic flowing within her, she didn't interrupt Qi Xian's spell. Qi Xian was deeply engrossed in his meditation, unaware that Zhu Yingtong had subtly withdrawn one of her hands and shifted her position. Zhu Yingtong lay on the edge of the bed, very close to Qi Xian, and out of sheer boredom, began counting her lover's eyelashes. Just as Zhu Yingtong had almost finished counting Qi Xian's lower eyelashes, Qi Xian's spell finally ended. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Zhu Yingtong almost touching him, he was startled and instantly tried to stand up. Before he could regain his balance, Zhu Yingtong pulled away, and Qi Xian stumbled, falling into her arms. The two rolled halfway across the bed, their hair disheveled, long and short black strands tangled together. Seeing Qi Xian's cheeks flush instantly, Zhu Yingtong's long-suppressed mood brightened, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a deep sleep, Zhu Yingtong felt her mind become clearer. She nestled against Qi Xian's chest, murmuring, so warm. With her eyes closed, Zhu Yingtong reorganized her thoughts. Soon after, she stood up and resolutely said, let's go back first and find Senior Lan Xing. Then, we return to Atlantis. After some thought, she finally determined a timeline. If Yin Su was still by the camellia tree, the tree could use Yin Su's memories to send her into that period of time. The two stepped out of the room and saw the Snow Mountain people busily engaged in post-disaster reconstruction. Not far away, Dan Tong, carrying timber and preparing to head halfway up the mountain, saw Zhu Yingtong, put down her things, and walked over, asking, leaving already? Zhu Yingtong nodded. Some things haven't been resolved yet. See you next time. I treat you to a drink. Dan Tong gave a faint smile. Okay, take care. Take care. Reaching the foot of the Snow Mountain and leaving the misty forest, Zhu Yingtong immediately contacted Wu Nianluo, learning that Lan Xing had returned to Maoyusi City early. According to Wu Nianluo, the princess's residence was still surrounded by a barrier, and Jin and Lin Lang were still fighting against Yin Gunyang. Knowing that outsiders couldn't interfere in this matter, Zhu Yingtong went directly to find Lan Xing as planned. The spatial talisman in Zhu Yingtong's hand flashed with light, and moments later, the two appeared in Maoyu Imperial City, 1,000 miles away. The moment Zhu Yingtong appeared in Haoyue village, she was bumped head-on by an oncoming figure. Zhu Yingtong took a half-step back to steady herself. She carefully looked at the boy's face in her arms, and exclaimed with delight, Bishi. Bishi nodded vigorously, then straightened his neck and let out a very soft call, sister, sister. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingtong felt as if all other sounds had vanished. She repeatedly heard that tender, fragile sister, and her nose tingled with emotion. Controlling her excitement, she spoke gently and patiently, what did you call me? This time, Bishi's voice was stronger, each word deliberate, Zhu, sister, sister. Zhu Yingtong pulled her into a tight embrace, almost weeping with joy, I'm here, I'm here. Fluorite, wiping away tears, fluttered its wings to Zhu Yingtong's side, recounting the hardships Bishi had endured in her early years of learning to speak. 7 years had passed since Zhu Yingtong brought Bishi to Haoyue Township. Aside from their first meeting after returning from a break from Huiluan Academy, they hadn't had time to return to Haoyue Township since. For years had passed since then. At that time, Mo Xuanqi was still with the others, and Xiao Xuanyan was unharmed. Then, more than 2 years later, to avert the crisis of the Wuma family in Mayu, everyone hurriedly returned to the Mayu Empire. However, Zhu Yingtong did not stay in Haoyue Township, so she did not meet Bishi that time, only hearing Bishi's voice today. After many years apart, Bishi had grown into a young man, only a head shorter than Zhu Yingtong, and no longer as thin as before. Yingshi took excellent care of her. However, Zhu Yingtong was worried and anxious to go to the beach. She only asked Yingshi to look after Bishi before hurriedly leaving with Qi Xian. The beach on the north shore of Mayu was just as it had been when they first came to this world, except that due to the departure of Atlantis, the Black Sea seemed clearer and brighter, less oppressive. Zhu Yingtong looked towards the sea, her black hair and white dress intertwined, just like when they first met. Chapter 173. The vast altar was filled with burgeoning magic. Even without her eye of the future, Lan Xing still possessed the ability to foresee the future. She seemed to know why Zhu Yingtong had come, having already completed this unprecedented prophecy with Mo Xuanqi long ago. Flames! Endless yin-yang fire. Only it can burn away the gray energy born in the darkest hour. If you break through to the ultimate power of divine descent, perhaps you will have the strength to fight it. Zhu Yingtong nodded thoughtfully. From her first encounter with the gray energy, she had sensed that her yin-yang fire was superior to ordinary flames. If her strength were further refined, at least possessing the power of Di Fuyan in her prime, she would no longer be suppressed by Yin Gunyang. Upon hearing Zhu Yingtong's plan, Wei Shengyin asked, "You plan to go to Atlantis, but how? And Jean and Lin Lang can't get out, and there's no news from Wang Ju. That Phoenix barrier isn't easy to deal with." Zhu Yingtong, this. Qi Xian spoke up. Xiahua might have a way. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiahua appeared beside him, one of the witnesses to his first meeting with Zhu Yingtong at the Golden Spring. Xiahua didn't like to transform into a completely human form, remaining a human-faced beast. Xiahua, back to Atlantis? I try. Xiahua kicked its hooves on the ground, attempting to contact the distant tiling island. Zhu Yingtong waited expectantly, but before long, Fluorite's anxious voice came through the communication bracelet. Lord Zhu. Bishi's aura is acting strangely. It seems to be gray energy. Gray energy. Zhu Yingtong was struck dumb, rushing back to Haoyue Township without waiting for Xiahua's results. The sun was high in the sky, which should have been bright, but the wide gates of Haoyue Township were shrouded in a somber hue. Bishi leaned against the door, the dark aura emanating from her not overpowering, but nauseating. Her delicate face looked particularly gloomy, her expression revealing unspeakable pain. Zhu Yingtong had fought with it many times and knew it well. It was gray energy. Zhu Yingtong didn't have time to ponder how this menacing gray energy had evaded Haoyue Township surveillance and taken refuge in Bishi. She ignited a flame in her palm and carefully cleansed the gray energy clinging to Bishi. During this process, Bishi remained in a semi-conscious state, constantly murmuring painful cries. Zhu Yingtong demanded sharply, how could there be gray mist in Haoyue Township? Yingshi was also horrified. Haoyue Township has never experienced anything like this before. We already sent people to investigate, but we have to wait a while for the results. Qi Xian and Wei Shengyin were also on high alert in Haoyue Township, but apart from the extremely faint aura emanating from Bishi, they found no other trace of gray mist. Zhu Yingtong noticed that Bishi's eyes were trembling unconsciously, as if she were about to awaken. However, to everyone's surprise, when Bishi opened her eyes again, she seemed not to be herself. Her eyes emitted a gray-black aura, and she held a dagger in her hand. Before anyone could react, she thrust it straight towards Zhu Yingtong's chest. The dagger was blocked by a suddenly glowing armor, when it was only millimeters away from Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong reacted instantly, withdrawing one hand and turning to Bishi to snatch the dagger. Just as Zhu Yingtong was about to grasp Bishi's wrist, the gray aura surrounding Bishi intensified, causing her to tremble. The dagger in her hand was forcefully thrust forward, and with a soft cracking sound, a small hole appeared in her armor, and the dagger plunged straight into Zhu Yingtong's body. Lord Zhu. Yingtong. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of Zhu Yingtong's lips, but surprisingly, she remained calm, her eyes fixed resolutely on the dagger in Bishi's hand. Zhu Yingtong then gripped the hilt of the dagger, and a raging flame erupted from her palm, engulfing both her and Bishi's bodies in an instant. Bishi still hadn't regained consciousness, only emitting meaningless, intermittent, painful low howls. Zhu Yingtong frowned, the flames coursing through Bishi's body, finally stopping at a certain moment. Zhu Yingtong swiftly placed her palm against Bishi's chest, gathering a steady stream of energy. Bishi let out a short, muffled groan, snapping her back to reality. Bishi stared blankly at the dagger in her hand, instinctively releasing it, then letting out a sharp scream. She cried out helplessly, "Sister, sister." Zhu Yingtong gently covered Bishi's eyes, whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid. It might be a little painful now. If you can't bear it, bite me." She then placed her other hand to Bishi's lips. Bishi sobbed in response. The instant Bishi nodded, an inconspicuous flame suddenly shot into Bishi's body from the spot Zhu Yingtong had touched. Bishi shuddered, letting out a suppressed cry of pain, but only biting her lips even tighter, causing blood to seep out instantly. Just a few breaths later, Zhu Yingtong found the source of the trouble. "Got you." The force resisting it was the increasingly eerie gray aura emanating from her abdomen. Zhu Yingtong's body trembled uncontrollably, yet she still didn't release the gray aura. Suddenly, a woman's voice reached Zhu Yingtong's ears. "Who's been caught?" "I feel. It's you? Is it?" Zhu Yingtong scoffed. "If I didn't go this far, how could I lure you into this trap?" The voice paused for a moment, then filled with astonishment. "You actually foresaw this far. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We must be wary. Miss Yin, you've seen many things with your future seeing eye, but did you foresee someone exceptionally clever coming to sabotage your plans? Strategizing within the command tent, winning battles 1,000 miles away. The Huangjue created by the Chun tree plans 100 steps ahead for every 1 step, more capable of calculating than anyone else." Yin's tone turned cold. "So you did this on purpose. Intentionally getting stabbed by Bishi, intentionally fighting her. What do you want?" Zhu Yingtong ignored her, only calling out Aunt Yin, before placing Bishi, who had been cleansed of the gray aura, but was now silent and unconscious from the pain, into Wei Xingyin's arms. She then said, "Everyone, withdraw from Haoyue village," and stood still, tightly clutching the ball of gray aura in her hand. Wei Xingyin, holding Bishi, stared at the two already locked in combat with a livid face, and ordered Yingshi, "Everyone, retreat half a mile from here." Zhu Yingtong's hand instantly transformed into flames, engulfing the entire Haoyue village. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You went to such lengths to keep me here. What is your purpose?" The maiden's voice suddenly softened. "How I long for you to stay with me. Come with me, okay? Let's create a new world together. It will surely be a wonderful place." Zhu Yingtong's expression hardened, and she whispered, "Qi Xian." The man holding the scepter flashed past her, and with just a glance, Qi Xian knew what she was thinking. The golden scepter jingled and stood firmly behind Zhu Yingtong, its powerful spiritual magic instantly enveloping her, resisting the continuous onslaught of the gray energy. Zhu Yingtong's eyes blurred for a moment, before quickly regaining their clarity. The maiden floated high in the sky, her long black hair dancing in the wind, obscuring her expression. Zhu Yingtong's voice was deep. "You left a trick up your sleeve within Jin, and another in Haoyue village. What else do you want to do? How many people do you intend to harm?" Zhu Yingtong stared into the maiden's eyes, secretly circulating her magic, and the surrounding forces outside Haoyue village subtly tightened. Yin seemed to suddenly realize something. She was about to speak urgently, but in that instant of shock, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the palm of her hand, where she had previously manipulated the tourmaline and held the dagger, catching her completely off guard. Immediately afterward, Sui Lin transformed into countless blades at incredible speed, piercing through Yin's body. Fierce flames forcefully enveloped the gray mist, preventing it from escaping. After several struggles, Yin finally broke free from Sui Lin's encirclement. Panting, she asked, "When did you?" She saw Sui Lin, who had exhausted most of his power as an avatar, transform back into a long sword and return to Zhu Yingtong's hand. His tone was unpredictable as he said, "Looks like you acquired something good again." The young woman remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about her dissipating body. Zhu Yingtong held up a pill she had previously given to Bishi, its center mostly hollow, still encased in a broken outer shell. "Before leaving the snow mountain, I asked Jinhua to alter the composition of this pill, adding her most proficient hallucinogen. With Jinua's masterful manipulation, this barrier cannot be broken from the outside. If worn by an ordinary human, it would only prolong life and strengthen the body. Bishi, lacking magical talent, naturally cannot break through that thin, sugary coating. And you, lurking there, the moment you use your magic, Jinua's illusion array will engulf you, disturbing your mind. When did you begin to suspect her? The young woman asked, looking at Bishi in the distance. I never doubted Tourmaline. Zhu Weitong continued, noticing the sudden narrowing of Yun's pupils. What I suspect is the person who delivered the message to Lai Yun back then. When my senior brother and I were processing the children's files, we noticed something amiss. The burning light stone given to Lai Yun was of exceptional quality. It couldn't possibly have escaped the notice of those two brothers at the mine. So you gave it to that person outside the mine, didn't you? Furthermore, it was such a coincidence that the boy and his family were all buried beneath the mine? You did this to silence them. Having said that, Zhu Weitong stroked the inscription on his palm, sending a message in his mind. It's time to close the net. The maiden murmured softly, the feeling of being completely trusted. It's so good. She raised her head again, chuckling lightly. Yes, it was me. Watching Zhu Weitong's actions, the maiden said calmly, I lost this time. Next time. The maiden's figure gradually began to dissipate. Zhu Weitong, see you next time. Next time, I won't hold back. As soon as she finished speaking, the maiden vanished without a trace, and the gloomy atmosphere of Haoyue Township gradually dissipated. Zhu Weitong breathed a sigh of relief. This time, she had gone to great lengths to separate a portion of the maiden's power, resulting in the maiden's strength being diminished while still within the Zhengrong Empire's core, allowing Jin and the others to finish quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Chapter 174. Sensing that the ashen aura of Haoyue village had dissipated, Zhu Weitong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Xian, who was beside her, also put away his scepter and quickly came to Zhu Weitong's side, asking with concern, Are you injured? Zhu Weitong shook her head. I was prepared, she couldn't hurt me. The two walked back in the direction they had come from, preparing to meet up with Xiahua. Zhu Weitong pondered. She tried to pull me into the illusion earlier, but thankfully you were there to calm me down. However, even in that brief moment I saw. She paused. In her memory, I saw Chao. He mentioned a way to eliminate the gray aura. Qi Xian, you want to go find Chao? Zhu Weitong nodded. My magic power is unlikely to break through level 100 in the short term, so I need a backup plan. Besides, there's someone I've been concerned about for a long time. Qi Xian met her eyes. You mean Yang? Zhu Weitong nodded. Since she was certain that Yin Chao Yang was missing, then the Chao Yang in her name must be related to Chao and Yang, who came from the camellia tree. They had already met Chao, so what about Yang? Lost in thought, the two had already reached the edge of the forest, where Xiahua was already waiting. Before either of them could speak, Xiahua frowned and said, Atlantis hasn't responded to my request. Let's go find Tiffy. The two exchanged a glance, and Zhu Weitong instantly realized what was happening. Looking at the dusty mark on her arm, she frowned and said, Buju hasn't responded either. The camellia tree? What happened? Xiahua, anyway, this isn't a good omen. The two mounted Xiahua's deer and sped off into the depths of the Puga forest. Unaffected by the Yin Maiden's influence, the barrier outside the Golden Spring had long since vanished. Consort T remained to protect and control the local magical beasts. After listening to their account, Consort T said knowingly, Come with me. Wait until I dealt with things here. With that, she transformed into her original form, letting out a long howl that trembled the entire forest. Half a breath later, Wei Jian appeared before them with the cloud silk leopard Xiao Shui. Zhu Weitong looked at Wei Jian with some surprise. After so many years, he still looked exactly the same, just as Consort T had said. Beside him, Xiahua looked at the horn on Wei Jian's forehead, her eyes turning particularly unfriendly, even gritting her teeth coldly. Qi Xian beside her asked in a low voice, but Xiahua only snorted coldly without speaking. Qi Xian turned thoughtfully and whispered something to Zhu Weitong. Tiffy ignored the undercurrents and simply gave Wei Jian a few instructions. Wei Jian reluctantly agreed, then watched them disappear from sight. But before leaving, why did that male holy unicorn, who resembled Tiffy, give him such a fierce look? Zhu Weitong leaped onto Tiffy's pure white back, and they arrived at Tiling Island amidst the light spring rain. Tiling Island is located northeast of Atlantis, and the main city, surrounded by a phoenix barrier, can be vaguely seen. From the outside, it looks exactly the same as before. There is also a barrier outside Tiling Island, but Tiffy only lightly touched it, and the barrier allowed everyone to enter the island. After entering the barrier, Tiffy told the others to rest for a while, and then she went straight to the spirit platform where she could contact the Tree of Camellias. Tiling Island is vast and rich in resources, with beautiful scenery. Zhu Weitong walked around curiously, looking at everything, while Chi Xian beside her introduced her to the various interesting things about Tiling Island. Xiahua, who had been silently following behind the two, finally couldn't help but speak. Miss Zhu. He stopped abruptly, and before he could find the right words, the two in front of him were already making a ruckus. Chi Xian laughed. I won? Zhu Yingtong, beaming but nonchalant, pinched his cheek. You known each other for so long, you naturally understand him better. Chi Xian covered his mouth and chuckled. Then my bet. Xiahua asked suspiciously. What bet did you make? Chi Xian said, when we left the Puga forest, Yingtong noticed your unusual expression, and guessed you might want to ask about Consort T. We bet on who could ask Yingtong more accurately. Zhu Yingtong shrugged. I didn't expect Xiahua, who looked so mature, to be so impatient. It hasn't been that long. Xiahua's suspicious gaze swept between the two of them. So what did you bet on? Chi Xian smiled faintly. It's a secret. Secretly, however, he gripped Zhu Yingtong's hand even tighter. Xiahua spat, ignoring the two's overt and covert display of affection, and quickly walked to Zhu Yingtong's side, asking, Miss Zhu, I want to ask, who is that boy we just saw? The two's knowing expressions piqued Xiahua's curiosity. Under Xiahua's questioning, Zhu Yingtong finally said, Senior Tifei created a barrier outside the Golden Spring after arriving in the Pugu Forest. Decades ago, she saved a magician being chased into the forest by enemies. When Senior Tifei met her, the person was on the verge of death, only begging Senior Tifei to save her unborn child. Senior Tifei used her own blood to save the child's life. Originally, she planned to find him a human family when he grew up, but unexpectedly, he developed beast horns that were not human during his growth. Considering the human attitude towards this, she left the child in the forest and named him Wei Jian. Perhaps influenced by the bloodline of the Holy Spirit clan, he didn't understand beast language from a young age, yet he was able to grow up safely in this forest. Xiahua remained silent after hearing this. Zhu Yingtong was about to say something when an unusual situation in her storage device interrupted her. Earlier, Jean had given Zhu Yingtong the tokens of the 13 cities of Kaidu, instructing her to assign Kaidu people to investigate anything she needed. Now, the Kaidu token in Zhu Yingtong's hand was glowing, indicating that the matter she had previously entrusted to Kaidu people for investigation had yielded results. The token reflected scattered light spots, and then a light, fluttering letter flew out, containing a few words and a magic circle. Chi Xian gave Zhu Yingtong a look, and then infused it with magic power. Zhu Yingtong suddenly remembered something and cried out, wait! However, it was too late. The magic circle opened, and countless scrolls fell from it, with a deep. The Golden Spring, its depths almost invisible, offered no respite, leaving them to be pelted with its downpour. The scrolls rained down for several breaths before finally stopping, creating a small hill on Tiling Island in that short time. Tifei, hearing the commotion, turned to look. What's wrong? A hand suddenly emerged from the hill. And nothing. Xiahua took down a scroll hanging from her horn, reading the words on the cover, Imperial Annals, 500 years. True record. What is this? Phew. Zhu Yingtong, finally freed from the sea of books, breathed heavily. She picked up the scroll closest to her. It read Imperial Annals, 570 years, true record 1, a record I asked a friend in Kaidu to help me investigate. The Zhongrong Empire's library only records events after the continental calendar, and the Demon Priest Tower doesn't have the records I need, nor does Lancer. Xiahua nodded casually. Then you two go ahead and search. I go check on Consort T. Zhu Yingtong responded, and was about to immerse herself in the sea of books when she suddenly remembered something. She asked Chi Xian, in which year did Miss Yin attack the Northern Spirit Pavilion? Chi Xian, Emperor's year 610. Zhu Yingtong only responded softly, and continued flipping through the scrolls. Before she had finished reading a few scrolls, Consort Ti's voice came, we made contact with the main city. Come over when you're ready. Sensing the energy fluctuations of the spirit platform not far away, Zhu Yingtong quickly shouted okay, and stuffed a few more scrolls into her storage device, before pulling Chi Xian towards the spirit platform. Stop! Zhu Yingtong felt as soon as she stood firmly on the spirit platform, a powerful magical force surged forth, instantly teleporting the four of them to the main city of Atlantis. The teleportation array only transported them to the main city. The central camellia tree was still some distance away. The journey was eerily quiet, filling them with unease. Upon reaching the camellia tree, the scene before them shocked them. The air was filled with a gray mist unlike anything they had seen before. Lying in the vast plaza were several figures, Feng Shuang, Yi Buju in his night wolf form, and a woman none of them recognized. Not far away, a deep blue floating vortex of water enveloped a person. A magical battle raged within, water magic constantly circulating, obscuring the person's features. The camellia tree itself was no longer its former glory, appearing utterly dejected. Buju! Foamer! Two voices rang out. Zhu Yingtong and Qi Xian leaped to their sides, carefully examining them to find they were unharmed by the gray mist, suffering only ordinary injuries. Unfortunately, Zhu Yingtong was not skilled in healing arts, and Qi Xian, as a devourer, had only learned a superficial understanding, which was still far from sufficient. Tai Fai confirmed the third person's identity. She's a member of the water tribe. She then moved the three to her side, and Xiahua began to heal them with her magic. Zhu Yingtong remembered something. Water tribe? Tai Fai, you know them? Zhu Yingtong leaned closer to examine the person's face, her gaze unable to leave her slightly blue skin. Is her name Yun Shuilan? Tai Fai also scrutinized the person's face. I haven't been back to Atlantis for a long time, and don't know the situation within their tribe. But I can sense that she is the current water tribe chieftain. Yun Shuilan was the least injured, and she soon awoke. Yun Shuilan immediately saw Zhu Yingtong in front of her, and she was overjoyed. Sister Zhu, someone called out. Zhu Yingtong replied hesitantly, Yun Shuilan? Yun Shuilan nodded vigorously. Sister Zhu, you still remember me? Zhu Yingtong exclaimed, you've grown so much. Yun Shuilan blushed slightly. Because I wanted to become stronger quickly, my appearance changed rapidly during my cultivation. Ti Fei interrupted, excuse me for interrupting your reminiscing. What happened here? Reminded, everyone turned to the still functioning vortex. Strangely, the person inside the vortex, who had been struggling, had become completely still, like a stagnant pool. Yun Shuilan raised her hand, dispelling the magic, and looked at the person with extreme anger. It's that guy's gray aura. Zhu Yingtong arrived at the vortex before the others. As the water dissipated, a figure gradually appeared inside. Only one person. It was Qing Wan. No, this isn't right. Why is the gray mist clear and pure? Something must be wrong. Chapter 175. Zhu Yingtong stared blankly at Qing Wan, who showed no signs of life in her arms. The recounting of the past few days by Yun Shuilan and consort Ti echoed in her ears. Yun Shuilan, I came here on Lord Huangjue's orders to help Zhu Fengwang to capture and guard these two. Who knew that the short-haired woman would suddenly attack with bizarre moves, her body covered in gray mist. After only a few exchanges, I lost consciousness, and in the end, I could only use magic to trap her. Xiahua asked doubtfully. Two people? Besides you, Fengwang, and Yelong, there's only that one person here. Yun Shuilan bit her lip, her face showing embarrassment. It was because she hadn't successfully completed Lord Huangjue's instructions that the tree of bamboo had suffered this fate. While I was dealing with this person, there was another person. She entered the tree of bamboo, but Lord Bamboo actually let her in. Tai Fai and Xiahua were both shocked. What? Before they finished speaking, they both looked at Zhu Yingtong and Qing Wan in her arms. What had happened to Yin Su was perhaps only known to Qing Wan. Yingtong? Qi Xian, after checking on Feng Sherwang and Yi Buju, came to Zhu Yingtong's side. Seeing her dazed expression, he couldn't help but ask with concern. Zhu Yingtong looked up at the camellia tree, her eyes filled with unfathomable emotions. Although she tried her best to hide it, she couldn't conceal the pain in her voice. Qing Wan is dead. Yun Shuilan exclaimed in shock. No, impossible. I didn't kill her. I only trapped her. She turned to look at Zhu Yingtong, her expression panicked. Sister Zhu, I really didn't kill her. Ti Fei frowned upon hearing this, quickly coming to Zhu Yingtong's side. She leaned close to Qing Wan, intently sensing something. Besides the ash, there's also the scent of the 7 herbs. Zhu Yingtong suddenly looked up. You mean? Ti Fei, it seems she died once many years ago. In the past, her soul was connected to the 7 herbs. If she could take the 7 herbs again, she should be able to be saved. However, she might lose her memories of that time. Zhu Yingtong was momentarily puzzled. Why didn't Njin sense it? She quickly dismissed the question, her face filled with elation, and earnestly pleaded, Senior Ti Fei, could you please? Ti Fei interrupted her. I only know this method, but I don't know where the 7 herbs are. Jin Yu was the one who cultivated them initially, then Lin Lang took over, but neither of them are here now, and I don't know how to use the 7 herbs. Jin Yu mentioned it in her manuscript, Qi Xian said, in the year 39980 of the Atlantean era. Ti Fei pondered for a moment. 39,980? I remember you hadn't even arrived in Atlantis yet. Back then, it was the child and found. I remember now, Chitsa was cultivated by Jinyu for her. Then Jinyu should know best. Tai-Fi nodded knowingly. She was about to hand the token to Xiahua, but then decided to go herself. In the blink of an eye, Feng Shuang and Yi Buju also woke up one after another, and the group began to review the previous incident. While everyone was discussing, the camellia tree emitted a low hum. Zhu Tong was the first to react. She took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the camellia tree's trunk. In a place unseen by anyone, a short tube at her waist trembled slightly. Yi Buju, slightly behind, was about to follow when Qi Xian and Xiahua each grabbed one of his arms. He turned around, his face full of displeasure, and asked, "Why are you stopping me?" The person who sprang from the camellia tree was Yin Su, and a faint, lingering scent clung to her. Zhu Tong grabbed the bewildered Yin Su, who was still unsteady on her feet, and asked, "How did you come out of this tree?" Yin Su seemed still shaken. She glanced suspiciously at the people behind Zhu Tong, and when she saw Yun Shuilan's most wary gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She stammered, I don't know. I felt it calling me, so I went in." Yun Shuilan almost burst out, "You're lying. The camellia tree only belongs to Lady Jinyu. A resonance has been formed. Even Lord Huangjue and the others need Lord Jinyu as a medium to communicate with the tree of bamboo." Yin Su bit her lip, almost crying. She looked at the woman before her with a panicked expression, her eyes full of pleading. "Ing Tong, I didn't lie. Really? You believe me?" Zhu Tong quietly looked back at her, her voice extremely gentle. "I believe you." Yin Su then smiled through her tears, but before she could speak again, she was interrupted by Zhu Tong's actions. As Yin Su wiped away her tears, Zhu Tong moved. No one saw Zhu Tong's actions clearly. Zhu Tong, expressionless, swiftly pulled around, lustrous jade bead from Yin Su's neck. A few drops of blood quickly cooled and fell to the ground. The weak scream made the scene even more silent. Even Yi Buju, who had been clamoring to follow, remained silent. A thin line of blood quickly appeared on Yin Su's slender neck. Tears welled in her eyes, and she slumped down at Zhu Tong's feet, her hand instinctively clutching the jade bead that had been on her chest, trembling slightly. Zhu Tong's fingertips moved slightly, and a flame, like shackles, bound Yin Su's wrist, rendering her completely immobile. Yin Su looked up, her face filled with helplessness as she stared at the person before her. "Ing Tong?" Zhu Tong's expression darkened as she looked at the jade bead in her hand. "What should I call you? Yin Chaoyang? Miss Yin?" Qi Xian and the others' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this, and they all drew their weapons, ready for battle. Zhu Tong raised a hand, and everyone froze in place. Yin Su's voice was hoarse. "Ing Tong, I don't understand what you're saying." "Yin, isn't that my mother?" Zhu Tong didn't answer Yin Su, but simply held up the jade bead in her hand. "You really don't recognize this?" Seeing Yin Su staring blankly at the jade bead without speaking, Zhu Tong said, "This is the Eye of the Future, from Lan Xing." A murmur rippled through the crowd. As she spoke, Zhu Tong took a short tube from her waist and poured the golden liquid inside onto the jade bead. "My senior brother gave me this potion," he said. This was a potion made by Senior Mo Shengshi using the blood of the Lancer family. It could remove all the disguises concealing the Eye of the Future. It could sense something, but it wasn't always accurate. If you have doubts, then do it. Fate is unpredictable. You only have one chance. The golden liquid enveloped the jade bead's entire body, and in an instant, the round jade bead lost its appearance that outsiders usually saw, and finally turned into a black eyeball. Everyone was astonished. Yin Su stared intently at Zhu Tong, still trying to explain, "But this was given to me by my mother. I had no idea it was this kind of thing." Then after you woke up, Qingwan was controlled by the gray energy, and suddenly went berserk, fighting against Yi Buju and the others. How do you explain that? Qingwan was your personal bodyguard, and you were extremely knowledgeable about dealing with gray energy. Did you really not notice anything suspicious? Zhu Tong handed the Eye of the Future to Qi Xian, who had already prepared a container, then took out several scrolls from his storage device, quickly flipping through them and reading aloud. Historical records state that in the 500 years of the imperial reign, the first appearance of gray mist on the Ziliusis continent, the predecessor of Chaoyang Manor, Luoxia Manor, was established in the 13th year of the imperial era in the northeastern part of the Ziliusis continent. It gained some fame in the 513th year of the imperial era by eliminating the gray mist, and its reputation soared after 13 victories in the battles against the gray mist. Ultimately, due to the Vice Manor Lord's ambition and strategic errors, it was destroyed in the 573rd year of the imperial era by the Grey Mist's revenge. Such a distant event. What does it have to do with me? Insu turned her head away from Zhu Yingtong, her voice low and fragile. Snowfall Manor reinstated its first administrator 800 years into the imperial era. At that time, the empire had very strict population control. Any land transaction required the registration of local residents. The first administrator was named Su Chen. According to the empire's policy at the time, relevant information needed to be reviewed every 100 years. Generally speaking, mages have extremely long lifespans, and for such a large magical organization, it was more common for the administrator to remain unchanged for hundreds of years. However, in the following 500 years, Snowfall Manor had 3 administrators, Su Rong, Su Ju, and Su Yanyan. Yi Buju jumped out with a loud bang. Why are they all surnamed Su? Zhu Yitong, you're not a dog, don't imitate Luo Zi like that. Zhu Yitong then produced several scrolls, so I investigated them. They all came from the same place, the far north of the Ziliosis continent, a fishing village called Su Family Village. This village was little known until the re-registration of Luoxua Manor, when its people appeared in the annals of history. During my investigation, I discovered many suspicious points. This village had no survivors before the year 573 of the imperial era. But no one knew the cause of their deaths. They seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Only the scars of flames remained in that place nestled against the mountains and by the water. In the 573rd year of the imperial era, Snowfall Manor was also destroyed in the same year. Is that a coincidence? Seeing that Insu still didn't speak, Zhu Yitong dropped the final bombshell. Do you remember that day at the princess's residence, when I saw Chao? He actually said something, but the scene was too chaotic, and he didn't make a sound, so I didn't pay attention at the time. Later, that scene kept haunting me. I thought about it day and night, and finally confirmed what he shouted. Little Su. Or perhaps Xiao Su. Seeing Insu's sudden, astonished expression, Zhu Yingtong met his gaze intently. She asked, was he calling for you? He knows you? Zhu Yingtong carefully analyzed Insu's surprise. It wasn't the expression she had expected. Ah, so it wasn't Xiao Su, at least, her connection with Chao wasn't facilitated by Su. But she still proceeded according to her original plan. Chao and Yang were born in the 20th year of the imperial era, and the 18th twin was born in the 62nd year of the imperial era, meaning he was already unconscious at that time. Why does he know you? Zhu Yitong looked down at the faint burn mark on the edge of Insu's left eye. This body? Did you bring it from that wildfire? Just as Insu's lips parted to speak, an uninvited guest arrived outside the Phoenix barrier of Atlantis. Golden feathers shimmered, and in the sunlight, the woman's charming smile appeared even more captivating. The newcomer was Shang Jie. Chapter 176. To everyone's astonishment, Shang Jie had completely ignored the Phoenix barrier that had previously been able to completely block the gray energy, approaching without changing his expression, and then passing through the barrier unscathed. Qi Xian immediately recognized the feathered robe, the golden wings. Its defensive direction can be changed through secondary forging. What did she add to it? It actually made the gray energy ignore the Phoenix barrier? Feng Shuang keenly sensed the unusual scent and couldn't help but cry out, that's Xiao Hei's blood. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Shang Jie just chuckled and casually pulled Insu into his arms. Insu tried to speak in a panic, but the gray energy immediately enveloped half of her face, and for a moment she could only make sounds. Xiao Su. Zhu Yingtong's face darkened. She strode forward, attempting to snatch Insu back. The sword light that had transformed from her sword Sui Lin barely grazed the feathered robe, producing a soft thud with the light of Lancer, but failing to harm Shang Jie. Behind Zhu Yingtong, the attacks of the others, trying to stop Shang Jie's departure, roared, almost shaking the entire inner city. Yet, Shang Jie, whose power had greatly increased after healing, neutralized them all. Shang Jie retreated relentlessly after taking Insu, countless wisps of gray energy bursting from her body, wantonly disturbing the Chun tree. As Zhu Yingtong advanced, she exchanged a glance with Qi Xian. Qi Xian then led the others to clear the gray energy around the Chun tree, leaving Zhu Yingtong alone to pursue Shang Jie. Because of the golden wing stained with Lancer's blood, the Phoenix barrier could not restrain Shang Jie's whereabouts, and Shang Jie retreated from Atlantis' barrier in an instant. The yin-yang fire relentlessly pursued her figure. Shang Jie glanced up in a panic, and saw Zhu Yingtong already flying to within a meter of her, their hands almost clasped together as they broke free from their restraints. Shang Jie chuckled, then with a flick of her fingertips, countless wisps of gray mist instantly enveloped Insu, forming a cocoon around her. Only her helpless struggles remained, and no matter how the flame struck at her, the gray mist wouldn't dissipate even slightly. Xiangjia laughed even more arrogantly, so reluctant. Huh? But I saw you bullying that little girl, making her cry terribly. With another wave of his hand, the gray mist, carrying Yin Su, vanished. Zhu Tong only heard Xiangjia's light and agile voice. Want to save her? Come to Qiang Manor. Zhu Tong gritted her teeth, her hands moving even faster, countless inextinguishable flames engulfing Xiangjia's body, but still failing to save Xiangjia and Yin Su. Xiangjia, dragging his wounded body, began to move, his face pale. Red wings fluttered behind Zhu Tong, who hovered in the air, panting heavily as she stared in the direction the gray mist had disappeared, trying to calm her agitated emotions. After a while, Zhu Tong returned to the main city of Atlantis. The gray mist left behind by Xiangjia within the city had also been cleared away by the others. Zhu Tong spoke first. I'm going to Qiang Manor. Xian chimed in. I go with you. Zhu Tong nodded and then asked the others, what about you? Xiahua said, I'm going to find Consort T. Yun Shuilan said, I'm staying with Lady Chun Jishu. Feng Shihuang thought for a moment, then said, I wait here. Zhu Tong responded, and then focused her attention into the sea of patterns. She found no trace of Yue and the other two, so she had to call out to them one by one. After a long pause, and Jin's voice finally came, though it sounded broken and weary. Ying Tong, we're done here. Zhu Tong asked in surprise, how is the harvest? Do you need my help? And Jin sighed. Even with Lin Lang and me giving our all, we could only seal 30% of her power, the rest escaped. However, I'm concerned about the method Chow mentioned earlier for completely eliminating the gray energy. Since the speed of time didn't work, I had to use my personal image stone to imprint her memories. I have someone bring the image stone to you later. It contains a lot of information. Find a safe place and search for clues within it. Has there been any news from Chow? Zhu Tong approached the camellia tree, placing her palm close to it. Through the sea of patterns, and Jean could also sense a trace of the camellia tree's aura. And Jean exclaimed in surprise, Little Camellia? What happened to her? Zhu Tong frowned and briefly recounted what had happened. And Jean asked in surprise, You really heard Chow say that? Zhu Tong was silent for a moment. No, I lied to her about what Chow said. I just wanted to see her reaction. Unfortunately, she wasn't completely sure before Xiangjia interrupted her. After thinking for a moment, and Jean said, I asked Tu Yin to bring the Shadow Stone. He arrived soon. I returned to Atlantis after I dealt with things here. Zhu Tong replied, I rest for a bit before heading to Qiang Manor. And Jean suddenly fell silent, only letting out a few surprised exclamations. What did you say? Is the information confirmed? After a long silence, and Jin's voice reappeared in the sea of patterns. A strange barrier has appeared outside Qiang Manor. The barrier envelopes the entire manor. Perhaps due to the influence of the gray energy, the barrier looks very eerie from a distance, and ordinary people cannot approach it. According to nearby residents, it appeared to be shrouded in a halo of light, causing extreme discomfort upon prolonged observation. I have Wuji investigate first. He meet you outside Qiang Manor. Zhu Tong nodded in agreement, ending his conversation with Jean. A short while later, Tu Yin, a messenger from Kdu, arrived. Without further delay, Zhu Tong, pulling Xian along and taking Ibuji with him, their crimson wings flashing, headed straight for Qiang Manor. After Zhu Tong left, Tu Yin, who had also intended to return to Kdu, suddenly panicked upon receiving some news, stumbling and running towards Xiahua. Along the way, Zhu Tong continued to ponder. If the real Yin Su was from Su family village, then what about the previous? All speculations will be overturned. But the Su family villager who died at the age of 23 wasn't just one or two people. The entire village was wiped out in a single day. However, she currently lacks the scroll to investigate, so she can only use the Kdu token to relay messages along the way, relying on the people of Kdu to help with the investigation. When the three arrived at the foot of Qiang Manor, they saw Wuji observing from outside the light barrier. After a few pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Wuji said, the barrier isn't very sophisticated, perhaps due to the ash aura. It's somewhat eerie. I had to constantly use my magic to resist it from the outside to open a small opening to enter. Without external spatial magic to counteract it, I'm afraid one would lose their way upon entering. But if Yin Qiang is manipulating it, I'm afraid I can't resist either. I can only send you into the manor. What happens after that depends on the situation. Zhu Tong nodded, then I leave it to you. Wuji nodded in agreement, then sat cross-legged a short distance away, focusing his attention on the barrier before him. A few breaths later, a small opening, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, appeared where the mountain gate had been. Zhu Yingtong and Qi Xian exchanged a glance, then, without further delay, headed into the manor. The manor inside the barrier appeared as usual, unlike the hazy illusion seen from outside. However, the two remained cautious, carefully probing towards the half-step cliff. Just as Wuji had predicted, after taking only one more step forward, they could no longer find each other, as if they had fallen into someone else's dream. To Zhu Yingtong, it was simply like entering Chaoyang Manor as usual. The lingering warmth in her palms indicated that her lover had been by her side not long ago. Her face was ashen, but she quickly composed herself and headed towards the summit. Qi Xian, regaining his senses, was shocked to find himself unknowingly ejected from the barrier. Wu Ji, standing beside him, looked at him with astonishment. Qi Xian stared at the barrier, his handsome face cold, and said rapidly, "Wu Ji, send me back in." Wu Ji probably guessed what had happened, and without a word, he opened the barrier again. However, a few breaths later, the same scene appeared. Qi Xian tried a third time, his face grim. It really is Yin Qiang. He had Wu Ji break the barrier again. This time, he didn't choose to enter completely, but instead used his mental magic to try and contact Zhu Yingtong. Not long before, Shang Jie returned to Chaoyang Manor. After locking Yin Su in the confinement room, as agreed with Yin Chaoyang, she didn't leave. She lay on the main seat, looking disheveled, holding a mirror and looking at her reflection. Hearing the door open behind her, she finally spoke, "Oh dear, what a mess. They went to attack others, but I see their strength hasn't decreased much, while you suffered quite a few injuries." Yin Chaoyang dusted off her feather robe. "You care about me? Look at yourself instead." Shang Jie, savoring the delicious taste she recently experienced on Yin Chaoyang, felt her heart pounding so hard she almost couldn't resist leaning over for another bite. She remained silent for a long while before finally speaking again. "Why did you ask me to bring the girl Yin Su back? If you ask me, her heart has already strayed to someone else." Yin Qiang paused, then quickly recovered. "It doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, they won't see each other again." Shang Jie exclaimed in surprise, "Oh dear, you're really heartless. How long are you going to keep the child locked up?" Bored, Shang Jie rolled over, propping her chin up, and asked, "Where are you going?" Yin Chaoyang pushed open the door, the midday sun streaming in, making her fair face even more translucent. "To welcome a guest." She turned to Shang Jie again, "Aren't you leaving? Waiting for me to kick you out?" "I'm waiting for someone too." Yin Chaoyang raised an eyebrow. "Oh? I'm tired of this face. I want to try something new." Shang Jie smoothed her hair, holding a mirror with a smile. "But that child isn't very obedient. I'm afraid I have to go find her." Yin Chaoyang frowned. "Who are you going to find?" Shang Jie stretched, her tone alluring. "You mean Zhu Yingtong?" She saw Yin Chaoyang's unfriendly gaze, and then let out a silvery laugh. "What about the child named Yu Wei beside me? I've been dreaming about her face ever since I saw it." Yin Chaoyang looked away, his tone calm. "Then you better be careful. You have quite a few enemies around her, don't you?" Shang Jie looked innocent. "Yes." She counted on her fingers, half of the East Sea Dragon clan, the little boy from the Demon Priest Tower, and that brat Lancer. "Oh dear, he's caused quite a bit of trouble." Yin Chaoyang unusually joked, "You won't be coming to collect your corpse one day, will you?" Shang Jie chuckled. "Sure. You come to collect my corpse, and then eat me." "Ah. What were their human stories again?" The vast hall echoed with Shang Jie's off-key singing. "Take a lump of clay, mold it into a you, sculpt a me. Break them both apart. Mold another you, sculpt another me. In my clay is you, in my clay is you." Yin Chaoyang scoffed, "That's about husband and wife, idiot." Shang Jie let out another drawn-out "Oh dear, humans. How come they have so many emotions? I'm not interested at all." Suddenly, she perked up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yin Chaoyang. "Even though one of your eyes of the future was taken away, don't you still have one? Can you see my future?" Chapter 177. After a moment of silence, Yin Chaoyang spoke, "You're very interested?" Before Shang Jie could reply, Yin Chaoyang added, "You will die." To his surprise, Shang Jie remained indifferent, smiling as she asked, "Oh? When? Who will kill you? Not that weak little girl, is it?" Having known her for many years, Yin Chaoyang understood Shang Jie's personality. She was never afraid of such things. Yin Chaoyang shook her head. "Only half the power. I can't see clearly." Shang Jie asked again, What about your own? Aren't you interested? Oh, I remember, you're only interested in those guys from the past. Before she could finish, Yin Chaoyang interrupted her with a sharp rebuke. Get out. Realizing she had misspoke, Shang Jia forced a smile and said, Okay, I go. As Shang Jia passed by Yin Chaoyang, she patted her shoulder, let out a long breath, and whispered, Don't let those guys distract you. Don't forget what you want to do. Without waiting for Yin Chaoyang's response, Shang Jia left. Only when Shang Jia was almost out of sight did Yin Chaoyang give a soft Yin Chaoyang returned to the center of the hall. She stroked a large spherical device beside her, but before she could do anything else, the palace doors opened again. The newcomer was Zhu Yingtong. The landscape of Chaoyang Manor within the barrier remained unchanged, except for the addition of much more mist swirling around it. Zhu Yingtong needed to constantly use yin yang fire and her armor to clear away the mist that approached her in order to avoid being disturbed. During this time, Qi Xian contacted her through a mental imprint, and it was thanks to Qi Xian's mental magic that she was not so tired. Yin Chaoyang spoke softly, You came so quickly. Zhu Yingtong ignored Yin Chaoyang's words, focusing instead on observing his face as she moved forward. As she expected, it was yet another different face. Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but recall the faces of Yin Chaoyang they had seen before. So she asked a seemingly unrelated question, Is your face like those people from Su family village? Yin Chaoyang paused, then after a long while replied, You know quite a lot. Zhu Yingtong strained to discern the truth, but couldn't detect any pretense in Yin Chaoyang's expression. She could only continue according to her original script. I come to take Yin Su away. Zhu Yingtong paused, then added, Our feud shouldn't involve innocent people. Yin Chaoyang chuckled softly, stroking the object in her palm. Innocent people? She said gently. An innocent person said she's heartbroken and doesn't want to see you. Zhu Yingtong, unusually flustered, tried to calm herself. If I wronged her, I seek her forgiveness. As for you, I won't let you continue your reckless behavior. Yin Chaoyang looked up at Zhu Yingtong, her eyes filled with such complex emotions that Zhu Yingtong couldn't discern her intentions for a moment. Yin Chaoyang said, Since you treated her so well, I tell you a secret. Before Zhu Yingtong could react, she slammed her hand hard against the spherical object. Zhu Yingtong sensed something was wrong and prepared to draw her sword. However, accompanied by a tremendous roar, Zhu Yingtong felt the entire palace tremble. Throughout the mental imprint, Qi Xian exclaimed, A breach has been blasted open around Chaoyang Manor. Zhu Yingtong turned to look at Yin Chaoyang, her face filled with shock. What did you do? Yin Chaoyang brought her fingertips to her lips, making a very playful expression. It's mine, the new world. Sui Lin transformed into a long sword and came flying through the air, but in the end, Yin Chaoyang turned into a wisp of gray smoke, and only her fading voice could be heard beneath the blade. If you want to go find Yin Su, then go. If you're late and something happens. Zhu Yingtong withdrew Sui Lin, cursing inwardly. This is really a ghost. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. Qi Xian's voice came again from the mental imprint. Yin Chaoyang probably wants to. The entire manor has broken away from the western continent. Zhu Yingtong was equally shocked by Yin Chaoyang's audacity. Qi Xian's voice continued to ring in her ears. The barrier is now free from Wuji's control. I can't transfer spiritual magic to you for the time being, but I still have some magic stored in the imprint to protect your consciousness. I leave with the people nearby with Wuji's organization first. I contact you again after things stabilize. Zhu Yingtong replied, Be careful yourself too. Since the gray energy controlled by Yin Chaoyang was gone from the manor, Zhu Yingtong was no longer hindered when she summoned Yi Buju again. After Yi Buju jumped out of the contract imprint, Zhu Yingtong immediately sent him to Half-Step Cliff to search for Yin Su, while she herself searched the palace on the mountaintop. Although Chaoyang Manor, after several renovations, is now one of the most fortified fortresses on the mainland, its current state was not anticipated during its early construction. Its sturdiness is far inferior to Atlantis. The numerous fallen bricks and tiles, and the broken ground, greatly increased the difficulty for Zhu Yingtong in searching for the missing person. Finally, as the manor was on the verge of collapse, Zhu Yingtong found the unconscious Yin Su in a dark, gloomy room. Zhu Yingtong immediately unfurled her fiery wings, carrying Yin Su away from the nearly ruined palace. The bumpy journey caused Yin Su to awaken in Zhu Yingtong's arms. Upon waking, Yin Su stared blankly at Zhu Yingtong's resolute face. She saw only a burning desire in her eyes for their survival. Though her brow was furrowed before the ruins, her expression was one of unwavering composure. So many years had passed, she had grown from an immature boy into a capable and independent woman. And this scene before her? She had come all this way, completely unnecessary, for her sake. You still came. Insu hugged Zhu Weitong tightly, tears streaming down her neck, almost soaking her clothes. Her weeping was heart-wrenching, evoking pity. Zhu Weitong stiffened at the cool touch on her neck. Looking at Insu, whose face was streaked with tears, she remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. You're very tired. Rest for a while. Insu closed her eyes and leaned against Zhu Weitong's chest, murmuring, Can you stay with me? I beg you. Stay with me. Zhu Weitong led Insu in several searches for a way out, but they were trapped by the barrier. Fortunately, Yi Buju's voice came through the magical beast contract. There seems to be a way out over here. Upon receiving the news, Zhu Weitong immediately flew towards Yi Buju's location. In no time, the two reached the highest point of the manor. Zhu Weitong couldn't help but recall seeing the scene in Insu's spiritual sea. Now, seeing it again, with the red sun high in the sky and the distant floating islands faintly visible, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Upon seeing the somewhat familiar floating island, Zhu Weitong was startled, and a bad thought arose in her mind. Without a second thought, she shouted at the giant night wolf frantically digging a hole, Buju, hurry up and open the barrier. Yi Buju's two forelimbs strained even more. I want to too. Barrier magic isn't my forte. I already tried my best. A powerful external force struck, and Zhu Weitong suddenly felt completely paralyzed. The woman in her arms almost instantly slipped from her grasp. Every step she took was extremely difficult, large beads of sweat seeping from her forehead, yet she still stubbornly reached forward to grab Insu's hand. Zhu Weitong held Insu tightly, her arms trembling unusually. Her nose stung, and before she could even speak, tears splattered onto Insu's face. Don't go there. Insu touched the tears on his cheeks, stunned for a long time before finally speaking. Too late. Too late. Zhu Weitong, if only we could have met sooner. Insu's words were illogical, but they were almost an admission of something. Even if they weren't willing to expose anything, there were too many unexplained issues between them. She understood the hidden meaning in Zhu Weitong's words, and Zhu Weitong understood her choice. The two were almost completely open with each other. Insu smiled faintly. When did you confirm that? Are you setting me up again? Zhu Weitong gritted her teeth upon hearing this. She couldn't help but recall the gray aura that Consort T had helped her dispel when they first met. That gray aura must have been left by Insu. Although it hadn't harmed her body, it had undeniably existed beside her as a listening device. Hearing Insu's words now, she realized that Insu had probably pulled the same trick again, sometime and somewhere. Zhu Weitong remained silent, simply removing the constantly vibrating bracelet from her wrist and casually tossing it to Insu. As the distance closed, the bracelet trembled even more violently, a reaction from the power of the camellia tree recognizing the aura of gray. Insu grasped the bracelet with her hand, then tightened her grip, causing it to shatter. A faint wisp of divine energy emanated from it. She couldn't help but chuckle. And Jean, is that so? She certainly has a lot of these little trinkets. Insu sighed. It's a pity I didn't know of her existence back then, otherwise I could have saved a lot of trouble. This bracelet was one of the items and Jean had 2 yen bring along. In fact, she had given more than just these 2 items to Zhu Weitong. Without warning, Zhu Weitong thrust her sword at Insu. Insu's eyes remained calm. She simply dodged, and each time the approaching blade was about to reach her, her body would turn into gray mist. The collisions only produced a bitter smell, causing no real harm to Insu. Sensing the approaching spatial magic, Insu's expression remained unchanged. With a swift turn, she decisively seized Yi Buju's claws as they hurtled towards her. Instantly, gray mist rose around Yi Buju's arm. However, she quickly noticed something amiss. The gray mist wasn't attached to Yi Buju as usual. Due to the spatial rift, it remained imperceptibly away from his body. Yi Buju laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, watch how I. Insu remained calm, simply increasing the quantity of gray mist and surrounding him completely. The swirling gray mist moved incredibly fast, and Yi Buju was momentarily overwhelmed. Yi Buju screamed wildly. You cheated? The gray mist enveloped him, while simultaneously pulling him away from the main battlefield, leaving Zhu Weitong alone to fight Insu. You can't beat me. Don't waste your energy. Insu merely raised her hand, and a wisp of gray energy shot out, binding Zhu Weitong like a rope. Insu instantly moved behind Zhu Weitong, her once delicate and boneless hands forcefully restraining Zhu Weitong's arms. I don't want to hurt you, so. Be good? Zhu Weitong asked. This is Insu's body. Why did you change so many faces before? She thought of the gray energy they had fought most often besides the person in front of her. She Was she also a host you once inhabited? Insu shook her head slightly. Of course not. She sighed softly. It's a long story. I tell you after I finish what I'm doing now. Zhu Yingtong shouted. What exactly do you want? Insu grabbed Zhu Yingtong's chin with one hand, forcing Zhu Yingtong to look at the floating island in the distance. Insu stared intently at the island. That floating island is called Atlantis. You're familiar with it, aren't you? Chapter 178. Insu wore a faint smile, which grew increasingly wider. I hope my new world can begin beside him. Zhu Yingtong, estimating the ever-approaching distance, knew she needed to act quickly. How could the camellia tree tolerate the gray aura? Don't be delusional. Before she could finish speaking, something occurred to her, and Zhu Yingtong stared at Insu in astonishment. You deliberately approached the camellia tree. Insu interjected. Didn't you ask me what I wanted to do? For some unknown reason, Insu burst into laughter, completely losing her usual gentle demeanor. She laughed for a long time before stopping. I want to replace one of the 16 islands, connect with Atlantis, and share Atlantis' energy. Hearing this, Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened. What did you do to him? Insu turned her head to look at Atlantis. I only used a tiny trick to trap Huangju and bewilder the tree of bamboo. Once the mana rises high enough, the tree of bamboo will be able to recognize its energy and treat it as one of the 16 islands. At that time, I can re-enter the tree of bamboo and find the person I'm looking for. Insu brushed the dust off her skirt with some regret, revealing the tear in her hem. This golden wing was something I asked Xiangjie to find. It's what allowed me to evade every reconnaissance by the tree of bamboo. Unfortunately, the conflict between the various energies is too great, and it's about to collapse. This was almost a reminder to her. Zhu Yingtong gritted her teeth. You hurt my senior brother. Insu looked down at the anger on Zhu Yingtong's face, feeling inexplicably displeased. He also kept a lot from you, and you're still so considerate of him, speaking up for him. Before Insu could finish speaking, a crimson armor suddenly erupted from Zhu Yingtong's body, and Sui Lin appeared, severing the gray energy shackles binding Zhu Yingtong. Zhu Yingtong spun around, her fist, burning with yin-yang fire, striking Insu against the wind. Insu couldn't dodge in time, and could only hastily catch the flaming fist with her arm. The loud sizzling sound of the yin-yang fire colliding with the gray energy momentarily clouded her hearing. When she regained her senses, she only vaguely remembered Zhu Yingtong shouting Buju, before seeing Sui Lin's sword slice across her cheek. Warm blood flowed down the groove of the sword, between Zhu Yingtong's fingers. Zhu Yingtong was filled with astonishment. This was something they had never encountered before when fighting against the many gray energies. In her panic, Zhu Yingtong called out Xiao Su, wanting to say something more, but then she sensed a magical aura surging around her. The spiritual magic left by Qi Xian within the imprint, and the shadow stone containing time magic that Zhu Yingtong carried, were already resonating with each other, and with Yi Buju's sudden burst of spatial magic, the three unexpectedly formed a powerful vortex of magic. Seeing this, Zhu Yingtong immediately took out the compass with the scent of the camellia tree that Njin had sent her, and combined it with all the spiritual magic left by Qi Xian. Zhu Yingtong pointed her fingertip directly at Insu's brow. In an instant, Insu lost all resistance and fell into Zhu Yingtong's arms, entering the shadow world with her. The shadow stone landed with a tinkling sound on the ground, no longer rising. As its internal structure changed, cracks slowly appeared on the shadow stone. Zhu Yingtong was awakened by Yi Buju licking her. She groggily reached for the water source beside her, and only after drawing water and regaining consciousness did she realize something was wrong. This water? This is the sea? Zhu Yingtong looked around in surprise, only then realizing that they were at the mouth of the river where the village's water source was located. An unusual log cabin structure, a large net spread beneath the azure water. Behind them was a thriving fishing village. Zhu Yingtong confirmed that they had entered the past of Yin Chaoyang recorded within the Shadow Stone. This was a fishing village located in the northeasternmost part of the Zilius continent thousands of years ago. Su, what are you looking at? You want to take someone back again? Can your house hold that many people? Haha. Su family village. Sensing the approach of others, Zhu Yingtong immediately pulled Yi Buju and flashed to a more distant place. She immediately saw a girl, though only her back was visible. Her intuition told her that the person was Su the boys had been talking about. Sure enough, the girl patted the person beside her with a smile. Stop teasing me. The group chatted and laughed as they walked back, but the girl glanced at the sea again, still worried. That one glance sent a jolt through Zhu Yingtong's heart. The girl looked to be in her early 20s. Unlike her companions, Her long black hair wasn't neatly combed back. Instead, it completely covered half her face, revealing only one bright eye. Zhu Yingtong recognized her at a glance. This was the body Yinsu was using more than 4,000 years later. Yinsu's name, indeed, originated from Su family village. But Yinsu said it wasn't parasitic like Shang Jie's. What was going on? Curious, Zhu Yingtong asked Yibuju to use spatial magic to conceal their presence, and then followed the group back to the stone-walled house where the girl lived. The house wasn't large. Each of the two small rooms had a bed, one large and one small. Judging from the complete furniture, it seemed to house 3 people who lived there permanently. Zhu Yingtong recalled what the children had said, picking up people again? Who had Su Duo picked up before? Could it be Yinsu? Before Zhu Yingtong could think any further, Su Duo's cheerful voice rang in her ears. Xiaoyin, today is the Lantern Festival in Yuecheng. Yuecheng will be very lively tonight. Do you want to come with me to see? Zhu Yingtong followed Su Duo's gaze, and found a thin, almost inconspicuous little girl in this small kitchen. She was wrapped entirely in black, her face covered with white cloth, revealing only her eyes. Her eyes were different from ordinary people's. Upon closer inspection, they looked like murky soup, making one feel somewhat uneasy. The girl called Xiaoyin paused for a moment, then quickly continued, no. Zhu Yingtong listened carefully. Both voices sounded somewhat similar to Yinsu's in later generations, but not exactly the same. Su, gesturing excitedly, walked toward Xiaoyin, maintaining a safe distance. But I heard the Lantern Festival is very lively. Yuecheng has been preparing for a whole month. I even made plans with brother Xiao Chao and sister Xiao Yang. Zhu Yingtong was startled. Chao Yang? Hearing this, Xiaoyin quickly cleared away all the dishes and rewrapped the bandages on her hands. Zhu Yingtong noticed that beneath the bandages were hands no different from ordinary human hands. And Su didn't seem to be affected by the gray aura. It seemed that, as Yinsu had said, her situation was different from Shang Jie's. Xiaoyin looked at Su. What time? Su Duo chuckled. It starts at Shenshi, 3 to 5 p.m. Let's go early. Xiaoyin, should we tell Aunt Meng? Su Duo, I already told her. She told us to just go early and come back early. Xiaoyin nodded, about to walk out, when Su Duo stopped her. Su Duo's cheeks were puffed out. You're going out dressed like that? Xiaoyin was confused, raised her hand and sniffed. It doesn't smell strange. Su Duo put her hands on her hips. No, it's not. You're dressed too plainly. Wait a minute. With that, she hurriedly ran back to the larger room and took a box from the top of the cabinet. The box was simply packaged, but very well preserved. Su handed the box to Xiaoyin, smiling broadly. Xiaoyin, happy birthday. May you have a long and prosperous life. You said you didn't remember your birthday, but we agreed that the day I found you on the beach would be your rebirth. This is a gift that Xiaoyang and I picked out for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Xiaoyin took the box and hesitated for a moment. Before opening it, she sincerely said, I like it very much, thank you. Then she opened the box. Inside was a long, white dress with intricate floral patterns, designed to flatter her figure, revealing almost no skin. Beside it were 2 other items, a veil and a magnificent gold hairpin. Su was somewhat embarrassed. I made the veil. I made it many times. This one is the best and biggest. Cover yourself however you like. Xiaoyin stroked the hem of the dress, and after a long pause, she finally spoke, Thank you, I like it very much. Su Duo smiled and said, If you like it, that's good. Then we set off after you change. With that, Su Duo left the room. Zhu Yingtong remained. She covered Yibuju's eyes with her hand, and saw Xiaoyin take off her black clothes. Just as she had guessed, Yinsu was wrapped in bandages. After putting on a white dress, Xiaoyin pondered for a moment, then removed the white bandages from her hands, revealing human-like hands. She moved her still somewhat clumsy fingertips a few times, a faint smile appearing on her face for the first time. But when she walked to a small brass mirror, her smile vanished. She thought for a long time before carefully removing the white cloth from her face, layer by layer. The moment Zhu Yingtong saw clearly, she gasped inwardly. No wonder Xiaoyin needed to wear bandages every day. If ordinary people saw her like this, wouldn't they mistake her for a demon and capture her? Beneath the bandages, except for skin around her murky eyes, the rest of her body was connected by black gas. There wasn't even a head resembling a normal human's. The entire mirror was filled with an indescribable eeriness. Xiaoyin looked at the golden hairpin in the box and murmured, She still remembers. Xiaoyin looked at herself in the mirror again. Her hands were twisted into a shape beyond the reach of ordinary people, sliding from above her eyebrows down to her waist, revealing long jet black hair. Xiaoyin took out the hairpin and tied up her black hair, then wrapped a veil around her face. She carefully adjusted it for a long time, making sure no black gas was leaking out, before leaving the room. Zhu Yingtong was curious. After listening to many conversations with Xiaoyin, she realized that the mysterious Chao Haiyang had a fairly good relationship with Xiaoyin, perhaps even a close one. Furthermore, considering that Yin Chaoyang's attitude towards Chao in later generations didn't seem like a deep-seated hatred, what was the story behind the scene she saw in Xiaoyin's memory where Chao spoke of a way to completely eliminate the gray energy? Chapter 179. Zhu Yingtong glanced again at the bandages Xiaoyin had put away. She carefully approached and had Yi Buju examine them closely. Just as she expected, they contained the scent of the camellia tree. Zhu Yingtong then realized that perhaps the relationship between Xiaoyin and Chaoyang wasn't what they had initially suspected. Considering this, Zhu Yingtong followed Xiaoyin and Su Duo, arriving at the gates of Yuecheng. Many people were coming and going outside the gates, but Zhu Yingtong spotted Chao and Yang immediately. The two stood under a tree, chatting and laughing. To be precise, Chao did all the talking, while Yang only occasionally responded with a blank expression. They were dressed simply, yet possessed an ethereal quality, like fairies descended from heaven. Chao's complexion was also much better than when Zhu Yingtong first met him. She wondered what had happened to nearly take the life of this gentle and refined man before her. Chaoyang, seeing Xiaoyin and Shidua first, greeted them warmly. After the four gathered, Chaoyang shielded Xiaoyin and Shidua in the middle, and they went into town together to visit the Lantern Festival. From their conversation, Zhu Yingtong pieced together their first encounter. A year ago today, Shidua met the inhuman Xiaoyin while working by the sea. At that time, Xiaoyin had been conscious for over 300 years. She didn't know where she came from. She seemed to have been wandering until she came to this village. She imitated the nearby villagers for many days, but still remained inhuman. When she first met Shidua, she hadn't been able to transform into a human face either. She didn't even have eyes, only a long, thin wisp of gray mist, yet she spoke human language. If an ordinary person had seen her, their heart would have pounded with fear. To Xiaoyin's surprise, Su Duo wasn't afraid of her. Instead, he came to see her every day afterward, and the two gradually became acquainted. By this time, Xiaoyin had mastered the control over the gray energy. It only acted according to her will, and wouldn't harm others. Su Duo's face, covered by her hair, was a result of the gray energy's effects on her as a child. Half of her face was covered with burn marks, and her eye was unable to open due to the sticky skin. According to Su Duo, many people in Shujia village suffered from this condition to varying degrees. Hers was more severe, but it didn't affect her work. One day, when Su Duo went to look for Xiaoyin, she encountered Chaoyang and his companion, whom Xiaoyin had pulled from the sea. Initially, Chaoyang and his companion deliberately kept their distance due to their keen sensitivity to the gray energy, observing Xiaoyin. However, as time passed, the four gradually became close. Chaoyang and his companion temporarily resided in Yuecheng, within the jurisdiction of Shujia village. They would frequently visit Shujia village to search for Xiaoyin, and the bandages bearing the scent of the camellia tree were given to her during that time. Soon, with the help of the three, Xiaoyin gradually took on a human form. To facilitate her vision and actions, and to avoid arousing suspicion, she first formed her eyes and hands, capable of taking on a human form, outside the bandages. After this, Su took Xiaoyin home. After repeatedly pleading with her aunt, and citing Xiaoyin's willingness to handle all the housework, the usually stern Aunt Ming finally agreed to let Xiaoyin stay. Days passed, and almost everyone in Shujia village knew of Xiaoyin's existence. They all cared deeply for the frail child. Assuming that Xiaoyin's reluctance to show her true face was for the same reason they did, the matter related to the gray aura remained a secret between the four of them. Zhu Yingtong finally understood the method to completely eliminate the gray aura from Yin Chaoyang's memory. It turned out that Chaoyang and Chaoyang used their combined power of the camellia tree to purify the gray aura on Xiaoyin, transforming it into magical energy that prevented it from harming others, allowing her to live a normal life. Observing the four's every word and action, a startling thought suddenly flashed through Zhu Yingtong's mind. Heavens! Could it be that at this moment, Xiaoyin and Chao have already fallen in love? This also seemed to explain why Chao appeared at Chaoyang Manor 4,000 years later. But where is Yang? In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yingtong saw a calendar on a stall, Imperial Era 570. There were only 3 years left until the destruction of Su family village. After the Lantern Festival, the four parted ways. However, the exchange of glances between Xiaoyin and Chao before they looked away during their farewell further confirmed Zhu Yingtong's suspicions. Back in Su family village, Xiao Yin, and many others continued their daily routine of working from sunrise to sunset. Qiao and Yang would often visit the village to help Xiao Yin improve her constitution. Time passed quickly, and with the infusion of the tree of bamboo's energy, the bandages on Xiao Yin's body became less and less. Zhu Yingtong was almost completely immersed in those peaceful and beautiful days. This continued for 3 years, until that day arrived. The peaceful days were shattered. All it took was a greedy heart. Before dawn, the quiet Su family village was greeted by a group of uninvited guests. A dozen or so magicians stormed into the village ancestral hall. The middle-aged man at the head produced an imperial search warrant and a gray energy detector, demanding that the villagers hand over the gray energy they had hidden. Zhu Yingtong, from a later era, naturally knew that the documents in the deputy head of the manor were forged, but the simple-minded villagers didn't know. They only repeatedly denied it, daring not to resist the violence, and could only let these magicians ruthlessly search the village. Zhu Yingtong looked worriedly at Su Duo's small family. Qiao Yang and his companion had come to the village yesterday to treat Xiaoyin, and the treatment was still ongoing. She wondered what kind of disaster this incident would bring them. Those made an example of were Aunt Ming and Su Duo. The moment Zhu Yingtong saw Aunt Ming, she noticed that her face was remarkably similar to Yin Chaoyang, the head of Chaoyang Manor. Only one thought flashed through her mind, as expected. Before she could think any further, a terrible scene unfolded before her eyes. Su Duo tried to stop the magicians from entering the house, but his leg was broken. When Aunt Ming rushed to protect Su Duo, she was casually thrown aside by a magician, her head hitting the doorframe. She lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. After entering the room, the accompanying mage, finding the door unable to detect anything, had no choice but to bring the still conscious Su Duo to the deputy lord. When Xuejing, the deputy lord of Snowfall Manor, saw Su Duo, the instrument in his hand began to vibrate. He smiled mockingly. "This is what you call nothing?" Xuejing approached step by step. Su Duo cowered to the side in fear, but being an ordinary person and injured, how could she escape? In a few breaths, Xuejing was beside her. He squatted down next to Su Duo, grabbed the hair covering her face, and after seeing her face clearly, let out a nasty laugh. Then he lifted her up for his entourage to admire. The hair tugged at his face, twisting his expression in agony. "Heh, look at you. Those gray wisps hurt you terribly, and you're still protecting them? Hand over that hiding guy, and I might consider letting you suffer a little less." The mages nearby laughed cryptically. The boy's pride was brutally trampled underfoot. Su Duo bit her lip, blood seeping from between her teeth. Only her low, mournful cries could be heard in the quiet space. Xuejing was about to say something when a mage suddenly whispered in his ear. His expression changed instantly, he cursed under his breath, then looked at Su Duo in his hand, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his face. "Burn them all out. Go tell them that if they don't come out, every 5 minutes I crush one of their arms." Zhu Yingtong stared dumbfounded at the scene before her. She quickly went to several houses, and sure enough, Xiaoyin and Chaoyang were nowhere to be seen behind the open doors. Zhu Yingtong frowned slightly, and had Yi Buju conjure a spatial mirror to check on Xiaoyin and the other two. In the mirror, Xiaoyin and Chaoyang were seen carrying Chaoyang up the hillside, their faces covered in a deathly pallor. Zhu Yingtong instinctively felt that they were suffering from a backlash of gray energy because they had been forced to stop their energy output, with Chaoyang being the worst off. Zhu Yingtong put away the spatial mirror and followed the people from Luoxua Manor to the foot of the back mountain of Shujia village. There, magicians were setting fire to the small forest, thick black smoke rising and making one's eyes water. Shujia village is located in a remote area, and this back mountain is little known except to the local villagers. At this moment, no one knows what is happening here. Xuejing grew increasingly reckless. The first person's arm was crushed. Su, tears streaming down her face, crawled to the boy's side. He had already lost consciousness from the pain. Su cried out in a trembling voice, "Brother Xiaochen." Then came the second person. The third person. Time passed quickly. Xuejing, seeing the unmoved forest before him, grew increasingly impatient. He went to Su's side, his cold hand gently stroking her closed eyes, a cruel expression on his face. "Tell them, if those guys don't come out, I tear this girl's eyelids open." Su shuddered at his words, but still managed a tearful scream. "You all need to leave." Zhu Yingtong looked at the mirror of space, her heart filled with a desolate sense of irreversible loss. Yang struck Qiao on the side of the neck with a single blow, and Qiao, leaving only a sorrowful look in her eyes, collapsed softly into Yin's arms. Xiaoyin stared in shock, but before she could say anything, Yang spoke. As she spoke, she channeled her remaining energy from the camellia tree into Chow's eyes, her expression unusually forlorn. Take him away. If you stay, none of us will escape. After the follower's voice carried away, Xu Jing waited a few more minutes, but there was still no movement from the hillside. So she acted ruthlessly. Accompanied by many suppressed cries of pain, Su Duo collapsed at her feet, his face covered in blood. Amid Su Duo's screams, Xu Jing cried out in pain. A magical energy transformed into a sharp blade, piercing through Xu Jing's arm that was holding Su Duo. Xu Jing cried out in pain and released her grip. In an instant, Su Duo was taken away by the newcomer. The newcomer was Yang. Yang carried Su Duo back up the hillside. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she brushed aside Su Duo's blood-soaked hair. Seeing the horrific state of Su Duo's face, she said hatefully, "You are utterly unworthy of being a magician." Chapter 180. Xu Jing looked at the detector in her hand, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Not you. It seems I can only continue searching for them after defeating you." The ensuing battle was incredibly fierce. Xu Jing was a renowned mage with years of experience, her strength not to be underestimated. Yang herself wasn't an offensive mage, and moreover, she was carrying many enemies. Fighting while retreating put her in a very passive position. Within a dozen or so moves, Yang was defeated and could only rely on her familiarity with the forest to flee in panic with her enemies. Many murmured in a daze, "Sister Xiaoyang, you should go quickly." "No need, don't worry about us." Yang gritted her teeth and said, "No, this is the trouble we brought. I have to deal with them." Minnie's voice trembled with pain. "Even if you hadn't come, these guys would have chased after Xiaoyin. I heard their conversation. The leader wanted to refine Xiaoyin, to enhance his own abilities. I don't regret saving Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin didn't harm anyone. She tried so hard to be an ordinary person." Yang choked up, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Minnie's voice gradually weakened. "These guys caused all this because of their own selfish desires. You don't need to feel guilty." Yang used the energy of the camellia tree to heal Minnie, her voice filled with panic. "Hold on, don't fall asleep, don't." Before Yang could finish speaking, the clouds on the horizon suddenly darkened. She looked up and saw a cloud of black mist surging in. Yang knew something was wrong. She could only deal with Xu Jing and the others while rushing deeper into the mountains. Yang tried to go further, but was stopped by the gray mist. The gray mist swept in, forcing her to temporarily shield herself. Zhu Yingtong, who had been watching the spatial mirror, knew what had happened. On the nearby hillside, Xiaoyin, seeing Chao being devoured by the gray mist, unhesitatingly returned all the energy of the camellia tree that Chao had given her over the years, temporarily repairing his injuries. In her remaining sanity, this was perhaps the only way to suppress the backlash from the gray mist. However, having interrupted the energy conversion of the camellia tree, Xiaoyin seemed like a different person. Expressionless, she approached the people of Luoxia Manor step by step. As the energy of the camellia tree dissipated, her bandages shattered, and the power no longer had any restraining effect on her. The gray mist went out of control. What followed was the most horrific scene Zhu Yingtong had ever witnessed. The heart-wrenching screams almost shattered her eardrums. Wherever the gray mist touched, nothing grew. Every mage touched by it let out a horrifying scream, as if their very bones and blood were being gnawed away. They lost almost all their offensive capabilities, completely unable to attack others, and then gradually fell silent in extreme agony. Limbs and blood littered the entire village and forest. For a moment, the entire space was deathly silent, save for the sound of the sea crashing against the rocks, as if condemning this bloody crime. Xiaoyin, looking at the villagers of Su family village, who had already been slaughtered by Snowfall Manor, seemed to regain a sliver of reason. But what she did next was equally insane. The gray mist devoured the bodies of all the villagers present. Her movements were extremely gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier killings. Zhu Yingtong sighed deeply. Just as she had suspected, this was perhaps the reason why Yin Chaoyang in later generations could constantly change her appearance. Xiaoyin lost consciousness, but Yang did not. She knew she needed to make amends. Yang used her last strength to call Xiaoyin back. Under the energy of the camellia tree, Xiaoyin's body gradually reformed into a faint human form. No one knew whether this evolution, which Yang had performed with all her might, would succeed, but Yang did it anyway. Exhausted after doing all this, Yang's weak body collapsed forward. Yin quickly rushed forward and caught her. "It's so good. I can see you one last time." Yang couldn't help but reach out and wipe the tears from Yin's face. "Don't cry." Yin watched Yang's body gradually fade, a great panic rising in her heart. She asked frantically, "What's wrong with you? Are you leaving me too? Yang's voice was extremely weak. The camellia tree can no longer protect me. I can't resist the erosion of the gray energy. She gently pressed her cheek against Yin's, whispering, don't be sad for me. I will return to the starting point. This is my destiny. Yin cried, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry. I ruined you all. Yang shook her head. It was our own choice. We failed to keep our promise to you. Yin completely lost control of her emotions. She wailed, no, don't go. Don't leave me alone. Take me with you. Don't leave me alone again. Yang had almost no strength left, and could only repeat again and again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Looking at Chao, who was covered in wounds but breathing relatively steadily, she suddenly burst into tears. If you can, take care of him. Yin cried so hard she couldn't speak, only able to hug her tightly and nod vigorously. Yang looked at Yin's blood-red face, as if she could see through Yin's thoughts. She held Yin's hands tightly with all her might. No. Don't let the gray energy leak out so widely again. I come back? Let's save Chao and Su Duo together. Wait for me. Okay. Don't chase those guys anymore. Don't cause any more killing. Just for me and Chao. I come back to find you, okay? We meet again. Yin's gaze was fixed on the direction Shui Jing had fled. She clenched her teeth tightly, and after a long time, she slowly uttered a single word, okay. Hearing Yin's answer, Yang gradually breathed a sigh of relief. The world seemed to quiet down. They gazed at each other in silence until Yang's body turned into specks of golden light and sank into the depths of the boundless sea. Yang finally returned to Atlantis, as she and her brother had promised 500 years ago, only, she left her brother behind. Yin was left alone, weeping bitterly. Time passed, and Yin finally composed herself and slowly stood up. She went to the small hut where she had lived for so long, stuffed almost everything into the storage container Chao carried with him, then carried Chao and many others step by step to the entrance of the village, before returning. Under the scorching sunlight, she set the place ablaze. The flames spread endlessly, not only to the village, but also to the nearby mountains and forests. The ashes and the remains of the sorcerers eventually vanished into nothingness. She stood there for a long time, then turned and left without looking back. What happened afterward was as recorded in history. That same year, after settling Chao and Su Duo in Yuecheng, Yin still disobeyed Yang's orders. Yin went alone to Luoxua Manor. In just 3 days, the manor was awash in blood, filled with ashes. Only the manor lord Shuehe escaped. According to Zhu Yingtong's observation, this person was the one who later refined some of the ashes, and severely injured Mo Xuanqi in their battle. This person ultimately died at Mo Xuanqi's hands. In the 623rd year of the imperial era, medicine proved ineffective, and Su Duo's body began to decay. Yin launched a surprise attack on Bailing Pavilion and stole the 7 herbs. In the 625th year of the imperial era, the Chun tree gave birth to its 18 twins, who were intercepted by Yin. Yin discovered that they bore no resemblance to Yang. Enraged, she imprisoned them, and then transferred the Chun tree's energy within them to Chao, allowing Chao to maintain his vitality. In the 800th year of the imperial era, Yin took over Snowfall Manor, and the new manor lord was named Su Chen. In the 1000th year of the imperial era, the 19th twin was born from the camellia tree, whose fate was the same as above. In the 1200th year of the imperial era, the 20th twin was born, and their fate was also the same. 500 years into the continental calendar, Yin could no longer find any trace of the twins on the western continent. She explored the depths of the boundless sea for the first time, but returned in failure. In the 600th year of the continental calendar, the world knew of Yin's first action. Yin attacked Lan Xing and seized his eye of the future. In the 700th year of the continental calendar, Snowfall Manor was officially renamed Sunrise Manor. In the 2900th year of the continental calendar, Yin Chaoyang, the manor lord of Sunrise Manor, used the Mirror of Fleeting Moments and many energy stones to exchange the essence of the sun and moon with the former high priest of Holmer Snow Mountain. Many, in the darkness, in swaddling clothes, opened their eyes. Yin Su was officially born. Even after witnessing this scene, Zhu Yingtong was still unable to calm her emotions. What followed was Yin Su's life as the young master of the manor. Zhu Yingtong had little interest in watching. She stared intently at the constantly beating compass in her hand, indicating Yin Chaoyang's active presence. She still needed to restrain Yin Chaoyang. Suddenly, Zhu Yingtong felt a slight chill around her, as if tiny particles were emerging under her skin. In an instant, Yin Chaoyang materialized and appeared beside her, but due to external forces, his abilities were temporarily unusable. Well? Have you seen enough? Have you found the answer you wanted? Yin Chaoyang's expression wasn't pleasant. After all, no one would feel good having their memories spied on. Zhu Weitong looked embarrassed. Previously, when she allowed Chen Jishu to explore the memories of Di Fuyin or Wei Xingxin, it was with his permission, but this time it could be considered spying. But knowing what happened back then, Chao was now unconscious, leaving them with no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure, though it was hardly honorable. Zhu Weitong took full responsibility. I'm very sorry about this. This plan was my doing. If you have any complaints, feel free to vent them on me. Yin Chaoyang remained silent, only letting out a cold snort. Then, she slightly raised her hand, forcibly reversing the scene in the shadow stone. She began to recall those days. With Yang's departure, the power of the camellia tree dissipated from many bodies, and many bodies began to collapse and decay. The traces of being corroded by the gray energy rebounded once more. So I went to the Northern Spirit Pavilion to retrieve the 7 herbs to save many bodies. The 7 herbs stabilized many bodies. The countless elixirs and miraculous medicines I used over the years eventually reacted strangely with the essence of the sun and moon. Many bodies reverted to their childhood state, and the traces left by the gray energy on their bodies almost completely disappeared, except for a remnant in their left eye. Later, I started waiting for her again. Zhu Weitong knew that Yin Chaoyang was referring to Yang. According to Njin, after Yang returned to the tree of bamboo, everything ceased to exist, making it impossible to separate it again. Day after day, year after year, without a single word. Until Chaoyang also began to dissipate. It's you humans who broke your promise. She told me to wait for her, but what did I get? Her voice became agitated, her emotions gradually collapsing, her delicate face becoming increasingly ferocious, tears streaming down her face like a tidal wave. Liar. Liar. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. Chapter 181. The sudden, angry accusation left Zhu Weitong speechless for a long time. Yin Chaoyang recounted the injustices the world had done to her, tears almost soaking her entire face. Her voice was hoarse from crying, yet it still made one's heart tremble slightly. You promised to protect me. Zhu Weitong's fists clenched tightly, her voice unusually low and hoarse. That was for Yin Su, but in this world, there is no such person as Yin Su. Yin Chaoyang stared blankly at Zhu Weitong, then wiped the tears from her cheeks, her tone returning to calm. She sighed softly. Zhu Weitong, if only we had met sooner. You were so good. Before those guys destroyed the village, I hadn't done anything. I hadn't hurt anyone, but they wouldn't tolerate me. Zhu Weitong couldn't help but think of 2 men. One was Chao, whom she had only met once, and the other was a melancholy man. Zhu Songmu. Zhu Weitong said firmly. You and Chao have long since understood each other's feelings. Yin Chaoyang made no attempt to hide it. Of course. You did all this to awaken Chao. Yin Chaoyang nodded, casually tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I always dreamed of finding Yang. What a cruel person. It wasn't until much later that I realized Yang only wanted me to stay in control. She never intended to come back. You promised to come back for me. Why did you lie to me? Liar. Zhu Weitong took a deep breath. What about Zhu Songmu? Yin Chaoyang's gaze sharpened, then she spoke softly. He's a good person. In any sense. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to establish myself in the Zhengrong Empire so quickly, then openly develop Chaoyang Manor, or even meet you. Unexpectedly, Zhu Weitong recalled something else. For years ago, in the summer, when I was still at Huilun Academy, Yin Su sent me her and Zhu Songmu's wedding gifts. Among them were several baby clothes. As far as I know, Grey Qi cannot produce offspring. You lied to him too. Mentioning a small incident from long ago, Yin Chaoyang recalled for a long time. You mean that incident? I lied to him, but I never promised him anything. His reactions were quite interesting. Zhu Weitong was furious. You're toying with his feelings. You gone too far. Yin Chaoyang smiled, appearing completely innocent, but back then, he clearly liked me. Yin Chaoyang looked up into Zhu Weitong's eyes, which seemed veiled. If you go back this time, tell him that his little Su is dead. This is better for him. Zhu Weitong remained silent for a long time, and the space was quiet for a long time as well. Suddenly, she felt a surge of heat from her palm. Zhou Yu's words, transmitted through the Wuxian technique, made her heart tremble. Shang Jie is dead. Yin Chaoyang saw the change in Zhu Weitong's expression, and said indifferently, I felt it too. Your partner told you that Shang Jie is dead, right? After speaking, She sighed softly. I warned her to be careful, but she was too arrogant. She originally had a glimmer of hope, but then some guy appeared out of nowhere and completely reversed the situation. Zhu Tong had learned from the Sea of Patterns that the one who changed the course of the battle was none other than Zhou, who had been missing for a long time. Her current attack must have involved gathering all the magical attributes. As the Shadow Stone finished playing, the entire space began to distort. When Zhu Tong saw the gray mist gathering from all directions and gradually moving towards Yin Chaoyang, an incredulous look flashed in her eyes. Yin Chaoyang raised her hand, and her arm instantly transformed into a ball of gray mist. Guided by her, the remaining gray mist from Shang Jie slowly entered her body, and finally, the gray mist returned to her arm. Yin Chaoyang stared blankly at her arm. We always lived like this. Disgustingly. Since I consider you a friend, let me tell you another secret. Yin Chaoyang's tone shifted, her earlier sorrow vanishing. She magically produced the Eye of the Future still in her hand. The Lancer family reveres this power. I much rather have it. After all, the so-called divine retribution has already been borne by Mo Shengshi alone. Guess what I saw here? Before Zhu Tong could speak, Yin Chaoyang continued, it's Di Fuyan and Wei Shengyin. Zhu Tong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Guess where Wei Shengyin went, and what she did before you arrived in Haoyue Township. Yin Chaoyang chuckled, pausing subtly before continuing. Wei Shengyin went to find Lan Xian's grave. Inside, she found a manuscript left by Lan Xian, which contained a method to revive Di Fuyan. Do you know what it is? Actually, you can probably guess, right? Seeing Zhu Tong's unpleasant expression, Yin Chaoyang almost couldn't contain her joy. Her voice was seductive. Would you be their first choice? Zhu Tong, my dearest friend, come and keep me company, okay? An invisible gray aura swirled around Zhu Tong, making it almost impossible for her to think. Qi Xian's remaining spiritual energy coursed through her mind, instantly clearing her head. Then, her armor suddenly glowed red, warning the gray aura that was trying to approach her. Zhu Tong's eyes hardened. Is this how you treat your closest friends? Without waiting for Yin Chaoyang to speak again, she pointed her sword directly at him. Stop. Yin Chaoyang's gaze fell on the sharp blade. She repeated softly, too late, too late. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Since you're unwilling, I saved myself the trouble. You better behave, and not disrupt my plans. Zhu Tong coldly replied, I won't let you wreak havoc on the world again. And Jin's voice continued to drift intermittently through the Winxian technique. Not long ago, Yin Su entered the camellia tree and, using some unknown means, confused the tree's sensing abilities, deliberately severing its connection with Kdu, one of the 16 islands. Kdu was now in imminent danger. Once Chaoyang Manor rises to the former location of Kdu, it will replace Kdu as one of the 16 islands. If, at that time, the gray energy within Chaoyang Manor were to invade the camellia tree and even the entire Atlantis, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Chaoyang cannot go out to control Chaoyang Manor, at least she must hold it off for a while. The battle is imminent. The already unstable shadow world becomes even more fragmented. Yin-yang fire and gray energy clash, staining the entire sky crimson. The two fought almost to the death, until Yi Buju's shout rang out, I can't hold on any longer. With their final clash, the blade sliced through the gray mist, black flame staining Zhu Tong's hair, and the entire shadow world collapsed with a crash. They were back at Chaoyang Manor, above the continent of Ziliusis. Zhu Tong was forced back until Qi Xian caught her steadily. Qi Xian saw the blood trickling from Zhu Tong's lips, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly healed her wounds. Yin Chaoyang also staggered back a few steps, but steadied herself with her strength. She remained silent for a long time before speaking. Zhu Tong, why are you so soft-hearted? Those who aren't ruthless enough often don't survive to the end. If you're unwilling to stand by my side, then get out of my territory. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Chaoyang swung her arm, and Zhu Tong and Qi Xian were rapidly retreated until they reached the edge of the floating island. Zhu Tong quickly unfurled her red wings, and pulled Qi Xian into her arms. The two could only watch as the island before them was enveloped in a hazy barrier, slowly sailing towards the main city of Atlantis. Only Zhu Tong knew that while she had felt pity, it was a fact that her strength was no match for Yin Chaoyang. Perhaps earlier, she could have fought Yin Chaoyang to a standstill, but until recently, Yin Chaoyang had absorbed all of Shang Jie's remaining power, making him far stronger than she was now. Perhaps once, she broke through to the level that Di Fuyan had once reached, she might still have a chance. Thinking of Di Fuyan, Zhu Tong's expression changed slightly. Chi Xian, keenly aware of her change in mood, quickly asked, "Is there anything else that's bothering you?" Zhu Yingtong closed her eyes heavily, her voice weary. "I'm fine." Next time, she wouldn't hold back. Zhu Yingtong and Chi Xian landed steadily on the ravaged coastline of the western continent of Zeleusis. Both were speechless, staring at the devastation before them. After a long pause, Chi Xian spoke first. "Let's return to the main city of Atlantis." According to Njin, she had informed the people of Kdu of the situation, instructing them to prepare for the worst. Further observation revealed that Chaoyang Manor would completely replace Kdu and complete the transition within a day at most, meaning they only had 1 day. Zhu Yingtong looked up at the mist-shrouded island and shook her head. "I still have some matters to attend to." She interrupted Chi Xian's attempt to speak. "Go and meet with Njin and the others to discuss this matter. I come back shortly." Chi Xian gazed into Zhu Yingtong's bloodshot eyes, his palm slowly approaching her face. Their foreheads touched lightly, and a continuous flow of spiritual magic surged into Zhu Yingtong's body. Their eyes were very close. Zhu Yingtong felt Chi Xian's raven feather-like eyelashes brush against her cheek. In their silent gaze, Zhu Yingtong closed her heavy eyelids, a sudden surge of soreness welling up in her eyes. After a long silence, she finally said, "I'm leaving." Zhu Yingtong turned and left. Chi Xian watched her retreating figure, knowing more or less what was going on. That direction was towards the End Rain Empire. Zhu Yingtong flew incredibly fast, the breeze almost turning into blades, stinging her cheeks. Upon reaching the shores of End Rain, Zhu Yingtong finally realized that her mind was foggy. She had exhausted her magic power to get here, only remembering that she still had a spatial talisman on her. But she also knew why she had done this. Subconsciously, she didn't want to face this matter so soon. Zhu Yingtong approached the altar but didn't find Lan Xing. Instead, she saw 2 familiar figures from a higher vantage point. Almost instinctively, she chose not to approach them, turning her back and hiding behind a rock. Zhu Yingtong, who had nimbly hidden herself, was also amazed at her own speed. After some thought, she couldn't help but listen intently. The 2 people were none other than Di Fuyan and Han Leng, who had been missing for many days. Chapter 182. Han Leng opened his lips, wanting to call out Yenner, but then he remembered the slap and the stern warning from their last meeting, so he suppressed his thoughts. "You sent a message saying you needed something?" "Yes." Di Fuyan didn't turn around, and Han Leng couldn't see her expression, only hearing her indifferent voice. "What you owe me, you should repay." Han Leng was confused, but still immediately spoke. "What do you need me to do?" "I do anything for you." With a whoosh, the blazing sun halberd swept across Han Leng's neck, leaving a bloody gash. Di Fuyan's expression was icy, and her words were terrifying. "I want your life. Will you give it to me?" Han Leng seemed to only want Di Fuyan's response, and he said urgently, "Take it if you want." At the same time, a female voice rang out, "No. The devourer cannot die." Zhu Yingtong immediately recognized the voice. It was Lan Xing. Seeing the looks from Di Fuyan and Han Leng, Lan Xing repeated earnestly, "A devourer cannot die." Han Leng ignored Lan Xing, looking only at Di Fuyan with wet eyes, his words slightly provocative. "Yenner." Di Fuyan looked at him again, and the next second, the sun-radiant halberd lashed across his fair and handsome cheek, leaving a sudden red mark. The halberd plunged into the ground. Di Fuyan ignored Han Leng and sat opposite Lan Xing. She took out a book and handed it to Lan Xing. "This was left by Xian. I don't understand it, so I'm troubling you." Han Leng lowered his eyes, staring coldly at the weathered notebook. "Why? Why did that person not even let him go after death?" Lan Xing took the book and began to browse it carefully. The entire space was extremely quiet, and the waiting process almost suffocated Zhu Yingtong. After a long while, Lan Xing finally spoke. "He's truly a genius. I can try." Lan Xing paused, looked at Han Leng, her nose twitching slightly, and then asked with doubt in her eyes, "This pavilion has a seed of flame life, and another one?" Di Fuyan immediately spoke up. "Can we just do this one first?" Lan Xing was somewhat confused, but still respected Di Fuyan's wishes. "I try." Before the ceremony began, out of a sense of duty, Lan Xing still asked Han Leng, "According to Lan Xian's records and speculations, the entire process will be very painful for you, and you may even lose most of your power. Are you willing?" Han Leng did not answer immediately, but looked at Di Fuyan, who had turned his head away. He bit his lip, a trace of desolation appearing in his eyes. Di Fuyan felt the burning gaze, and turned to look at Han Leng. In the instant their eyes met, Han Leng softly said, "I'm willing." Di Fuyan was somewhat taken aback, but quickly recovered. She followed Lan Xing's advice and closed her eyes. With the surge of Lan Xing's magic, Di Fuyan quickly lost consciousness. Zhu Yingtong sat listlessly behind the rock. She didn't know how long she had been there until a warm hand covered her shoulder. Zhu Yingtong was startled. She instinctively drew her sword, Sui Lin, which clashed with the Yao Ri halberd. The two weapons, sharing the same origin, intertwined, causing no impact on the outside world. Di Fuyan pulled her up. Zhu Yingtong then reacted, quickly sheathing her Sui Lin sword. She curiously grasped Di Fuyan's hand, feeling its normal body temperature. Her heart pounded wildly, a feeling she had never experienced before, as if they were meant to be this way. Zhu Yingtong called out joyfully, "Sister?" Di Fuyan looked at her own tangible body, and couldn't help but smile. "Why are you still like a child, always looking for a rock to squat on when you're thinking?" Zhu Yingtong straightened up, but still held onto Di Fuyan's hand tightly. Hearing Di Fuyan's words, her eyes widened. "My childhood?" Di Fuyan nodded. "Aunt Yin told me. She told me many stories about your childhood. You loved sweets as a child, cried when things didn't go your way, but later you always did better, and you always strived to be number one. I'm very grateful to everyone who has been in your life. Even without our company, you've grown up so well." Di Fuyan hugged Zhu Yingtong and said softly, "You must have suffered a lot in the past, right? You worked so hard." Zhu Yingtong, feeling a little flattered by the praise, scratched her cheek and giggled foolishly. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Han Ling not far away. Looking at Han Ling's pale face and his hurt eyes staring straight at them, Zhu Yingtong involuntarily shrank back. She subconsciously asked, "He's still alive? Senior Lan Xing saved him?" Di Fuyan raised an eyebrow. "Who said he would die?" Zhu Yingtong pieced together the events and went over them again, suddenly realizing, I misunderstood Senior Lan Xian's meaning. When she mentioned Lan Xian's name, Zhu Yingtong visibly choked. She glanced discreetly at Di Fuyan's expressionless face before continuing. Di Fuyan also recalled the past, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Xian is just a stubborn person with a soft heart." Zhu Yingtong recalled Xian's expression back then, and couldn't help but purse her lips. Truly, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Thinking of her lover, Zhu Yingtong turned to look at Han Ling, finally making up her mind to grasp Di Fuyan's hand and say, "The seed of floating law, created by Senior Lan Xian, is now within me. Let Senior Lan Xing try it too." Zhu Yingtong pondered. When Lan Xing transferred the flame flower from Han Ling's body to Di Fuyan earlier, it hadn't taken much time. Similarly, transferring the floating flower shouldn't take much longer. After her complete resurrection, Di Fuyan would regain all the power she once possessed as the Imperial Flame God, making it easy for her to deal with Yin Chaoyang. She had witnessed Di Fuyan's life, and knew how much Di Fuyan hated the gray energy. Back in school, she had always strived to be number one, but this so-called savior, well, this ceremony wouldn't kill her, and it wouldn't separate her from her family, so whether the savior was her or her sister made no difference to her. Zhu Yingtong told Di Fuyan her thoughts, and without waiting for a reply, pulled her towards Lan Xing. Di Fuyan neither refused nor resisted, letting Zhu Yingtong lead her. Upon arriving at the altar, Di Fuyan and Lan Xing exchanged a secret glance, unseen by anyone. Flames erupted within the altar. This resurrection ritual, defying the natural order, was about to complete its final step. Even as the ceremony truly began, Zhu Yingtong still felt a sense of unreality. Wasn't it supposed to be painful? Why wasn't she feeling anything? Only when she clearly felt the divine herb that had once made her drowsy completely leave her body, did she experience a sudden clarity. Immediately afterwards, she sensed a vast amount of energy flowing continuously through Di Fuyan's hand, which was holding hers, and being transmitted to her. Zhu Yingtong abruptly opened her eyes, staring at Di Fuyan in terror. What would become of Di Fuyan without his power? She dared not imagine. Zhu Yingtong tried to break free from Di Fuyan's tight grip, but Di Fuyan pulled her into her arms, and suddenly the energy flowed even faster. "Sister, sister." Zhu Yingtong's voice was filled with helplessness. She could only call out helplessly. Di Fuyan gently stroked Zhu Yingtong's back and said softly, "It's okay, I be alright. I always be with you." "Really? Don't lie to me." Zhu Yingtong's voice trembled with tears, and the girl hugged Di Fuyan even tighter, as if afraid she would disappear. Di Fuyan's voice was full of love. "Really?" Zhu Yingtong couldn't help but sob. "I don't want it to be like before, at least like this." Like this, being able to touch her sister. Di Fuyan understood her meaning, gently patting her back to comfort the weeping girl. "I promise you I will." Han Ling watched the two of them from afar, then looked into Di Fuyan's deep eyes, her final farewell words echoing in his ears. Since Lan Xing has shown you the way, then go. Han Lung's voice was filled with vulnerability. You want to save this continent, but what about me? The eyes of the one he loved were devoid of joy or sorrow. Yesterday's events are like yesterday's death. Today's events are like today's birth. Now, the northern continent needs you more. A continent that needs you to save with your life. What are you talking about the future for? Han Lung was stunned for a moment, then said listlessly, you know? Di Fuyan nodded. I heard it when Wan Chiga came to find Lan Xing. Han Lung suddenly became frantic, forcefully approaching Di Fuyan, but finally stopped at the last step, choking out, if I can come back alive. Will I still have the chance to stand by your side again? Di Fuyan smiled at Han Lung. Han Lung hadn't seen her smile in a long time. He missed it terribly. Han Lung understood Di Fuyan's answer. And so he left. Zhu Weitong felt as if she were swimming in an ocean of magic. She had never felt such abundant power before. As magic flowed through her veins again and again, cleansing every inch of her bones, she felt an unparalleled strength in her hands. She was almost intoxicated by this world, but a voice within her called out to her. When Zhu Weitong forced herself awake, it was broad daylight. Thank goodness, it's not too late. Zhu Weitong first circulated her magic several times, then discovered that the power within her was inexhaustible, overflowing, seemingly without end. She was astonished to find that she had directly broken through the final barrier of becoming a divine descendant. In an instant, she felt that all the magic in the world was in her hands. She had become the most beloved child in the world. She had already crossed this insurmountable chasm that no one had been able to overcome for 3,000 years, and the last person to do so was her sister. Zhu Weitong arrived a short distance away, and couldn't help but smile as she looked at Di Fuyan, who was sleeping soundly on Lan Xing's lap. Zhu Weitong gently stroked her hand, feeling her presence. Senior Lan Xing, I entrust my sister to you. Lan Xing nodded silently. Just as Zhu Weitong was about to contact Wuji and investigate Chaoyang Manor again, she learned of the latest battle situation at the front lines from the Winxian technique. Enraged, she flew to Atlantis. Using Chaoyang Manor to connect with the Chun Tree wasn't Yin Chaoyang's only option. She actually went directly to the Chun Tree. Chapter 183. When Zhu Weitong arrived, she saw her friends nearly collapse before the Camellia Tree, with only Qi Xian and Wan Chiga still struggling to hold on, fiercely resisting Yin Chaoyang. The scepters in Qi Xian and Wan Chiga's hands clashed several times, with the gray energy controlled by Yin Chaoyang's palm. The gray energy reacted violently with the power originating from the Camellia Tree, filling the entire space with a bitter smell. Although Qi Xian and Wan Chiga could still hold on, they were showing signs of being overwhelmed. Zhu Weitong arrived through the air. The Phoenix barrier before her was already crumbling. It had channeled all its power back into the Camellia Tree, and under the influence of the gray energy, it had almost lost all its defensive power. A bright red light emanated from Zhu Weitong's sword, its blade pointing directly at Yin Chaoyang. Sensing the fierce attack coming towards her, Yin Chaoyang struck at Qi Xian and Wan Chiga's shoulders with both hands, using the force to exchange another blow with Zhu Weitong. The blade sliced across Yin Chaoyang's neck, this time releasing a grayish-black gas. Yin Chaoyang coldly touched his neck, remaining silent. Zhu Weitong released Sui Lin, the sword instantly transforming into a flame to entangle with Yin Chaoyang, giving Qi Xian and Wan Chiga a temporary respite. Immediately afterward, Zhu Weitong flashed in front of Qi Xian and Wan Chiga, and behind her, Yue rushed to heal them. Seeing that Yue was also stained with some grayish gas, Zhu Weitong took a half step back, grasped Yue's shoulder, and the flame scorched the grayish gas without harming her. Yue's eyes lit up, and she looked at Zhu Weitong with some surprise. In the past, Yingtong's yin-yang fire could only deal with the gray mist that permeated the air. Even if it was used to remove the gray mist that clung to a person's body, that person would still feel uncomfortable. So in the past, it was usually Consort T and Njin who dealt with it. But this time, she didn't feel anything unusual at all. Yue's thoughts raced. She immediately realized Zhu Weitong must have made a breakthrough in magic, but how long had it been? Could she have taken some shortcut that would severely impact her in order to deal with Yin Chaoyang? Yue looked at the person before her with worry. Zhu Weitong gently patted Yue's hand, giving her a reassuring look. I did break through, and my body is fine. Hearing this, Yue felt relieved and continued treating others, quickly recounting their journey to Zhu Weitong. Gray energy was sweeping across the two northwestern continents. Ni Qingjiu and Wei Shengyin, leading the Demon Priest Tower members and the four great demonic beasts, were maintaining stability on the western continent, while Ji Liang, Bai Xuanji, Fomer, and others were responsible for the northern continent. Fei and the others had returned to the 16th capital to maintain stability, and Jean led the rest of the group to Atlantis. The Tree of Camellias was obscured, and Jean, Lin Lang, and Wunianluo were attempting to re-establish contact with it. Yu Wei and her companions fought against Yin Chaoyang, trying to keep him away from the Chun tree, but they were nearly outmatched and could only stall for time. Sensing that Yu Wei's strength had also greatly improved, Zhu Weitong asked curiously. Yu Wei looked dejected and whispered, "I went back to the Yu clan earlier and had a fortuitous encounter." Her voice choked with emotion at the end, and Zhu Weitong, seeing this, didn't press further. Zhu Weitong cleansed the ashes from the group, understood the situation, and then called out Sui Lin before joining the battle. Yin Qiang brushed away the flames on his body and said coldly, "You still came. In such a short time, you made such a breakthrough. It seems your sister loves you very much." As the sword's blade pointed directly at Yin Chaoyang's chest, Zhu Weitong declared resolutely, "This time, I will utterly destroy you." Yin Chaoyang stared at her blankly, then smiled. Her voice seemed devoid of emotion. "Fine. I won't hold back either." Her attacks were no longer the usual measured strikes. Each move was deadly, Zhu Weitong's sharpness fully revealed, leaving Yin Chaoyang momentarily overwhelmed. The Phoenix barrier was now useless. The two fought their way from the Camellia tree to Chaoyang Manor. The barrier outside the manor, controlled by Yin Chaoyang, instantly isolated them. After another clash between the gray energy and the yin-yang fire, the two landed steadily inside the manor. One stood atop the towering gate, the other on the waterside pavilion. Looking at Yin Chaoyang's small figure from her vantage point, Zhu Weitong noticed the waterside pavilion beneath her feet. Though unassuming, it was magnificent, clearly the result of considerable expense. Yin Chaoyang understood the message in Zhu Weitong's eyes. She shrugged. "I didn't do these things. You know I'm not interested in such material possessions. This manor existed when I took over. The Shuejing and Shuehe brothers spent a fortune building it, a manor no less magnificent than the imperial city. They really know how to enjoy life. Even in such a small place in the mountains, they managed to create such decorations." Yin Chaoyang suddenly smiled slyly. Zhu Weitong couldn't help but scrutinize her closely. The face of Yin Chaoyang, the former owner of Chaoyang Manor, belonged to Aunt Ming from over 3,000 years ago. Aunt Ming, in her early 30s, endured the elements daily, and being a stern and unsmiling person, she usually appeared somewhat rigid and old-fashioned. But now, under Yin Chaoyang's control, she had gained a touch of humor. "Back then, I chased Shui Jing to this manor, and I killed him on that throne he had meticulously prepared. Guess what I did with his body?" She sighed, then continued, "The body of a mage of that caliber is a formidable weapon." Her tone was alluring, her smile enigmatic. "Guess what I used to blow up Chaoyang Manor." Yin Chaoyang, seeing Zhu Weitong's increasingly somber expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Over 3,000 years. I squeezed every last drop of value out of him." Her face suddenly darkened. "This is what he owes me, what he owes Su Family Village." This was the first time Yin Chaoyang had mentioned Su Family Village in the real world. Zhu Weitong subconsciously asked, "The people of Su Family Village, you ate them back then? Were they still conscious?" Yin Chaoyang's eyes widened slightly, then he gave a laughable expression. "They were just ordinary humans, people who worked hard with their own hands, ordinary people with short lifespans, ordinary people who needed a long time to recover from injuries, unlike your exceptionally talented senior brother, who, even when seriously injured and almost incurable, had someone exhaust all their efforts to keep him alive, to bring him back to life. Even if I gave my all, I couldn't keep many. Even if I searched for all the energy from the tree of bamboo, I couldn't completely awaken Chaoyang. I know you investigated me before. You must have seen a lot of what happened in the manor, right? Like last time, when you were searching for Yin Su at Half-Step Cliff. If you had gone any further and opened those secret rooms, you would have found those clay figures I made. Those were all obtained through exchanges with other magicians during the manor's open days. This continent is full of rare treasures. Even such wondrous items could be acquired. I stayed in this manor for a very, very long time. I used gray energy to control them, allowing them to move like normal people. Although they can no longer speak, without their company, I'm afraid I would truly go mad. Even if I could transform into their appearance, it wouldn't soothe the pain in my heart." Hearing Yin Chaoyang's words, Zhu Weitong recalled her occasional visits to Chaoyang Manor, and the few silent attendants she had seen. Their faces indeed overlapped with some of the others she had met in Su Family Village. For a moment, Zhu Weitong's feelings became extremely complex. Zhu Weitong asked, puzzled, You managed Chaoyang Manor so meticulously, even spending over 1,000 years here. Are you willing to let it be stained with infamy and ruined in future history books? Yin Chaoyang laughed heartily, then wiped away tears of laughter with his fingertips. Actually, I don't care whether the manor can replace that floating island. Whether it's the Golden Wings bathed in the light of Lancer, or Chaoyang Manor replacing one of the 16 capitals, they are merely a means for me to ascend to Atlantis. I never cared about the manor's reputation. My initial wish was simply to have a place to live, but now, Atlantis, I want it too. Yin Chaoyang smiled brightly. What else do you want to know? Now that things have come to this, I can tell you everything. Zhu Yitong carefully began. Then do you know that once Chaoyang and the others return to the Tree of Bamboo, they can never come out again? Are you so comfortable letting Chaoyang enter the Tree of Bamboo? Yin Chaoyang's lips trembled upon hearing this, and she muttered to herself, she really did lie to me. She lied to me from the very beginning, and she was lying to me even when she left. I know she doesn't like me. Everything she did was only because she agreed with Chao's actions. After a long pause, she brushed aside her flowing hair and looked up at Zhu Yitong. I guess that Toon Tree is quite domineering, so when they said Chao In, they did something a little shady. Otherwise, what do you think those stone guys were doing? Seeing Zhu Yitong's unpleasant expression, Yin Chaoyang continued, you don't need to think about passing messages to them, or cracking. The Grey Energy had no other choice but to continuously deplete their magic power, until one side was annihilated first. Speaking of which, those stones, that Kunshan Jade, I wonder if there are any left? If there are, plus the Chun Tree, she could completely create her own paradise. Zhu Yitong guessed Yin Chaoyang's thoughts. What was a paradise for Yin Chaoyang would likely be annihilation for everyone else on the other 3 continents. Zhu Yitong knew she could no longer persuade Yin Chaoyang, so she remained silent and drew her sword to attack her. The two clashed again, their auras intensifying, causing the entire manor to crackle and burn. Yin Chaoyang's face showed vulnerability. She asked again, Zhu Yitong, are you really going to stop me? We can work together to make this world the way we want it to be. Zhu Yitong's eyes couldn't hide her sorrow. The world you want requires so many people to perish. I cannot accept that. If the Grey Aura were allowed to run rampant, the entire continent would lose its vitality and ultimately become a dead city, a sight she did not wish to see. Since Zhu Yitong's breakthrough in strength, she could feel a qualitative leap in her control over the Yin-Yang fire. In just half a day of fighting Yin Chaoyang, the situation had completely reversed. With a loud bang, the powerful Sui Lin sword pierced through Yin Chaoyang's shoulder and neck, throwing him to the ground. Bound by the Yin-Yang fire, Yin Chaoyang was unable to move. At that moment, Zhu Yitong appeared before Yin Chaoyang, riding the wind. She grasped the Sui Lin sword, then withdrew it. Yin Chaoyang felt a searing pain all over his body. The longsword held high in Zhu Yitong's hand hesitated to fall, because in that instant, she saw the face before her. Yin Su. The overwhelming gray aura dissipated from her body, revealing the face Zhu Yitong remembered. Yin Chaoyang suddenly burst into tears. Yitong, it hurt so much. Suddenly, Zhu Yitong asked seriously, where is Su Duo's body? Time seemed to stretch on endlessly before Yin Chaoyang replied with a bewildered expression. What? Yin Chaoyang's thoughts were in turmoil. Suddenly, a voice seemed to come from a very distant place, yet it struck her heart. Zhu Yitong found the male voice unfamiliar, but a guess formed in her mind. Zhu Yitong looked at Yin Chaoyang again, only to see her face already streaked with tears. The person called out, Xiao Yin. Yin Chaoyang choked back tears. It's been so long. So long. I can't even remember how long it's been since I heard his voice. Now. Sui Lin's sword struck straight at Yin Chaoyang's heart, but Yin Chaoyang suddenly felt an immense resistance. She grabbed the tip of Sui Lin's sword, and the immense energy of the two immediately erupted. The various buildings of the nearby manor gradually collapsed due to the inability to withstand the force. Yin Chaoyang desperately tried to escape Zhu Yitong's clutches, rushing towards the camellia tree in Atlantis' main city, unable to spare any attention for the flames engulfing her. However, the Yin-Yang fire surged forward, almost completely engulfing Yin Chaoyang. She roared, Zhu Yitong. Don't force me. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you? Yin Chaoyang abruptly turned and struck Zhu Yitong in the chest with a palm strike. Zhu Yitong's face turned ashen. He coughed up blood and staggered backward until he finally collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Yin Chaoyang's expression changed drastically, then became extremely grave. She sensed something strange, but had no time to react. Everything in her vision began to move unpredictably. Everything within her sight transformed into chaotic flames, attacking her relentlessly. Yin Chaoyang tried to escape quickly, but was hindered by the powerful spiritual force outside, her movements becoming sluggish. Just as she thought she was about to be engulfed by flames, she felt as if she had touched something. She felt a warm hand grasp her. She could barely think, and could only tightly grip that hand, which quickly dragged her into a deeper vortex. The red wings behind Zhu Yingtong had already carried her higher. If Yin Chaoyang could still see the outside world at this moment, she would be shocked to see that Zhu Yingtong's expression was normal, completely unlike the severely injured appearance she had seen earlier. Now, Zhu Yingtong floated in midair, her expression solemn as she looked at the strange and ever-changing magical power on the ground. She knew that this unparalleled powerful spiritual magic, capable of creating such a divine illusion, could only be possessed by one person in the world, her teacher, Wunianluo. This outcome was exactly what they had planned. Zhu Yingtong, while recovering her own magic power, waited anxiously for the mental magic attack to end. The illusion ended much faster than she had anticipated. Yin Chaoyang emerged from the illusion in a disheveled state, clutching a man in her arms. She cried out anxiously, "Brother Chao? Brother Chao. Chao! Wake up, look at me!" The illusion was designed to make Yin Chaoyang willingly remain trapped. She was now surrounded by the mental magic power of the camellia tree, and her strength was gradually weakening. Chao, brought out of the camellia tree by Huang Ju, could not be awakened. The Chao before her was merely a puppet used to control Yin Chaoyang. Yin Chaoyang roared furiously, "What did you do to him?" Zhu Yingtong remained expressionless. "Wasn't it you who sent him into the tree of bamboo? Didn't you know what would happen to him? Have you forgotten Yang?" Yin Chaoyang murmured absent-mindedly, "Impossible, impossible. I clearly used gray energy to isolate him from the outside world. Only energy could enter his body. His magic power would never leak out. I done this so many times, and there's never been a problem." "Impossible." Zhu Yingtong's face darkened. She knew Yin Chaoyang was referring to the hundreds of years of the imperial era, the twins he found, whose fates were all the same. They all became nourishment for Chaoyang to awaken. Which was what Anjin meant when she said those powers never returned to the tree of bamboo. Now, the only way to fill those gaps is for Chaoyang to return to his rightful place. But before that, they still need to deal with Yin Chaoyang, this hidden danger. Sensing the approaching flames, Yin Chaoyang hastily dodged, cradling Chao behind her, and only able to fight back with one hand. She quickly found herself at a disadvantage. When Zhu Yingtong's sword pierced Yin Chaoyang's body, a sudden surge of desperate, resolute power erupted within her. She forcefully pulled out her Suilin sword, gripping the blade. Countless wisps of gray energy surged upwards. The clash between their powers was now purely magical, a stalemate that remained undecided. In that instant, Zhu Yingtong seemed to see a blurry shadow behind Yin Chaoyang, followed by dozens of figures flashing past before returning to Yin Chaoyang's body. In the blink of an eye, the clear blue sky returned, and nothing remained. Faced with Yin Chaoyang's sudden outburst, Zhu Yingtong was momentarily overwhelmed. Suddenly, Zhu Yingtong felt a familiar power enter the Suilin sword. She paused for a moment, then reacted, suppressing Yin Chaoyang's counterattack as if divinely aided. Yin Chaoyang coughed up a mixture of blood and ash. For a moment, Zhu Yingtong didn't know how to describe the person before her. "Stop struggling." Yin Chaoyang wiped his lips, his expression resolute. He struck Zhu Yingtong with a powerful palm strike, but it was already at its limit. The yin-yang fire burned the ash relentlessly, and in an instant, Yin Chaoyang fell heavily to the ground, powerless to resist. Zhu Yingtong also flew to catch the still unconscious Chaoyang. Yin Chaoyang was unwilling to let go, but, "Brother Chao, it really hurt so much." It was like the backlash when the unguided power of the camellia tree collided with the gray energy 2,000 years ago. Her whole body ached. It felt like she was back in those days, after losing Chaoyang and the others, the endless killing, so painful. Yin Chaoyang stood up tremblingly, almost unrecognizable, only able to cover her injuries with gray energy. She staggered towards Zhu Yingtong, raising one hand high, gathering gray energy, as if trying to make a final struggle. But before she could get close, she was interrupted by a voice from Zhu Yingtong's arms. "Xiaoyin, no, don't continue." Zhu Yingtong's eyes widened slightly. This was indeed unexpected. Chao had actually awakened. In an instant, the gray mist dissipated, and Yin Chaoyang opened her mouth in disbelief, but ultimately couldn't utter a word. Chao shakily stood up, casting a grateful glance at Zhu Yingtong, who was supporting him, before collapsing unsteadily into Yin Chaoyang's arms. Zhu Yingtong watched as the flames engulfed Chao's body, then waved her hand, extinguishing the yin-yang fire. Chao gasped for breath, wanting to say something, but tears welled up first. After a long while, he finally managed to speak again. Thank you for your hard work. He clung to Yin Chaoyang's arms, looking into her eyes, and said earnestly, that's enough. As the yin-yang fire receded, Yin Chaoyang gradually revealed her terrifying form. But what else could she hide from Chao? Chao had seen her in an even uglier state. Yin Chaoyang spoke listlessly, her voice hoarse and unpleasant. Chao. I'm not reconciled. I'm so unwilling. It was like this 2,000 years ago, and it's still like this now. Why can't they tolerate me? Chao shook his head, looking utterly exhausted. He curled up in Yin Chaoyang's arms, his voice barely audible. That's it. As he spoke, his palm gradually pressed against Yin Chaoyang's, interlocking his fingers with hers. You've done so much for me, thank you. This is my last wish. Yin Chaoyang knew what Chao wanted to do for her. She closed her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Her sobs grew louder, but she didn't stop him, instead holding Chao's hand tightly. As the gray aura was drawn from Chao's body, his form faded even further. He remained silent, gazing at Yin Chaoyang, bidding her final farewell in silence. In a few breaths, Chao transformed into dazzling specks of light, drifting towards the distant camellia tree. Even Zhu Yingtong, standing a few steps away, could feel the immense power emanating from him. This scene was all too familiar, just like Yang 2,000 years ago. Leaving Yin Chaoyang alone, prostrate on the ground, weeping bitterly. She remained in her embrace with Chao for a long time, almost unable to break free. Feeling Zhu Yingtong's approach, Yin Chaoyang struggled to sit up and looked at him. Uncontrollable gray aura began to swirl around her. In a hoarse voice, she said, now, you can do what you always wanted to do. Completely eliminate the gray aura. Yin Chaoyang has now largely lost control of the gray energy. If it isn't eradicated at its root now, she will be devoured by the remaining gray energy, repeating the mistakes of 1,000 years ago. Another catastrophe. Only by using Yin Chaoyang's last remaining breath, while she is still alive, can the remaining gray energy be completely eradicated, preventing it from returning. Zhu Yingtong quietly watched her, then without hesitation pressed down on Yin Chaoyang's shoulder. The flames blazed once more. Yin Chaoyang let out a low, painful groan, followed by an increasingly bitter smell in the air, until finally, it all vanished, revealing Yin Chaoyang's original appearance, or rather, many aspects of her. After the gray energy dissipated, many aspects of her original appearance were revealed, exactly like the girl Zhu Yingtong had seen in Yin Chaoyang's memories. She had protected many aspects very well. But as the energy and the 7 herbs vanished, tiny cracks appeared on many bodies in an instant. Before long, these bodies would disappear from the world. Zhu Yingtong's hand on her shoulder loosened slightly, and she remained silent for a long time. Yin Chaoyang coughed up blood as she spoke, blood so red, this is, many bodies are clean. Scatter her ashes, in the sea she loved most. Zhu Yingtong remained silent for a long time before speaking, her voice low and hoarse. Okay. I have one more request. Go ahead. I want to see the sea with her, again. Can you take me? Zhu Yingtong nodded, okay. She then picked up Yin Chaoyang, and just as she was about to set off, a sudden change occurred. The ground beneath their feet, having lost its power, could no longer rise and began to sink. After the energy within her returned to the camellia tree, and Jean and the others began its repair. Qi Xian's message arrived through the spiritual imprint, but Zhu Yingtong didn't reply immediately. She had another matter troubling her, the ownership of this manor. This manor was enormous, not much smaller than the Atlantis capital city that had risen from the sea. If it were to plummet into the ocean, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? While the rise of Atlantis had its share of impacts, that was thanks to Lan Xing's plan, where over a dozen divine descent masters across the continent erected a barrier to protect one side of the continent. They simply didn't have time to make such an arrangement now. But if she were to manipulate it back to the breach in the Zhengrong Empire, she wondered if she could accomplish it alone. Having considered this, Zhu Yingtong replied to Qi Xian via her spiritual imprint, instructing him to temporarily gather a few divine beings to guard the small breach, leaving the rest to her. Qi Xian anxiously inquired about the situation on her end, and Zhu Yingtong softly reassured him. After ending the communication, she had only been thinking for a few moments when Yin Chaoyang in her arms spoke. Go to Half-Step Cliff. There's an instrument there that can control the entire manor. Zhu Yingtong looked at Yin Chaoyang in surprise, but without a doubt, she ran towards Half-Step Cliff. Upon arriving at Half-Step Cliff, Zhu Yingtong saw again the spherical device that Yin Chaoyang had forcefully pressed down in the center of the main hall. Under Yin Chaoyang's guidance, Zhu Yingtong clumsily manipulated the device, and soon she felt the ground beneath her feet gradually slowing its descent. Zhu Yitong stepped out of half-step cliff, and the scene outside the barrier became increasingly familiar. She knew she was almost there. With a deafening roar, the land returned to its original location. But the land was still unsafe. Zhu Yitong sensed magical power emanating from all directions. The various divine saviors were working diligently to repair its damage. The barrier's power weakened, but Zhu Yitong didn't immediately leave the mountain gate. She led Yin Chaoyang to the back of the mountain, where a winding path led to the sea. The further they walked, the wider the area became, and the more Zhu Yitong could feel the weak breathing of the person in her arms. As the salty sea breeze caressed their faces, and the waves crashed against the rocky cliffs, the person in her arms struggled to open her eyes. She gazed at the sunset's afterglow scattering across the sea and murmured, just like before, "It's so good." Almost involuntarily, she asked the person before her, "Zhu Yitong, if you had been the one I met back then, would you have saved me too? Would you have rescued her from that dire situation without any prejudice?" Before she could finish speaking, Zhu Yitong whispered an unwavering answer in her ear. Zhu Yitong answered too quickly, catching her off guard. After a long pause, she finally spoke with a smile, but her body no longer allowed for such intense emotional fluctuations. She coughed up blood while laughing, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Okay." She turned to look at Zhu Yitong, as if trying to memorize the girl's image. "Do it." Zhu Yitong didn't speak again, but simply lifted the person in her arms slightly forward. Flames erupted, and her arms gradually emptied, leaving only countless specks of dust drifting towards the sea. The dust seemed to blind her. She bit her lip, her face trembling. She could barely see what was before her, yet she couldn't bear to leave. Chapter 184. Zhu Yitong sat alone by the sea for a long time, until dusk fell and the barrier around the manor gradually dissipated. Qi Xian used his mental magic to sense the entire manor before finally finding Zhu Yitong in this inconspicuous spot. Zhu Yitong took Qi Xian's hand and walked up the stone steps, casually asking, "What's next? Is there anything I can do to help with your problems in the north?" She suddenly remembered Han Lung, who had left not long ago. "How is the north now?" Zhu Yitong keenly noticed Qi Xian's stiffness and said seriously, "Don't hide anything from me." Qi Xian bit his lip before speaking, "The situation isn't good." Seeing Zhu Yitong's puzzled expression, Qi Xian recounted the situation in the north. After Han Lung returned to the northern continent, he and Dong Xuanger unexpectedly discovered a remnant altar on the northern continent. According to their investigation, it was a relic left over from tens of thousands of years ago, and it could even be restarted after being infused with magic. The altar's function was strikingly similar to the one Wankage later created, to infuse the continent with life and restore its energy. Dong Xuanger unearthed many buried ancient books from beneath the northern continent, and Han Lang also quickly found numerous useful old books. They finally learned that this was a relic left behind by two devourers 10,000 years ago. At that time, the two northwestern continents were not yet separated. The two devourers had a conflict due to their own contradictions, which ultimately affected the entire world. Magic on the entire continent was almost completely eradicated. Later, when their power reached its peak, they built this relic, returning all 13 types of magic to the continent, thus restoring its life. They paid the ultimate price for this. Zhu Yitong's face turned ashen upon hearing this. "I won't allow it. If you dare do that." Qi Xian quickly pulled Zhu Yitong into his arms, hurriedly saying, No. Brother foresaw all of this long ago. Therefore, the northern continent once built similar altars and presided over similar formations. In the past, a continuous stream of magical power flowed into the land, yet it still couldn't cure the root cause. But with the help of these ancient texts, they have begun to research more perfect methods to save the northern continent. Zhu Yitong looked at him suspiciously. "What method? Don't try to trick me." Qi Xian smiled helplessly. "When have I ever tricked you?" Zhu Yitong thought for a moment. Since the two of them had been frank, it seemed she hadn't. She asked again, "What method have Wan Chiga and the others researched?" She recalled her sister's conversation with Han Lung. Han Lung might die? What about Qi Xian, who was also a devourer? Thinking of this, Zhu Yitong's expression towards Qi Xian remained unpleasant. Qi Xian didn't intend to hide it from Zhu Yitong, but seeing Zhu Yitong's current state, he still felt a little uneasy. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. After the ancient altar was excavated, it underwent unexpected changes. It merged with the altar my brother had built, and now it's a completely new altar. The new altar is basically the same as the original one, with 13 points on the outer perimeter, requiring 13 mages of different attributes to infuse magic into them. At the very center of the altar, there are 2 locations with 2 towering stone pillars, connected to a jade stone. According to my brother's speculation, these 2 locations were where the 2 devourers stood 1,000 years ago. That palm-sized rock serves as a symbol of abundant energy. My brother released 10% of his magic power at once for the experiment, but the effect was barely noticeable. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingtong was quite surprised. That was Wan Qiga, the strongest expert in the northern continent. Even 10% of his power was enough to instantly kill a low-level divine descent master. Qi Xian, seeing her expression, continued, "Now that we have 13 more powerful mages, it seems we won't need the devourers to follow the old path." Zhu Yingtong still frowned upon hearing this. "Have you selected 13 mages?" As far as she knew, all the powerful mages in the northern continent were in the Northern Spirit Pavilion, and currently, the Northern Spirit Pavilion only had a handful of mages who could be considered truly renowned. Qi Xian shook his head. That altar seems to have its own selection process, or rather, it favors the most powerful mages. So far, everyone from the Northern Spirit Pavilion has tried, and only my brother, Xuanji and her siblings, Binjia, Wuji, and Xiaozong have been accepted by the altar. Rong Sun, Luo Lai, and Zigui have all been rejected, but we can't find common ground between the 2 groups yet. Fomer is also on her way. Zigui is the Earth-type magic lord from the Northern Spirit Pavilion. Moreover, this altar is extremely strange. Perhaps it's the devourer's senses. Han Lung asserted that this altar can only exist for 12 hours. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know how long we have to wait. Therefore, my brother and Han Lung are on high alert, not wanting to miss this chance. My brother is rushing from the northern continent. He hopes to find a suitable mage at any cost. Currently, it seems the altar is still missing positions for fire, wood, earth, water, lightning, undead, and spirit. Qi Xian needs to sit in the main seat, and cannot fill the spirit position. Ji Liang is still recovering from his injuries, and will try again soon. Speaking of Xiaozong, Zhu Yingtong and the others only learned about him later. Although Xiaozong is the son of the previous young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Jin, he has followed the same path as Xiao Rua, the head of the Xiao family 1,000 years ago. He has close ties with the north, and is currently the only descendant of the Xiao family to have left the Xiao family ruins. He possesses strength beyond that of ordinary people, and is the 13th demon lord of the Northern Spirit Pavilion. Zhu Yingtong said seriously, "I can go to the fire position." Zhu Yingtong pondered that perhaps necromancer mages would be the hardest to find, especially given the required strength. A single day would be far too short to accomplish. Qi Xian refused almost without hesitation. No one knew what they would suffer after stepping onto the altar. Taking the 2 devourers from 10,000 years ago as a cautionary tale, the suffering of those 2 was now being shared by 15 mages. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. The trials of millennia had instilled this understanding in the magicians of the northern continent, but what about others? Zhu Yingtong pinched his cheek, somewhat displeased. "We're partners. How can I let you go alone?" Qi Xian looked at Zhu Yingtong's serious expression, pondered for a long time before saying, "All right, let's go to the northern continent together." Qi Xian contacted Wuji, and spatial magic slowly formed before them. During this time, Qi Xian received a letter from Wan Qiga, who seemed quite surprised. He said, "Dongming has learned of the northern continent's revival, which will help Dong Zhuang'er's awakening, so the water level has reached its limit." When the 2 arrived at the northern continent, a quarter of the 12 hours had already passed. When Zhu Yingtong and the others arrived at the new altar, they saw Feng Shuwang throwing a tantrum, rolling around in a rage at it. "What kind of lousy altar is this? I am the only phoenix still existing in the world. How dare it not recognize me? Why doesn't it recognize me? What makes me weak? I am the most powerful fire mage in the northern continent." Zhu Yingtong stepped forward, ready to try it out. Just as she approached, a woman beside her softly called out, "Miss Zhu, please wait a moment." Everyone turned to look. It was Bai Xuanji. A point of light flashed between Bai Xuanji's brows, a sign that she had been marked by the altar. She said, "Second brother Qi hasn't experienced the power of this altar, but you are the first mage from outside the northern continent willing to infuse magic into it. I think it's necessary for me to remind Miss Zhu." After several energy-infusing rituals in the past, mages would be weak for several months, and some would even experience a decline in magic power. Furthermore, the stronger the mage, the greater the pressure they bore. Having fought the Great Qi, they all know that Zhu Yingtong has broken through from the divine descent realm, making her arguably the number 1 on the continent. Therefore, her burden during the ritual will certainly not be lighter than Wan Qiga's in the past. And now, This new altar, what kind of damage will it inflict on the mages? None of us know. I'm afraid it won't be much better than what we did before. Even so, is Miss Yu still willing to get involved in this mess? I am willing to help the northern continent. Zhu Yingtong's unwavering decision surprised Bai Xuanji. After a moment of stunned silence, she gave a slight bow. Then, on behalf of the people of the northern continent, I thank Miss Xu. Zhu Yingtong nodded and walked again towards the spot marked with the image of fire magic. The moment Zhu Yingtong touched it, the point ignited with flames, and a bright spot flew into her brow. The fire point has arrived. Feng Shuwang froze, then almost knelt, pounding the point, tears welling in his eyes. Have you forgotten that I transferred magic to you? It was me! It was me! You ungrateful wretch. Before he could finish, a burst of magic from the point threw him over, and Jean quickly caught him. After helping Feng Shuwang steady, and Jean pondered, I think I guessed it. It might only choose the most powerful mage of the corresponding attribute in this world. But why? Why did the wind point choose Xiao Zong? It's hard to say who's stronger between him and Zhou Yu. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuwang immediately fell silent, lying even more upright and in Jin's arms. Ungrateful, favoritism, forgetting friends for beauty. And Jean chuckled, covering Feng Shuwang's mouth. You're getting off topic. Hearing this, everyone felt troubled. If this were true, finding suitable candidates for the other magicians would be extremely difficult. If Ji Liang wasn't chosen for the spiritual position, then there was only one person left. In the silence, Wu Ji suddenly spoke, someone's here. Is it Miss Yu? Everyone only knew that Yu Wei and the Dragon King had returned to the Yu clan before the great battle, gaining some strength, but they didn't know the specifics, or how she compared to the Yu clan chief, who had cultivated for 3,000 years. Zhu Yitong quickly stepped forward to meet Yu Wei. Yu Wei's situation was different from hers. The northern continent was Qi Xian's homeland, and given her own will, she felt obligated to participate in this action. However, Yu Wei has no such connection, and the grudges between the Dragon King and the northern continent are even more complicated. There is no need for Yu Wei to get involved in this mess. Zhu Yitong acted faster, blocking Yu Wei outside the altar, which then calmed its restless energy. Zhu Yitong grasped Yu Wei's hand and asked, Why don't you rest and recover? Yu Wei squeezed Zhu Yitong's hand back and smiled faintly, I'm already healed enough. The two knew each other well enough that Yu Wei could tell what Zhu Yitong wanted to say from her expression, so she spoke first. Tong Tong, there's no need to persuade me. This is a promise I made to someone. Zhu Yitong asked suspiciously, who? Had Yu Wei gone to see someone in the Yu clan? Since Yu Wei's return, she had been somewhat downcast, but she was unwilling to talk about it, and they didn't feel comfortable asking. Yu Wei shook her head, still unwilling to delve into the matter in old friend. A girl buried deep beneath the spirit tree for her sake. The Dragon King standing beside Yu Wei had a relatively calm expression, but a closer look revealed an unevenness between his brows. Hearing this, Zhu Yitong said nothing more and turned to stand beside Yu Wei. Yu Wei stepped forward, and the Dragon King sighed softly, following behind her. Yu Wei, seeing this, revealed a smile rarely seen in recent times. She intertwined her fingers with the Dragon King's, covering her mouth with her other hand and chuckled. Why did you still come? I was worried about you being alone. The Dragon King said seriously, You heard what Yu Tin said that day, it was so dangerous. How could I let you face it alone? Yu Wei smiled and replied, Thank you for being willing to accompany me. The two walked forward together, the Dragon King not even giving the Northern Spirit Pavilion members a proper look. The two stood between two adjacent points, their magic resonating and overflowing simultaneously, lightning and vines intertwining and emerging from those points. In no time, a point of light appeared between each of their brows. Bai Xuanji stared at the scene before her, only recovering in a long while. They had dealt with two more? It had been so easy. For a moment, she almost burst into tears. The northern continent had waited too long for this day. Ji Liang rushed over from the Northern Spirit Pavilion. Seeing his pale face, Bai Xuanji still urged him to rest for a while longer. Perhaps Wan Chiga had a backup plan. Ji Liang shook his head and said, We still have to try. With the release of their spiritual magic, the point in front of them wobbled, protruding a fraction of energy, only to retract at the last moment. Ji Liang's face was grim. Despite Bai Xuanji's dissuasion, he didn't try again. Before the area around the altar had quieted down for even a few moments, more people arrived. No one expected that the next guests from the northern continent would be Wu Nianluo and Lan Lui. Lan Lui still found it unbelievable when she recalled her meeting with Wan Chiga not long ago. That man had agreed to Wunianluo's request without hesitation. Did he even know how elusive and incomparable to the eye of the future was? Lan Lui, on whom the Lancer family placed their hopes, once possessed a pair of unparalleled eyes of the future, but these eyes were also a constraint on her. The laws of the world balanced her and her brother. Her brother willingly remained trapped between heaven and earth for her freedom, and even after she lost her eyes, he took one of his own to maintain the flow of magic within her. Later, Zhu Yingtong brought back one of her eyes, but the other remained in the hands of the Grey Qi. After so many years of immersion, it could no longer return to her body. And yet, Wan Chiga agreed to possess such a divine object, almost transcending the laws of nature, with nearly no hesitation. But he had actually found a substitute. Lan Lui touched her still somewhat unfamiliar eyes, speechless for a long time. No one knew how Wan Chiga had obtained this treasure, but he had indeed kept his promise, so Wunianluo arrived as scheduled. But no one knew that Lan Lui had another purpose for coming today. To become a representative of Lancer, to be one of those who would save the northern continent and liberate the entire Lancer race. Wunianluo quickly stepped forward, looking at Lan Lui still beside her, and said with a smile, "So worried about me? Don't worry, I'll be back soon." But the smile in her eyes froze before it could fully form, because the person in front of her had already reached a pact with the altar, and the magical aura still lingering around them seemed to mock her. The position of the undead has been attained. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The most worrying problem had been solved just like that. Principal Lan's magical attribute was actually undead? Everyone who had never seen Lan Lui in action was extremely surprised. Wunianluo said with a forced smile, "After knowing you for so many years, how come I didn't know your magic attribute had turned into that of an undead?" As soon as she finished speaking, a palm strike, filled with anger, struck a spot on the other side. That spot seemed to possess a spirit, emitting a soft sound, and then a point of light flew out and landed on Wunianluo's forehead. Lan Lui looked directly into Wunianluo's eyes. "A hint of weakness in them? This is what I took for my brother, and it was something Wan Chiga and I discussed long ago." Looking at Lan Lui's expression, Wunianluo gritted her teeth, almost speechless. She snorted coldly but couldn't utter any harsh words, and could only angrily turn and leave. Lan Lui bit her lip and chased after him. "Nianluo, you." The awkward and strange atmosphere left everyone speechless until Wan Chiga returned. Seeing Wan Chiga's slightly stunned expression, Bai Xuanji quickly went to him to explain what had happened earlier. Yue Wei seemed to remember something as well. She looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Xiao Yu?" After the battle with Shang Jie, Zhou took Xiao Yu away, and we don't know where they went. There's been no news at all, and there's been no response from Wen Xian. Hearing her words, two people nearby showed slight changes in expression, Mo Xuanqi and Lan Lui, who was further away and had already comforted Wunianluo. However, their expressions were different. Mo Xuanqi's face held an indescribable look, while Lan Lui's was one of unspoken hesitation. Wan Chiga nodded slightly after hearing Bai Xuanji's words. Although he had orchestrated the arrival of the others in the northern continent, the rapid pace of events had still exceeded his expectations. Wan Chiga only introduced the person behind him to Bai Xuanji, Earth Elemental Deity, Kong Chu. "Oh my, this beautiful lady must be the demon lord of the Northern Spirit Pavilion. I heard so much about you." Kong Chu wanted to ingratiate himself with the beautiful woman before him, but before he could even get close to Bai Xuanji, his hand unconsciously moved to the side, and the next moment he grasped a larger, colder hand. Ji Liang, with a cold face, said, "I heard so much about you." Kong Chu, with his sharp eyes, glanced at Bai Xuanji, who was covering her mouth and chuckling, then at Ji Liang, whose expression wasn't pleasant. He stiffly shook his arm, but his voice was a bit dry. "I heard so much about you." After speaking, Kong Chu immediately withdrew his hand, scratched his head, and said, "Oh dear, sorry, I made a mistake, ha ha ha." Ji Liang snorted coldly, ignoring Kong Chu's impolite behavior, and pulled Bai Xuanji towards the point of light. Wan Chiga maintained his charming smile, guiding Kong Chu to the only empty point, "Please." A powerful earth magic flashed by, and now all 13 magical attributes were gathered. The Devourer was also in position. The two positions in the very center of the altar were occupied by Qi Xian and Han Lung. While waiting earlier, Bai Xuanji had explained the use of this altar to everyone. The most powerful mage needed to be the first to inject magic power into the altar and establish a connection. Previously, this task was performed by Wan Chiga, but now it was Zhu Yingtong. In the revised ritual, besides Qi Xian and the other two, Zhu Yingtong faced the greatest pressure. She needed to maintain the flow of magic from beginning to end, a considerable burden for any mage. After the altar was fully activated for the first time, various attribute affixes lit up at the designated points and began to shift. Everyone then positioned themselves according to these attribute points. Looking at the order, Wan Chiga was to Zhu Yingtong's left. Zhu Yingtong was the first to raise her hand and channel magic into the altar. The instant she established a connection, she inwardly sighed. Bai Xuanqi hadn't exaggerated at all. This altar connected to the entire northern continent, like a giant mythical beast, impossible to fill with any amount of magic. After about half a cup of tea's time, Zhu Yingtong felt the connection to the altar was stable enough, and then she nodded slightly to Wan Chiga. Perhaps due to practice makes perfect, the time it took for Qi Xian and Han Lang to establish a stable connection with the altar was significantly faster than for Zhu Yingtong. However, each layer of magic flowed through the devourer's body, and the unbearable pain caused Qi Xian and Han Lang to pale. Only after all 13 had completed their connections were they both covered in sweat. The 13 magical powers born from the beginning of the universe regathered on this continent, returning to this land through the devourer's blood and a divine artifact forged 10,000 years ago. Suddenly, Qi Xian and Han Lang's expressions changed drastically. They both coughed up blood and collapsed weakly to the ground. The 13 mages surrounding the altar also showed signs of discomfort due to the interruption of the magical connection, but their reactions were not as strong as Qi Xian and Han Lang's. Zhu Yingtong was shocked and flew forward to catch Qi Xian, as did Wan Chiga. Several healing mages inside the altar also simultaneously cast spells to heal the two. Wan Chiga sensed a chilling aura, his face stiffening slightly, as he looked at Lan Lui at the back of the crowd. Their eyes met, and neither spoke, their expressions darkening. Kong Chu casually asked, "Brother, what's going on?" No one present could answer him. But Lan Lui knew why. Half a day ago, at the edge of the rainy sea, before Zhu Yingtong, Di Fuyan, Han Leng, and even Wan Chiga, Lan Lui had met two other people. Zhou Yu, and Zhou, also a devourer. Back then, Zhou had heard Zhou Yu say he had urgent business, so he hurriedly brought Zhou Yu to the edge of the rainy sea, only managing to treat him along the way. But to Zhou's surprise, the important matter Zhou Yu spoke of was actually seeing this woman. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap mingled with the crashing waves, and for a moment, the world fell eerily silent. Even though it was a slap delivered with all its might, and the bright red handprint instantly appeared on Zhou Yu's fair face, Zhou felt a pang of regret, but couldn't quell the anger in her heart. Zhou said coldly, "Brother, what do you think I worked so hard all these years, risking my life to acquire magical attributes?" Before Zhou Yu could answer, Zhou continued, "I didn't do it for those strangers. I don't even know them, why? Should I make sacrifices? Brother, after all these years, you're still as kind-hearted as ever?" Lan Lui muttered to herself, "So you really grown up too fast after all." Zhou approached Lan Lui, lifted her chin, and asked, "What did you say?" Lan Lui looked at Zhou's face, so identical to Zhou Yu's, and said seriously, "Haven't you felt the call of this world?" Zhou frowned. "Say something I can understand," Zhou said, his face full of confusion. Lan Lui nodded. "The devourers are the treasures of this world. Their every thought and action affects this world. This world has created the most superior bodies for them, capable of containing all magic, making them the most powerful mages. And in their growth, they should all feel the call of this world, accept its will, and sacrifice everything for it when necessary." Zhou snorted coldly, "Nonsense." Lan Lui continued, "As a devourer, you've grown too fast. You lack the love you deserve for this world, and all of this will be reflected back on him." Both of them looked at Zhou Yu beside them. Zhou Yu was deathly pale, and had already fainted. Zhou, disregarding their previous disagreement, hurriedly tried to treat Zhou Yu, but to no avail. Zhou looked at the unconscious Zhou Yu in his arms, with a grim expression, his fingertips stiff and cold. "What nonsense about love! All that hypocritical talk! Don't I even have the right to choose freely?" Lan Lui looked into Zhou's eyes, and said earnestly, "There is no absolute freedom in this world. Everything happens within an order." Heh, so pathetic. Lan Lui's memories were interrupted by a sudden voice. She looked up, and saw that the speaker was Zhou. Lan Lui and Yu Wei had seen Zhou recently, and were aware of her changes, while Zhu Yingtong was astonished. How did she grow so tall? Standing next to Zhou Yu, the two were identical in height, both over 1.8 meters, with similar robust physiques, exuding an imposing presence. Zhou ignored the various gazes of the crowd. She walked straight to the center of the altar, towards the stone pillar that Han Lang had previously approached. Zhou stared at the pillar for a long time, still not feeling the so-called love Lan Lui had spoken of. She chuckled softly, then reached out to Zhou Yu, smiling brightly, "Brother, come to my side." Zhou, unsuspecting, stepped forward. Mo Xuanqi, standing to the side, showed a slight shift in expression, as if wanting to say something, but Bai Xuanqi grabbed her arm. Mo Xuanqi turned to look, only to see Bai Xuanqi shaking her head firmly. Mo Xuanqi bit her lip tightly, then stopped moving. Zhou and Zhou pressed their palms against the wall, and with focused concentration, 13 kinds of magical power surged forth. In just a moment, the altar was activated again. Wan Chiga was overjoyed. He shouted, "Gentlemen, please take your positions." Seeing this, Zhu Yingtong and the other 13 also flew to their respective positions. Zhu Yingtong tried again to infuse the altar with magic power. Practice makes perfect, and this time she quickly completed the connection. The others tried one by one, and after about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everyone had successfully communicated with the new altar. When the 13 types of magic power within the altar formed a cycle and began to demand from them, Zhu Yingtong realized with a start that her own magic power was beginning to be significantly depleted. This was the first time she had felt this way since her breakthrough. She couldn't help but feel a chill. This time, things probably wouldn't go so smoothly. After only the second magic power cycle, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Bai Xuanqi and her companions, with their experience, were shocked. This was completely different from their previous attempts. The evolved altar was entirely different from the original. This endless demand was unbearable for any mage. The first to succumb were Lan Lui and Kong Chu at the back. Both trembled, blood trickling from their lips as they nearly fainted. And Jean and the others outside the altar tried to heal them, but found their magic power couldn't penetrate it. At the point where the altar connected, Wunianluo and Wan Chiga, not far from the two, flashed to their sides, maintaining the connection while simultaneously transferring magic power to them. Suddenly, the pressure on Wunianluo and Wan Chiga increased dramatically, their faces pale. But with external help, Lan Lui and Kong Chu's condition gradually improved. This situation was not uncommon. After a few breaths, except for the fire position, the same situation occurred at other positions. Other mages followed suit, and the situation was stabilized for a time. Time passed swiftly, and several cycles of magical energy circulated. The group's magical energy was nearly exhausted, yet the progress indicated by the jade stone at the very center of the altar was only halfway complete. Zhu Yingtong's expression changed drastically. This altar, clearly intended to drain them dry. Before they could devise a solution, the 4 devourers in the center of the altar let out painful groans. Looking up, they saw their condition was worse. Controlled by the altar, their magical energy nearly depleted, they knelt against pillars, unconscious. Zhu Yingtong had no time to think, and immediately activated her imperfect backup plan. She summoned her attendant, and a flame instantly appeared at the designated point. Seeing no change in the altar, she immediately flew to the jade stone. Zhu Yingtong's expression was resolute. She grasped the jade stone, her magical power instantly condensing within it. For a moment, the yin-yang fire within the altar surged violently, almost shaking the entire earth. And Jean, outside the altar, was shocked. She shouted, "Zhu Yingtong, are you out of your mind?" Unleashing her full magical energy to nourish the altar and activate the earth. Such a drain on magical power would be unbearable even for someone with a body surpassing divine descent. Moreover, Zhu Yingtong's strength had only increased in such a short time. Although she possessed abundant magical power, her physical constitution was no stronger than Wunianluo, Wan Chiga, and others who had broken through many years earlier. With the brief burst of magical power, Zhu Yingtong already felt the pain of her skin cracking. Hearing Jin's words, Zhu Yingtong had no time to respond. She only hoped that the altar wasn't so greedy, and wouldn't cost her her life. Magic surged continuously from the mage's body, with the yin-yang fire bearing the brunt. Zhu Yingtong looked at the discolored jade stone clutched in her trembling arm. It seemed the final stage was approaching. Ah! With the 12 hours drawing to a close, Zhu Yingtong disregarded everything else, compressing all her magic power into the altar. "You want to eat? Then eat your fill." Flame shot skyward, almost engulfing Zhu Yingtong entirely. At the same time, flames suddenly ignited beside her, protecting her within a gleaming suit of armor. As the pressure shifted, Qi Xian slowly awoke. He looked up and saw Zhu Yingtong engulfed in a sea of fire, barely recognizable. Qi Xian struggled to stand, but remained trapped by the altar. Before he could make any further move, the aura of the sea of fire before him changed instantly. Qi Xian was astonished by the aura. It was an aura carrying the energy of the camellia tree. No, even more precisely. And Jean, outside the altar, was even more acutely aware of it. It was the aura of the water tribe. It was the Blessing of the water god! It was the girl they had seen by the camellia tree. And Jean reacted immediately. She drew a short dagger from her waist, instantly slashing her palm. The power of the camellia tree connected with the blessing of the water god within the altar through the inscription technique, thus overcoming the altar's barrier. Instantly, healing magic carrying the aura of the camellia tree surged into the bodies of the mages within the altar, temporarily reviving them. Shortly afterward, once everyone had recovered, they felt the altar beneath their feet tremble. They all looked towards the center of the altar, where the flames receded, and a figure appeared behind the smoke. The person held a piece of jade, now shattered into pieces. Before anyone could react, she collapsed, utterly exhausted. Ying Tong. Chi Xian, who was closest, rushed to Zhu Yingtong's side and caught her safely. As Zhu Yingtong exhausted herself, the jade fragments in her hand shattered on the ground. The fragments emitted multicolored light the moment they touched the earth, then were swallowed by the ground, instantly bathing the land in a magical glow. It was as if spring had arrived, and all things were reviving. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. This continent was alive. After a moment of silence, excited cheers and low sobs erupted from the crowd, but Chi Xian heard nothing. He anxiously called Zhu Yingtong's name, but there was no response. The water god's blessing had healed all of Zhu Yingtong's external injuries, and her physical strength and magic power showed no signs of depletion, yet Zhu Yingtong remained unable to awaken. Those inside the altar were all struggling to their limits, and Yue wanted to go forward but was powerless. As soon as the altar's obstruction was removed, and Jean immediately flew to Zhu Yingtong's side, but her efforts to explore yielded nothing. While searching for the cause, she discovered that Han Lung and Zhou, the devourers who had absorbed 13 types of magic, were also unconscious. Chi Xian was pale. He had tried several times to awaken Zhu Yingtong with his mental magic, but to no avail. Just as everyone was about to leave with Zhu Yingtong and the others to make further plans, the altar beneath their feet suddenly changed, as if countless things wanted to leave something behind, and Zhou abruptly awoke from Zhou Yu's arms. Zhou clutched her chest for a long while before regaining her senses. She glanced at the still unconscious Han Lung beside her, with a complex expression before recounting what had happened. Under the immense competition of magical power, the will of the earth clashed with the will of the snow mountain within Zhu Yingtong. If Zhu Yingtong could completely exhaust them, it would be a fortuitous opportunity. Zhu Yingtong's journey had been filled with extraordinary encounters. It was precisely these encounters that saved her life. Right now, this was the only option. Because of the will of the earth, Zhu Yingtong couldn't move at this time. After much discussion, Yue used wood attribute magic to build several wooden houses here for Zhu Yingtong and Han Lung to recuperate. Besides rebuilding the northern continent, everyone's daily routine consisted of caring for the two of them. 60 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The pear trees outside have bloomed and faded, the lush bamboo grove has grown ever more verdant, and the flower beds are bursting with vibrant colors. What were once just a few solitary wooden houses now resemble a family home. Another year of beautiful scenery has arrived. Spring breezes and rains have brought forth a bright sun, and outside the window, there is unparalleled new life. Everything is at its most beautiful moment. The wooden door creaked open, and the things the newcomer was carrying fell to the ground with a thud. She was embraced tightly by the people who rushed forward. Zhu Yingtong, it's been a long time.